Chapter 1. A nap awaits you another day. The door was ajar, shrouded in dimness as Su Liyang stepped inside. Just as she was about to switch on the light, a strong hand unexpectedly seized her, pinning her against the wall, and before she could react, her lips were silenced. The rich aroma of alcohol and a hint of tobacco mingled on her palate. It was him. Su Liyang's hands hovered in the air, gently clenching into fists, refraining from pushing him away in haste. Having not returned to Nancheng for 5 long years, she never anticipated that upon her arrival, as she stealthily entered the Su residence, she would encounter such an unforeseen event. With her body firmly pressed against the wall, He Jinlu's kiss was both possessive and fervent. However, when his hand rested on her waist, his movements suddenly faltered. Not Su Xue. A faint sound echoed as the lights flickered on. The bright illumination allowed them to discern each other's features. Dressed in a deep gray suit, He Jinlu approached the desk, lazily leaning against its edge as he lit a cigarette. The smoke curled effortlessly from his lips as he drawled. "Have you mixed something into my drink, or do you simply have too much time on your hands?" He Jinlu was strikingly handsome, with elongated eyes, arched brows, and sharply defined features, coupled with an air of nonchalance and playful arrogance. Su Liyang rubbed her reddened wrist. "Mr. He seems to have misunderstood." He Jinlu lifted his gaze, brushing off the ash from his cigarette, raising an eyebrow with intrigue. "You still remember me?" The haze of smoke enveloped them, creating an atmosphere as if they were in a different realm. Su Liyang smiled. The new chairman of a corporation and the son of Nancheng's wealthiest man, who wouldn't know him. That year, after his car accident left him blind, she had cared for him at the sanatorium for 3 years in Su Xue's stead, saving his life on 2 occasions. It was impossible not to recognize him. Yet, during those 3 years, he remained oblivious. Holding the cigarette, He Jinlu scanned her with a detached gaze, her features exquisite, her skin fair, and her lustrous black hair casually tied up. The black dress she wore was a limited edition, recently showcased at Fashion Week. She looked even more stunning than the models. With a chilling beauty and an alluring charm, few women could embody both qualities so effortlessly. Extinguishing the remaining cigarette, He Jinlu remained languid. "What is your relation to the Su family? How did you get in?" His gaze never wavered from her face. The silvery moonlight streamed in, casting a soft glow throughout the room. Su Liyang made her way towards him with graceful steps, slowly closing the distance between them. Upon reaching him, she leaned against the edge of the desk, effectively ensnaring He Jinlu within her embrace. "What do you think, Mr. He?" Though it seems Mr. He is in quite a delightful mood. He Jinlu's lips curled into a smirk, and so, Su Liyang leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "With such a splendid mood, perhaps Mr. He would like to take a nap another day." Her voice was soft and suggestive. He Jinlu chuckled, straightening his posture, causing Su Liyang to involuntarily step back. Raising his right hand, he pulled Su Liyang into his arms, murmuring into her ear, "When is this another day?" With her finger resting against He Jinlu's chest, Su Liyang's crimson lips parted. "Are you in a hurry, Mr. He?" Then, she placed her hand firmly on his chest, retreating from his embrace. "But I have matters to attend to today. I will arrange to meet you next time. Today marks the birthday of Su Xue, and her family has organized a grand celebration." Initially, the plan was to blend into the crowd to reclaim what she had lost, but she unexpectedly crossed paths with He Ting. Thus, she had to leave for now and seek another opportunity in the future. As she watched Su Liyang depart, He Jinlu smiled, finding today's events rather intriguing. However, the scheme was not orchestrated by her. That credit belonged to the Su family. They had aimed to force a marriage during Su Xue's birthday celebration, but He Jinlu had seen through their ploy, rendering their plan futile. A gust of night wind swept in as He Jinlu tucked his hands into the pockets of his suit trousers. The fragrance enveloping him was eerily familiar, reminiscent of a memory long forgotten. For a fleeting moment, as he kissed her, he found himself lost in thought, staring indifferently at the doorway. He remained in a daze, unable to recall if they had ever met before. Meanwhile, unable to successfully retrieve her belongings, Su Liyang stealthily exited through a side door. In the bustling living room, someone suddenly pointed at her, exclaiming in surprise, "Su Liyang, isn't that the second young lady of the Su family?" Su Liyang. This gasp of astonishment drew everyone's attention, their gazes converging upon her. Su Liyang. It really is her. How dare she return? Didn't she embezzle funds and flee abroad? After years away, she looks even more beautiful. Did she undergo plastic surgery overseas? Speaking of which, she has quite the lovely face, a true enchantress, even more striking than her mother. No wonder several of my friends lost their boyfriends to her. Could her mother, who isn't particularly attractive, really have charmed Su Xue? Given her appearance, it seems her future on the right path is bleak, such beauty wasted. In the blink of an eye, Su Liyang's presence had captivated everyone, who began to whisper among themselves about the Su family. That moment, Yi Meiyun pushed her way through the crowd. Upon confirming that it was indeed Su Liyang who had returned, her previously joyful expression darkened instantly. She raised her hand, pointing and scolding. Su Liyang, you ungrateful wretch! You embezzled so much money from the company and still have the audacity to return? I thought you would follow in your shameless mother's footsteps and jump off a building. With unanticipated boldness, Su Liyang seized Yi Meiyun's face with her delicate, pale hand, pulling her close. Yi Meiyun, do you wish to refrain from speaking ever again? Taken aback by Su Liyang's retaliation, Yi Meiyun pushed her away in panic and then pointed accusingly. Su Liyang, you vile creature, how dare you lay hands on me? You've gone too far. I'll inform the police about your embezzlement. I'll make sure you spend some time in jail to reflect on your actions. In response to Yi Meiyun's threats, Su Liyang crossed her arms defiantly. Very well, I shall await your call to the authorities. Yi Meiyun reached for her phone to dial 110, but as Su Liyang's indifferent gaze bore into her, she hesitated, ultimately setting the phone down. With a smirk, Su Liyang remarked, weren't you going to report me? Why the sudden change of heart? 5 years ago, she had been stripped of everything by the Su family, her phone confiscated, rendering her powerless. Now, surrounded by a throng of people, with He Jinlu present as well, she knew that a few loud words could send the Su family reeling. Su Liyang urged her to call the police, yet Yi Meiyun became even more hesitant to act, merely feigning bravado, as she declared, you act without shame, we still have our dignity. Young Master He. As the two faced off, He Jinlu descended the stairs, and He Jinlu cast a meaningful glance at Su Liyang, recognizing her as the second miss of the Su family, the fabled younger sister-in-law. What is happening? With He Jinlu's arrival, Su Xue also approached Su Xue, dressed in a flowing white gown, closely followed him, exuding grace and tranquility. Upon seeing He Jinlu, she stepped closer, linking her arm with his, gently calling out, Jinlu. With eyes full of affection, He Jinlu represented her entire world. Following He Jinlu's gaze, Su Xue was taken aback to see Su Liyang returning. She had indeed returned. Releasing He Jinlu, Su Xue hurried over to grasp Su Liyang's hand, smiling brightly as she said, Liyang, you're back. You must have come to celebrate my birthday, right? Let us go cut the cake together. However, Yi Meiyun interjected, her face contorted in disapproval as she pulled Su Xue away, saying, Xiao Xue, why are you being so close to her? She has ill intentions upon her return, keep your distance, or she will leave you with nothing but bones. Su Xue removed her mother's hand. Mom, please don't speak of Liyang that way, she is my sister. Su Xue regarded Su Liyang with a stern expression, commanding, go to the study and wait for me. Su Liyang raised her almond-shaped eyes slightly, her tone indifferent. There is someone celebrating a birthday at home. Why should I go to the study? Yet Su Xue insisted again, I command you to go to the study and wait for me. Su Liyang continued to gaze at him, unyielding. The coldness in Su Xue's eyes made Su Liyang's eyes redden. It felt as if his whip had struck her again, casting her back into confinement in the attic. Father, I truly did not steal anything, please believe me. Father, the whip hurts so much, please stop hitting me. Father, I promise to behave, I am hungry, and I wish to eat. Father, what wrong has Liyang committed? Why do you dislike her? Father, at the age of 8, after her mother leapt from the rooftop of Su Corporation, she became an orphan. Later, Su Xue took her back to the Su family. In the first 2 years of returning, he would hold her, tell her stories, and explain that although her mother was gone, she still had a father. But then, he changed, he grew to despise her, and no matter what Yi Meiyun said, he would wield the whip against her. He beat her until she was bloodied, disregarding her pleas for mercy, until she was left gasping for breath, at which point the whip would finally fall beside her. At first, She would plead for forgiveness, attempting to appease him, yet he never spared her even once. With each disappointment, she surrendered. She silently endured it all. Looking at Su Xue, Su Liyang coldly yet resolutely declared, "I will not go." Seeing this, Su Xue interjected to mediate. "Dad, today is my birthday. Liyang has returned with great difficulty. Please allow her to celebrate with me." Yimayan pulled her back. "Su Xue, why are you disobedient? Can she truly have good intentions upon her return? She and her mother are of the same ilk. Be wary of her," taking Jinlu away. Su Xue gently patted Yimayun's hand. "Mom, Liyang would never do that." Su Liyang unexpectedly replied, "I will." With that, she nonchalantly took out her phone and approached He Jinlu. "Mr. He, let's add each other on WeChat." Chapter 2. A Loving Family. She never intended to provoke He Jinlu otherwise. She would have requested his phone number and WeChat upstairs just moments ago. However, the attitude of the Su family and their treatment of her left Su Liyang feeling indignant. Her bold maneuver caught everyone off guard, and soon whispers began to circulate. This Su Liyang is far too arrogant. He won't add her. Her character is simply unacceptable. The Su family has raised an ungrateful wretch. As the crowd murmured, He Jinlu paid them no mind. He pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and handed her the QR code. Having kissed her in the attic earlier, he felt it was only fair to grant her this favor. Su Xue looked on in disbelief. Jinlu. Yimayan furrowed her brows. "Jinlu, how can you add her?" Su Liyang, indifferent to the surrounding gossip, scanned He Jinlu's QR code and casually remarked, "A loving family, Mr. He. Let's stay in touch." Though they labeled her a seductress, she felt it necessary to engage in a little mischief befitting such a title. He Jinlu replied, "All right." The crowd fell silent. Su Xue, usually mild-mannered, could no longer contain his anger and glared at Su Liyang. "Su Liyang, what exactly do you want?" After adding He Jinlu on WeChat, Su Liyang disdainfully turned to Su Xue and languidly replied, "What do you think? I came back to see my beloved father and to celebrate my dear sister's birthday." Su Xue's expression darkened significantly. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Xue, feeling displeased, forced a smile to ease the situation. "Liyang, we are family. Over the years, our parents have treated you well. I hope we can all get along and be together." Su Liyang chuckled. "Rest assured, I shall repay any kindness shown to me. The Su family's goodwill towards me will be returned in full measure. Every hardship and grievance she endured over the years would not be forgotten, especially the 5 years spent abroad evading pursuers. That debt would not be overlooked." The disdain in Su Liyang's eyes sent a chill down Su Xue's spine. Yimayun and Su Xue felt it too. The current Su Liyang was no longer the same as 5 years ago. She was no longer so easily subdued. What does Su Liyang mean by this? Has the Su family raised her in vain all these years? Ungrateful. How can there be such a person? Su Xue should never have taken her back. As the discussions continued, Su Liyang pushed through the crowd and walked alone toward the door. It was cold and desolate. Inside the villa, everyone gathered around Su Xue and Yimayun, comforting them not to take Su Liyang too seriously. Yimayun, looking aggrieved, claimed that their kindness had allowed Su Liyang to become unruly and had given her the opportunity to bully the two of them. He Jinlu did not engage in the drama, nor offered anyone consolation. He merely glanced back at the scene outside the villa, where the night wind rustled her dress, and her silhouette appeared forlorn. Alone at the clock struck midnight. The birthday celebration concluded. Su Xue escorted He Jinlu to the door and inquired, "Jinlu, why did you just add Liyang on WeChat?" The moonlight cascaded over the lush lawn and stone path as He Jinlu replied with an indifferent tone, "Your parents are so kind, I felt it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate." That kindness. His words were delivered with a casual air, obscuring his true sentiments. However, Su Xue's expression shifted slightly. Although He Jinlu's words were mild, she couldn't shake the feeling they were a veiled jab at her and her parents. Did he know something? Yet, He Jinlu offered no further elaboration, and Su Xue refrained from pressing him, lest she reveal her own insecurities as they walked side by side out of the courtyard. He Jinlu posed a question. "Do you have any compromising information that could be used against you?" He had not reported her to the authorities, but he had deftly maneuvered the situation to his advantage. He was not oblivious to the underlying tensions. Su Xue smiled softly. "What could I possibly have that she could use against me?" After all, she has lived in this house for many years and must know a thing or two about our family and the company. With her explanation, He Jinlu chose not to pursue the matter further. Upon reaching the courtyard's exit, he finally spoke. "I'm leaving now, you should return inside." Since regaining his sight, he and Su Xue had not grown particularly close. Although they had once been engaged in the rehabilitation center, something felt amiss, which led to the postponement of their marriage. Su Xue did not immediately turn to enter the house. Only when He Jinlu's black Maybach disappeared from view did she reluctantly pivot away. Liyang's recent return had not been fortuitous, and she needed to expedite matters concerning her engagement to He Jinlu. Inside the vehicle, He Jinlu gripped the steering wheel, yet his thoughts were consumed by Su Liyang and the faint fragrance that lingered from her presence. After a few days of rest, on this particular morning, Su Liyang awoke in her hotel room to a flurry of calls from Su Xue. With her left hand resting on her forehead and her right hand holding her phone, Su Liyang was about to dismiss the incessant notifications when another call from Su Xue came through. Having finally acquired her contact information after several days, his efficiency remained disappointingly low. "Yes, there's something you need?" She answered the call, her tone icy. "Return at once, immediately," he insisted, adding, "to discuss matters of your concern." "Very well, I'll be there shortly." Upon arriving at the Su residence around 11 in the morning, she was escorted by a servant to the study, where Su Xue sat with a furrowed brow and a dark expression. Since her return, he had not slept well over the past few nights. Su Liyang pulled out a chair opposite his desk and sat down. With a grim demeanor, Su Xue pressed, "Where is the 12 million? Transfer it back immediately." Su Liyang laughed in disbelief at his audacity. "You've accused me of embezzlement. How can I not solidify that claim?" She continued, "It's all been spent. Not a dime remains." When that sum unexpectedly appeared in the account years ago, she had sensed Su Xue's intentions to betray her, determined to ruin her. In a moment of quick thinking, she transferred the money to a company overseas owned by Zhou Ningning, and after relocating abroad, Zhou Ningning returned the funds to her. At only 20 years old, 3 years younger than Su Xue, how could he have been so cruel? Reflecting on it, she was grateful for that 12 million, for it enabled her to grow her wealth and complete her education abroad, culminating in her postgraduate studies. Su Xue was instantly enraged, slamming the table and exclaiming, "Su Liyang, how dare you use such a vast sum of money? Who gave you the audacity?" Su Liyang, reclining lazily in her chair with her legs crossed, replied, her crimson lips parting slightly, "You dare to transfer it to me, why should I hesitate to use it?" Fixing her gaze upon Su Xue, she continued, "Su Xue, it was you who said that if I took over Su Xue's responsibilities in caring for He Jinlu, you would return my mother's ashes to me. Yet now that He Jinlu is recovering, you wish to imprison me, intending to bring about my demise. Su Xue, having spent over a decade in the Su family, I have truly underestimated you." What Su Liyang had not anticipated was that the He family had agreed to the marriage with Su Xue. And now that He Jinlu's eyesight was nearly restored, Su Xue sought to silence her, leading to her forced departure from Nancheng. In response to Su Liyang's accusations, Su Xue darkly inquired, "What do you truly desire, Su Liyang?" His original plan was that even if the He family ultimately disapproved of the union, sacrificing Su Liyang's youth and prospects to care for He Jinlu would earn the Su family goodwill and support from the He family. Indeed, over the years, the He family had provided considerable assistance to the Su family in business ventures. The wealth Su Xue had amassed was now far beyond the initial 12 million. In a moment of vulnerability, Su Liyang stated, "If you wish for my silence, I must reclaim all of my mother's belongings and ashes, along with the withdrawal of the charges against me." "Impossible. You cannot exchange one item for 3 conditions. It is simply unacceptable." Su Xue firmly rejected her proposition. Su Liyang retrieved her phone from her bag, locating He Jinlu's WeChat, and pressed the voice message button. "Brother-in-law, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Before she could finish, Su Xue commanded, "Put the phone down." Reluctantly, Su Liyang complied. She gazed at Su Xue, who returned her stare, both silent for an extended moment. Su Liyang lifted her phone again. "Brother-in-law." Su Xue interjected, "I can give you your mother's belongings. The charges can be withdrawn. But as for the ashes, you shall receive them only after Su Xue and Jinlu are wed." Su Xue understood that sending Su Liyang to prison was no longer feasible. Her mother's ashes were her Achilles heel, and thus they could not be granted at this moment. With her arms gently crossed before her, Su Liyang looked him in the eye. I can agree to your terms for now. Not receiving her mother's ashes immediately, Su Liyang thought it prudent to first obtain her mother's belongings. Once she uncovered the truth behind her mother's fall, she would settle the score with him. She began to inventory her mother's few remaining possessions for transport. Su Liyang remarked, "One diary is missing." That diary was the key. It was what she truly sought. Her previous infiltration of the Su household was also in pursuit of that diary. Su Xue replied, "Everything belonging to your mother is within. If you doubt it, feel free to search again." With a stoic expression, she scrutinized Su Xue, sensing that he appeared truthful. Only then did Su Liyang close the trunk of the car and start the engine to depart. Moments later, as the vehicle left the villa area, a phone placed nearby rang. Chapter 3. WeChat added, but why no contact? Upon connecting the call, Su Liyang called out, "Teacher Jiang." On the other end, a gentle voice, resonating with the warmth of a woman in her 50s or 60s, replied, "Liyang, the law firm has arranged everything for you. You are to meet lawyer Yuan Dongling at the Shang law firm. She was my student and is also your senior and a partner at the firm. She is willing to mentor you and will be immensely helpful in your judicial examination, having returned from abroad. Thank you so much, Teacher Jiang. You have aided me greatly while I was overseas, and now you continue to look out for me regarding work. I'm truly grateful. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Focus on passing the judicial examination, obtaining your practice certificate, and securing some notable cases. Do not squander your talent. Teacher Jiang, I will not disappoint you." After concluding the call with Jiang Damei, Su Liyang drove to the Shang law firm. Upon her arrival, Yuan Dongling greeted her with the same enthusiasm one would show a mentor, immediately signing Su Liyang's employment contract and inviting her to be her assistant. With the signed contract in hand, Su Liyang said, "Master, the contract is signed. I shall commence work today." Yuan Dongling responded, "Did you not just return? Do you not need a couple of days to rest?" "I have already rested for several days." "Very well, you may work in my office, as there happens to be a vacant desk, so you need not go to the larger office outside." "Understood, master." After a brief conversation with Yuan Dongling, Su Liyang began to familiarize herself with the cases and dive into her work. At 4 in the afternoon, Yuan Dongling informed her, "Liyang, there is a gathering at the firm this evening. You should attend to meet everyone." "All right, master." As a newcomer, Su Liyang indulged in quite a bit to drink that evening. Around 9 o'clock, she received a call from Zhou Ningning. As she stepped outside to answer, her arm was suddenly pulled back. Looking up, she was surprised to see He Jinlu. "Mr. He," she exclaimed. Earlier that evening, while conversing in the private room, they had discussed He's group, mentioning their unsuccessful attempts to secure legal representation from the firm despite years of effort. It was quite serendipitous to encounter He Jinlu while stepping out to take a call. Releasing her arm, He Jinlu casually tucked his hands into his suit pockets and inquired, "You added me on WeChat. Why the lack of contact?" Typically, He Jinlu paid little heed to his phone, indifferent to who reached out to him or who sent him messages. Even with Su Xue, he only communicated as circumstances allowed. However, after adding Su Liyang that night, he found himself preoccupied, frequently checking his phone for any notifications. Yet, day after day, a week passed, and Su Liyang had not made an effort to reach out, nor had she sent him a message. After all, he was He Jinlu of the prestigious He group. He could not possibly initiate contact with a woman. Thus, despite the growing impatience, he refrained from reaching out. It was neither love at first sight, nor did he ever contemplate a future with Su Liyang. He could never envision a future with a woman like her. Her presence merely added a dash of color to his mundane days, and the familiar fragrance that clung to her was inescapable. It was merely a fleeting amusement. Su Liyang smiled, noting that even without communication, their paths crossed. It seemed she truly had some connection with Mr. He. However, He Jinlu merely chuckled, dismissing the notion of fate. He bore no resentment for her previous indifference and gently inquired, "You haven't returned to the Su family. Where are you residing? Is your financial situation adequate?" They stood closely together, allowing He Jinlu to catch the faint scent of Su Liyang once the smell of alcohol faded. At 170 centimeters tall, Su Liyang was not particularly short, yet she still stood half a head shorter than He Jinlu. In this moment, the distance that had characterized their last encounter diminished, replaced by an air of gentility as his gaze softened towards her. Looking up at him, Su Liyang teased, "Mr. He, are you wishing to indulge in both sisters?" He Jinlu did not respond directly, but glanced inside the private room, asking, "Is your sister-in-law a lawyer?" "Indeed, Mr. He. Do you have any cases to refer?" Su Liyang replied. Today, He Jinlu wore a light blue shirt paired with a dark gray suit, exuding an appealing charm. Returning his gaze to Su Liyang, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, suggesting, "Let's find a place to converse." "Find a place?" Su Liyang's eyes widened slightly, her drunkenness momentarily subsiding. "Are we discussing unspoken rules?" He Jinlu flicked off the ash from his cigarette, his tone casual. "If you choose to interpret it that way, then so be it." Upon hearing this, Su Liyang turned without hesitation, striding purposefully toward the elevator. Not noticing He Jinlu following closely behind, she paused and asked, "Aren't you coming, Mr. He?" "Where to?" "To find a place to discuss unspoken rules." Extinguishing his cigarette, He Jinlu joined her. Once seated in He Jinlu's Maybach, Su Liyang called Yuan Dongling, informing her that she had encountered an acquaintance and needed to leave. After a few brief words of caution about safety, Yuan Dongling ended the call. Uncertain of her own motivations, she found herself accompanying He Jinlu, perhaps as a form of retaliation against the Su family or out of a desire for connections. Perhaps she was genuinely intoxicated. After finishing her call with Yuan Dongling, Su Liyang curled up in the passenger seat and drifted off to sleep. Initially, she lay with her arms crossed defensively, but eventually curled into a ball. With both hands on the steering wheel, He Jinlu stole a glance at her. She was remarkably unguarded with him, walking away with him and sleeping in his car without fear of his intentions. What He Jinlu did not realize was that Su Liyang only felt this level of trust with him. She would only sleep beside him, despite her reluctance to admit it. Deep down, she harbored less apprehension towards He Jinlu. After all, she had cared for him for 3 long years. The melancholic He Jinlu, burdened with unexpressed thoughts, the sides of him unseen by others, she had witnessed. In her mind, he remained the He Jinlu who needed her. At the very least, when she was not fully conscious, he remained the same He Jinlu from before. Half an hour later, the car halted outside the tea house. He Jinlu called out for Su Liyang a few times, yet she remained blissfully unaware, curled up in a deep slumber. His arm rested on the steering wheel, his fingers gently tapping its surface. Gazing upon her unfamiliar visage, a familiar fragrance subtly wafted from her. He relaxed his brows and pressed the accelerator, steering the car towards the hotel. The following morning, when Su Liyang awoke in the opulent suite, He Jinlu had changed into a fresh outfit. Clad in a white shirt and dark gray trousers, conversing on the phone by the floor-to-ceiling window. It was a work call. Observing his tall silhouette, Su Liyang, reclining elegantly on the bed, mused to herself that she must have truly overindulged the previous night. After concluding the call, He Jinlu turned around and with a playful smile, Su Liyang inquired, "Mr. He, were you satisfied with last night?" Chapter 4. The compensation of last night. In truth, nothing of significance transpired last night. Su Liyang was aware that her inquiry was deliberate. He Jinlu did not directly address her question, instead responding with an air of nonchalance. "So, you would follow whoever provided you with a case source last night?" Initially taken aback, Su Liyang soon recalled the judgments cast upon her both within and outside her circle, along with the events of Su Xue's birthday banquet. Rising to sit, she smiled dismissively. What else could it be? Does Mystery think I have ulterior motives? The derogatory labels affixed to her, being the daughter of a mistress, a seductress who steals husbands and boyfriends, lacking self-respect, made her both indignant and amused. It was absurd. She had never even had a boyfriend. If one were to claim she had been closest to anyone, it could only be during the 3 years she had taken care of He Jinlu on Su Xue's behalf. In this society, it is easier to spread rumors than to dispel them. Su Liyang had grown numb to the accusations and ceased to defend herself, for the more she explained, the harsher the insults became, with no one willing to believe her. Even He Jinlu, she found it pointless to clarify, for he too seemed to harbor doubts. Otherwise, he would not have posed such a question. Fortunately, her mother was no longer present. There was no one left in this world whom she cared about. The opinions and slanders of others mattered little to her. Yet, He Jinlu's expression darkened slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, he did not erupt in anger. His demeanor remained composed. He merely retrieved his phone and, with an impassive expression, informed her, "Here is the compensation for last night." The case source would not be introduced to her, and the time he occupied from her was not insignificant. As he spoke, Su Liyang's WeChat notification chimed. She picked up her phone to find that He Jinlu had transferred her 100,000 yuan. Ah, so he views her as a mistress, she mused. This thought brought a bittersweet smile to her lips. Were it not for the fact that she had yet to share intimacy with a man and lacked any significant feelings, she might have been swayed by the allure of this sum, mistakenly believing something had transpired between them. Gazing at the transfer notification, Su Liyang ultimately accepted the money. Turning to him, she smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. He." After all these years, she had endured similar slanders and misunderstandings. What was one more judgment from He Jinlu? A sudden windfall of 100,000 yuan felt like a stroke of good fortune. Donning the suit jacket from the hanger, He Jinlu spoke softly. "I shall take my leave now. Feel free to stay in the room as you wish." "All right, thank you." With a gentle thud, the door closed neither too softly nor too heavily. Su Liyang withdrew her gaze from He Jinlu, initially smiling with indifference before collapsing onto the bed, covering her eyes with her arm. After a considerable time, she lowered her arm from her eyes, revealing that they were reddened, bloodshot, and glistening with unshed tears. Subsequently, she kicked off the covers and sat up. What was the big deal? Was it merely being treated like a mistress? She had escaped from a near-death experience abroad. Such trivial matters were nothing in comparison. He Jinlu was merely one of the countless individuals in this world, no different from the myriad of men and women around her. He, too, regarded her as a one woman. He held no exceptional significance. Those 3 years were, in truth, inconsequential. Rising from slumber and donning her attire, Su Liyang swiftly composed herself, yet He Jinlu remained enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. Within the confines of the vehicle, he grasped the steering wheel with one hand while igniting a cigarette with the other. The window was slightly ajar, allowing the smoke rings he exhaled to disperse into the breeze, yet it failed to dissipate the shadow of gloom that lingered in his heart. Despite his disdain for such a woman and his awareness of her motives for approaching him, thoughts of her persisted after their last encounter at the Su residence. Memories of their kiss, her familiar scent, and the flutter of excitement when she drew near. His ire was inexplicably provoked by the mere notion of her mingling with other men, especially one like Su Liyang. As Saturday dawned, Zhou Ningning returned, coinciding with Su Liyang's move to her new abode. Yulandufu, situated in the most prestigious area of City A, boasted opulent riverfront views, with prices that were exorbitant. Su Liyang had acquired a spacious flat of over 300 square meters with a full cash payment. If Su Xue had made that purchase, it would surely have stung somewhat. While assisting Su Liyang with her belongings, Zhou Ningning chided, "Liyang, with the uproar at the Su family, why did you not involve me?" Su Liyang responded, "I was stealthily infiltrating and was caught. Besides, you were busy with the production team, and I had no idea when you would return." Zhou Ningning, a graduate of the media department at university, worked as an assistant director at a radio station. She aspired to create her own program, but lacked the requisite experience. Thus far without a show of her own. The Zhou family, too, was renowned in City A, a pinnacle of high society. Had she not safeguarded the 12 million for Su Liyang, the latter might not have been able to secure the Yulandufu today. At noon, after the moving company had unpacked the deliveries and arranged the furniture, Su Liyang's new home was finally settled. The apartment was tastefully renovated, requiring little more than a few essentials purchased online. After generously tipping the workers and expressing her gratitude, the vast space was left with just the two of them. Fetching 2 bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator, Zhou Ningning twisted open one and handed it to Su Liyang. "Liyang, are you truly considering a transaction with Su Xue? Are you genuinely planning to conceal the truth about substituting for Su Xue and caring for He Jinlu? Are you willing to undervalue Su Xue in such a manner? You devoted 3 years to He Jinlu. Do you feel no sentiment whatsoever? No dissentiment? If you find it difficult to confront him about the truth of those 3 years, I shall step forward to articulate this matter on your behalf. Recalling the Su family's machinations against Su Liyang, which had nearly cost her life on several occasions, and their continued exploitation of her sacrifices, Zhou Ningning's anger flared, almost compelling her to rush to He Jinlu and divulge the truth of the past. Chapter 5. Why are you afraid to fight back? As Su Liyang accepted the bottle of mineral water from Zhou Ningning, she smiled and remarked, He Jinlu is not one to be underestimated. He is far more complex than you perceive. Besides, I merely cared for him for 3 years. Not loved him for 3 years, so I harbor no resentment. Zhou Ningning countered after spending 3 whole years together, investing so much time and emotion. You claim to be entirely unmoved? Liyang, do not deceive yourself with such disingenuous words. Pausing in her drinking, Su Liyang fell silent for a moment before responding with a composed smile. Even if there were feelings once, they are long gone. A chapter closed. Moreover, considering He Jinlu's current perception of me, do you truly believe he would regard me as innocent upon discovering the truth? In his eyes, I am not a virtuous figure. Rather, he would see me as someone with ulterior motives, believing that the Su family has schemed against him, watching as we tear each other apart. She continued, furthermore, my care for him was part of an agreement with Su Xue. To expose this matter now would only lead to mutual destruction between Su Xue and me. Until it becomes absolutely necessary, I see no reason to act, for holding on to this secret allows me to negotiate terms with Su Xue. Recalling He Jinlu's dismissive comments and the way he had attempted to pay her off, Su Liyang felt it was unnecessary to pursue any further. After all, that man held her in disdain, an aversion palpable. In this matter, she and Su Xue were akin to 2 sides of the same coin. Revealing the truth would serve her no benefit. Zhou Ningning remarked on Su Liyang's reasoning. Your perspective is valid. It is plausible that once He Jinlu realizes he has been deceived, he may retaliate against you as well. Thus, our primary objective now is to alter He Jinlu's view of you and ultimately win his affection. Su Liyang chuckled, both amused and exasperated. Why would I want him to like me? To take revenge on Su Xue and the Su family? That would be playing with emotions, and I must be cautious not to be ensnared by them. Besides, I have little regard for a man so blind to the truth. I have no desire to engage with him. He has been oblivious to Su Xue's performance for 3 years. It's all in the past now. Zhou Ningning insisted. Yet I cannot accept this. I refuse to let Su Xue reap such benefits. Your current transformation in character only reinforces He Jinlu's belief that it was Su Xue who cared for him back then. Su Liyang replied, that is his concern, not mine. However, Ningning, I advise you to trust women less and have more faith in yourself and the money in your pocket. This situation taught Su Liyang not only from her mother-esque experiences, but also revealed the irony present in Su Xue's situation. Despite the fade of caring for He Jinlu for 3 years, he had even proposed to her during his recovery. Yet, once a person emerges from their nadir, the past companionship fades into insignificance. Shared hardships can be endured, but sharing joy is an impossibility. She had little faith in men or in love. Her belief lay solely in herself and the balance in her bank account. Liyang, you simply have not encountered the right person yet. Once you do, your perspective will surely change, Zhou Ningning said. Enough of this. We are both novices in matters of the heart. You need not take on the role of a mentor. With a smile on her lips, Su Liyang found her thoughts drifting to He Jinlu's indifferent demeanor and the moment he transferred money to her. Following the completion of her move with Zhou Ningning, Su Liyang's life in City A had finally found its rhythm. One morning, while drafting case materials in the office, her phone, resting on the desk, rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, Liyang, let us meet, came Su Xue's voice. Su Liyang abruptly slammed her documents on the table, her impatience evident. I don't have time. Liyang, I found a necklace belonging to your mother at home, and I wish to return it to you. Su Xue. Hearing this, Su Liyang chuckled, recognizing that Su Xue had not changed at all. She still played the innocent while hiding her true intentions. Fine. Let us meet. Send me the location, Su Liyang replied. Sure. It's at the Western restaurant near your law firm. After hanging up, Su Liyang tidied her documents as Su Xue sent her the location. Upon arriving at the restaurant's private room, Su Liyang pulled out a chair, tossed her bag onto the table, and sat down with an air of defiance. Su Xue promptly poured her some juice. "I'm here." Su Liyang raised her gaze, her voice calm, hand over the necklace. Setting down the juice pitcher, Su Xue took a seat across from her and spoke with a conciliatory tone. "Liyang, Jinlu is my fiancé. It's inappropriate for you to add him on WeChat. Please delete him and refrain from any contact." "Su Liyang, He Jinlu is your fiancé. You can simply ask him to block me. What do you need me for?" Her expression darkening slightly, Su Xue replied, "Liyang, we are sisters. I hope we can discuss this amicably." Crossing her arms, Su Liyang responded nonchalantly, "Sisters? When Su Xue hit me and framed me, where were you to stand by me as a sister? Su Xue fronet, fagnin inocense. Liyang, you know your father has temper. Su Liyang interjective. Enough with the excuses, just give me the necklace." Unyielding, Su Liyang's stance compelled Su Xue to drop the pretense and get straight to the point. "Delete Jinlu from your WeChat. Return the engagement ring he gave you, and I will give you the necklace." After Su Xue's ultimatum, Su Liyang remained poised, arms crossed, observing her. It was evident that she had come here to reclaim the engagement ring from years past. After a prolonged silence, Su Liyang casually remarked, "If you like the necklace, keep it. Just don't worry about my mother coming after you." She was just like Su Xue, taking everything for herself without remorse. Su Liyang insisted that Su Xue keep the necklace, which prompted a flustered response. "Liyang, Jinlu, and I are already planning our wedding. Adding him on WeChat won't change anything. You need to delete him." "I'm not interested in your affairs," Su Liyang retorted, rising from her seat. As she prepared to leave, Su Xue hurriedly stood and caught her arm. "Liyang, do you truly wish to end up like your mother, forever labeled as the other woman, forever scorned?" Mentioning her mother with contempt made Su Liyang halt, her gaze turning icy. Their gazes locked, and Su Xue's face flushed with embarrassment as she released her grip on Su Liyang's arm. Fixing her eyes on Su Xue, Su Liyang spoke coldly. "You've already entangled yourself with him, and perhaps soon you'll be expecting a child, elevating your status." With a nonchalant tone, Su Liyang is complexion topale. In a swift motion, Su Xue raised her hand and slapped Su Liyang across the face. "You truly have no shame." Gently touching her reddened cheek, Su Liyang responded with a sardonic smile. "Such deep affection you profess. Where were you when he lost his sight? Why did you not accompany him to the rehabilitation center?" She continued, "You and Su Xue are equally hypocritical, both merely coveting the prestige and wealth of the He family." Exposed, Su Xue's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "Su Liyang, silence yourself. Do you think everyone is like you? Not like me?" Su Liyang replied, suddenly delivering a sharp slap to Su Xue's face. "This slap is for your insult to my mother." Still reeling from the first blow, Su Xue had no time to react before Su Liyang struck her again on the other cheek. "This slap is repayment for the one you just gave." Dazed by the assault, Su Xue stumbled back a few steps, exclaiming, "Liyang, do you dare to hit me?" With a laugh, Su Liyang countered, "Why should I not dare?" Chapter 6. How did the ring end up with you? Approaching the past, Su Liyang grasped her face, locking eyes with her as she coldly remarked, "You sent someone to ambush me, someone to coerce me." "Su Xue, I have merely added He Jinlu's WeChat, and you are already fearful? This is just the beginning." Su Liyang's frigid gaze compelled Su Xue to avert her eyes. "Liyang, stop speaking nonsense. I cannot comprehend what you are saying," she stammered. With a slight force, Su Liyang directed Su Xue's gaze back to her. "Do you not understand? Where are you hiding from? Su Xue seeks to silence me, to take my life, yet he would not stoop to such despicable tactics. Only you would resort to these sordid means." Those 5 years were a mystery to everyone. No one knew how she had managed to survive, how she had endured. She had even fought with stray cats and dogs for food, sleeping in underpasses and among piles of refuse. Su Xue's eyes darted away. "I did not. Do not be afraid if that were true." Su Liyang lifted her chin. "Su Xue, since I have survived outside, your days of comfort are numbered." With a sudden jerk, Su Xue freed herself from Su Liyang's grip, caressing her own face. "I said I did not. I am merely here to discuss an exchange." Picking up a disinfecting towel from a table, Su Liyang nonchalantly remarked, You wish to reclaim your engagement ring? Is it truly so simple? As she pressed the back of her hand against her bruised cheek, Su Xue inquired, "What do you want? Name your price." 20 million, plus the return of my mother's necklace. Liyang, you are being exceedingly greedy. If you are reluctant, then I shall flaunt the ring before He Jinlu. You say, He Jinlu. I agree. Fixing her gaze on Su Xue for a moment, Su Liyang casually tossed the disinfecting towel onto the table and then exited the room. Covering her cheek, Su Xue watched as Su Liyang's figure receded, her expression gradually turning solemn. She agreed to exchange with Su Xue. The following day, upon receiving the 20 million, Su Xue returned her mother-s necklace, and Su Liyang handed over He Jinlu's engagement ring. It was indeed genuine. She had not deceived her. As she drove away, witnessing Su Xue breathe a sigh of relief while holding the ring, Su Liyang gripped the steering wheel tightly, her voice cold as she stated, "One does not perish from inaction." At the entrance of the office building, Su Xue gently slid the returned engagement ring onto her right ring finger, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. A few years prior, He Jinlu had asked why she was not wearing his engagement ring, to which she had replied that it was lost. Although He Jinlu had not pressed further, a thorn had remained lodged in her heart. Now, with the ring restored to her possession and Su Liyang having relinquished the evidence, that thorn was finally extracted. As for Liyang, even if He Jinlu had added her on WeChat, he would not involve himself with a woman of such dubious reputation, especially one who was a love child. The He family would care deeply about such matters. Donning the engagement ring, Su Xue meticulously prepared a meal at home before driving to He's group. Upon arriving, the secretary escorted her to He Jinlu's office, where Su Xue greeted him with a bright smile. "Jinlu." From behind his desk, He Jinlu glanced up, his tone indifferent. "You came." "Yes, I brought you lunch." Gently placing the exquisite thermal lunchbox on He Jinlu's desk, Su Xue pulled out the chair beside him and settled down next to him. Occupied with his work, He Jinlu barely noticed her, while Su Xue rested her chin on her hand, observing him intently. After signing the documents in his hand, He Jinlu glanced at her and inquired, "Aren't you going to the gallery today?" With a smile, Su Xue replied, "Today, I shall accompany you instead." Her gaze fell upon her own hand, where the engagement ring sparkled on her ring finger, causing He Jinlu to momentarily pause. It felt both familiar and strange, as if those years had been a lifetime ago. Noticing his reaction, Su Xue straightened up and waved her right hand in front of him, teasingly saying, "You noticed, huh?" He Jinlu snapped back to reality, saying, "Wasn't the ring lost?" Gently clasping her right hand with her left, Su Xue reassured him, "I found it again." He Jinlu remarked, "It's quite a coincidence that your sister returned just as the ring was found." His tone was lighthearted, yet Su Xue felt a pang of unease, retracting her hand. When Liyang left, a lot of things went missing from our home. Upon her return, there were many things. As she trailed off, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. She then took hold of He Jinlu's arm and playfully said, "Every family has its own troubles, so let us not delve into it. The important thing is that the ring is back." He Jinlu, not easily deceived, understood the implications. The ring had been stolen by Su Liyang, along with many other items from their home. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further and returned to his work. Meanwhile, Su Xue picked up the lunchbox and said, "Jinlu, you should eat first. A full stomach will aid your work." He Jinlu replied, "Just leave it. You should head back." Setting the lunchbox down, she grasped his arm once more, saying, "Jinlu, I'm already 28 this year, and you're not getting any younger either. Shouldn't we discuss our marriage plans?" When Su Liyang had been caring for him at the rehabilitation center, he had proposed, believing that once Su Liyang was out of the picture, he could swiftly marry into the He family. Little did he expect that 5 years would pass without any progress on their union. He Jinlu did not lift his gaze, preoccupied with company matters. "My mind isn't here. If you have someone else in mind, you needn't." He Jinlu's words trailed off, but Su Xue hurriedly interrupted. "No, I have no one else. I only love you, Jinlu. I've waited for so many years. A little more time doesn't matter, but let us expedite things." Over the years, the Su family had pressed for marriage, and the He family had consented. Even He Jinlu's parents were enthusiastic. Yet, He Jinlu seemed inexplicably reluctant to agree, having mentioned several times that he had no intention of marrying and urged her not to wait. Having waited for so long, how could she give up now? Thus, she remained steadfast. As Su Xue expressed her commitment to wait for him, He Jinlu's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a headache coming on. He Jinlu continued to immerse himself in work, while Su Xue eventually departed his office. He did not urge her to stay. As he watched her leave, He Jinlu stared at the doorway, lost in thought. Although nothing seemed amiss, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. Su Xue was gentle and obedient, yet she felt different from his memories of her. At 6 in the evening, Su Liyang finished her work. As her car had yet to leave the parking space, a black Mercedes G-Class obstructed her path. The window slowly descended, revealing He Jinlu's face. Su Liyang chuckled softly. It seemed fate was conspiring to bring them together rather frequently. She opened her car door and stepped out, carelessly shutting the door with a clang. On a summer evening, the sky was still bright, painted with gentle hues of orange and red. Approaching the G-Class, He Jinlu also exited his vehicle. Su Liyang spoke in a languid tone. Is this never-ending? Just as one departs, another arrives. What is it? Not satisfied with just one slap. Did Su Xue hit you? He Jinlu inquired further. How did her ring end up in your possession? Chapter 7. Be a good person. Su Liyang is believed to have stolen a person, yet he does not believe she would pilfer. Her temperament is more suited for acts of violence rather than petty theft. With her arms crossed over her chest, Su Liyang nonchalantly stated, "What I've taken, I acquired just as your fiancé," he described. She was well aware of how Su Xue had orchestrated her narrative in front of He Jinlu while brandishing the ring. It was all too predictable, especially since Su Xue had hurried to find He Jinlu with the ring immediately after her return. He Jinlu, with his hands tucked into his pockets, turned his gaze away momentarily before looking back. Must you speak in such a manner, Lawyer Su? Su Liyang smiled. How ought I to phrase my words? He Jinlu then opened the passenger door, inviting her. Let us have dinner, get in the car. Glancing at his luxurious vehicle, Su Liyang remarked, Unfortunately, I must continue working. He Jinlu raised an eyebrow, picked up a side job. How much is the fee? I shall pay you double. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the mention of overtime reminded He Jinlu of her words from that day at the hotel. What else could it be? Thus, there was no pretense in their conversation. Su Liyang regarded He Jinlu intently for a time, before turning her face away and stifling a laugh. He truly considered her as a lady of leisure. After her amusement faded, she turned to him again. Mr. He, I cannot afford to climb that high branch. I shall not indulge you further. Please refrain from seeking me out in the future. She held no interest in him, nor did she wish to entertain such notions. Though entangling herself with him might drive Su Xue to madness and instill fear in the Su family, she had not stooped to such levels. Knowing full well that He Jinlu looked down upon her, she refused to be ensnared by him. As she turned to leave, He Jinlu grasped her arm, pulling her back. Su Liyang, displeased, spun around to face him. Mr. He, do you truly think 10,000 for a night is excessive? He Jinlu countered. What is your price, Lawyer Su? Freeing her wrist from his grasp, Su Liyang rubbed it, a mix of annoyance and amusement coursing through her. Just as she was about to speak, He Jinlu firmly held her neck, ushering her into the passenger seat. It felt as though they were quite familiar with one another. The door was shut with a nonchalant thud, testing her patience. They had only met on a few occasions. He certainly overestimated his significance. Once inside the vehicle, Su Liyang flicked her hair back and turned to him. Mr. He, if you have something to say, please do so directly. We're not that acquainted. Indeed, they were not. Yet, there was an unmistakable closeness whenever they met, a sensation that had eluded her even during 5 years spent with Su Xue. The sleeves of his white shirt were slightly rolled up, revealing the delicate veins on his fair hands and arms. Reaching for a cigarette, He Jinlu caught sight of Su Liyang from the corner of his eye and tossed the cigarette pack aside. Glancing back at her, he spoke gently. You're not the kind of person to steal. Why is the ring in your possession? He held no suspicions, yet he would not merely take Su Xue's word for it, hence his direct inquiry. He Jinlu's acknowledgement of her character elicited a brief smile from Su Liyang before she spoke. Is President He so fixated on this matter because he seeks a certain outcome? Do you hope that I'm the owner of the ring? He Jinlu did not respond. Silence enveloped the car, with the setting sun casting a warm glow on their faces. Su Liyang gazed at He Jinlu, smiling softly, realizing that without his engagement, there was little to continue. Never mind, it is all in the past. After a moment, the car halted at the restaurant's outdoor parking lot. Su Liyang opened the door and stepped out, followed by He Jinlu. He Jinlu placed his hands in his pockets, and Su Liyang glanced at the restaurant. President He, I appreciate your intentions, but I must decline the meal as I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for He Jinlu's reply, she hailed a passing taxi and swiftly entered. Her departure was decisive. As she watched the car pull away, He Jinlu turned his gaze to the opposite side. Being rejected was indeed a novel experience for him. Subsequently, he returned to his own vehicle, pressed the accelerator, and headed home. Ah, you're back. Your timing is perfect. Su Xue is here as well. His mother greeted him as soon as he stepped inside. Su Xue followed closely behind. Jinlu, after kicking off his leather shoes and slipping into slippers, He Jinlu responded nonchalantly, Since you're back, let us have dinner. The three of them sat at the dining table. He Jinlu, holding his bowl and chopsticks, remained taciturn, his expression neutral. He had never been one for many words. Zhao Wani served soup to both of them, and then turned to He Jinlu, saying, Jinlu, you and Su Xue are not getting any younger, and you've been together for quite some time. Why not find a day to obtain your marriage certificate and hold the wedding this year? Su Xue, gentle and composed, had cared for her son in the sanatorium for 3 years, making Zhao Wani quite fond of her daughter-in-law. She had urged them to marry on numerous occasions over the past few years. As he ate with indifference, He Jinlu maintained his cool demeanor, responding flatly, The company is busy. I lack the energy for such matters. Zhao Wani was displeased by this remark, her voice rising. How long does it take to get a marriage certificate? If you merely agree, there is no need for you to worry about the wedding. Su Xue and I can handle it. You need only to show up. And at your age, don't you think it's time to consider giving me a grandchild? He Jinlu looked up. 30? Too old? Zhao Wani's expression darkened. Have you considered your own situation? You should think about Su Xue as well. After caring for you for 3 years and dating for 5, it's been a total of 8 years. A girl's youth is precious. You ought to be a responsible person. Zhao Wani continued advocating for her, while Su Xue hurriedly served vegetables, gently interjecting, Andy, please don't be upset. Let us eat first. Jinlu definitely has plans. Zhao Wani replied, Look how understanding and obedient Su Xue is. At such a time, she still stands up for you without putting any pressure on you. Such a wonderful woman, and you still haven't taken her home as your wife. What are you thinking? The more gentle and understanding Su Xue was, the more Zhao Wani appreciated her. Feeling increasingly guilty that her son had yet to bring this remarkable girl into their family. Under the pressure exerted by Zhao Wani, He Jinlu stated, Mother, I currently have no plans for marriage. You may introduce her to someone more suitable. The dowry will be provided by the He family. Initially, he had contemplated matrimony, but after regaining his sight and interacting normally with Su Xue, that impulse dissipated like mist. Zhao Wani, however, was irate. Jinlu, are you speaking rationally? Hurry and finalize matters with Su Xue. Furthermore, refrain from associating with inappropriate women, lest you tarnish the He family's reputation. With a stern expression, He Jinlu turned to his mother. Inappropriate women? Zhao Wani retorted. Whose WeChat did you add at Su Xue's birthday banquet? Do you think I am unaware? Delete her immediately. He Jinlu cast a nonchalant glance at Su Xue opposite him, who suddenly appeared aggrieved. Jinlu, it's not what you think. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Xue remained silent as Mrs. He remarked, What are you scrutinizing Su Xue for? This situation is not her doing. And do you believe there are others who are oblivious to it? Mrs. He had indeed heard about the events of that evening. Yet Su Xue had also reported extensively on the matter that afternoon. Ultimately, it was her son who had acted foolishly. Thus, she chose to defend Su Xue. After Mrs. He finished speaking, Su Xue lowered her head, cradling her bowl, her eyes reddened and silent. After dinner, while spending some time conversing with Mrs. He, Su Xue returned home with He Jinlu accompanying her. The night was enchanting. As they walked side by side in the courtyard, He Jinlu instinctively placed his hands in his pockets, while Su Xue clasped her hands together gently in front of her. The sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs filled the air, and He Jinlu, maintaining his composure, inquired, Did you slap her? Chapter 8. I could never marry you. As He Jinlu's words fell, Su Xue immediately halted her steps and turned to face him. Did Liyang come to complain about me? She inquired. Did she tell you that she slapped me twice? Gazing up at He Jinlu, Su Xue's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with a sense of injustice. He Jinlu remained silent, and Su Xue, with reddened eyes, continued. I struck Liyang because her words were infuriating. She claimed that she had entangled herself with you, that she had shared your bed. The last two words were uttered softly, laced with grievance. At this juncture, Su Xue shifted the conversation. I know Liyang is deliberately trying to provoke me. I believe you, Jinlu, and I trust the bond we have nurtured over these 8 years. Throughout our 5 years together, you have never laid a hand on me, even when I made advances. It was inconceivable that upon Liyang's appearance, He Jinlu would abandon his principles. He would not allow a woman to hold leverage over him. As He Jinlu resumed walking, he replied coldly, Do not regard me too highly. I am merely a mortal man. He then glanced back at Su Xue and added, Human emotions can change with time and circumstances. I may no longer be the He Jinlu of 5 years ago. Su Xue, if you seek other forms of compensation, I might find it easier to acquiesce. Although his words sounded harsh, they bore an undeniable truth. He had broached this topic with Su Xue numerous times. Now that she was older, it was imperative for him to remind her not to waste her time. As he spoke, tears streamed down Su Xue's face. I want nothing. I only want you, Jinlu. He Jinlu's expression darkened. Then let me make it clear. I can never marry you. In the realm of business rife with deceit, perhaps it was best to preserve a semblance of innocence in matters of the heart, rather than allowing every aspect to be tainted by ulterior motives. Wiping her tears, Su Xue responded, I will wait for you. You're simply overwhelmed with work right now. Once this phase passes, we can return to how we were. He Jinlu chose silence, merely opening the car door to escort her home. Half an hour later, the car halted at the entrance of the Su family villa. After Su Xue exited the vehicle, He Jinlu lowered the window and looked at her, saying, Su Xue, I can offer you everything, but love is something I cannot provide. Attraction is clear-cut. There is no middle ground, no room for negotiation. With downcast eyes, Su Xue replied, I will wait for you. He Jinlu's expression darkened further as he pressed the accelerator and drove away. Watching his car disappear, resentment gradually clouded Su Xue's gaze. How could he suddenly refuse to marry her after proposing? After waiting for 5 years, she could not bring herself to give up. Even devoid of affection, even without desire, they must still wed. Inside his Maybach, He Jinlu opened the window and lit a cigarette. He typically smoked sparingly, yet recently, he seemed to indulge more frequently. The smoke wafted from his lips, yet his thoughts lingered on Liyang, who had rejected his invitation without a backward glance. Meanwhile, at the South River Grand Hotel, upon arriving at the prearranged private room, Su Liyang found that the young man was already there. Mr. Su, I have gathered the information you requested. Here is your mother's family background, and this contains her employment details from her time at the Su Group. However, given the passage of time, much of the information remains incomplete. Accepting the documents handed over, Su Liyang expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. It was my duty, he replied. After perusing the materials and discussing a few matters further, the two departed from the restaurant. As Su Liyang drove home, her hands firmly grasped the steering wheel, her mind consumed by the information she had just reviewed. She contemplated the need to visit her mother's hometown and discover the reasons behind their estrangement from her mother. Upon returning to her spacious home, which spanned over 300 square meters, she was met with an emptiness that lacked the warmth of daily life. After taking a shower, her phone rang. It was Zhou Ningning, lamenting about the lack of excitement in the director's show and expressing her desire to create her own program. Su Liyang assured her full support, leading to an enthusiastic conversation that continued into the night, both of them eventually falling asleep while still on the call. Following her encounter with He Jinlu, Su Liyang's life and work resumed their usual rhythm. Yuan Dongling, a kind-hearted colleague, consistently included her in court cases, praising her professional capabilities and referring to her as a walking repository of legal knowledge. Despite having spent several years abroad, she remained well-versed in domestic law. That morning, after finishing a consultation with a legal client, Yuan Dongling informed her, Liyang, this afternoon, we will visit He Group to see if we can secure their legal representation. He Group? Su Liyang replied, Sure, teacher. It was work after all. She had to go, though she felt the irony of encountering an adversary. At 2:30, Yuan Dongling and Su Liyang arrived at He Group. In the conference room, Zhang Cheng, a shareholder of He Group, personally welcomed them with enthusiasm. Lawyer Yuan, rest assured, my assistant has already gone to summon President He. You can count on me to advocate for you diligently. Zhang Cheng was grateful to Yuan Dongling for maximizing his benefits in the divorce case she handled for him last year. Thank you for facilitating this connection, Zhang. We are already appreciative. As for the professional capabilities of Nancheng law firm, He Group need not worry, Yuan Dongling replied. I have complete confidence in Nancheng's capabilities, and I will certainly discuss this thoroughly with President He, Zhang Cheng assured. Meanwhile, in He Jinlu's office, he had just signed a contract when his assistant knocked and entered. President He, Nancheng law firm has arrived, and Zhang Cheng has facilitated the meeting. He wishes to invite you to meet with them. I will not meet with them, He Jinlu replied, not lifting his gaze. The assistant cautiously continued, President He, Lawyer Su, is also here. He Jinlu looked up, and the assistant quickly added, Lawyer Su Liyang, who recently returned from abroad. The event surrounding Su Liyang's actions at the Su residence on Su Xue's birthday had already become the talk of the town, widely known both within and outside their circles. It is widely known that the second young lady of the Su family publicly added He Jinlu's WeChat, boldly proclaiming her intentions to pursue him. Thus, upon learning that Su Liyang was present today, the assistant hurried to report this news, not for any particular reason, but simply to witness the unfolding drama. After all, it seems that Mr. He does not harbor feelings for Su Xue. If the Su sisters were to engage in internal strife and jeopardize this match, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement for Mr. He. Su Liyang? He Jinlu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Mr. He, Su Liyang, the attorney. In the conference room, Zhang Cheng continued to warmly greet Yuan Dongling and Su Liyang, introducing them to the primary business ventures of the He Corporation. The company, in addition to real estate and energy, has made remarkable strides in technology. Not only is it held in high regard locally and sought after for collaboration, but it is also a key enterprise in national development projects. Securing the legal services of attorneys Yuan and Su would be nothing short of ideal. As Zhang Cheng concluded his remarks, the door to the conference room swung open, flooding the spacious and well-lit room with even more light. Su Liyang looked up to see He Jinlu, clad in a sleek black suit, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his trousers, striding confidently into the room, followed closely by his assistant. Observing this, Zhang Cheng promptly rose and approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Mr. He. Chapter 9. Enchanted by a Ghost Introduction. Mr. He, allow me to introduce these two esteemed lawyers from Nancheng law firm, Yuan Dongling and Su Liyang. I have personally experienced the professionalism of Nancheng law firm and believe it merits your consideration. With a stoic expression, He Jinlu entered the conference room, pulling out a chair opposite Su Liyang and Yuan Dongling before seating himself with an air of confidence. He did not acknowledge Su Liyang, seemingly unaware of her presence. Su Liyang, in turn, did not recognize him either. After exchanging pleasantries with Yuan Dongling, she politely greeted him, Mr. He. It was only then that He Jinlu lifted his gaze to regard her, his expression devoid of excess emotion, merely a fleeting glance. Returning his attention to the documents, Su Liyang, acting in her capacity as assistant, rose to present the prepared files. Mr. He, here is the information we have compiled regarding the He Group's business, along with the cooperation agreement. I trust that Nancheng will not disappoint you. As He Jinlu received the materials, he began to peruse them intently. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, with Zhang Cheng, Yuan Dongling, and Jiang Yuan fixated on He Jinlu, awaiting his verdict. Upon completing his review of the documents prepared by Su Liyang, He Jinlu raised one hand, requesting a pen. Huh? Zhang Cheng and Yuan Dongling were momentarily stunned. But Su Liyang, composed and swift, produced a fountain pen from her pocket, uncapping it and placing it into He Jinlu's hand. Accepting the pen, He Jinlu elegantly inscribed his name on the designated sections of the three agreements. Su Liyang retrieved the pen once more, and He Jinlu handed the signed agreements back to her, instructing, have Jiang Yuan take you to affix the seal. Yuan Dongling had thoroughly prepared and proposed a reasonable price. Since they were present and aiming to foster goodwill. He Jinlu readily affixed his signature. As Su Liyang accepted the agreements, Yuan Dongling and Zhang Qing finally regained their composure. Suppressing her excitement, Yuan Dongling approached, saying, "Mr. He, the Shang law firm will undoubtedly provide the finest service to the He group." He Jinlu rose, responding in a measured tone. "I shall remember your promise, lawyer Yuan." Zhang Cheng, taken aback by He Jinlu's willingness to engage, wasted no time in signing the contract. He stepped forward with a broad smile, suggesting, "Mr. He, collaboration is of utmost importance. De Shang has shown ample sincerity and preparation. Why not join us for dinner tonight? We can discuss any matters further at the table, facilitating our future cooperation." He Jinlu cast a glance at Su Liyang, observing her as she tidied the documents on the conference table. He replied, "You may arrange it. Jiang Yuan will get back to you later." With this statement, He Jinlu had effectively granted his tacit approval for the evening's gathering. Zhang Cheng promptly nodded, "Excellent. I will make arrangements right away. Lawyer Yuan, Lawyer Su, I will send you the details shortly." Once the contracts were finalized, He Jinlu did not linger in the conference room, but returned directly to his office. Jiang Yuan escorted Su Liyang to obtain the necessary seals, while Yuan Dongling headed to Zhang Cheng's office, both to express her gratitude and to discuss subsequent tasks. Upon returning to his office, He Jinlu leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples, his expression tinged with complexity. He had not intended to change law firms, but upon hearing of Su Liyang's arrival, he had felt an inexplicable urge to attend. Su Liyang presented the agreement to him, and without a moment's hesitation, he signed it. Removing his hand from his temple, He Jinlu straightened his posture and exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, "I must be bewitched." Meanwhile, Su Liyang accompanied Jiang Yuan to finalize the stamping process. Yuan Dongling, with Su Liyang and the agreement in tow, returned to the law firm ahead of the others. Upon their arrival, Yuan Dongling shared the news, igniting a fervor within the firm. "Yuan, you are remarkable. The He Group has finally been secured under your leadership. With the He Group's project, you need not worry about case sources in the future. You must treat us to a meal." Placing her bag on the nearby desk, Yuan Dongling beamed. "Rest assured, a feast is certainly in order. However, I must say, Liyang is truly my lucky charm, our firm's good fortune. We have been striving for years to secure a deal with the He Group, and today, with her accompanying me, President He signed the agreement without a moment's hesitation. Not an ounce of exaggeration here. He didn't even ask a single question before signing." Even now, the swiftness of He Jinlu's decision left Yuan Dongling in disbelief. As the excitement continued among the group, other lawyers and several partners emerged, prompting Su Liyang to retreat to her office. The contract had been signed, yet substantial work lay ahead. She needed to familiarize herself with the business at hand. At 5:30, as the office day concluded, Yuan Dongling called out for Su Liyang to join her for dinner. The firm's leadership was also in attendance. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, Zhang Cheng and several other leaders from the He Group had already arrived, though He Jinlu was yet to appear. Noticing Su Liyang in Yuan Dongling's entrance, Zhang Cheng greeted them warmly. "Lawyer Gao, Lawyer Yuan, please take a seat. President He will arrive shortly." As a newcomer in the professional realm, Su Liyang took a seat near the entrance after Yuan Dongling settled in. The main seat remained vacant, reserved for He Jinlu. As the waiter poured tea, the door to the private room swung open, revealing He Jinlu and Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan walked beside him, assisting with the door. He Jinlu, clad in the same classic black English bespoke suit from earlier that day, entered, causing an immediate hush among the attendees. President He, President He." Everyone rose to greet him, and Su Liyang followed suit. Casting a brief glance around the room, He Jinlu raised his hand to signal them to sit, dismissing the need for excessive formalities. Despite his courteous demeanor, an undeniable air of formality surrounded him, lacking the relaxed atmosphere typically shared with Su Liyang, exhibiting instead an aura of decisiveness and maturity. "President He, please take a seat here." Several leaders urged him to occupy the esteemed position, yet he casually pulled out a chair beside Su Liyang, opting for proximity over convention. "President He is sitting at the entrance?" The group paused in surprise, and Su Liyang exchanged a subtle glance with him, noting he still did not recognize her. Having settled into his chair, He Jinlu appeared unfazed, prompting the others to smile awkwardly. Indeed, there are no rigid protocols. After this exchange, Zhang Cheng respectfully presented the menu to He Jinlu, saying, "President He, please let us know if you would like to add anything. Feel free to request items not listed." Upon receiving the menu, He Jinlu perused it and casually inquired, "What does Lawyer Su enjoy eating?" As He Jinlu's inquiry prompted the collective gaze of the group to shift towards Su Liyang, a question hung in the air. Did President He know the lawyer? Su Liyang replied, "I have already ordered my favorite dishes." Upon hearing this, He Jinlu returned the menu to Zhang Cheng, stating, "Then there is nothing more to discuss." The dining table was populated by influential figures, and after the dishes were served, Su Liyang remained silent, quietly focusing on her meal. He Jinlu, seated beside her, occasionally offered her some food as a gesture of courtesy, yet he maintained a respectful distance, ensuring it did not draw undue attention from the others. As the meal concluded, Su Liyang followed Yuan Dongling, exchanging pleasantries with the leaders before making her way toward the outdoor parking lot. Suddenly, a sleek black Maybach halted in front of her. The rear window descended slowly, revealing He Jinlu's visage, his tone gentle as he spoke. "Lawyer Su, may I offer you a ride?" The moon hung like a luminous disk, the wind rustling through the leaves with a soft whisper. "Batid y moonlot Su Liyang," with her bag slung over her shoulder and hands tucked in her pockets, cast her gaze downwards at He Jinlu before abruptly turning her head to the side, seemingly in contemplation. In that moment, her phone chimed from within her bag. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Su Xue. "So Liyang answered," and Su Xue's voice came through, tinged with frustration and hurt. "Liyang, did you go to He's group today? Are you dining with Jinlu tonight?" "Liyang, your mother." Chapter 10. Mr. He exhibits a surprisingly affectionate side before Su Xue could finish her words. Su Liyang hung up the phone and turned to He Jinlu, saying, "All right. Thank you, Mr. He." As her voice faded, Jiang Yuan had already opened the rear car door for her. "Lawyer Su." Su Liyang bent down to enter the vehicle. The car slowly began to move, and He Jinlu, maintaining an unreadable expression, asked, "Have you been pretending not to know me all day? Are you still upset about what happened last time?" Previously, he had inquired about her ring, and she had left without even finishing her meal. "So Liyang's Maid. How could that be? Besides, Mr. He, you don't recognize me either, do you?" He Jinlu replied, "I'm not as obvious as you." With a slight curve of his lips, Su Liyang turned her gaze to the window, admiring the beautiful nightscape of Nancheng. In the driver's seat, Jiang Yuan, gripping the steering wheel, glanced at Su Liyang in the rearview mirror and reported, "Lawyer Su, Mr. He signed a contract with the Shang law firm out of regard for you. And tonight's dinner is also on your account." Su Liyang turned her head to look at Jiang Yuan. "Isn't it due to President Zhang's influence?" Jiang Yuan chuckled. "President Zhang doesn't have that much pull. When I reported this to Mr. He simply said no meeting until he learned you were coming, at which point he immediately went to the conference room. The favors granted by the boss must be made clear. She should not misattribute her gratitude." On the side, He Jinlu spoke in a low voice. "Is it just you who has a lengthy tongue?" Su Liyang quickly added, "Assistant Jiang, perhaps you should keep your comments to a minimum." She had no desire to know about such favors nor to repay them. Both of them urged him to be quiet, and Jiang Yuan promptly complied. The three remained silent, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere within the car. Shortly thereafter, they encountered heavy traffic on the elevated highway. Jiang Yuan made a phone call and turned back to inform them, "Mr. He, there's a multiple collision ahead. We might be stuck for a while." He Jinlu responded with a simple Su Liyang stretched and said, "Then I'll take a quick nap." With that, she leaned her head against the car window and closed her eyes to rest. He Jinlu glanced at her before resuming his work on the computer. The car remained motionless in traffic, and each individual occupied themselves with their tasks. Occasionally, Jiang Yuan would check on the two in the back seat, asking, "Mr. He, where does Lawyer Su live? Where should we take her afterward?" He Jinlu paused, then turned to Su Liyang. "Su Liyang, where do you reside?" With her arms wrapped around herself, Su Liyang had curled up and fallen asleep, emitting soft snores. He Jinlu. Around 11 o'clock, the road finally cleared, yet Su Liyang showed no signs of awakening. He Jinlu instructed Jiang Yuan to drive directly to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, He Jinlu did not call out to Su Liyang this time. After exiting the vehicle, he approached her side, opened the door, and leaned down to lift her out. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind, asking, "Mr. He, do you need assistance?" As He Jinlu carried Su Liyang from the car, he replied, "No need." Jiang Yuan closed the car door, and upon He Jinlu's mention of her bag, Jiang Yuan promptly reopened the door to retrieve it, placing it in He Jinlu's hand. Despite having dated Su Xue for 5 years, Jiang Yuan had never witnessed He Jinlu carry her in such a manner. Upon returning to the private room from last time, He Jinlu gently placed Su Liyang on the bed and shook out his arms. Jiang Yuan brought He Jinlu's laptop, initially intending to inquire whether he would be leaving that night. However, upon seeing He Jinlu's lack of intention to depart, he swallowed his words and left quietly. Once the door was closed, an enveloping silence filled the room. Turning back inside, He Jinlu stood at the foot of the bed, gazing at the sleeping Su Liyang for a moment before striding over. With her arms raised beside her head, Su Liyang appeared devoid of her usual defenses and sharpness. A faint, familiar fragrance wafted from her, and He Jinlu kept his hands tucked in his pockets as he leaned closer. It was a delightful scent, so reminiscent. It was neither the fragrance of perfume nor skincare products. Gently closing his eyes, He Jinlu brought his face nearly to her neck, inhaling deeply. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered this scent before. On the bed, Su Liyang turned over, her palm landing lightly on He Jinlu's face. He furrowed his brow and stood up, returning to his desk to continue working. Occasionally glancing at Su Liyang, He Jinlu felt an inexplicable sense of peace and belonging. The following morning, when Su Liyang awoke, He Jinlu was already up, clad in a slate gray suit as he sat at the desk, engaged in a phone call. The boss was perpetually inundated with calls and work. Unlike before, when she had admired He Jinlu, Su Liyang averted her gaze and lay still on the bed. The events of the previous night were a blur to her. After finishing his call, He Jinlu tossed his phone back onto the desk and nonchalantly remarked, "If you're awake, you should get up." Su Liyang turned her face towards him, but remained silent. Noticing her demeanor, He Jinlu approached, bending down to her and softly inquiring, "Lawyer Su, are you always this defenseless around people?" This was the second time she had fallen asleep in his car, and the second time he had brought her to a hotel. Had it been any other man, she would likely have been left in tatters. Su Liyang felt a headache coming on, resting her arm on her forehead as she lazily replied, "Perhaps, President, he has cast a spell on me." Defenseless? She prided herself on her vigilance. After 5 years abroad, her guard had only strengthened, yet somehow, encountering He Jinlu had rendered her defenses futile. He Jinlu chuckled, not straightening up but maintaining eye contact with Su Liyang, teasingly asking, "When will you repay me for that nap you owe?" Chapter 11. Attorney Su. Have we met before? Su Liyang, appearing languid, gazed at He Jinlu, seeing her own reflection in his eyes. Lifting her right hand, she gently caressed He Jinlu's face. After having shared 2 intimate nights with him, what debts could possibly remain? Her voice was soft, alluringly seductive. He Jinlu had suffered a silent loss. Grasping Su Liyang's wrist, he said gently, "It's time to rise. I shall take you to the law firm shortly." Su Liyang closed her eyes, reluctant to awaken, yet eventually complied. The two shared a simple breakfast at the hotel restaurant before He Jinlu drove Su Liyang to the firm. Along the way, she received 2 phone calls, one from a client and another from Zhou Ningning, who requested a meeting that evening to discuss important matters. With the car window partially open, the warm breeze tousled her hair, granting her a sense of freedom. Stealing a glance at Su Liyang, the interior of the car still resonated with her faint fragrance. He Jinlu inquired, "Attorney Su, have we met before?" Su Liyang turned her head, noting the striking profile of his nose. Had they merely met? They shared far more than that. She had devoted 3 years of her life to caring for him day and night. With a playful smile, Su Liyang retorted, "Does President He wish to become acquainted with me?" With both hands firmly on the steering wheel, He Jinlu replied softly, "Is this a reflection of your profession, attorney?" Not addressing the question directly, preferring to respond with inquiries. Su Liyang's thoughts drifted back. Who had provided him with the case source last night? Would she follow anyone for money? Had she taken on a side job? How much was the fee? She would pay double. Was she so informal with everyone? Memories surged forth, including that 100,000 yuan tip. Yet she did not return to discuss emotions. She held no faith in such sentiments, especially not in transactions with Su Xue. Fixating her gaze on He Jinlu, Su Liyang smiled. I have not seen you before. I do not know you. Her response was resolute. Gently tapping her fingers on the steering wheel, He Jinlu replied nonchalantly, Oh, it seems you truly haven't seen me. Otherwise, I would leave a lasting impression. Moments later, the car halted outside the law firm. As Su Liang opened the door to exit, her phone chimed. Upon inspection, she discovered a transfer from He Jinlu, 100,000 yuan. Looking up, He Jinlu stated calmly, That is your payment from last night. Su Liang inhaled deeply, turning her face to the right, amused by his generosity. Afterward, she turned back to face He Jinlu, a smile on her lips. Thank you, President He. In the end, she accepted the money without further explanation, pondering how he must perceive her in his eyes. As she walked into the office building, Su Liang felt that not acknowledging their acquaintance had been the right choice. Yet next time, she vowed not to fall asleep in his car. Rationally speaking, she might avoid his vehicle altogether. Not long after returning to the office, the receptionist called. Attorney Su, there are 2 clients in the waiting room specifically requesting to see you. Very well, I shall be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Liang entered the reception area, where Yi Meiyun and He Jinlu's mother, Zhao Wani, were waiting. During her years at the sanatorium, she had encountered them several times. However, each visit from a He family was accompanied by Su Xue, who would ensure she remained relegated to the shadows, rendering her nearly invisible. As she approached with a measured pace, Su Liang placed 2 cups of coffee before them and inquired, What legal matters would you like to discuss? Yi Meiyun, upon witnessing this, unleashed a tirade. Su Liang, you shameless wretch, do you think that pretending nothing has happened will allow this to pass? The previous night, as He Jinlu carried Su Liang to a hotel, an unknown gentleman had captured their moment on camera, and soon enough, the scandal had spread like wildfire within their circle. Su Xue spent the night weeping at home, while Yi Meiyun raged for hours. He Jinlu's mother bombarded him with calls, only to find him continually unreachable. Thus, early that morning, both Yi Meiyun and He Jinlu's mother sought legal counsel. Although the photographs did not capture Su Liang's face, only He Jinlu's. The anger from Yi Meiyun was palpable. Zhao Wani glanced at Yi Meiyun, who promptly tempered her expression. Unfazed, Su Liang chuckled lightly and casually took a seat across from them. Zhao Wani scrutinized her. So you're Su Liang? With composure, Su Liang replied, Madam Zhao, what legal matters would you like to discuss? He Jinlu's mother, her expression darkening, retorted, Su Liang, you have yet to obtain your legal license. Do not presume to act superior. I am not here to seek legal advice. Rather, I am here to advise you to keep your distance from my son. Do not attempt to ensnare him, or the consequences will be dire for you in Nancheng. Su Liang gracefully lifted a cup of coffee, crossing her legs with a serene smile. Madam, how have I ensnared your son? One must speak with evidence. In denial, Su Liang was met with Zhao Wani producing a photograph from her bag, unceremoniously tossing it onto the table before her. Take a look for yourself, Lawyer Su. Picking up the photo, Su Liang observed the image of He Jinlu carrying her to the hotel from the previous night. After examining it, she tossed it back onto the table with a measured tone. I was merely inquiring who led me to the hotel last night. It turns out it was your son. Thank you for providing this evidence. And please inform your esteemed son that abducting an intoxicated woman to a hotel will result in a summons. Zhao Wani's expression darkened. My son abducted you? Do you have any idea who my son is? He has no need to abduct women. Young lady, do not. Before Zhao Wani could finish, Yi Meiyun, unable to contain herself, slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Su Liang, you are just as shameless as your mother. He Jinlu abducted you? Spare us your self-aggrandizement. I tell you, regardless of your attempts to allure him, he would never look your way. And the He family certainly disdains you. Do not overestimate your worth. Moreover, women like you, readily available, are merely fleeting pleasures for men. Yi Meiyun's words were met with a cold, unwavering gaze from Su Liang. After gazing directly at Yi Meiyun, Su Liang sneered, Is that all? Then why the grand show of seeking me out? Yi Meiyun, what are you afraid of? feeling a pang of insecurity under Su Liyang's scrutinizing gaze. Yu Meiyin turned to He Jinlu's mother and said, "Wani, I have told you before, Su Liyang is utterly shameless. We cannot contend with her." Upon hearing this, He Jinlu's mother grew even more displeased. At her age, she had never encountered someone so brazen. With a serious expression, Zhao Wani looked at Su Liyang and said, "Su Liyang, I know my son better than anyone. He could never be attracted to a woman like you. Moreover, Su Xue and Jinlu have endured trials together. Their bond is one forged in life and death. You are Su Xue's sister, and you ought to know that Su Xue cared for Jinlu in the hospital for 3 whole years. Thus, I must make it abundantly clear there will be no other daughter-in-law of the He family aside from Su Xue. If you aspire to climb the social ladder, I have no objections. After all, water flows downward, and people seek higher ground. However, the He family does not regard you favorably, given that your mother disrupted another's family. You are also jeopardizing the relationship between Su Xue and He Jinlu. I urge you to relinquish your feelings for Jinlu and cease your pursuit of him. Should such matters arise again, I fear my approach will not merely be a warning." Casting a glance toward the reception area, Zhao Wani continued, "I hope you will reconsider and focus on establishing yourself in Nancheng. If it comes to the point where the He family is the one to send you away, you may find it impossible to return." Chapter 12. Taking her to obtain a marriage certificate, Zhao Wani's words left Su Liyang seething with indignation. Did she look down upon her? As if she could ever regard the He family with favor. With a mocking glance at Zhao Wani, Su Liyang retorted, "Aunt, rest assured, I have no interest in the He family. However, it is you who should educate your son rather than meddling in others' affairs. Ye Miyun, chaklet dirisividi. You think you're above the He family? How preposterous! You're nothing but shameless." Zhao Wani interjected, "Your mother is not here. I shall take it upon myself to educate you." Su Liyang's expression darkened. No need for that. Unwilling to back down, Zhao Wani quickly thought of a retort. "You added my son on WeChat, didn't you? Remove him from your contacts." Su Liyang replied, "Fine, I shall delete him." Without hesitation, she picked up her phone and, in front of Zhao Wani, without batting an eyelid, proceeded to block and delete him in one swift motion. Upon witnessing Su Liyang delete He Jinlu's contact, Yu Meiyun felt a surge of delight, thinking it was indeed wise to bring Zhao Wani out. This little vixen was evidently intimidated by the He family. Seeing this, Zhao Wani, clutching her bag, stood up, ready to reprimand Su Liyang further when her phone rang. It was a call from He Jinlu. "Zhao Wenyi en souhaite chefuri." However, He Jinlu's tone was far from pleasant. "Mom, where are you?" Zhao Wani glanced at Su Liyang, feeling a twinge of guilt as she replied, "I'm not anywhere special. You're at the Shang law firm, aren't you? Apologize to lawyer Su for your behavior today, and then come straight home." "Son, what are you talking about? Why should I apologize to her? She was in the wrong, having seduced you first." On the other end, He Jinlu, refusing to engage in an argument, calmly responded, "You don't have to apologize if you don't want to. I'm on my way to take Su Liyang to obtain a marriage certificate." Midying Suriyan, Zhao Wani felt her heart race with panic, her expression shifting dramatically. I'll apologize, is that not enough?" He Jinlu replied, "Make sure your apology is sincere and send me a recording." Just as he was about to head into a meeting, he received a report from Jiang Yuan, stating that his mother and Yi Meiyun had gone to the law firm to find Su Liyang. His expression darkened instantly. After finally stabilizing they had created unnecessary trouble. Frustrated by He Jinlu's threats, Zhao Wani snapped, I'll apologize, is that not enough? You've truly been bewitched by her. Your mind is muddled." She angrily hung up the call, then turned her gaze toward Su Liyang. That vixen was clearly trying to steal her son's soul away. Su Liyang, noticing Zhao Wani's glare, stood up and said coolly, "Ladies, do take care on your way out. I want to see you off." With a furrowed brow, Zhao Wani looked at her and conceded, "Lawyer Su, I acknowledge that I was in the wrong today. I should have focused on educating my son rather than causing you trouble at the law firm. I hope you can overlook my behavior." Su Liyang was both amused and annoyed. "Aunt, your attitude has changed rather swiftly." Zhao Wani placed her bag on the table and, with utmost seriousness, gazed at Su Liyang. "Young lady, I never intended to quarrel with you or speak harshly. I understand that you have your own difficulties, after all. She hesitated, nearly revealing that Su Liyang had no mother, but swallowed the words back down. With a sudden shift in tone, she spoke with a measured deliberation. I merely wish to convey that Jinlu and Su Xue share a profound bond, one that has been forged through experience. As for your intentions toward Jinlu, I am fully aware, but you have chosen the wrong target. I acted impulsively today, and for that, I apologize. However, I still hope you will maintain your distance from Jinlu. This will spare you from wasting both time and energy, for you cannot gain entry into the He family. Zhao Wanyi's words were heartfelt and sincere, a revelation of her innermost thoughts. She had no concern for Su Liyang's character, as long as she remained uninvolved with the He family. Su Liyang was not oblivious to the fact that Zhao Wanyi's visit was likely instigated by Yi Meiyun, who, along with Su Xue, had positioned her as a pawn. With a slight smile, Su Liyang replied calmly, "Rest assured, Mrs. He, I shall not cross the threshold of the He family, even if Jinlu himself were to request it. Today marks the first and last occurrence of this matter." She then turned to Yi Meiyun, adding, "However, Yi Meiyun, I have taken note of our account. Can you predict what may transpire?" The look in Su Liyang's eyes caused Yi Meiyun to falter. Yet she feigned bravado, retorting, "What account do I owe? You are the one who enticed Jinlu. It is your fault. You are merely an intern. What power do you hold over me?" Su Liyang arched an eyebrow, waiting in anticipation. Yi Meiyun, undeterred, took a few steps forward, ready to further confront Su Liyang, when Zhao Wanyi intervened, urging her to return. She has already deleted Jinlu from her WeChat and has declared she will not enter the He family, as long as she harbors no such intentions. I cannot intervene in other matters. Ultimately, my son's affections depend solely on Su Xue's own efforts. I cannot bind him to her. After Zhao Wanyi and Yi Meiyun departed, Su Liyang stood at the entrance of the reception area, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Whether in the past or present, whatever she did or said, she always found herself at fault. Even in silence, she bore the blame. The actions and words of others were also attributed to her. In this world, she felt utterly powerless, unable to influence even a fraction, to engage in any meaningful way, nor to defend herself against the prevailing prejudices directed at her. With reddened eyes, Su Liyang turned her gaze to the white wall, contemplating how others could unleash their wrath. Yet whom could she confront? Her mother would never disrupt another's family or meddle in their affairs. "Lo Su, what were those two doing just now? Are you all right?" a colleague inquired. Su Liyang raised a hand to rub her face and replied with a smile. "Iem me fine." In the world of adults, the most common response is simply, "I'm fine." Upon returning to her office, she received a call from He Jinlu. Noticing his number, she promptly hung up. When he called again, she blocked him. Just as she dismissed one, another appeared. Could she continue working? Could she still live her life? No one revolved around him. No one squandered their time and energy on him. At He Corporation, He Jinlu's expression darkened as he realized Su Liyang had hung up and subsequently blocked his number. "President He, the meeting is about to begin." Jiang Yuan approached to remind him, while He Jinlu wore a cold expression as he headed directly to the conference room. However, during today's meeting, no one was spared from his stern demeanor. He reprimanded everyone thoroughly. By evening, after finishing his work, He Jinlu drove home. Upon his arrival, he found his mother beaming with joy, yet his own countenance remained frosty. Abruptly, he inquired, "What business do you have mingling with Yi Meiyun? What is your intention at the law firm?" Zhao Wanyi, feeling guilty, replied, "I did nothing wrong. I merely informed that young lady that you and Su Xue share a true love and are to be wed, so she should not harbor any notions about you." With his hands shoved deep into his pockets, He Jinlu let out a sardonic laugh. Does she really have notions about me? Despite having added him on WeChat, Su Liyang had never initiated contact. In fact, it was he who had sought her out on several occasions. He was well aware that Su Liyang had added him merely to provoke the Su family. Zhao Wanyi continued, "Just keep your distance from her. She mentioned today that she intends to sue you, so be prepared for summons." Chapter 13. Son, are you truly this infatuated? He Jinlu's thin lips parted slightly as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for handling the matter so elegantly, and for delivering the evidence to her. Zhao Wani, upon hearing these words, gazed at her son in disbelief. Jinlu, did you really take advantage of her intoxication to bring her to a hotel? How could you engage in such behavior? Although the young lady possesses a certain charm, Su Xue is your fiancée. Should you have any desires, you ought to resolve them with Su Xue. He Jinlu's expression soured immediately. Lowering his gaze to his mother, he stated plainly, I cannot marry Su Xue. I can grant her anything she desires, except for love and marriage, which I cannot provide. Zhao Wani, undeterred, raised her voice. You refuse to marry Su Xue? Do you wish to marry that lawyer instead? He Jinlu, you are ungrateful and will face the consequences. He Jinlu retorted, if facing the consequences is what it takes, so be it. But should you continue to provoke Su Liyang, she will become your daughter-in-law. Furthermore, if you associate with He Meiyun again, you will bear the repercussions. Zhao Wani glared at He Jinlu. I cannot manage you, can I? I shall summon your father to deal with you. Ignoring her, He Jinlu picked up his phone and attempted to call Su Liyang once more, only to find himself blocked. Her WeChat had also been deleted, rendering him unable to locate her number. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the coffee table and seized Zhao Wani's phone instead. Dialing Su Liyang's number, as expected, he reached her. Hello. Su Liyang's familiar voice echoed back. He Jinlu spoke softly, please unblock my phone and WeChat. We can discuss other matters later. Beep, beep, beep. Su Liyang hung up without a word. When he called again, the number had also been blocked. Beside him, Zhao Wani asked incredulously, son, are you truly on the phone with that little lawyer? What do you mean by asking her to unblock you? Did you really seek her out? Jiang, may I borrow your phone? Of course, young master. Dialing Su Liyang's number again, He Jinlu said, Su Liyang, this is just a bit of fun. Please. Beep, beep, beep. Su Liyang hung up once more. Shortly thereafter, Jiang was also blocked. Had it not been for her professional obligations and the fear of clients seeking her, Su Liyang would have long since set her phone to only allow contact from her address book. Watching He Jinlu face repeated failures, Zhao Wani's expression grew complicated. Could it truly be that her son was pursuing someone else? She had conversed extensively with the young lawyer today. No wonder others claimed she would never step foot in the He family home, even if her son begged her to enter. What a disgrace. Seeing He Jinlu borrow yet another phone to call Su Liyang, inquiring about her whereabouts, only to be blocked again. Zhao Wani looked at him with a mixture of emotions and said, Son, are you really this desperate? After raising you for 30 years and knowing you for just as long, I have never seen you seek to please anyone. Su Xue cared for you for 3 years, yet you never consoled her. It was always Su Xue who comforted you. And now, you find yourself floundering with this lawyer. He Jinlu raised an eyebrow slightly. Thanks to you. Zhao Wani remarked, if she ignores you, why do you still reach out to her? Isn't that a blessing in disguise? He Jinlu, however, turned his gaze toward another maid, Xiao Tao, and commanded, hand me your phone. In the case of any other woman, gaining He Jinlu's WeChat or even his phone number would have been impossible. Yet, this individual was not just anyone. Watching He Jinlu with incredulity, Zhao Wani sensed that Su Xue might truly be in a predicament, as her son seemed to be losing his composure. In a Western restaurant, Su Liyang sat across from Zhou Ningning, observing as Su Liyang received and dismissed several phone calls. Zhou Ningning, intrigued, inquired Liyang, who is it? Su Liyang replied nonchalantly, He Jinlu. Zhou Ningning chuckled. Last night, he took you to a hotel, and today he is bombarding you with calls. Could it be that he is serious? Liyang, you're impressive for capturing He Jinlu's attention so swiftly. Su Liyang smiled. What are you talking about? He sees me merely as a courtesan. It's just his pride and competitive nature at play. For men, nothing is more valuable than their face and self-esteem. Zhou Ningning laughed. So he treats you like a courtesan and yet transferred you 100,000? Is He Jinlu out his mind? 100,000 for what? To buy you an ashtray? I'm not that cheap. Su Liyang's self-deprecation elicited a scoff from Zhou Ningning. You're not valuable? If you're not valuable, which woman in Nan City dares to claim she is? They all put on airs, wanting to marry into wealthy families, while we ourselves are the elite. As they finished their meal and prepared to leave around 8, He Jinlu's car obstructed their path once more. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he stared expressionlessly at the imposing vehicle before him, while Su Liyang remained unfazed. Upon exiting his car, He Jinlu was met with Zhou Ningning's irritated arms crossed over her chest. Young master He. What's the deal? Why block the road like this? Don't you have eyes? He Jinlu cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Ningning, but chose not to respond, instead addressing Su Liyang calmly. I'll take you home. Su Liyang, with a dispassionate gaze and lacking enthusiasm, retorted, He Jinlu, haven't you had enough? Is your mother's ruckus not sufficient for today? He Jinlu maintained his composure. I've already spoken to my mother. We need to talk. He would not have coaxed anyone else. But after a day of silence from Su Liyang, he found himself yearning to see her and clarify matters. Su Liyang replied with a sardonic edge. The He family's reputation is too lofty for me to engage in conversation. Subsequently, she lazily added, there's nothing between us. Dragging this out only suggests some scandalous affair. He Jinlu, we have no connection. Let us simply go our separate ways and avoid any unnecessary complications. Her tone was both sarcastic and truthful. She had returned not for him, but to avoid further complications. With his hands also in his pockets, He Jinlu's expression darkened. Su Liyang, is it amusing to act like a hedgehog? Observing the exchange, Zhou Ningning interjected, Mr. He, we are all adults. Some matters shouldn't be forced. Let us leave each other some dignity. It is evident that you and Liyang are indeed not kindred spirits, and even friendship would be unsuitable. Although Su Liyang did not voice it, Zhou Ningning understood well that the words exchanged today between He Jinlu's mother and Yi Mei Yun were likely unflattering. Moreover, the two sums of 100,000 yuan from He Jinlu were akin to slaps upon Liyang's face. Su Liyang appeared to be serene, seemingly indifferent. Yet she was acutely aware of her dignity and the things she cherished. There could be no future between her and He Jinlu. Even if there had been feelings in the past, those were now bygone. Liyang's heart had long since closed off to this world, one that He Jinlu could not penetrate. He Jinlu did not exhibit anger. Instead, he simply opened the door to the passenger seat and entered the vehicle, assuring her that he would not intrude after their conversation. Observing this, Zhou Ningning turned to Su Liyang and gently nudged her with her elbow, suggesting, why not discuss things first, treating it as a means to resolve the remaining troubles? Su Liyang let out a soft sigh, then lifted her gaze to He Jinlu before bending down to enter the car. As she watched the sleek black G-Class drive away, Zhou Ningning coldly remarked, all that you owe Liyang will eventually be repaid. Chapter 14. It seems like a heartbreak in a car. He Jinlu glanced at Su Liyang, saying, I owe you an apology regarding my mother. Su Liyang rested her hand against her temple, then withdrew it, turning her gaze to He Jinlu. Do you expect a simple word of forgiveness from me? However, He Jinlu, whether I forgive or not seems to hold little significance. He Jinlu replied, I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I merely wish to apologize. Suryanriman Saident. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy with silence as she turned her face towards the window. Memories of Su Xue's birthday flooded He Jinlu's mind. She had fought her battles alone that day, her solitary figure a poignant reminder of despair, not as a compromise, but as a testament to her helplessness against the world. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, He Jinlu gently reassured her, today's events were my miscalculation. I failed to anticipate the situation's evolution and did not prevent my mother from causing a scene with you. However, let us separate our issues. If you could unblock my WeChat and phone number, I have several cases that I could refer to you. He had never intended to entangle himself with Su Liyang. Despite having shared a room with her twice, he had never crossed that line. He was indeed concerned about her reputation and her ability to be carefree. Yet each time he laid eyes on her, an inexplicable emotion stirred within him. He had never considered introducing her to potential cases, but now, not only had he entrusted her with the legal affairs of the He family, but he also wished to assist her further. As He Jinlu spoke softly, Su Liyang let out a heavy sigh and retrieved her phone from her bag, playing a recording for him to hear. I came here today merely to tell you to stay away from my son. Do not entice him, or else it will end poorly for you. You might find it difficult to remain in the South City. Women like you, who offer themselves so readily, are easily forgotten after a night. You are not special. My son could never have feelings for you. In the He family, the only daughter-in-law is Su Xue. I advise you to abandon any thoughts you have about Jinlu You cannot step through the He family door. If the He family decides to send you away, you may never return. Delete my son, WeChat. The voices of Zhao Wani and Yi Meiyun echoed from the phone, and He Jinlu's expression darkened. With a sudden break, he pulled the car to the side of the road. Su Liyang mandang fast. With a furrowed brow, He Jinlu turned to Su Liyang, who had just placed her phone back in her bag. Calmly, she spoke. He Jinlu, while it is true that I added you on WeChat first, I have never tried to seduce you or sought you out. Rather, it has been you who has repeatedly cornered me. At this point, Su Liyang smiled. What is the matter? Is it amusing to flirt between sisters while straddling two boats? He Jinlu's eyes darkened, his demeanor serious. Su Liyang then added with a tinge of self-deprecation, though I lack dignity and possess a tarnished reputation, Mr. He, I must earn a living. I need to eat. If I unblock you now, and your mother and Yi Meiyun come to stir trouble at the station, even if I have the audacity to stay, the station will not accommodate me. Upon hearing her words, He Jinlu found himself utterly devoid of anger. He had no right to be angry. It was, after all, his mother's fault. With a sullen expression, He Jinlu said, if you can't stay at the office, you might consider coming to He. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Liyang gestured for him to stop. No, please, President He, do not suggest I join He Corporation. I do not possess such gravitas. Interrupted, He Jinlu displayed signs of irritation, though it was not directed at Su Liyang. Frowning deeply, he picked up a cigarette from the side, placed it between his lips, struck a match, and lit it. Thick smoke billowed from his mouth, obscuring his words. The haze drifted towards Su Liyang, prompting her to wave it away. Observing this, He Jinlu immediately extinguished the cigarette and flicked the remainder out of the window. Both were agitated. Su Liyang, unwilling to engage in harsh words, had never intended to do so. However, without clarity in their conversation, the tension between them was palpable, leaving her feeling frustrated. Taking a deep breath, Su Liyang looked at He Jinlu and calmly stated, I will unblock your number, but this is strictly for work-related matters. As for WeChat, that will remain blocked. After a brief pause, she continued, if you wish to cease collaboration with the Shang, I have no objections. Should we continue to work together? Any future encounters will be purely professional. There is no need for you to extend any further courtesy. He Jinlu turned away, refusing to meet her gaze or respond. Unperturbed, Su Liyang suddenly leaned closer, nearly resting her head against him. Moonlight bathed the interior of the car, and the blue ambient lights cast an intimate atmosphere. He Jinlu quickly turned his head and, lowering it, caught the faint scent of her perfume. He assumed this was a final farewell, a last embrace. Instead, Su Liyang pressed the button to unlock the door. Returning to her seat, she unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out. He Jinlu, his brow furrowed, coldly remarked, Su Liyang, is it really necessary to get out halfway? A gentle breeze swept by, rustling her dress and hair. Tucking a loose strand behind her ear, she smiled and said, given your current state of mind, I am hesitant to remain in your vehicle. She glanced at the street, adding, I could take a taxi home myself. With that, she patted the door of the luxury SUV, saying, take care, drive safely. As she stepped away and raised her hand to hail a cab, the vehicle gradually receded. Su Liyang gazed out the window, suddenly recalling many past memories. He Jinlu, try the strawberry. I have tasted it, and it is quite sweet. He Jinlu, do not worry. Your eyes will surely be fine. He Jinlu, if your sight is restored, will you still remember me? He Jinlu, my name is not Su Xue, it is Su Liyang. Tears streamed down her face. Su Liyang did not dare to raise her hand to wipe them away. What was past had already faded away. Inside the black G-Class, He Jinlu gazed at the taxi that had already driven away. With both hands resting on the steering wheel, he turned his face to the side. His eyes inexplicably glistened with unshed tears. Though there was no deep connection, and he had never held them in high regard, he found himself inexplicably affected. This sensation felt akin to the pangs of heartbreak. Chapter 15. Impossible. She lacks such capability upon returning home. Su Liyang took a refreshing shower and then collapsed on her bed, succumbing to sleep. The following morning, as she awakened, she was inundated with news regarding the Su Group. Headlines proclaimed, Su Group involved in tax evasion. tax authorities have initiated an investigation. Su Xue releases a statement regarding Su Group's tax issues. Relevant authorities respond. The investigation into Su Group is ongoing and no conclusions have been drawn, and Su Group evaded taxes amounting to 1 billion renminbi last year. The online community erupted in outrage, overwhelmingly condemning Su Xue and the Su Group. Comments flooded in, such as, "These capitalists are ruthless, profiting immensely while evading taxes. And such individuals deserve to be penalized to the brink of bankruptcy. How can we, the honest taxpayers, find balance otherwise?" Another remarked, "The Su Group's issues extend beyond taxes. Their treatment of employees is appalling, dismissing them without cause and offering no compensation, leaving grievances unvoiced." Yet another lamented, "Abusing their power, they deserve divine retribution." Observing the fervor online, Su Liyang smirked slightly. This was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, at the Su household, Su Xue hurriedly rushed to the company, fraught with anxiety, convening emergency meetings and grappling with the scrutiny of tax officials, unable to fathom the impending stock market opening at 9:30 a.m. In the conference room, he slammed documents onto the table, exclaiming, "What is happening? Is the PR department incompetent? Withdraw those trending topics online immediately. Mr. Su, we are in the process of withdrawal, but it seems there are hidden forces at play, making it impossible to eliminate them completely. Do not present me with difficulties. I demand results." "Mr. Su, the tax authorities have arrived." As the secretary reported, Su Xue's meeting was still in session when he hastily proceeded to receive the inspecting officials. Engulfed in a whirlwind of activity, he was overwhelmed. When the stock market officially opened at 9:30 a.m., as anticipated, the Su Group's stock plummeted, reaching the daily limit down before the afternoon close. Over the course of 2 consecutive working days, the Su Group's market value evaporated by 1 billion. With the tax authorities still scrutinizing the company's accounts, Su Xue could no longer bear the pressure and made his way to the He Group. In the chairman's office, feeling utterly helpless, he heard He Jinlu say, "Xue, we are already monitoring the situation and gathering information. Even if you had not come, we would not turn a blind eye, particularly for Su Xue. However, the final outcome will depend on the conclusion of the tax investigation." Su Xue furrowed his brow, expressing his regret. "In-laws, we truly need your assistance this time. We will ensure there are no further oversights in the future." He Jinlu replied, "Understood, we are fully aware." Given that Su Xue had cared for his son for 3 years, the He family could not afford to remain indifferent. He then turned to He Jinlu, instructing, "Jinlu, keep a close watch on this matter and address any developments promptly." Seated at the desk, He Jinlu did not lift his head, casually flipping through documents, and replied in a subdued tone, "Understood." Upon witnessing the situation, Su Xue exchanged a few words with He Jinlu before rising to leave. With a troubled expression, he exited the He family estate, only to suddenly feel darkness envelop him and faint at the entrance. When he regained consciousness, it was already afternoon, and both Su Xue and Yi Meiyun had arrived at the hospital. In the ward, Su Xue, clad in a hospital gown, sat on the bed. Within 2 days, his hair had grayed significantly at the temples, his lips cracked and covered with layers of dead skin, making him appear a decade older. Su Xue and Yi Meiyun stood at the bedside, tears streaming down their faces. "Dad, the company was doing fine. How could such a calamity strike so suddenly?" Su Xue furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Yi Meiyun sniffled and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "It must be that wretched Su Liyang. When I went to the law firm to confront her, she taunted me about what might happen. It has to be her." At the mention of Su Liyang, Su Xue's brow furrowed deeper. "Impossible. There is a mastermind behind this, and the public opinion is being manipulated. She lacks the capability to orchestrate such a scheme." Yi Meiyun's eyes widened in realization, her voice rising. "If it's not her, then who else could it be? Who else harbors such hatred towards us?" Su Xue responded, "In the business world, who is truly innocent? Who lacks adversaries?" With this statement, Yi Meiyun fell silent, whether in the past or present. Whenever there was a disturbance at home, her first thought was always of Su Liyang, often leading her to vent her frustrations on her. Su Liyang was no longer part of the Su family, But had she remained, who could say what fate would have befallen her? Perhaps she could have met a tragic end. Meanwhile, at the Sheng law firm, Su Liyang had just escorted a client downstairs. As she turned to re-enter the office building, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Answering the call, she greeted Su Xue. A young man's voice came through the line, President Su. Everything has been executed as per your instructions. Su's stock will continue to decline tomorrow. Should we keep buying? Su Liyang replied, yes, purchase as much as you can. Understood, President Su. After hanging up, Su Liyang pressed the elevator button and casually stepped inside, returning to her office to resume her work. A week later, following an investigation, it was confirmed that Su Group had indeed committed tax evasion. Thanks to the connections of Su Xue and the He family, they rectified the tax discrepancies. But Su Group was still fined $9 billion as a warning. The company's liquidity was insufficient, and it was only with the He family's investment that Su Xue managed to avert disaster. The fine was paid, and an apology was issued. Su Xue's once indomitable spirit had been significantly diminished. He spent several days bedridden, having watched the hard-earned foundation he had built over the years crumble overnight. This upheaval returned him to square one. Had it not been for the He family's assistance, the company might have faced liquidation and bankruptcy. All told, including the evaporation of stock market value, he lost nearly $6 billion. In the bedroom at home, Su Xue sat on the bed, disheveled and distraught, pondering, who is it? Who is determined to ruin me? Yi Meiyun, wiping her tears, insisted, I told you it's that little wretch, Su Liyang, but you refuse to believe me. Su Xue, it is impossible for her to possess such capabilities. Yi Meiyun, she is beautiful. She knows how to seduce people. Do you know whom she is entranced and whispered sweet nothings to? Su Xue furrowed his brows, enveloped in silence. If it were true that she orchestrated someone to deal with him, causing him financial losses, he would strangle her without hesitation. The malice in Su Xue's eyes suggested that Su Liyang was not his biological daughter at all. As troubles brewed for the Su Group, Su Liyang found herself in a state of tranquility, as He Jinlu had not sought her out. The two had not seen each other for half a month. Now, in September, the season for students returning to school had arrived. Liyang, there is a wage dispute case involving migrant workers. It is a public interest case. Do you wish to take it on? Certainly, master. Large law firms, aside from handling criminal cases, economic cases, and legal representation, occasionally take on public interest cases. This not only fulfills a social responsibility, but also enhances the firm's reputation. Having returned from abroad, Yuan Dongling believed this case would be suitable for her, as it would not only accumulate experience, but also deepen her understanding of the current national conditions. After reviewing the case materials handed to her by Yuan Dongling, Su Liyang drove to meet the two leading migrant workers to gather more information. Frustratingly, when she approached the project owner, he continuously admitted fault, acknowledging that he had failed to pay them on time. Yet he insisted there was no money available, claiming that he found it challenging to resolve the situation. He assured them that once funds became available, the overdue wages would be dispersed. Such a person was a quintessential rogue, deliberately obstinate. With the wage case and the legal representation for He Group, Su Liyang's days were quite fulfilling. She had visited He Group twice during this time, but had not encountered He Jinlu. One afternoon, she received a call from the legal department of He Group, requesting her presence for a meeting. Su Liyang drove over without delay. Yuan Dongling, a prominent lawyer and a partner at the firm, had entrusted many details of her cases to Su Liyang. However, Yuan Dongling was quite amiable. She offered Su Liyang a generous commission and provided her with ample support, making many of the intern lawyers envious of Su Liyang's position. That evening, after finishing her overtime at He Group, Su Liyang found her car would not start. She called the service center, and upon hearing her description, they responded, Lawyer Su, this appears to be a battery issue. We will dispatch someone immediately, so please remain calm. After ending the call, she sat in her car with the window down, scrolling through her phone as she awaited the arrival of the service personnel. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn pierced the air. Su Liyang looked up to see a black Maybach, He Jinlu's vehicle. The door swung open, and He Jinlu emerged. At that moment, Su Liyang also stepped out of her car. He Jinlu inquired, Is your car broken? Su Liyang nodded. Yes, it's a battery issue. The service center is on their way. He Jinlu continued, "It's already past 10. What are you waiting for? Let me give you a ride." "No need," she replied. "Come on, why are you hesitating? It's just a chance encounter. There are no other intentions." Chapter 16. Her smile was exquisite as He Jinlu reached this juncture in the conversation. Su Liyang relinquished the keys to the security guard and entered the vehicle. The evening air was brisk, and He Jinlu remained clad in his white shirt and dark suit, his sleeves rolled up, an appearance Su Liyang was quite familiar with. "Have you not dined yet?" he inquired. "Ningning prepared a meal for me," she replied. He tapped his fingers lightly against the steering wheel before posing another question. "What has soured your relationship with the Su family?" With a smile, Su Liyang responded, "With a stepmother, can one still have a biological father? I find myself lacking in worth." He Jinlu cast a sidelong glance at her. "You seem to underestimate yourself." Her smile widened. "Has President He ever regarded me highly?" He picked up his cigarette case only to toss it aside moments later, speaking softly. "How others perceive you is inconsequential. What truly matters is your own self-view and how you guide yourself." Turning to gaze out the window, Su Liyang's smile grew even brighter. This was a suggestion that she ought not to succumb to despair. She was preoccupied with living, with simply having a meal. Where would she find the energy to concern herself with the judgments of others? She decided to remain silent. There was nothing to explain. Reputation is not established through self-defense. The more one explains, the more one appears insecure. She had no desire to plead for anyone's belief in her character. Observing her reflection through the car window, He Jinlu noted her exquisite smile. This was the first time he had seen her smile in such a manner. For a fleeting moment, he found himself captivated, almost losing focus on the road. Yet, her smile bore an air of resignation, as if she wished to avoid explanation. Regaining his composure, He Jinlu stated, "Nothing transpired during those two occasions." "I am aware," she replied with calmness and indifference. "Do you know why you choose not to clarify?" "Clarify what? Am I to refund you that 200,000? He Jinlu chuckled. "Where do you reside? Shall I escort you back?" "Yilandufu," she answered. He Jinlu raised an eyebrow. "Yilandufu? That is a luxury apartment with river views, averaging nearly 9 figures, and the better units surpass that threshold." He Jinlu's expression shifted, prompting Su Liyang to remark, "I'm not solely a lawyer. I have other ventures." He Jinlu remained silent. Observing his profile, Su Liyang sensed his thoughts. He likely found her unrefined, which explained why nothing had occurred during their 2 hotel stays. He harbored a modicum of interest in her, tinged with curiosity, yet also a sense of disdain. This was evident to her. Amen. Yet, it seemed they were destined for nothing more. And his wife's words weighed on her mind. After a moment, the vehicle halted outside the most opulent building of Yilandufu. Once Su Liyang alighted, He Jinlu followed suit. With his hands tucked into his pockets and a languid demeanor, he remarked, "You did not doze off today." Su Liyang smiled with poise. "I have taken precautions against you." It was a jest that bore an element of truth. Indeed, she was on guard, which made slumber elusive. He Jinlu's expression darkened slightly as he glanced up at the building, his gaze laden with complexity. Following his line of sight, Su Liyang maintained her smile, saying, "President, he needn't be so surprised. I have several employers, numerous patrons, and quite a few benefactors. Securing a residence is hardly a challenge." Regarding self-deprecation, if Su Liyang were to claim the second position, no one would dare to assume the first. He Jinlu's expression darkened further as he unexpectedly remarked, "Must you speak so ill of yourself?" Unfazed, Su Liyang greeted him, "I'm heading upstairs now. Please do return, Mr. He." He Jinlu replied curtly. Su Liyang waved cheerfully at him before turning and entering the building, just as she always did, without glancing back. Watching her retreating figure, He Jinlu's gaze dimmed considerably. He was aware that Su Liyang's words were intentional, yet they were undeniably not of the same ilk. Once her silhouette vanished, He Jinlu lingered for a moment before departing as well. Upstairs, as Su Liyang stepped in her home, she was greeted by the rich aroma of hot pot. "Delicious. The esteemed lawyer Su has returned. Come quickly, the soup has just boiled. You must sample Ms. Zhou's culinary skills." "All right, I shall give it a try." The hot pot base and ingredients were conveniently delivered, so one could hardly speak of culinary prowess. Nevertheless, Su Liyang enthusiastically gave Zhou Ningning a thumbs up. drawn in by the enticing scent. After settling across from Zhou Ningning, the latter handed her a bowl, exclaiming, "Liyang, I need to hide out here for a bit. Otherwise, my parents will incessantly urge me to go on blind dates. What's the rush? I'm only 25. Let me enjoy life for a few more years." Su Liyang accepted the bowl, acknowledging that while she was still young, she was not exactly a child anymore. If her family had suitable introductions, it would be wise to consider them. Zhou Ningning continued, "Without even a personal project, who has the time or inclination for romance? By the way, why did you return so late today? I had a meeting at E-Corporation and worked overtime reviewing some accounts. You didn't run into anyone named He, did you?" "I did. My car broke down, and he just dropped me off." "Ah, the lingering specter." Subsequently, she briefly recounted her encounter with He Jinlu, to which Zhou Ningning raised her thumb in admiration. "To make that He fellow give up, you truly have no qualms about being harsh on yourself. In all of Nancheng, I bow only to you, Su Liyang." "Enough with the flattery. I am merely curious. If Su Xue were to learn that the near downfall of Su Corporation was your doing, what expression would he wear?" "A rather delightful one, I presume. Let those scoundrels suffer. Do not show them any mercy. That is a given. Let's feast." After Zhou Ningning moved in, the two young women brought much liveliness to each other's lives. Whosoever returned home first would prepare dinner, and if they were not in the mood, they would dine out, enjoying a delightful daily existence. That morning, upon arriving at the office, Su Liyang received a frantic call from a group of laborers seeking their unpaid wages. "Lawyer Su, it's bad. President Li is attempting to flee and is already en route to the airport." "Attempting to flee?" Su Liyang set down her bag, reassuring them, "Uncle Wang, do not panic. I am heading to the airport now. That scoundrel, we just discovered 2 days ago that he was concealing assets and transferring them overseas. He has been deliberately withholding wages from the workers. The trial is imminent, and he dares to run. Not a chance." After ending the call, Su Liyang drove straight to the airport, reporting the situation to the police along the way. With her foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, she sped down the elevated highway at a staggering 180 kilometers per hour, evading the police officers on motorcycles who pursued her. In a remarkable feat, she covered a journey of 1.5 hours in just 40 minutes. After bringing the car to a halt, she swiftly exited and dashed towards the departure lounge. When staff attempted to stop her, she promptly displayed her credentials, a lawyer on a case with the police in pursuit. Any delay could result in the escape of her target. Amidst the bustling crowd, Su Liyang searched intently for the figure of Li Chongqing, her eyes darting about with a swiftness surpassing that of a computer's processing speed. Chapter 17. A little captivated by her upon catching sight of Li Chongqing, Su Liyang wasted no time and dashed towards him. In the waiting area, Li Chongqing also spotted Su Liyang. As she ran towards him, he sprang to his feet, neglecting his luggage, and leaped over the chairs. "Li Chongqing, stop right there," Su Liyang called out, quickening her pace. Thus commenced a frantic chase through the bustling airport. As Li Chongqing fled, he glanced back at Su Liyang, exclaiming, "What's the matter with you? You want to gain anything from this case? Why risk your life?" "Li Chongqing, you scoundrel, halt." Around them, luggage was toppled, and potted plants were knocked over. Li Chongqing sprinted from the terminal to the concourse, panting heavily, while Su Liyang remained relentless, pursuing him without falter. During her 5 years in M country, she had learned to run for her life. Once they burst through the crowd and into the terminal, Li Chongqing struggled to catch his breath, whereas Su Liyang seemed to gain speed. Eventually, beneath an aircraft undergoing maintenance, she seized him by the arm, executing a shoulder throw. Coughing and gasping, the middle-aged man struggled for air, while Su Liyang flipped him over, kneeling on his back, and swiftly bound him with a discarded piece of machinery. "Su lawyer, do you fancy yourself a modern-day Mulan, a heroine? There are far worse people than I. Can you catch them all?" He wheezed. "Enough of your nonsense," she replied. "Is this Li Chongqing, the owner of Chongqing Enterprises?" she inquired, turning to the police officers who had arrived. "You are quite prompt," she noted, regaining her composure. "Yes, this is Li Chongqing, and I am handing him over to you. The court hearing is in 2 days. Thank you for your efforts, Lawyer Su, but please be cautious in the future and adhere to traffic regulations," one of the officers advised. Su Liyang glanced behind her and was surprised to see several traffic officers had followed suit, panting from the exertion. She and T realized it. In her single-minded pursuit of Li Chongqing, she had completely overlooked the squad of police officers behind her, unaware that she had backup. Amused by the bustling crowd, she placed her hands on her hips and chuckled. I've grown accustomed to acting alone. Had I known, I would have run so fast. My apologies. I will return with you to file a statement and accept any penalties. In those years abroad, she had grown so used to running that she felt unable to stop. Had she known, she would have moderated her pace. Exhausted, she returned to the police station to complete her statement. As no traffic accident had occurred, and there was no damage to public property, and given that her pursuit was in the interest of apprehending a suspect, the police refrained from penalizing her. They merely provided a verbal admonition and required her to write a letter of guarantee before releasing her. As for the personal and public property damage during the chase, liability and compensation would be assessed once the case concluded. After finalizing her statement at the police station, Su Liyang made her way back to the law firm. In the evening, upon returning home after finishing her work, Su Liyang was greeted with excitement by Zhou Ningning, who exclaimed, "Liyang, you have become quite the sensation in the circle. Everyone in the group is praising you, calling you a heroine, and marveling at how swiftly you outpace the police and traffic officers." As Su Liyang changed her shoes, Zhou Ningning continued, "They even shared footage of you apprehending someone at the airport this morning. The entire afternoon has been filled with discussions about your dedication and skill." Zhou Ningning and her peers, all second-generation socialites, had a group chat where they often indulged in idle chatter and gossip. Although Su Xue and several other girls were part of this group, Su Liyang was not. Even though she had been brought back by Su Xue, she had never truly been acknowledged. Apart from Zhou Ningning, no one in the circle associated with her. Hearing Zhou Ningning's words, Su Liyang smiled. "Is that so? It's rare for them to speak highly of me." While there were indeed commendations, it was certain that there were also criticisms. As Su Liyang suspected, Su Xue's friends were indeed making snide remarks in the group chat, continuing their sarcastic banter. Running so fast must have been honed from evading a spouse caught in the act, and that must have been a naked sprint. Perhaps next time a kind soul will capture it on video for our amusement, followed by her binding techniques seem quite practiced. Surely she has tied up more than a few. Zhou Ningning defended her against these unflattering comments, but chose not to share them with Su Liyang, fearing it might dampen her spirits. He Jinlu had also seen the video. He paid little attention to the chat records, primarily focusing on the footage of Su Liyang pursuing Li Chongqing. Sitting at his desk, he held his phone, observing her speed and fluid binding technique. Chuckling, "She runs quite swiftly. Her movements are quite adept." He paused the video, the screen capturing the moment Su Liyang bound Li Chongqing and glanced back. Her eyes were a blend of confusion and determination, clear as a child's and wild as an animal's. Gazing at Su Liyang on his phone, He Jinlu murmured to himself, "Su Liyang, what kind of person are you?" In that moment, he felt a disconnect. He did not truly know her, nor did anyone else. 2 days later, the trial commenced. The audience was sparse. Aside from a few migrant workers and Yuan Dongling, there were not many observers in the gallery. He Jinlu arrived, taking a seat in the second-to-last row, exuding an air of elegance. His suit and shirt were custom-made, crafted by hand, with even his cufflinks being exquisite gemstones. In the courtroom, Su Liyang donned a fitted black suit paired with a white shirt, complemented by high heels and her dark hair styled in a low ponytail as she engaged with the parties involved. Standing at 170 centimeters, her formal attire radiated righteousness and integrity. He Jinlu's gaze was transfixed upon her, utterly captivated. Moments later, the trial began. Li Chongqing had also retained a lawyer, and after Su Liyang presented evidence regarding the unpaid wages of the migrant workers, Li Chongqing's lawyer maintained the same insincere demeanor he had exhibited previously, earnest yet utterly shameless. Upon hearing the accusations and evidence presented by Su Liyang, the defense attorney earnestly stated, "Your Honor, Chongqing Enterprises has always acknowledged the outstanding wages owed to these workers. However, the enterprise is currently facing significant hardships to the extent that it is struggling to operate. My client, Li Chongqing, has repeatedly assured the plaintiffs that once funds are secured, the wages will be disbursed promptly. Your Honor, Every entrepreneur aspires to manage their business well, ensuring that their employees are well-fed and clothed. Yet, the prevailing economic environment over the past few years has been exceedingly challenging. My client finds himself in a position of helplessness. Here, we assure all workers that as soon as we secure the necessary funds, their wages will be promptly paid. Upon the conclusion of Li Changxing's defense attorney's remarks, the audience erupted in indignation. Li Changxing is deceiving us. He is deliberately delaying payment. Otherwise, why would he have fled just a few days ago? He has the means. He is simply refusing to pay us. The presiding judge rapped the gavel, maintained silence. Noticing the unrest, Su Liyang turned to glance at the audience, signaling them to remain calm. With her presence, the workers quieted down, their expressions serious as they focused on the proceedings. At this moment, Su Liyang turned back and spoke leisurely. Your Honor, based on the new evidence we submitted on the 13th, it has been definitively established that Changxing Group has engaged in asset concealment. Furthermore, when the defendant, Li Changxing, became aware of the company's mismanagement, instead of implementing remedial measures, he began to transfer assets. According to the new evidence provided on the 13th, we can see that the defendant sold a parcel of land belonging to the company at a price 50 below market value to a newly established micro-building company, which lacks the requisite construction qualifications. The legal representative of this company is the defendant's father-in-law. We also discovered that the payment for this land transfer was made in January of this year under the pretext of purchasing materials to an overseas company, which has not supplied any goods to Changxing Group. The owner of this overseas company is Li Changxing's biological son. Moreover, since June of last year, Li Changxing has made multiple payments to this company under the guise of cooperation, raising suspicions of asset transfer. Regarding the illicit transfer of assets, the relevant authorities and other owed companies may pursue separate investigations into this matter. Additionally, the defendant Li Changxing's wife, Chen Jihong, possesses multiple properties valued at over 300 million, along with bank savings in the 8-figure range. Therefore, Your Honor, Changxing Enterprises is fully capable of settling the labor compensation owed to Wang Dai, Chun Li, and the other 86 workers for 2 years and 3 months. Li Changxing's actions constitute willful wage delays, leading to severe consequences for the workers, who, due to the lack of payment, have suffered from serious illnesses that hindered their ability to seek medical care. Your Honor, the defendant Li Changxing has gravely violated Article 50 of the Labor Law of the People's Republic of China and Article 18 of the Interim Provisions on Wage Payments. Thus, we request that Li Changxing immediately pay the owed wages of the 86 workers in full, along with corresponding late fees, the specifics of which are detailed in the attached evidence. I kindly ask the court and jury to review this documentation. Su Liyang presented the relevant evidence meticulously, while Li Changxing on the defendant's side appeared utterly deflated, glancing towards his attorney for support. Transferring assets, liquidating land, and engaging in fraudulent transactions, Li Changxing was acutely aware that he could no longer conceal his misdeeds. Thus, he sought to flee at the last moment, only to be apprehended by Su Liyang at the airport a few days prior. As the evidence presented by Su Liyang lay before him, the presiding judge turned to Li Changxing, inquiring, "Defendant, do you have anything to say?" Li Changxing bowed his head in silence, while his attorney shook his head, stating, "Your Honor, we have nothing further to add." After conferring with the jury for a brief moment, the judge solemnly struck the gavel and declared, "In light of the current proceedings and following a thorough examination and discussion of the evidence presented by both parties, we hereby render the following judgment. Changxing Enterprises has egregiously violated Article 50 of the Labor Law of the People's Republic of China and Article 18 of the Interim Regulations on Wage Payment. They are mandated to remit the overdue wages and penalties owed to Wang Dawei, Chun Li, and 86 other workers within 15 working days, with a strict prohibition against withholding, misappropriating, or delaying payment. Should Changxing Group fail to fulfill this obligation within the stipulated 15 days, the aggrieved parties may petition for enforced execution, and the court will employ measures such as seizure, confiscation, freezing, and auctioning to realize the rights affirmed by this judgment. Furthermore, Regarding Chongqing Group's unlawful transfer and misappropriation of assets and fraudulent transactions, relevant authorities will initiate separate investigations. We also urge all enterprises to conduct their business ethically, to assume their responsibilities, and to uphold their social obligations, refraining from opportunistic behaviors that contravene the law, thus causing harm to themselves and others. The case concerning wage arrears owed by Chongqing Group is hereby concluded. Should the defendant have any questions, they may file an appeal. Court is adjourned. As the judge announced the closure of the court session, the two parties beside Su Liyang erupted in joy, and the migrant workers in the audience rushed forward, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Lawyer Su. Thank you so much. Without your assistance in this case, we would have no idea when we'd be able to reclaim our wages. Lawyer Su, you are remarkable. Thank you. The migrant workers in the audience also approached to convey their thanks. Su Liyang, while organizing her documents, smiled and replied, "It's nothing. It's all part of the job." Meanwhile, He Jinlu, standing at the back of the audience, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips as she rose slowly. Though the case was straightforward, her diligent efforts had been evident, and she had thoroughly exposed the truth behind Chongqing Enterprises. Her performance was commendable. Without prior acknowledgement, He Jinlu slipped her hands into her pockets, her demeanor gentle, and perhaps a hint of pride illuminated her expression. At that moment, Yuan Dongling approached, praising her. "Liyang, you did exceptionally well." "Thank you, master." After tidying up the case files and bidding farewell to everyone, the master and disciple made their way to the parking lot, where they suddenly spotted He Jinlu emerging from a nearby black G-Class vehicle. Yuan Dongling's eyes lit up, and she greeted President He. He Jinlu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Su Liyang's pace gradually slowed, her smile fading to a delicate, subtle expression as she addressed President He. The way Su Liyang uttered President He resonated with a unique melody, distinctively enchanting compared to others. Gazing at Su Liyang with gentle eyes, He Jinlu remarked, "You performed admirably in the case just now. Your aura was remarkable." Su Liyang beamed a radiant smile in response. "Thank you, Mr. He." The moment she smiled, He Jinlu found himself momentarily enchanted. As their eyes met, he regained his composure and said, "Lawyer Su and Lawyer Yuan have yet to dine. Shall we eat together?" Just as Yuan Dongling was about to agree, Su Liyang glanced at her watch and interjected, "I apologize, Mr. He, but I have some matters to attend to and must return to the office." Upon hearing her insistence on her commitments, Yuan Dongling proposed, "Mr. He, perhaps another time?" He Jinlu acquiesced, "Very well, another time." Su Liyang added, "Mr. He, we shall take our leave now." As she turned to open the car door, He Jinlu's voice unexpectedly called out from behind, "Are you leaving just like this? Without a handshake?" Turning back, Su Liyang noticed He Jinlu had withdrawn his hand from his pocket, extending it for a farewell shake. Initially taken aback, she then smiled and reciprocated a gesture, "Goodbye, Mr. He." The simple farewell lingered in He Jinlu's mind. Reluctant to part from her grasp, he released her hand. "Until we meet again." Su Liyang smiled. "Until we meet again." With that, she entered the vehicle, while Yuan Dongling settled into the passenger seat. As they watched Su Liyang's car depart from the courthouse, He Jinlu remained lost in thought, recalling her earnest defense in the courtroom. Her dedication, professionalism, and meticulous approach stood in stark contrast to others, particularly a woman passionately advocating in court. Moreover, Su Liyang was representing a public interest case, showcasing her approachable demeanor and genuine concern for the workers. He Jinlu felt an undeniable enchantment. The white A6 gradually drove out of the courthouse, and Yuan Dongling teased, "Indeed, a woman engrossed in her work is the most captivating. Your gaze just now was quite telling, Mr. He." With both hands on the steering wheel, Su Liyang chuckled, "Oh, not at all. Mr. He has encountered countless women. Besides, he has a fiancée." What Su Liyang refrained from mentioning was that she was precisely the type of woman He Jinlu least admired. Yet, Yuan Dongling persisted, regardless of the women he has met. "None compare to you. Liyang, you possess beauty, a splendid figure, and an exquisite aura that you may not even realize. I envy you." Su Liyang smiled in silence. Yuan Dongling then inquired, "Speaking of which, Liyang, what type of man do you fancy? I have several cousins who are quite exceptional." Su Liyang laughed. Master, please spare me. Let us discuss this after my exams. Very well. I shall await your completion of the exams. The sun shone brightly as the car continued its journey. And after returning to South City for some time, today marked her happiest day. Chapter 18. Why did she not seize him? Why did she not entice him? As the case concluded, whispers spread throughout the circle, especially considering the recent buzz surrounding the airport incident. Moreover, the name Su Liyang inherently attracts attention. Men are captivated, while women harbor jealousy. She is the fabled vixen, the professional mistress. Su Liyang emerged victorious, and it was said to be a public interest case. She possesses commendable qualities. Ah, has she truly turned over a new leaf, refraining from snatching another's boyfriend to pursue her career instead? Who can say? Nonetheless, one cannot deny that her beauty and figure are indeed striking. I found myself entranced today. On the Su family side, Yi Meiyun and Su Xue also noted the discussions surrounding Su Liyang. Yi Meiyun scoffed at her legal victory, dismissing it as a trivial lawsuit, nothing grand. And yet it was being treated as if she had saved the world. Was she not merely attempting to attract a suitable man through this? Observing Yi Meiyun's phone, where everyone seemed quite engrossed in Su Liyang, Su Xue began to contemplate. It appeared that Su Liyang had regained some value in the eyes of others. Meanwhile, Su Xue felt increasingly despondent, having watched the videos of Su Liyang chasing after Li Changxing and the photos from her court case countless times. Each viewing deepened her troubled thoughts. Had Jinlu seen these scandals? Had he viewed the videos? Reflecting on the 3 years Su Liyang spent caring for He Jinlu in the hospital, Su Xue was consumed by unease. Since Su Liyang's return, she had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. On the other hand, after returning to the office, He Jinlu's thoughts lingered on Su Liyang's impassioned defense in court. Why'd he lost his appetite? Wasn't she the vixen? The one who habitually snatched other people's husbands and boyfriends? Why then had she not pursued him? Was it because he lacked sufficient status? Was his reputation not grand enough? Was he not handsome enough? Impossible. If his qualifications ranked second in Nan City, then no one would dare claim the first position. While lost in these thoughts, Jiang Yuan knocked and entered, bringing in documents. He Jinlu looked up and instructed Jiang Yuan, investigate the men Su Liyang has dated, particularly those she has taken from others. Bewildered, Jiang Yuan stood before the desk, momentarily stunned. Huh? All right, President He, I understand. Jiang Yuan was efficient in his work, and given the task's manageable difficulty, he returned 2 hours later with a comprehensive report on Su Liyang's past affairs in Nan City. He reluctantly handed over a thick stack of photographs and documents, stating cautiously, President He, these are the boyfriends Su Liyang has had. This should be all of them. As He Jinlu accepted the materials, the weight of the documents pressed down heavily in his hands. Ah, she has certainly had her share of suitors. President He, I will return to my work now, Jiang Yuan said hastily, eager to depart. Once Jiang Yuan had left, He Jinlu, with a furrowed brow, began to peruse the documents. After examining several unremarkable individuals, his expression darkened further. She is truly not discerning. However, upon reaching the file of Zhou Shaoqing, a smile crept onto He Jinlu's lips, an expression tinged with anger. He and Su Liyang had indeed shared a past. This circle is indeed small. Consequently, that evening, he instructed He Zhao to arrange a gathering and summoned Zhou Shaoqing to join. Shen Jing and Qin Zhan joined the gathering, having grown up together, albeit with a slight distance from Zhou Shaoqing. In a lavish private room of the KTV, Shen Jing and his companions were engrossed in conversation, while the 10 or so young ladies arranged by He Zhao occupied themselves with games and snacks. On the right-hand side, He Jinlu and Zhou Shaoqing sat together. He Jinlu discreetly poured wine for Zhou Shaoqing, who promptly accepted the bottle of whiskey from his hands, laughingly asserting, He Xiao, I can manage it myself. You needn't trouble yourself. Zhou Shaoqing, with his refined appearance, adorned by gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, possessed exquisite features and a demeanor that stood out prominently in Nan City. Among Su Liyang's many suitors, he was undoubtedly the most exceptional. Hence, He Jinlu took notice of him, contemplating how Su Liyang could charm him but not himself. At this moment, He Jinlu in a white shirt with sleeves rolled up, raised an eyebrow with an air of indifference, commanding the atmosphere in the room with an undeniable presence. Despite the surrounding revelry and clinking glasses, it was He Jinlu who drew the most attention, like a luminous entity. He picked up a cigarette and lighter from the coffee table, placing one between his lips and igniting it. Smoke spiraled from his mouth, slowly dispersing in the dim, suggestive lighting as ash gently fell. He Jinlu then casually inquired, "Xiaoqing, have you had a relationship with Su Liyang?" Surprised by the question, Zhou Xiaoqing paused before responding with a smile. "He Xiao, you mean Su Liyang, my little sister-in-law? There seems to be a misunderstanding. Nothing has happened between us." "Oh." He Jinlu raised an eyebrow with interest, his tone measured as he pressed further. "Then why do people outside say you were involved with her?" Zhou Xiaoqing maintained a gentle smile, explaining, "Su Liyang is also from Nan University, 2 years my junior. However, she is exceptionally intelligent. She gained admission to the university at only 16. Perhaps due to her youth, she was somewhat isolated and had few friends. When she applied to join the debate club, I was the one who endorsed her application. Unfortunately, my tempestuous girlfriend at the time accused me of being smitten with Su Liyang, insisting that I was attracted to her. After a month of endless coaxing, which yielded no results, I eventually relented and pretended to have feelings for Su Liyang, suggesting I might want to break up with my girlfriend. Reflecting on this incident, I feel quite remorseful towards Su Liyang, as my girlfriend later confronted her, causing her considerable distress." At this point, Zhou Xiaoqing picked up a cigarette from the table. Lighting it for himself, with a furrowed brow, he exhaled smoke rings, displaying a trace of guilt. He Jinlu turned to him, coolly asking, "Why have you ceased speaking?" Zhou Xiaoqing offered a resigned smile. "What more can I say? That my ex-girlfriend hurt my hand?" As soon as he finished speaking, He Jinlu, with a slight tremor in his hand holding the cigarette, let ash fall, his expression darkening with suppressed frustration. Yet, he refrained from directing his ire at Zhou Xiaoqing. Zhou Xiaoqing continued, "Later, I sought out Su Liyang to apologize. She assured me it was fine, but for the next 2 years, I was perplexed as to why she rarely came to school. He Xiao, it is only today, while discussing this matter with you, that I express my heartfelt sentiments. Throughout my years, the only person I feel I have wronged is your sister-in-law, Su Liyang." However, He Jinlu's attention lingered on the earlier conversation. His gaze fixed on Zhou Xiaoqing. As he furrowed his brow slightly, Su Liyang was attacked? She did not retaliate? The Su Liyang he knew did not seem so easily intimidated. Zhou Xiaoqing replied, "She was all alone. What could she possibly do in retaliation? I cannot speak for her current self, but back then, she was timid and spoke little. She was fair and delicate, always solitary. With only my distant cousin Zhou Ningning having a relatively good relationship with her, I never anticipated that she would become a lawyer. In recent days, I have seen videos of her apprehending individuals and courtroom photographs. She has grown increasingly beautiful and graceful. Timid and reticent? Was the former Su Liyang truly such an easily bullied figure?" Extinguishing the cigarette, but in his hand, He Jinlu's expression darkened in the dim light of the private room as he raised the whiskey from the coffee table and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 19. The princess carries subsequently. Zhou Xiaoqing spoke to He Jinlu, but He Jinlu was inattentive, his thoughts consumed by Su Liyang. Even when Zhou Xiaoqing greeted him and stood to leave, he remained oblivious, unaware that Su Liyang was in the adjacent private room. Having won the case in the morning, she invited her colleagues to dinner that evening, followed by a karaoke session at the club. Amidst the lively atmosphere and warm congratulations, hearing her peers commend her for her triumph and wish her continued success, Su Liyang felt genuinely delighted. When Teacher Jiang called to extend his congratulations, Su Liyang stepped outside to take the call. "Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I will keep striving," she said. "Please also convey my thanks to Teacher Mei." "I know," the teacher replied. "All right, take care." After finishing her conversation with Jiang Damei, as Su Liyang prepared to return to the private room, she was suddenly called out in surprise. "Su Liyang?" Turning around, she recognized the man after a moment of contemplation and greeted him with a warm smile. Zhou Xiuzhang. Zhou Xiaoqing, pleasantly surprised to encounter Su Liyang, approached her with a smile. "It has been many years since we last met. I was just speaking about you in the private room, and here you are." Su Liyang smiled brightly. What a coincidence. How have you been? Zhou Xuezhang. I'm doing well. How about you? What have you been up to these years? I'm well too. I saw your video at the airport chasing a defendant and also your courtroom appearance today. Impressive work. Keep it up. Thank you, Xuezhang. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways to return to their respective rooms. Upon his return, Zhou Xiaoqing's spirits were noticeably uplifted. Sitting beside He Jinlu, he remarked, I just spoke about Su Liyang and then ran into her. Quite the coincidence. He Jinlu's eyes brightened immediately. Su Liyang is here too? Zhou Xiaoqing replied. She won her first case since returning this morning. I believe she is celebrating with her colleagues. She has changed quite a bit, grown taller, more mature and charming. Normally reserved, Zhou Xiaoqing spoke animatedly about Su Liyang today. With her in the adjoining room, He Jinlu lost interest in socializing and attempted to text her, but received no reply. As the clock struck midnight, both private rooms began to disperse. Su Liyang approached the front desk to settle the bill, only to be informed by the cashier that room 807 had already been paid for. Paid for? She inquired, looking up. Yes, it has already been taken care of. All right. Thank you. With a smile, she wondered who had generously saved her some money. After expressing her gratitude, Su Liyang descended the stairs with her colleagues. After bidding them farewell, the familiar black G-Class vehicle stopped in front of her. The window slowly rolled down, revealing He Jinlu's face. Get in. Su Liyang looked up. President He? She added. There's no need. My designated driver is on the way. Upon witnessing her refusal, He Jinlu unfastened his seatbelt and exited the vehicle, approaching her with a gentle tone. After drinking so much, are you not afraid of the consequences? Su Liyang smiled lightly. It wasn't that much. With that, she swayed slightly on her feet. Observing this, He Jinlu promptly supported her arm. Why be so stubborn? Get in the car. Su Liyang lifted her gaze. No need. Haven't you had anything to drink, Mr. He? Can you drive? He Jinlu effortlessly scooped her up and placed her in the passenger seat. I'll just take a quick trip to the restroom. I'm more sober than you, and besides, my exceptional constitution ensures it won't be detected. Seeing this, Su Liyang attempted to exit the car. Really, Mr. He, the designated driver, is on their way. Ignoring her protest, He Jinlu leaned down to fasten her seatbelt and shut the door before making his way around to the driver's side. Before long, the car was in motion, and Su Liyang pressed her forehead against her hand. I said I wouldn't ride in your car. This is quite shameless. Before He Jinlu could respond, she queried, was it you who paid for my bill earlier? Regarding the matter of the bill, He Jinlu replied coolly, Zhou Xiaoqing. Su Liyang's lips parted slightly. It was him, then. At that moment, He Jinlu had intended to cover her expenses, but upon reaching the cashier, he discovered that a gentleman in golden glasses had already taken care of it. Concerned that Zhou Xiaoqing might meddle and attempt to drive Su Liyang home, He Jinlu had seen fit to send him away earlier. As the car continued on, He Jinlu glanced at Su Liyang. You should drink less in the future. Su Liyang maintained her smile. We won the case. After all, a little celebration is in order. With that, she partially rolled down the window. The night breeze swept in, and as she gazed at the scenery outside, she realized that despite her attempts, fate always intertwined her with him. He Jinlu, undeterred, persistently insisted on her getting into the car. From the driver's seat, he could see her reflection and sensed her thoughts. She was evidently troubled by the incident involving his mother at the law firm. With both hands on the steering wheel, He Jinlu inquired, Are you not going to rest? Su Liyang chuckled, turning to face him. How could I dare? She had grown wary of him. Even when fatigue overwhelmed her, she resisted the urge to sleep. He Jinlu's expression darkened, and he chose not to speak further. In a short while, the car came to a halt outside Su Liyang's residence. Once outside, a gentle breeze brushed past, and she looked up at He Jinlu as he approached. Thank you, Mr. He. He glanced at the building above, maintaining a composed demeanor. Allow me to escort you upstairs. No need. Her smile reminded He Jinlu of Zhou Xiaoqing's earlier remarks in the private room. He still found it difficult to imagine her as timid. Lowering his gaze to her, he asked, Is it really that inconvenient? He Jinlu did not dwell on it too much. He was aware of her inebriation and that she had been holding herself together without sleep. Witnessing her enter the house would provide him with greater reassurance. Su Liyang smiled again. Even though her legs felt a bit unsteady, She maintained her composure and cheerfully replied, "Yes, my benefactor is at home, Mr. He. It would be inconvenient for you to come in." She then added her farewell, "Mr. He, I shall take my leave now." As she turned on her high heels, she stumbled unexpectedly, twisting her right ankle. Instinctively, she cried out, prompting He Jinlu to turn around. There, he found Su Liyang squatting on the ground, her right hand pressed against her ankle, her brow furrowed in distress. Su Liyang thought to herself, "This is truly absurd. Is this some kind of punishment for her daily ramblings?" Observing her predicament, He Jinlu rushed over and knelt before her, insisting, "We must go to the hospital." Su Liyang raised her right hand to protest. "No need. It's just a minor sprain. It's not serious. I can apply some medicine at home." He Jinlu replied coldly. "Su Liyang, must you be so formal with me?" Amused yet exasperated, Su Liyang retorted, "What do I have to be formal about? I managed for 25 years without being dramatic in front of you." His irritation dissipated entirely as he simply gazed at her. Noting his speechlessness, Su Liyang suggested, "It's getting late. You should head back. I just need a moment to gather myself before heading upstairs." However, before she could finish her sentence, He Jinlu swept her off the ground in a princess carry. Chapter 20. Are you afraid I might devour you? Su Liyang, feeling a bit impatient, insisted, "Why must you? I have said I do not require your assistance." He Jinlu, casting a downward gaze upon her, replied, "If I were to let you down like this, you would be confined to a wheelchair." Carrying Su Liyang, he arrived at the entrance of the building. Upon her pressing her fingerprint to gain entry, the elevator halted at the 24th floor. With a gentle press of her thumb, the door clicked open. He Jinlu entered the spacious living room, placing Su Liyang upon the sofa. The room, expansive and situated in the finest location, boasted a minimalist black, white, and gray decor, devoid of the bustling atmosphere she often described, and absent of any affluent patrons. Kneeling before her, He Jinlu inquired softly, "Where is the medicine cabinet?" Su Liyang gestured towards the cabinet on the television wall. He Jinlu rose and retrieved the medicine box from the drawer, returning to her side. At that moment, Su Liyang took the spray from his hand, asserting, "I can manage this myself. You may leave now." Looking intently at her, He Jinlu retorted coldly, "After visiting the hotel twice, are you still worried I might consume you?" Indeed, Su Liyang used. He had not laid a finger on her during their 2 visits to the hotel. What was there to fear? Pushing herself up from the sofa, she stood unsteadily on her injured leg and said, "It's not that serious. I'll take a shower first. Feel free to make yourself comfortable." The scent of alcohol lingered on her, a fragrance she was not fond of. He Jinlu, squatting on the floor, glanced back at her, sensing her continued reluctance to fully accept his presence. Moments later, after her shower, Su Liyang emerged from her room clad in whimsical cartoon pajamas, catching He Jinlu off guard. The contrast to her usual self was striking, particularly with the playful dinosaur tail trailing behind her. Her skin was pale and delicate, her collarbone and neck elegantly straight and beautiful, a pink towel wrapped around her head, her eyes sparkling with clarity. With a serious demeanor, she addressed him, "Ning Ning. I'm back. I had some drinks today, and my head aches. I'm going to sleep now." After placing a bag on the coffee table, she declared, "My head hurts. I'm going to rest." With her actions concluded, she shuffled back to her bedroom, her slippers scuffing the floor as she limped, the dinosaur tail swaying behind her. In front of the wine cabinet, He Jinlu stood, holding a bottle of red wine, utterly bewildered. Was she just beginning to feel the effects? Observing Su Liyang limping back to her room, He Jinlu set down the wine and promptly followed her, saying, "Dry your hair before sleeping. Otherwise, you'll have a headache tomorrow." However, upon reaching the bedroom, he found Su Liyang sprawled motionless on the bed, her slippers still on her feet. Amused and exasperated, he approached her bedside and softly inquired, "Su Liyang, where is the hairdryer?" Raising her left hand, she pointed delicately with her slender finger towards the bathroom in the drawer. He Jinlu promptly retrieved the hairdryer, plugged it in, and gently removed the pink towel from her head, turning on the device to dry her hair. The warm breeze caressed her head comfortably. Su Liyang turned over, resting her face on He Jinlu's lap, her arms wrapped around his waist. He Jinlu's body stiffened momentarily, his hand pausing in its motion. His fingers wove through her hair, and though they had met only a few times, there was no sense of distance between them. Her faint fragrance remained familiar. Before long, her hair was dry. He Jinlu switched off the hairdryer and softly remarked, "Your hair is dry now." Su Liyang rolled over to lie flat on his lap. The night was deep and tranquil. The light in the bedroom gentle. Setting the hairdryer aside, when He Jinlu grasped her wrist with his right hand, he ultimately could not bring himself to let her go. Gazing down at the sleeping Su Liyang, who was defenseless and resembled a child in slumber, he gently brushed her face with his defined fingers. Tucking away the stray strands of hair, and quietly inquired, "Did Zhou Xiaoqing's girlfriend hit you?" He Jinlu was still troubled by Zhou Xiaoqing's words from earlier that night. Upon mentioning Zhou Xiaoqing's girlfriend, Su Liyang's expression subtly shifted. After a considerable pause, she replied, "She did." He Jinlu's expression darkened. "How did she hit you?" Su Liyang partially opened her eyes, startled to see He Jinlu. He Jinlu? She did not address him as Mr. He. Following that, she struggled to sit up from his embrace, crossing her legs on the bed, her face reflecting confusion as she asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? Did you wake up because you were hungry? I can get you something to eat." As she spoke, she attempted to get off the bed. He Jinlu caught her and urged her to sit back down. Raising her right hand, Su Liyang gently caressed his face. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Would you like me to tell you a story?" He Jinlu chuckled, holding her hand that was resting on his face. Seeing this, Su Liyang opened her arms to embrace him, lightly patting his back with her right hand. "Don't be afraid. I'm not going anywhere. I will always be here with you." He Jinlu was taken aback, gripping her wrist tightly, his expression serious as he looked into her eyes. This sensation felt oddly familiar. Su Liyang furrowed her brow. "What's wrong?" He Jinlu gazed intently at her. "Su Liyang, have we met before?" Su Liyang replied, "Of course we have. Otherwise, how would I know your name?" Upon her response, He Jinlu quickly released her. She was merely intoxicated. She was Su Xue's sister. A resemblance was not out of the question. Su Liyang lowered her head, rubbing her reddened wrist, and the room fell into silence once more. He Jinlu observed her, finding that she indeed bore a resemblance to the timid Su Liyang described by Zhou Xiaoqing. Looking at Su Liyang, He Jinlu returned to the earlier question. "How did Zhou Xiaoqing's girlfriend hit you?" As He Jinlu mentioned Zhou Xiaoqing again, Su Liyang's brow furrowed once more, seemingly reluctant to revisit this past. She pondered for a moment before recounting. "Around 7 or 8 people cornered me in an alley. Xiao slapped me more than 10 times, telling me to stay away from Zhou Xiaoqing." Pausing at this point, Su Liyang added, "It did not entice Zhou Xiaoqing." Having recounted her experience succinctly, He Jinlu's expression had long since turned grave. "Xiao, was it?" He JL's expression was far from pleasant, prompting Su Liyang to relax her brows and smile as she said, "That incident occurred quite some time ago. I have completely forgotten about it." Su Liyang's nonchalant demeanor left He JL unable to fathom the helplessness she had felt when cornered in that alley. Nor could he imagine the extent of her fear and injustice at that moment. Gazing into Su Liyang's eyes, He JL inquired, "Did you cry?" Su Liyang was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed upon him, yet she refrained from offering a response. Did she cry? At that time, she did not weep. It was only after everyone had left that she curled up in the corner, embracing her knees as tears streamed down her cheeks. For a long time, she could not comprehend why she was always the one in the wrong, why she was perpetually the target of bullying. It was only after an extensive passage of time that she came to realize that kindness often invites exploitation, and that those who lag behind inevitably face hardship. The very individuals who tormented her were, in truth, acutely aware of her innocence. Chapter 21. I am not Su Xue. I am Su Liyang for the first time. Someone genuinely cared for her, inquiring if she had cried. Gazing intently at He Jinlu, Su Liyang shook her head and smiled, saying, "I did not cry. I do not cry." She feared causing him concern. As her words lingered in the air, He Jinlu cradled her face in his hands and leaned in to kiss her lips. Su Liyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Instinctively, she attempted to push him away, but her hands withdrew only to gently grasp his arm, and she slowly closed her eyes. Their lips and tongues intertwined. He Jinlu's touch was tender. As he laid her back upon the bed, enveloped in his embrace, a sudden bite on his lip made him gasp and release her. Yet, Su Liyang wrapped her arms around his neck, softly whispering in his ear, He Jinlu, I am not Su Xue. I am Su Liyang. After countless nights and days, after so many moments of hesitation, she had never dared to tell him until now. Perhaps the alcohol had emboldened her, leading her to believe they were still entrenched in those 3 years. He Jinlu's heart softened. He kissed her earlobe and murmured, I know. Su Liyang rested her chin on his shoulder, her cheek brushing against his. He Jinlu, thank you. She expressed her gratitude for his concern and for rescuing her in the past. The following morning, Su Liyang awoke to an empty house, solitude enveloping her. Sitting up in bed with bleary eyes, she scratched her head, feeling the throbbing ache in her head and neck, struggling to recall the events of the previous evening. It seemed she had encountered someone familiar. Frowning and feeling lethargic, she completed her morning routine and returned to the living room, where she discovered breakfast still warm on the table. Congee, boiled eggs, and sandwiches. The sight of the meal brought a smile to her face. Zhou Ningning had become increasingly adept at caring for others, even preparing breakfast for her. She promptly grabbed her phone to call Zhou Ningning. Ningning, thank you. You prepared breakfast for me. On the other end of the line, Zhou Ningning sounded bewildered. No, I didn't return home last night. Didn't I call you to say I was on set and would come back after filming? Su Liyang was momentarily perplexed. Before she could fully comprehend, Zhou Ningning continued. Great ancestor, you should quickly check the surveillance footage to understand what happened. Also, about your drinking last night, you should refrain from consuming that much in the future. Su Liyang was taken aback. If it wasn't Zhou Ningning, then who could it be? Who else would treat her with such kindness? Hastily ending the call, Su Liyang turned to review the surveillance footage. To her astonishment, she discovered that He Jinlu had carried her home, retrieved a first aid kit for her, and witnessed her momentary frenzy, during which she had walked to the entrance, picked up her bag, and then set it down in the living room. Subsequently, He Jinlu had followed her into the bedroom, and in the morning, he had prepared breakfast for her before departing. Standing before her desk, Su Liyang was left in disbelief. Grasping her hair with both hands, she struggled to accept what she had seen in the video. How had she allowed He Jinlu in her home? What grave mistake had she made? What had transpired the previous night? Contemplating this, she placed her hands over her chest, earnestly trying to process her feelings. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. The absence of surveillance in the bedroom left Su Liyang completely at a loss regarding the specifics of her encounter with He Jinlu. As she reviewed the footage, her gaze lingered on He Jinlu's departing figure, prompting a smile to grace her lips. She had not anticipated that he would prepare breakfast for her. After tidying herself up and changing her attire, she gathered her belongings and made her way to the office. The breakfast laid out on the dining table remained untouched. Upon arrival at the office, Yuan Dongling remarked, Liyang, there seems to be an issue at the He Group S branch. The headquarters has already filed a lawsuit against the person in charge. They VE requested our assistance in verifying some data and clearing the accounts. Could you manage a few visits to He Group over the next few days? Of course, master. I'll make some arrangements and head over, Su Liyang replied. With the wage dispute case concluded and no new cases in hand, her current priority was the representation of He Group. Yuan Dongling, as a partner, was unlikely to oversee data verification and accounting at other companies. Such tasks typically fell to newcomers. Thus, she organized her things and drove to He Group. After parking in the outdoor lot, she briskly entered the building, only to encounter He Jinlu, who had also just arrived, accompanied by Jiang Yuan and several other executives. The moment she laid eyes on He Jinlu, her mind instinctively recalled the events of the previous night. Although slightly embarrassed, she quickly regained her composure, feigning ignorance of the prior encounter, and greeted him warmly. Hello. President He, Assistant Jiang. Yes, came He Jinlu's nonchalant acknowledgement, while Jiang Yuan enthusiastically addressed her as Lawyer Su. As the elevator doors opened, Su Liyang gestured for He Jinlu to enter first, which he did without hesitation. She extended the same courtesy to Jiang Yuan and the other executives. But Jiang Yuan suddenly turned to the leaders. Director Gao, didn't you mention needing to retrieve something? And Director Chun, your documents were left in the car, correct? I'll accompany you to get them. With that, he turned back to Su Liyang with a serious expression. Lawyer Su, we have matters to attend to. Please proceed without us. Having worked alongside He Jinlu for 5 years, Jiang Yuan was attuned to his thoughts. It was evident that He Jinlu relished the opportunity to be alone with Su Liyang. Even a brief elevator ride warranted such discretion. The executives, though puzzled by the situation, readily concurred with Jiang Yuan, affirming their need to retrieve forgotten items. Indeed, I seem to have left my documents in the car. I'll need them for the meeting. I believe I forgot to wear socks today. Allow me to return and put some on. Su Liyang couldn't help but find these excuses rather absurd. She, not lacking in insight, understood Jiang Yuan's intentions and smiled at him. Very well, Assistant Jiang and esteemed leaders, please do take your time. I shall head up first. With that, she entered the elevator, pressed the button, and closed the doors. As the elevator ascended, Su Liyang glanced at He Jinlu, her expression calm despite a slight crack on her lip. At that moment, He Jinlu was also observing her. Their eyes met, and Su Liyang playfully inquired, President, are you feeling unwell? Unwell. He Jinlu cast a faint glance at her, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous night. After observing Su Liyang for a prolonged moment, he remarked softly, it was the cat that bit you. With a smile, Su Liyang replied, your cat seems quite formidable. He Jinlu maintained his indifferent demeanor. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. It drinks alcohol, talks in its sleep, and even bites. Su Liyang lifted her gaze, sensing an undercurrent in his words. The scene felt oddly familiar. With a chuckle, she responded, that sounds rather entertaining. He Jinlu withdrew his gaze, then unexpectedly raised his right hand, as if to envelop her in an embrace. Before pressing the button for the elevator and inquiring to the legal department, looking up at the elevator, Su Liyang realized she hadn't selected a floor. Turning back to He Jinlu, she affirmed, yes, thank you, Mr. He. He Jinlu pressed the button for the 36th floor, slowly retracting his hand. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon her, preoccupied with memories of the prior evening. She had donned dinosaur pajamas, her eyes reflecting desolation as she spoke of being cornered and beaten, insisting she had not cried. She had even held him close, expressing her gratitude, though he felt he had done nothing at all. Chapter 22. A powerful individual disguised as a weakling. Shortly after returning to the office, Jiang Yuan entered. He had not gone to retrieve anything. He simply took the next elevator. After handing the relevant documents to He Jinlu, he noticed He Jinlu suddenly look up at him. Pay attention to the Shao Corporation. Do not allow them to have it too easy. Jiang Yuan replied directly, understood. General Manager He. I know what to do. When working with He Jinlu, one need not inquire about the reasons. One simply acts. The boss always has his rationale, which does not require explanation. Downstairs in the legal department, Su Liyang returned to her modest office after a meeting with the legal, finance, and auditing departments, clutching a substantial stack of documents. Placing the weighty materials on her desk, Su Liyang sighed, acknowledging the challenges of her work. Earning a modest income is no simple task. With that, she made her way to the break room to prepare a cup of coffee and entered her work mode. At noon, while the employees of E Corporation went out for lunch, Su Liyang took a few pills from her bag, swallowed them with warm water, and continued to immerse herself in her work. She was not concerned with her meager salary. Rather, it was her dedication to her tasks that drove her to strive for excellence. As evening fell, while all the employees of E Corporation departed, Su Liyang remained at her desk, working late. She had consumed 2 pieces of bread earlier in the afternoon, and for the next 2 or 3 days, she continued in this manner, her focus solely on her work. One evening, after reporting to He Jinlu, Jiang Yuan was asked, has Su Liyang not been at the company these past few days? She has been here, General Manager He, consistently. Very well, you may return to your duties. As the door gently closed, He Jinlu cast aside the documents he held, deep in thought. At the company? Then why have I not encountered her in the cafeteria these past few days? Does she not require meals? Is she cultivating? Typically, He Jinlu hardly frequented the company cafeteria. However, in a whimsical mood, he had visited these past few days, causing a minor stir. Yet he had not seen Su Liyang dining. After contemplating for a moment, He Jinlu dismissed the thought and picked up his phone to call Qinjian regarding a new project. Once he completed his work, He Jinlu stretched his neck, noting that it was already 9:30 in the evening. Taking the elevator down, He recalled the encounter with Su Liyang that morning and pressed the button for the 36th floor. Before long, the elevator arrived at the 36th floor, and He Jinlu, with his hands tucked in his pockets, nonchalantly exited. As he turned the corner toward the legal department, he found all the offices on that floor dark, save for the corridor lights and a half-open door from which light streamed. He approached and gently pushed the door open, immediately perceiving the room cluttered with documents. Stacks of papers were strewn across the desk and floor. The spacious desk housed two large-screen LCD computers, and there sat Su Liyang, wearing glasses, diligently writing before her. The mountain of documents nearly obscured her head as she flipped through the materials, the rustle of paper accompanying her focused scribbling, completely unaware of He Jinlu's entrance. At the entrance, He Jinlu observed Su Liyang for quite some time, and as he noted that she had yet to notice his presence, he was suddenly struck by the realization that he hardly understood her. Outside, rumors painted her as a seductress and a homewrecker. The Su family accused her of being unscrupulous and greedy. She herself claimed to have numerous superiors and sponsors, which afforded her the luxury of residing in the prestigious Yuan mansion. Yet, Zhou Xiaoqing remarked that he had never been romantically involved with her, labeling her a prodigious talent and expressing regret for his misjudgment. A woman who lures others with her beauty would hardly invest such diligence into her work. After watching Su Liyang for a while longer, He Jinlu raised his hand and knocked on the door. Upon hearing the sound, Su Liyang turned her face towards him. As she recognized He Jinlu's presence, her gaze quickly withdrew. "I don't have time to entertain you. This is your company. Manage yourself." With that, she resumed her work. He Jinlu stepped inside and calmly inquired, "Are you the only one working late? What are the legal and financial audit departments doing?" Su Liyang did not lift her head, responding nonchalantly, "Others have finished their tasks. My late hours are a reflection of my own inefficiency. However, your General Zhao is quite audacious, daring to play tricks right under your nose." He Jinlu glanced at the documents on her desk, realizing that it was not her efficiency that was lacking, but rather that the majority of the work was being shouldered solely by her. In just 4 days, she had managed to sort through such a vast amount of data. Did she consider herself a machine? Gazing at Su Liyang, He Jinlu remarked, "Su Liyang, is it amusing to belittle yourself? Would it kill you to acknowledge your own strengths? You are clearly formidable, yet you choose to feign incompetence." Amused, Su Liyang turned to He Jinlu and replied, "How would you have me phrase it? Should I express disdain for the quality and efficiency of your legal and financial audits? Enough of this. Don't create distractions for me. I need to finish this task promptly so I can return to the firm and prepare for my exam." Su Liyang was intelligent and efficient, yet she had a peculiar aversion to collaboration, believing it would diminish her productivity. Additionally, she found that the most exhausting aspect was not the work itself, but rather the social interactions involved. Dealing with people could be quite vexing, especially when encountering those with dubious motives. Meanwhile, He Jinlu casually glanced at the documents Su Liyang had organized, immediately understanding why Zhou Xiaoqing praised her as a genius and how she had gained admission to Nanda at the tender age of 16. Her thoughts were clear, her logic impeccable, and her working style distinctly different from others, extremely efficient. After reviewing the data in his hands, He Jinlu asked her, "Where have you been dining these past couple of days?" Su Liyang rummaged through nearby documents, then snatched the paper from his hand, saying, "Brother, please don't clutter my workspace. Go entertain yourself elsewhere." She was particularly irked by interruptions during her work, regardless of the task at hand. "I asked where you ate." He pressed, "What did you have? I haven't even finished my work. How could I possibly think about dining?" Gazing down at Su Liyang, he noticed her eyes were solely fixated on her tasks, unwilling to spare him even a glance. After standing in place for a moment, He Jinlu turned abruptly and left. At her desk, Su Liyang remained oblivious, continuing to immerse herself in her work. Finally, around 10 o'clock, having completed her tasks, Su Liyang removed her glasses and stretched widely. Finally, the end is in sight. She is expected to return to the office the day after tomorrow. Having sat at her desk for an entire day, a slight discomfort lingers in her chest. Su Liyang raises her hand to gently massage her chest, recalling that someone had indeed visited her office earlier. Stretching her neck and limbs, She prepares to leave for the day when an enticing aroma wafts through the air. Instant noodles. Her brows furrow slightly as she inhales deeply, confirming the delightful scent of noodles, enhanced by the addition of an egg. Just as she is about to venture outside for a taste, He Jinlu unexpectedly enters, clad in a white shirt and deep gray trousers. With his sleeves casually rolled up, he sports an exquisite watch on his wrist. 2 crimson stains mar the front of his shirt, and he carries a green saucepan from which the mouth-watering fragrance of instant noodles emanates. At that moment, Su Liyang's steps come to an abrupt halt. Chapter 23. Who Bit My Lips? After gazing at He Jinlu for a considerable time, Su Liyang finally regained her senses and smiled, saying, "I thought I was dreaming earlier. It turns out you really came over." She then glanced at the pot in his hand and inquired, "Did you cook noodles for me?" He Jinlu approached and placed the pot on the reception table, replying, "Is anyone else here?" Su Liyang chuckled as she moved closer. "Thank you." He Jinlu assisted her in pulling out a chair, and as she sat down, he handed her a pair of chopsticks. Su Liyang picked up a boiled egg and devoured a generous portion, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to be able to cook noodles." He Jinlu then retrieved a bottle of milk from his pocket and gently said, "Work is important, but your health is paramount." Receiving the milk, Su Liyang remarked, "I can't stop when it comes to work. I want to finish everything quickly. The accounts have been sorted out. We transferred part overseas, and over 20 million has been laundered, but we can recover it in a couple of days. Once everything is wrapped up, I'll leave the rest to your legal and financial teams." After taking another bite of noodles, she looked up at He Jinlu and smiled. The noodles are quite well cooked. A splash of broth touched her nose, and He Jinlu raised his right hand to gently wipe it away. Su Liyang withdrew his hand, laughing. "Mr. He, let's not make this too ambiguous." He Jinlu replied nonchalantly, "Who is being ambiguous with you?" Despite his words, his gaze remained fixed on her face. Catching his eyes several times, Su Liyang chuckled. "What are you staring at me for? You might as well consider me a flower." He Jinlu's expression softened as he replied gently, "You are indeed quite beautiful, reminiscent of a flower." Su Liyang remained motionless, her ears slightly flushed. Ignoring He Jinlu, she redirected her gaze, lifting the pot to drink the remaining broth. As she prepared to wash the bowl in the pantry, He Jinlu took it from her and tossed it directly into the trash can, saying, "What time is it? You still want to wash dishes? Siempre testiv. Don't throw it away. I used someone else's pot, and now you're discarding it. I'll be scolded tomorrow. Let Jiang Yuan buy a new one." "Mister, just because you have money doesn't mean you should squander it. Jiang Yuan is not your housekeeper. Lawyer Su, it's 11 o'clock. You should be off work." He Jinlu grasped her wrist, preventing her from retrieving the pot. Su Liyang resisted fiercely, insisting on lifting the trash bag, determined to dispose of it far enough to leave no evidence in her office. Once downstairs after discarding the pot, she was about to get into her car when He Jinlu's vehicle had already halted in front of her. "Get in the car." "No need. Are you planning to drive while fatigued, or do you intend to twist your ankle again?" "Get in the car." He Jinlu insisted repeatedly, and ultimately, Su Liyang opened the door and entered. As the car started, He Jinlu glanced at her and said calmly, "Once you finish your task in a couple of days, I'll introduce you to some cases and take you to meet the Shuns and the Cheens." Su Liyang smiled. "Mr. He, are you attempting to become more familiar with me?" The purple ambient lights in the car were quite charming, and He Jinlu remarked, "I appreciate your professional capabilities. Have you considered joining He Corporation? You can set your own salary. Perhaps I should maintain some dignity. Otherwise, if your mother sends me away, I may never return. Are you still angry? Who would dare to be?" The car continued to move forward, and the two of them enjoyed a rare moment of pleasant conversation. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt downstairs. After Su Liyang alighted, He Jinlu also exited the car. The white street lights illuminated them, and a gentle breeze tousled Su Liyang's hair. She glanced back at the building and then turned to He Jinlu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." He Jinlu followed her gaze towards her home and replied mildly, "Allow me to escort you upstairs." With a playful smile, Su Liyang responded, "You know, it's rather inconvenient." As her words faded, He Jinlu suddenly stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Lowering his gaze, he softly inquired, Have you truly forgotten what happened a few days ago? Do you not recall who bit my lip? A gust of wind swept by, causing Su Liyang's hair to brush against her face, prompting her to instinctively retreat. With her hands pressed against He Jinlu's chest, she laughed and teased. Could it be that I was the one who bit Mr. He? She had no recollection of the incident, and the surveillance cameras had failed to capture it. If she didn't remember and there was no footage, then it must not have happened. As his fingers grazed Su Liyang's lower back, he noted the delightful fragrance she wore and playfully asked, "When will you repay me for that lost sleep, Lawyer Su?" Su Liyang chuckled at the question, realizing that his earlier offer to introduce her to a case was merely a pretext. Extricating herself from his embrace, she replied, "I've already given Mr. He the opportunity. It has since expired." With her arms crossed over her chest, she added, "I shall take my leave now. Feel free to do as you wish." After casting a glance at his car, she turned and headed back into the building. Did he truly think she would let him upstairs every time? He Jinlu was overthinking it. As Su Liyang walked away without a backward glance, He Jinlu shoved his hands into his pockets, a playful glint in his eyes. Had she genuinely forgotten what transpired days ago? Was she truly not attempting to flirt with him? The following day, on the morning of Su Liyang's last day at He Corporation, Su Xue paid a visit. Upon entering the building, she headed straight for He Jinlu's office. The secretary could not stop her and reported, somewhat disgruntled, "Mr. He, I was unable to prevent her from entering." He Jinlu did not lift his gaze and waved his hand dismissively, allowing her to proceed. Once in He Jinlu's office, Su Xue tempered her demeanor, no longer as brash. Approaching his desk, she pulled out the chair opposite him, seated herself, and inquired, "Mr. He, I hope my visit is not too presumptuous, but may I ask if the Shao family has offended you in some way, prompting you to take such severe actions against us? In recent days, the company's projects have been obstructed, partners had unexpectedly breached contracts and returned goods, causing chaos throughout the organization. The Shao family was in disarray, utterly bewildered. After days of investigation, they finally discovered that He Jinlu was the one orchestrating the disruptions that jeopardized their affairs. With no animosity between their families, her father and uncle were hesitant to intervene, so she had come herself. He Jinlu raised his head, his tone frosty. "Do I need to provide you with reasons for my actions? Is an explanation necessary?" As he spoke, Su Xue felt a flush of heat on her face, realizing that He Jinlu was not one to spare anyone's feelings, leaving her utterly perplexed. With a forced smile, Su Xue remarked, "Mr. He, given the gravity of the situation, it is not unreasonable for us to seek an explanation, is it?" He Jinlu's expression remained as indifferent as ever. Just as he was about to summon someone with a phone call, Su Xue interjected, "It's because of Su Liyang, isn't it?" Not long ago, Su Liyang had added He Jinlu on WeChat during Su Xue's birthday banquet, a fact that had already become common knowledge within their circle. If the Shao family had incurred Mr. He's displeasure for any reason, it could only be attributed to the past grievances between her and Su Liyang, which was precisely why she insisted on coming here. What she did not anticipate was that, after so many years, Su Liyang had grown increasingly formidable and had even formed a connection with He Jinlu. Chapter 24. He stood by her, as Shao mentioned Su Liyang. He Jinlu's thin lips parted slightly. Is this truly the reason? Is it really because of Su Liyang? Xiao Zhao's expression turned awkward as she gazed at He Jinlu and inquired, "Mr. He, is she truly worth it? Aren't you concerned that this matter might spread and tarnish your reputation?" He Jinlu raised an eyebrow. "What sort of woman are you referring to?" Xiao Zhao earnestly argued, "Mr. He, it's not my intention to slander, but you must have heard of Su Liyang's character. My past grievances with her stemmed from her being the third party in my relationship. Besides, that was long ago when we were young and naive. Such incidents have occurred around her quite frequently. Do you intend to defend her in each case? If this gets out, won't it sound rather unflattering?" Despite Xiao Zhao's emotional appeal, He Jinlu merely chuckled. "Do I need to concern myself with how you perceive it?" Staring intently at He Jinlu, Xiao Zhao felt that further discussion was futile. After observing him for a while, she was about to say something more when He Jinlu picked up the phone. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Zhao stood up. "Mr. He, there's no need to call anyone. I can leave on my own." She anticipated that He Jinlu would not relent, as the seeds of gossip had already been sown. She had come merely to clarify the situation. Upon exiting He Jinlu's office, Su Xue was still seething with rage. How dare Su Liyang act as though she were above them? Back in school, she was nothing more than a pariah, reviled by all. With a heart full of resentment, she unexpectedly encountered Su Liyang as she descended the stairs. From a distance, she watched Su Liyang approach, her tall figure exuding an undeniable presence. Her hair flowing as she walked. Su Xue felt a mix of surprise and disdain. After 5 years, Su Liyang still radiated confidence. Su Liyang. Initially, Su Liyang did not notice Su Xue until she called out to her. With her eyes lowered, she scrutinized Su Xue from head to toe. Raising an eyebrow, "You called me?" Realizing how small Nancheng truly was, Su Liyang's demeanor turned indifferent. Su Xue, undeterred, confronted her directly. "Su Liyang, our past grievances date back 8 or 9 years. We were all young and foolish then. Is it really necessary for you to hold a grudge and whisper in He Jinlu's ear?" After a brief pause, Su Liyang replied, "Su Xue, after years apart, is your articulation still so lacking? If you lack the ability to express yourself, perhaps you should find someone to speak on your behalf." Su Xue retorted, "What are you pretending for, Su Liyang? Own up to your actions. He Jinlu just admitted that you were the one who influenced him to intervene with the Shao family's project and withdraw the collaborators." Upon hearing this, Su Liyang recalled her encounter with Zhou Shaoqing at KTV that day and began to piece together the events. She had not anticipated that He Jinlu would stand up for her regarding past matters. With her hands tucked into her suit pockets, Su Liyang wore a half-smile. "Yes, I did whisper to He Jinlu. So what? Do you intend to strike me?" She offered no further explanations. During this return to Nancheng, Su Liyang had grown weary of justifying herself. For the more one explains, the more others misconstrue. The greatest folly lies in attempting to prove oneself, in seeking the belief of others. Once again, He Jinlu stands up for her, which is a commendable act that enhances her stature. Why deny it? Su Liyang's indifference provoked Su Xue, who nearly choked on her breath. Indeed, it was her. Anger surged within her as she glared at Su Liyang. "Do you truly believe He Jinlu would ever regard you? A woman like you is merely a fleeting amusement for men. Once the novelty fades, who would still recognize you? Or do you fancy that you can retain your youth eternally, never aging?" Su Xue's personal attack did not faze Su Liyang, who replied nonchalantly, "A fleeting amusement is still preferable to being unwanted, even if I cannot remain forever youthful. At least I have savored life and reveled in the company of numerous esteemed men. In this world, as long as you cast aside your shame, others cannot triumph over you. If you are unembarrassed, it is others who will feel the discomfort." Su Xue's complexion shifted between red and white as she retorted, "Su Liyang, du persistes nos chum." Su Liyang smiled calmly. "Why the haste? You're not discovering my lack of shame today. By the way, who is your current boyfriend?" With just a few casual remarks, Su Liyang left Su Xue speechless. Yet, it was undeniable that many of the men Su Liyang had entangled with were indeed out of Su Xue's reach, such as He Jinlu. After their altercation, Su Xue sought reconciliation with Zhou Shaoqing, but he steadfastly refused to rekindle their relationship. Recently, she had been attempting to reconcile once more. Although she was aware of her past mistakes and knew Zhou Shaoqing would not betray her, she stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, instead choosing to place the blame on Su Liyang. After all, the world spoke of her in such a manner. Adding another charge against Su Liyang seemed only fair. Infuriated into silence, Su Xue was left speechless. Su Liyang took a couple of steps forward, adjusting her collar. "Miss Xiao, do take good care of your boyfriend. People, after all, cannot indulge in too many guilty deeds without feeling apprehensive, restless, and losing confidence in themselves." This was true for Su Xue, and it equally applied to Su Xue. After enduring so many slaps across the face, how could she be unaware of her own innocence? It was merely that in her youth, she had been soft-hearted, and everyone sought to take advantage of her. "Brushing Sulingiskandave, Xiao Xiao Iklint, Suliang. You are merely a woman for the taking. Do you really think anyone would take you seriously?" Before she could finish her sentence, Su Liyang raised her hand to her lips and softly shushed her. Hush, do not speak. If I become displeased, your company may face dire consequences. Xiao Xiao's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she replied, Very well, Su Liyang, you are impressive. I shall see who ultimately has the last laugh. With a forceful shove, Xiao Xiao pushed past Su Liyang and strode away. Su Liyang took 2 steps back, then turned to glance at Xiao Xiao. In the past, no matter how she tried to explain herself, Xiao Xiao would never believe her. A single word from her was met with a resounding slap. Now, she felt no need to explain anything. Whatever the world said, that was how she would be perceived. Withdrawing her gaze, she turned and entered the building, a mocking smile curling upon her lips. A woman for the taking? She was grateful for the reputation they bestowed upon her, thankful for their defamation. Atornesu. Atornesu. Su Liyang responded with a polite nod, accepting the situation, whether good or bad. At the very least, she would no longer be a victim, for not everyone could strike her face or tread upon her. If being a villain led to a more prosperous existence, then henceforth, she would embrace the role of the villain. Chapter 25. Who said I am getting married? Do not spread rumors. In the evening, after concluding a meeting with the legal department and finalizing her tasks, Su Liyang began to gather her belongings to depart from the He group. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the judicial examination, she needed to return home to prepare for the impending test. As she slung her bag over her shoulder and grasped her folder, she had scarcely stepped out of the He group's building when He Jinlu's black G-Class came to a halt before her. Although He Jinlu owned several luxury vehicles, he appeared particularly fond of this black G-Class, often seen driving it. The car window, as customary, descended slowly, revealing He Jinlu's handsome profile, his alluring gaze captivating. This time, without waiting for He Jinlu to invite her into the car, Su Liyang approached the passenger seat, opened the door, and took her place inside. He Jinlu rested his hands on the steering wheel and turned to her with a smile, remarking, You've become quite proactive. Su Liyang retorted, Just drive. The vehicle began to move at a leisurely pace, with He Jinlu tapping his fingers on the steering wheel and humming a cheerful tune. Amused by his exuberance, Su Liyang turned her gaze to the window, a smile forming on her lips. His good mood seemed to have a contagious effect, uplifting her spirits as well. Noticing her smile, He Jinlu inquired, Have you wrapped up your work at He Group? Su Liyang replied, her eyes still fixed on the road ahead. Yes, it's all taken care of. I just completed the handover. He Jinlu said, I'll miss you once you leave. Su Liyang responded, Enough with the teasing. Others may be unaware, but I certainly know who you are and with whom you intend to marry. He Jinlu laughed. Who said I'm getting married? Please, do not spread rumors. Regarding the situation between He Jinlu and Su Xue, Su Liyang chose not to engage further and shifted the conversation, asking, Is the matter concerning the Xiao family something you orchestrated? It cannot possibly be for my sake. Upon hearing her mention Xiao Xiao, He Jinlu wasted no time in declaring, It is not for you. Who else could it be for? Su Liyang quipped, Do I have such an extensive influence? He Jinlu glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, ISNT it, because someone was sobbing uncontrollably, recounting how the Xiao family once cornered her and assaulted her. She clung to me, pleading for revenge, insisting on offering herself in return. What was I to do? Stand idly by? His playful exaggeration amused Su Liyang, who laughed, Keep spinning your tales. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? That's impossible. Even inebriated, I would not act in such a manner. He Jinlu's words were utterly implausible. When Su Liyang dismissed the incident, He Jinlu asked, Do you not have surveillance cameras installed at home? Lawyer Su, have you not checked the footage? Su Liyang replied, No. Who in their right mind would install cameras in their own home? Am I to spy on myself? In truth, she had installed them but chose to deny it. He Jinlu continued to gaze at her, recalling the last time he had driven her home, his heart brimming with joy as he prepared breakfast for her, all while she remained oblivious. Had his attentiveness gone unappreciated? Observing her, Su Liyang gently adjusted the steering wheel, saying, Mr. He, focus on the road, not on me. He Jinlu subtly withdrew his gaze, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Liyang reflected on the surveillance footage from a few days prior, remembering how he had stood up for her, and she couldn't help but smile once more. In the driver's seat, He Jinlu spoke with an impassive expression. After all this effort, not even a hint of sweetness? Lawyers can be quite calculating. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Liyang unexpectedly turned around and pressed her soft lips against his. He Jinlu was taken aback. After a moment's pause, he slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to a stop by the roadside. He lifted his right hand to cradle the back of Su Liyang's head, deepening the kiss. As he pried open her lips, He Jinlu kissed her fervently, his left hand resting possessively on her waist, as if he wished to crush her slender figure. With his side and the back of her head firmly held, Su Liyang found herself pressed tightly against him, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. Cars passed by on the road, and, as He Jinlu's hand slid to her waist, he pushed her clothing aside. Su Liyang grasped his wrist, slowly distancing herself. Mr. He. Sweetness is not given in this manner. His right hand caressed her cheek as he leaned closer, closing his eyes to inhale the familiar, intoxicating scent from her neck. How delightful, how familiar. As his chin brushed against her skin, Su Liyang propped herself up on his shoulders, returning to the passenger seat to tidy her hair. Having tasted the sweetness, Mr. He, it is time for you to drive. Turning to face Su Liyang, He Jinlu felt a lingering desire. The car slowly resumed its journey, and he smiled, recalling the kiss she had initiated moments ago. Before long, they arrived at Su Liyang's residence. As she stepped out of the car, He Jinlu followed suit. Lawyer Su, when shall you invite me upstairs for a visit? Su Liyang, with her bag slung over her shoulder and her hands tucked into her pockets, replied, once Mr. He find himself single, I shall extend the invitation. A whimsical promise. He Jinlu raised his hand, yearning to caress her and steal another kiss. But Su Liyang took 2 steps back, saying, I shall head upstairs first. Take care, Mr. He. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. A gentle breeze brushed past, and He Jinlu's outstretched hand fell empty. Gently clenching his right fist, he watched Su Liyang's retreating figure, still dwelling on the sweetness of the kiss they had shared. He was single, and had always been so. Upon returning home and taking a shower, Su Liyang made her way to the art studio, intending to finish the incomplete painting from her last session, only to discover that it was already completed. It was an oil painting of sunflowers, her mother's favorite, reflecting her wish for Su Liyang to embrace the light. Thus, she had developed a fondness for painting sunflowers in all their varieties. Sitting before the easel, she gazed at the vibrant and sunny depiction, a smile inevitably gracing her lips. Ning Ning did not share her passion for painting, and aside from herself and He Jinlu, no one else had ever visited this house. The painting was crafted by He Jinlu. Removing the sunflower from the easel, Su Liyang replaced it with a new canvas. Drawing a horizontal line of black acrylic paint across the center, separating sea from sky, she envisioned a vast, boundless ocean, free and unrestrained. At this moment, He Jinlu's car had entered the He family courtyard, parking on the left side of the yard. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone, he hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the house. His mood was exceptionally bright this evening. Today, Jinlu, concerning the Xiao family's affairs, it would be prudent for you to withdraw gracefully, lest you unwittingly create adversaries. No sooner had he entered the house than his father broached the subject of the Xiao family. He Jinlu chuckled lazily. Am I to fear making enemies with them? His father, He Qingbei, slammed the magazine he held onto the table and rose from the sofa. I have refrained from exposing the truth to preserve your dignity. Yet you seem to have taken advantage of my restraint. Of all the people you could provoke, why must it be Su Xue's second daughter? What connection do you have with the Su family and with Su Xue? Surely, you are aware of the implications of your actions. If you disregard your own reputation, what of your mother's dignity? He had long been aware of the rumors surrounding him and Su Liyang, yet without concrete evidence, he had chosen to remain silent. However, with the Xiao family now possessing a recording of his own admission, He Qingbei felt justified in confronting him. He Jinlu handed his discarded suit jacket to Aunt Jiang and, with measured calm, rolled up his shirt sleeves. Father, I have made my position clear to you and to the Su family. I will not marry Su Xue. The Su family may demand anything they wish, but marriage and matters of the heart are non-negotiable. He Qingbei responded, He Jinlu, Do not forget that it was Su Xue who cared for you in the hospital for 3 years. It was you who, while hospitalized, proposed to her. A man of honor must uphold his word. A promise is a sacred bond. Chapter 26. Embrace me. Console me. He Jinlu retrieved a cigarette and a match from his pocket, bowed his head to ignite the cigarette, extinguished the match's flame, and discarded it into the ashtray. A faint wisp of smoke escaped his lips as he, with a swagger, declared, I am fickle. I am untrustworthy. I have changed. I am not a paragon of virtue. And I refuse to marry. He Jinlu's audacity left He Jinlu aghast. Initially pointing a finger at him, he then seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it at him. He Jinlu narrowly evaded the projectile with a slight shift of his body. You sought this marriage yourself. He Jinlu retorted, you must go through with it. And let me make this clear. You have no future with that little lawyer. Don't even think about stepping into the He family. Such frivolities are utterly unacceptable. He Jinlu took a deep drag from his cigarette, visibly irritated. What does she have to do with this? Did I change my mind because she returned? Whether she is in the picture or not, I will not marry. Regardless of Su Liyang's presence, he was resolute about not marrying Su Xue. And as for the notion that Su Liyang had seduced him, that was an egregious misrepresentation. While others might be oblivious, He Jinlu was acutely aware that it was he who had been pursuing Su Liyang all along, not the other way around. Unrelated? He Jinlu countered. How can you assist her against the Shao family if it's unrelated? He Jinlu, I never anticipated you would stoop to such depths for a woman. He had always believed He Jinlu to be quite astute, yet his recent actions had drawn He Jinlu's disdain. He did not oppose the idea of He Jinlu breaking off the engagement with Su Xue, but he cautioned against involving that lawyer. Otherwise, the rumors would become unbearable. At this juncture, He Jinlu realized that He Jinlu could not simply abandon Su Xue. Otherwise, the gossip would become increasingly damaging. He Jinlu's disparagement of Su Liyang elicited a sardonic smile from He Jinlu. He extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette, finding amusement in He Jinlu's words. Why must this be tied to Su Liyang? Why must it be her whispering in my ear? Why can't it be that I am pursuing her? At that moment, his mother happened to come downstairs. He Jinlu turned to her, exasperated. And you, mother, you told her to delete me from WeChat, and she still refuses to add me back. You need to have a word with her and get her to add me back, or I will take her to get a marriage certificate tomorrow. Seeing He Jinlu's obstinacy, Zhao Wani chose not to engage and turned to ascend the stairs, saying, I won't argue with you. If you have grievances, speak to your father. After her words, the elderly lady swiftly retreated, wishing to avoid a confrontation between them, fearing that in his displeasure, he might indeed marry that little vixen. After all, obtaining a marriage certificate nowadays was as simple as could be, with no household registration required. He Jinlu's claim of pursuing Su Liyang only further incensed He Jinlu. You pursue her? Have you lost your senses? You should go out for a jog instead. He Jinlu chuckled. She is attractive, possesses a remarkable figure, and excels in her work. Why should I not pursue her? He Jinlu, exasperated, could only lament. You are aware of her reputation, are you not? Setting aside the connection with Su Xue, with her notoriety, would we ever consent to let her into our family? He Jinlu feigned ignorance. What reputation does she have? Who among us has not experienced youthful folly or a tumultuous past? Furthermore, I find it hard to believe that any other man could have shared her bed, given that I myself have not. Should it be the case that someone has, I would certainly take my revenge. Initially, I was concerned about the rumors surrounding Su Liyang and her reputation. However, the more others opposed her, the more I felt compelled to defy them. In times of ease, one may encounter a third party. In times of adversity, one may find a tragic love akin to Liang Zhu. My relationship with Su Liyang reflects our current predicament. He Jiayun, lacking reason, was met with indifference from He Jinlu, who cut to the chase. I shall not indulge in lengthy discourse. You and Su Xue must marry post-haste. Do not create further turmoil, or you shall be cast out from the He family. With a sardonic smile, He Jiayun replied, Very well, I shall leave at once. Who does he think he is intimidating? With that, he lost interest in lingering at home, drove off, and took a circuitous route outside. He had no desire to visit a bar, meet anyone, or return to another residence, so he found himself parked beneath Su Liyang's building once more. Rolling down the car window, He grasped his phone and dialed Su Liyang's number. On the other end, she greeted him with a laugh. "What brings you here, Mr. He? Still downstairs?" Gazing towards a residence, He Jinlu replied, "I've been expelled and have nowhere to go. Please come down and let me in." Amused, Su Liyang responded, "What on earth happened? How could you be thrown out? For your sake, I suppose. Just come down and fetch me. Aren't you a prominent figure? Surely you have somewhere to stay? If I'm not mistaken, you own a place in this neighborhood." Yet He Jinlu remained firm, insisting he had no home, no refuge. On the other end, Su Liyang feigned disinterest, but He Jinlu continued to lament his plight, explaining it was due to a quarrel between the Shao family and his father. "Just come down, we can discuss it face to face." Su Liyang replied, "I'll unlock the door for you, but you should come up yourself." He Jinlu refused. "Come down to get me. Such a stubborn man," she muttered, cursing him under her breath. Nevertheless, after hanging up, she made her way downstairs to meet him. Putting away her phone, He Jinlu smiled to himself. "You really can't bear to deny me entry, can you?" Moments later, Su Liyang appeared, leaning against her door, waiting. He Jinlu remained in the car, waving her over. With an exasperated sigh, Su Liyang crossed her arms but walked towards him. Only then did He Jinlu step out of the vehicle. As she approached, He Jinlu opened his arms and embraced her, with her arms still crossed. Su Liyang looked up at him and asked, "What are you doing? Taking advantage of me?" He tightened his embrace and feigned melancholy, saying, "Just a hug to comfort me," not pushing him away. Su Liyang clutched his shirt, resting her chin on his shoulder as she inquired, "What is going on? It must be serious if you need comforting." Seizing the opportunity, He Jinlu pressed his cheek against hers. "My father claims I am unscrupulous, that I bully others, that I am blind to reason, and that I am enchanted by women. He threatens to cast me out of the family." To elicit Su Liyang's sympathy and prolong their embrace, He Jinlu's tale became somewhat exaggerated. Su Liyang raised her head and asked, "Is it really that serious?" Then, she pushed him away and earnestly gazed at him. "He Jinlu, are you trying to play games with me? Are you being coy?" He Jinlu couldn't help but chuckle, pulling her back into his embrace. "I'm not playing games with you. Besides, as a grown man, what would I have to be coy about?" Unbeknownst to He Jinlu, he was indeed being somewhat playful with Su Liyang at that moment. Su Liyang remarked, "Is your father truly that unreasonable?" He Jinlu's expression turned serious. "Yes, he is quite unreasonable in many ways. Let us head back home, and I'll explain everything to you." With that, he took Su Liyang's hand and ascended the stairs. The warmth of her hand was undeniably comforting. Before long, they entered the house, where Su Liyang fetched a bottle of water for He Jinlu and inquired, "What's the situation now? Have they proposed terms to you? It must be about getting you married right away." After all, Su Xue was not young anymore, and neither was he. Chapter 27. Are you going to comfort me in bed later? He Jinlu took the water, glanced around her room, and softly remarked, "Having said that, I did not agree." Su Liyang chuckled lightly. "In the end, this mess falls on me, doesn't it? You'll say it's because of me that you refuse to marry." He Jinlu, unabashed, replied, "Indeed, it's for you. If you hadn't returned, if you hadn't invited me to share a night, I might have been married by now." Su Liyang, with a half smile, retorted, "How flattering. 4 or 5 years you both remained single, and now that I'm back, it's my fault you want to marry? Then hurry up. Don't let it delay my affairs." If he truly married, Su Xue would have to return her mother's ashes. As Su Liyang urged him to marry, He Jinlu grew displeased. "Lawyer Su, we are on the same side." Su Liyang laughed. "Who's on your side? Stop talking nonsense." He Jinlu placed the water on the coffee table, raising an eyebrow lazily. "Who is it that just lunged at me for a kiss? What's this? A kiss, and then you deny it?" Su Liyang remained unfazed. "You kissed me once. I'll collect on that." He Jinlu nodded, speaking lightly. "All right then. I shall fight alone, leave with nothing, and sleep on the streets." Su Liyang dismissed his absurdity, knowing full well that even without the He family or the He group, he could still reign supreme. He was certainly clever enough. "All right, stop the act. You're an adult. How can you still play the victim? You're several years older than me. Have some shame." As her words fell, He Jinlu grasped her wrist and pulled her into his embrace once more. Su Liyang did not resist. She merely looked up and said, "A hug is sufficient. Don't make it endless." He Jinlu furrowed his brow slightly. "What does it matter if you comfort me? If it's too much trouble, You could always have a couple of drinks first. He recalled that night when she was drunk, holding him and gently patting his back, assuring him she wouldn't leave and would always be by his side. He Jinlu was a skilled performer, and Su Liyang could not discern the extent of his quarrel with his father. However, it was evident that his conflict with the Shao family was indeed to defend her. With that thought, Su Liyang raised her right hand to gently stroke his back. Despite his towering stature, she reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well fed." He Jinlu tightened his embrace, his face against hers, kissing her cheek. Just as he was about to reach her lips, Su Liyang placed her hands on his chest, teasing, "Are you really expecting comfort in bed later?" Caught off guard, He Jinlu couldn't help but chuckle. After regaining his sight, he found himself with Su Xue, yet he felt no romantic inclination towards her. She had made advances, but he had no interest. However, with Su Liyang, the moment he kissed her, he was utterly captivated. Having recently witnessed her in court, his infatuation deepened. Every encounter with her ignited an urge to embrace her, to kiss her, to share a bed with her. Unable to contain his laughter, He Jinlu felt Su Liyang slip from his embrace. "Have you reached a new level of shamelessness?" He Jinlu pinched her cheek. "I fear you might want it. Get lost." With his hands tucked into his pockets, He Jinlu glanced toward the studio and asked, "Did you see my painting for last time?" Su Liyang feigned ignorance, replying, "What painting?" He Jinlu responded, "The sunflower." Su Liyang continued her charade, "That isn't your painting. That's one I did with Ning Ning." He Jinlu smirked, "Keep pretending, Su Liyang." Seated on a bar stool, Su Liyang shifted the conversation to a more serious note. "What is the situation between you and your father?" He Jinlu joined her, taking her hand and gently kneading it. "The magnitude of the issue depends on my attitude. I refuse to compromise." Su Liyang, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Then you should compromise." He Jinlu chuckled, "Why would I? Are you genuinely afraid I might become reliant on you?" Meeting his gaze, Su Liyang yearned to confess her dealings with Su Xue, which revolved around his marriage to Su Xue. Yet, she held her tongue, reluctant to dampen his spirits. Her compassion for He Jinlu was rooted not only in the 3 years of care she had provided, but also because he represented a flicker of warmth from her youth. After observing him for a moment, she remarked, "He Jinlu, you could be quite irritating." He Jinlu grinned. "Have you developed feelings for me?" Pushing a finger against his forehead, Su Liyang stood, saying, "Dream on. Rest up. Aside from the guest room on the right, which belongs to Ning Ning, you are free to choose any room." He Jinlu rose as well, declaring, "I'll take the master bedroom." Su Liyang retorted, "Don't get too carried away." With that, she returned to her room, dismissing any notions of sharing a bed. However, once inside her room, the thought of He Jinlu seeking her out after a quarrel with his family brought a smile to her face. This feeling of being needed echoed the warmth of those 3 years. In the stillness of the night, Su Liyang awoke to an unexpected warmth beside her. Stretching her foot out, she brushed against a warm leg. "This isn't right," she thought. Ning Ning is at the film set, and she doesn't radiate this warmth. Suddenly, she sprang up and turned on the light. The room illuminated, revealing He Jinlu sleeping beside her, facing her. Irritated, she kicked him lightly. He Jinlu, barely awake, wrapped his arms around her and closed his eyes again, murmuring, "Su Liyang, I couldn't sleep over there. I'm accustomed to your mattress." Su Liyang scoffed, "What nonsense. All mattresses are the same, both worth 2 million. He Jinlu remained unfazed, holding her leg and stating, "Holding you helps me sleep soundly." After a brief pause, he added, "Su Liyang, go back to sleep. I won't do anything to you. I haven't had a good night's sleep in years." His admission softened Su Liyang's heart. When he mentioned those years, was he referring to the years after his recovery? After studying He Jinlu for a while, Su Liyang attempted to leave, but he held her tightly, pleading, "Su Liyang, don't go." She gently removed his hand, saying, "I'm just going to the bathroom. I'm not leaving." Ultimately, she found it difficult to be truly harsh with him. Upon returning from the restroom, Su Liyang had scarcely settled back onto the bed when He Jinlu once again enveloped her in his embrace. His hands and feet were remarkably gentle. He merely held her close, resting his chin upon her shoulder, without any inappropriate movements. Su Liyang switched off the main light, leaving only a small bedside lamp aglow. The room was dimly lit, and as He Jinlu held her tightly, Su Liyang felt a sudden lack of drowsiness. Gazing at He Jinlu, so near yet so distant, she felt as if she had been transported back 5 years, to the time they spent in the sanatorium, when his eyes had yet to regain their sight. Raising her right hand, she delicately traced the outline of his brow and eyes with her fingertip. He was still the same He Jinlu. Observing his familiar features, Su Liyang softly murmured, "He Jinlu, it's been a long time." He Jinlu responded with a faint prompting Su Liyang to hastily close her eyes and feign sleep. Chapter 28. He came to find me last night. When Su Liyang awoke the following morning, He Jinlu was already absent from her side. With her arm draped over her eyes, she initially assumed he had departed quietly as he had done previously. However, upon rising and preparing to head to the living room, she discovered he had not left. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, he emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl. Noticing Su Liyang's presence, He Jinlu greeted her nonchalantly, "You're up." He continued, "Breakfast is ready." Not only had he stayed, but he had also prepared a meal. Approaching him, Su Liyang remarked with a smile, "How considerate of you." He Jinlu returned her smile, saying, "I can't just stay at your place without contributing." After this, he extended his hand to pull out a chair for her at the dining table. The breakfast consisted of congee, boiled eggs, and sandwiches, identical to the previous morning's fare. As Su Liyang took her seat, He Jinlu suddenly positioned himself behind her, leaning forward with his hands resting on the edge of the table, effectively enclosing her in his embrace. In a soft voice, he inquired, "Lawyer Su, do you not find today's breakfast quite familiar?" Turning to look at him, Su Liyang admired his handsome profile, noting his playful attempt to take credit for the meal. Recalling that he had prepared breakfast for her before, intentionally, she responded, "Not really, my breakfasts always look like this." After a moment of staring at Su Liyang and seeing her feigned ignorance, He Jinlu conceded, "All right, they all look like this." Standing up, he pulled out the chair next to her and sat down. As they conversed over breakfast, they resembled a genuine couple. Once they finished their meal, He Jinlu instinctively gathered the dishes to wash them in the kitchen, with Su Liyang following closely behind. She folded her arms across her chest, leaning against the counter, intrigued by his actions. While washing the dishes, He Jinlu remarked, "After a busy morning, don't I deserve some reward?" Su Liyang replied, "That's merely your accommodation fee." Holding the bowl, He Jinlu leaned in closer to Su Liyang and planted a kiss on her. Turning her face away, she could not suppress her growing smile. After a moment, she looked back at him, playfully stating, "You flatter yourself." He Jinlu did not retract his face, insisting, "Just a little reward." His playful demeanor was captivating. Ultimately, she pecked him on the cheek. He Jinlu instantly broke into a wide grin, his spirits lifted, washing dishes with renewed enthusiasm. At that moment, Su Liyang's phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Su Xue. With an impassive expression, she promptly hung up. Su Xue called again, and once more, Su Liyang ended the call. Observing her actions, He Jinlu queried, "Who has tried to reach you so early in the morning?" Exhaling slowly, Su Liyang replied lazily, "It's your not-yet-in-law." Before she could finish her sentence, He Jinlu interrupted, "Lawyer Su, do not spread rumors. I am single." Under different circumstances, He Jinlu would not have felt the need to clarify, but in front of Su Liyang, he wished to affirm his stance. His position regarding Su Xue, her family, and his own parents was unequivocal. He Jinlu did not acknowledge Su Xue, and Su Liyang chose not to elaborate further, simply responding with a smile, "Men with that." She turned and made her way back to the living room. Before long, after He Jinlu finished tidying up the kitchen, they both departed together, one heading to the law firm and the other to the He Corporation. At a crossroads, as Su Liyang's A6 was about to part ways, a Porsche suddenly approached from behind, its speed alarmingly swift, intent on forcing her to halt. Leaving the main road, with fewer vehicles around, the Porsche finally obstructed her path, positioning itself sideways to block her car. Turning off the engine, Su Liyang lazily stepped out of the vehicle. As expected, Su Xue emerged from the Porsche, exuding an air of nonchalance as she walked between the two cars. Su Liyang inquired coolly, "What do you mean by this?" Su Xue, her brows knitted and eyes reddened. "Questioner, why haven't you been answering my calls?" Su Liyang replied with a smile, "Why should I be obliged to answer your calls?" After taking a few steps forward, Su Xue looked at her again, asking, Liyang, you've been at the He group these past few days, right? Didn't I give you 20 million? Moreover, you reached an agreement with Dad, so why are you still entangled with Jinlu? Su Xue continued, Jinlu and I are already preparing for our wedding. Don't you care for your mother's ashes anymore? Amused by Su Xue's threat, Su Liyang retorted, why are there so many questions? Besides, why don't you ask He Jinlu what he thinks? Why must it be me entangling with him? Could it not be the other way around? Su Xue, however, insisted, Jinlu is not that kind of person. He would never be interested in a woman like you, nor would he pursue you. A woman like me? Su Liyang checked, locking eyes with her. Su Xue, if you were truly meant to marry him, you would have done so long ago. Why wait 5 years? It seems that now that I have returned, everyone has found a scapegoat, a target for their frustrations. Su Xue's expression darkened sharply. Liyang, what have you said to Jinlu? Don't forget, your mother's ashes are still in Dada's possession. Su Liyang dismissed her concern. If you wish, you can sleep with the ashes. Seeing that her words were falling on deaf ears, Su Xue grabbed her wrist, pulling her closer. Liyang, what exactly did you say to Jinlu? I warn you, if you get any closer to him, you will face dire consequences. Withdrawing her arm, Su Xue attempted to drag her back, but Su Liyang seized her in return. What? Are you planning to have someone kill me? Or force me? Drug me? She added. Wasn't Su's last loss nearly 6 billion? How many more times can Su endure such turmoil? How long can you maintain your status as the young lady of the Su family? Or do you think you could do anything to me now? Upon hearing the mention of 6 billion, Su Xue initially questioned, was that your doing? Yet she quickly dismissed her own doubt. Impossible. You couldn't possibly have such influence. That account only amounted to 12 million. During those 5 years, you were struggling to survive, barely able to move. With that 12 million, you couldn't have turned your situation around. Su Liyang remained calm, releasing Su Xue's hand, a smirk playing on her lips. Whether it's possible or not is irrelevant. What matters is that I have returned. Su Xue, do you think He Jinlu would lend a hand if I were to target the Su family? Su Xue was aware that He Jinlu had already stood up for Su Liyang against the Xiao family. Xiao had approached her long ago, complaining about Su Liyang and mentioning their encounter at the He group, which explained her frantic search for Su Liyang over the past few days. Gazing directly at Su Liyang, Su Xue remarked, you are merely an illegitimate child. There is no possibility of any connection with He Jinlu. As for the He family, you should not entertain any illusions. They look down upon you. Liyang, with your current reputation, it is utterly impossible for you to turn your fortunes around through marriage. With an air of confidence, Su Xue spoke, prompting Su Liyang to lean forward and whisper softly in her ear, is that so? Yet, He Jinlu spent last night by my side. Fixing her gaze upon Su Liyang, Su Xue retorted with a sneer, Liyang, you need not deceive me or attempt to sow discord. Even if you cared for Jinlu over those 3 years, what of it? Can you reveal the truth to him? You lack the courage to do so. Despite He Jinlu's repeated assertions that he would not offer her love or marriage, and his attempts to sever ties, she would not concede before Su Liyang. What did it matter that Su Liyang had cared for him for 3 years? He Jinlu remained oblivious to such matters. Su Liyang herself dared not speak of it, for she still sought her mother's ashes. Su Xue mandung combin fed. While Su Liyang smiled and leisurely retrieved her phone from her pocket, dialing He Jinlu's number. Chapter 29. Already missing me after our parting? On the other end of the line, He Jinlu responded promptly. His voice carried a hint of languor and mischief. What's the matter, Lawyer Su? Already missing me after our parting? Su Liyang raised her eyebrows and glanced at Su Xue, replying gently, Yes, I miss Mr. He. I long to hear your voice. Observing Su Liyang, Su Xue's face drained of color. She had been with He Jinlu for 5 years. Yet he had never answered her calls with such immediacy or spoken to her in such a warm tone. He had always been cold and indifferent. Whether receiving her calls or conversing with her, he had always been curt, never engaging in such playful banter. Glaring at Su Liyang, Su Xue's eyes were filled with resentment. If only she had not returned, how much better it would have been. After hanging up, Su Liyang smiled faintly. Su Xue, even if I were to give you those 3 years, he would still not belong to you. Fixing her gaze on Su Xue, Su Liyang was reminded of the 5 years she spent abroad, pursued by a throng of men, driven to the brink of desperation. To evade Su Xue and Su Xue's relentless pursuit, she had endured bites from wild dogs and scratches from feral cats. Starving and cold, she trembled in fear. Too afraid to seek refuge in hotels or any place that required identification. It was only upon encountering teacher Jiang and his wife, and subsequently him, that her plight began to shift. Provoked by Su Liyang's taunts, Su Xue raised her hand to strike her. Quick as a flash, Su Liyang seized Su Xue's wrist. Su Xue, kevin grona kastam to hitting me. Have you forgotten that I can retaliate? Fighting? Such behavior was beneath her. It was too trivial. She intended to make Su Xue suffer profoundly, to inflict unbearable torment upon Su Xue and Yi Meiyan. As Su Xue's hand was cast aside by Su Liyang, she clenched her fists in rage. During those 5 years abroad, it was certain that she had sought to contact He Jinlu by any means, and that she had spoken to him, which explained why He Jinlu had delayed marriage. Su Xue, with her gentle demeanor, often referred to Su Liyang as her sister. Though she did not resort to physical violence like Yi Meiyan, she inflicted her pain in more insidious ways. Each time she vented her anger on Su Liyang, she would later apologize, claiming she had been too upset, and would offer her food or some unwanted dresses to placate her. Life had offered no warmth. Su Liyang was consistently deceived by Su Xue, forgiving her time and again. It was only through the relentless harassment and pursuit from the Su family during those 5 years abroad, alongside Su Xue's various vile tactics, that Su Liyang finally discerned the true nature of humanity and accepted it. With a detached gaze, she turned and walked away, her mind flooded with memories of her time in the Su household. Sister, Liyang wanted to speak again. Please don't hurt her. Sister, the needle is stuck in Liyang. It really hurts. Thank you, sister. I no longer feel pain. I still love you. Sister, this dress is beautiful. Liyang truly likes it. Ah, sister, such a sister indeed. As she opened the car door and entered, Su Xue followed her into the Porsche. Maintaining a cold demeanor, Su Liyang regarded Su Xue with an icy gaze. She was no longer a mere child, nor would she allow herself to be deceived again. In the Porsche, Su Xue reversed the car, casting a disdainful glance at Su Liyang while recalling Su Liyang's earlier arrogance and He Jinlu's phone call. A chill settled in Su Xue's eyes. As the car continued to back up, Su Liyang was about to change lanes when, unexpectedly, Su Xue accelerated recklessly. Su Liyang's brow furrowed, and as she prepared to maneuver away, Su Xue's vehicle collided violently with hers. The impact left her momentarily dazed, her neck heavy and aching. The car's alarm blared as Su Liyang struggled to open her eyes, only to find Su Xue's face darken with rage, her eyes bloodshot and fixed upon her, resembling a demon from hell. Grabbing her phone, Su Liyang swiftly dialed 120 and 110. Madness had seized Su Xue once again. In the past, Su Xue's erratic behavior had been a constant. Her duplicitous nature shifted seamlessly between public charm and private malice. Yet, with her incessant calls of sister, Su Liyang had tolerated her, accepting her in all her complexities. It was only later that she recognized the depths of Su Xue's darkness and malice, which surpassed even Su Xue's. Soon enough, the sounds of sirens filled the air. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Liyang found herself in a hospital room. The doctor informed her of a mild concussion, but assured her that there were no significant issues, and she could be discharged after a couple of days of rest. Su Liyang frowned slightly. That madwoman was even more deranged than she had imagined. After resting for a while, aside from a slight headache, she felt relatively well. During this time, a call came from the office. Yuan Dongling urged her to rest and not worry about work, promising to visit later. Alone in the hospital room, Su Liyang sold Herses missing Hop Ning Ning. By noon, hunger struck, and not wishing to trouble the medical staff, she decided to get up and fetch her own meal from the cafeteria. As she passed by another patient's room, she overheard familiar voices. Curious, she paused and looked inside. There were Su Xue, Yi Meiyan, He Jinlu, and He Jinlu's parents, all gathered around Su Xue's bed, expressing their concern and asking numerous questions. On the bed, Su Xue wore the same hospital gown as Su Liyang, tears streaming down her face as she pitifully lamented. "Aunt, uncle, this is all my fault. I was distracted by Liyang's words and accidentally pressed the gas pedal. It was my mistake that led to the accident. Liyang, she—" At this point, Su Xue's eyes reddened further as she cast a pleading look at He Jinlu. Seeing this, Yi Meiyan also broke into tears, saying, "Jinlu, you must stand up for Su Xue. She has always had the best temperament. And this time, she must have been beside herself. Otherwise, how could she have neglected her own safety?" Meanwhile, Su Xue remained silent, his furrowed brow conveying a deafening silence that resonated as powerfully as Su Xue's and Yi Meiyan's cries. He Jinlu listened to Su Xue's self-reproach and Yi Meiyan's sense of injustice, comforting them both by saying, "This little vixen is exceedingly audacious. Rest assured, Xue, Jinlu will undoubtedly stand up for you and will not allow you to suffer any indignity. To suggest that she could enter the He family is preposterous. She is unworthy even to carry Jinlu's shoes, and we shall never acquiesce to such a notion." Outside the corridor, Su Liyang observed the attention lavished upon Su Xue and listened to Madame He's reprimands, stating that even if she were to carry shoes for He Jinlu, the He family would never consent. Su Liyang smiled softly and turned back to the hospital room. Chapter 30. Did I persuade Mr. He to marry me? Was she overly self-assured? She actually dared to confront Su Xue, boasting that she would have He Jinlu deal with the Su family. She claimed to be single, asserting that he would never marry, yet the only person he visited was Su Xue. Returning alone to the hospital room, which lacked even a cup of hot water, Su Liyang noticed her lips had developed a thin layer of peeling skin. She took her phone and ordered takeout. Halfway through her meal, He Jinlu arrived, carrying a thermal box. Glancing at him as he placed the box on a nearby table, Su Liyang composedly inquired, "Mr. He, what brings you here?" "Should you be at work?" He replied, "Takeout lacks nutrition. You should eat this." Su Liyang responded, "I've nearly finished my meal." Her nonchalant demeanor, avoiding any mention of the accident or Su Xue, left He Jinlu at a loss for words. He gazed at her in silence, and she continued to eat. After a prolonged moment of tension, He Jinlu broke the silence with a faint smile, asking, "Ms. Su, are you perhaps a bit too eager?" He continued, "It seems I have not made any promises to you. While trivial disputes are acceptable, the incident involving the accident crossed a line, ultimately harming her as well. Furthermore, he had indeed made no commitments to her." His casual dismissal caused Su Liyang to pause her meal, turning her gaze toward him. She then rose from the bed, disposed of her unfinished takeout, and calmly faced He Jinlu, inquiring, "What am I in a hurry for? Did I persuade Mr. He to marry me? My grievances with the Su family are not due to you." With a dismissive attitude, Su Liyang continued to hold He Jinlu's gaze. He sensed a palpable distance between them. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "That phone call this morning was intentional, wasn't it?" Su Liyang smiled even more, hands tucked casually into the pockets of her blue-striped hospital pants, looking up at him and saying, "Surely Mr. He must know my intentions. Am I not luring you for revenge against Su Xue and the Su family? It's merely a game, Mr. He. Why take it so seriously?" Despite not intending to use He Jinlu for revenge, he persistently clung to her. Upon hearing her flippant remark about it being a game, He Jinlu's smile faded. He hadn't uttered those exact words, but she had preempted him. Merely a game? He scrutinized her for a considerable time before coldly responding, "Very well, Ms. Su. If you are so carefree, I have nothing more to say." Su Liyang remained unperturbed, her tone gentle. If Mr. He does not wish to play, or cannot afford to, he is free to withdraw at any time. Regarding the accident with Su Xue, she had no desire to explain, nor did she feel inclined to justify herself to anyone, including He Jinlu. He had already formed a judgment about her character, or he wouldn't have accused her of being too eager and claimed he had made no promises. They were not of the same ilk. She felt no obligation to clarify her position, nor had she ever sought any assurances from him. Deep down, she understood that He Jinlu was merely toying with her. After she spoke, He Jinlu nodded and said, "Very well," before turning away and departing. In the hospital room, watching He Jinlu turn and leave, Su Liyang smiled nonchalantly. As a nurse passed by her ward, Su Liyang called out to her, "Nurse, Could you please help me dispose of this in the trash outside? The nurse entered the room and took the lunchbox, noticing there was still food inside. Are you going to eat? She inquired. I've already eaten, Su Liyang replied. All right, I'll take care of it for you. Thank you. After the nurse left, Su Liyang returned to her bed to rest. In the afternoon, Yuan Dongling and several colleagues from her workplace visited her, mentioning that they had reviewed the morning's accident footage and concluded that the other party had caused the incident intentionally. They asked Su Liyang if she wished to file a lawsuit. No need, Su Liyang replied. What difference would it make? The Su family and the He family are merely going to dance around the issue, and in the end, it will still be my fault. The best outcome would merely yield a feigned apology from Su Xue. What good would that do? This debt, I shall settle on my own. Meanwhile, the gossip within their circle surged once more. Su Liyang hit Su Xue with her car today. Su Xue is in the hospital. She truly is audacious. I just began to have a favorable impression of her, but that has vanished now. I heard it was all because of He Jinlu. Su Xue is set to marry him. What does Su Liyang think she is doing? How shameful. Since childhood, Su Xue has taken everything from her. Truly, like mother. Like daughter, a mouse's offspring will dig holes. She covets everything, just like her mother. I thought she had turned over a new leaf. How disappointing. Su Liyang could easily imagine the malicious whispers circulating in their social circle, yet she chose to disregard them. When Zhou Ningning called her, she even offered words of comfort to her friend. Around 9 in the evening, after hanging up with Zhou Ningning, there came a sudden knock at the hospital room door. Su Liyang, her glasses perched on her nose, did not raise her head as she said, "The door is unlocked. Come in." The door opened, and a faint fragrance of flowers wafted in. Su Liyang looked up to see Zhou Xiaoqing entering, bearing a large bouquet of fresh flowers, along with fruits and nutritional supplements. Surprised by his visit, she set her book aside and exclaimed, "Zhou Xiuzhang?" Zhou Xiaoqing inquired with genuine concern. "How are you feeling? Are you all right?" Su Liyang festive. "If you had come a moment later, I might have been discharged." Zhou Xiaoqing chuckled, setting down his gifts and pulling out a chair to sit comfortably. Su Liyang rose to pour him some water, but he stopped her, saying, "Liyang, please, don't trouble yourself. Just sit." With his insistence, Su Liyang obliged and took a seat beside him. She picked an orange from the fruit he had brought and began to peel it for him. "What brings you here, Zhou Xiuzhang?" He accepted the orange and replied, "Ningning told me to check on you." Honestly, even if she hadn't mentioned it, I would have come. Su Liyang smiled. "That makes sense. You and Ningning are relatives." After this exchange, a silence fell upon them, both feeling a hint of awkwardness. With a guest present, Su Liyang felt compelled to engage in conversation. "I suppose they are speaking ill of me outside." Ningning was quite furious just now. Between Su Liyang and Zhou Xiaoqing, aside from her troubles and Zhou Ningning, there was little else to discuss. As he split the orange in half for Su Liyang, Zhou Xiaoqing remarked, "What others say is their concern. Both Ningning and I understand the true essence of who you are, Liyang." Su Liyang replied, "How can you be so certain, Senior Zhou, that I am not that kind of person? Perhaps I truly am." In response to her words, Zhou Xiaoqing released a chuckle and said, "In this matter, I consider myself partially involved. You never shared a word with me back then. It is this society that can be so fearsome with its gossip." While savoring the orange that Zhou Xiaoqing had offered her, Su Liyang stated, "Not everyone possesses wisdom. Not everyone can discern right from wrong." Outside the door, He Jinlu listened to their lively banter, his expression darkening noticeably. Chapter 31. The truth. Zhou Xiaoqing was astute, capable of discerning right from wrong. Yet he was not wise, nor could he distinguish between the two. Correct? With his hands tucked into his pockets, He Jinlu shot a cold glance into the room and turned to leave. As he passed by Su Xue's hospital room, his mother called out to him, "Jinlu, come here." Turning his gaze towards the room, he saw both his mother and Yi Meiyun present, while Su Xue sat despondently on the bed. He Jinlu entered, hands habitually shoved into his pockets, his expression indifferent. Upon his arrival, Su Xue's eyes turned red. Zhao Wanyi remarked, "Jinlu, look at the mischief that little vixen has caused. Keep your distance from her and avoid unnecessary entanglements." Yi Meiyun added, "My dear, this situation cannot be entirely blamed on Jinlu. After enduring this ordeal, he will come to understand her better." Su Xue still appeared woefully pitiful, calling out Jinlu. While everyone was criticizing Su Liyang, asserting her wrongdoing, He Jinlu felt exasperated. He lowered his gaze to Su Xue, fully aware that she was not his adversary. The next time you encounter her, take a detour. With a belly full of frustration, He Jinlu finally found an outlet for his emotions. Su Xue and Yi Meiyan displayed expressions of shock. Zhao Wenyi questioned, Jinlu, what are you saying? This matter is clearly the little vixen's fault. Should we all be confined to our homes just because she is around? He Jinlu raised his eyes to his mother and coldly retorted, what time is it that you still haven't gone to bed? Aren't there enough wrinkles on your face already? At 55, Zhao Wenyi had maintained herself remarkably well, appearing no older than in her 40s. She had long suspected that He Jinlu disapproved of her association with Yi Meiyan. Zhao Wenyi's expression darkened as she raised her hand to touch her face. Where are the wrinkles on my face? Upon witnessing her response, He Jinlu turned and walked away. Zhao Wenyi hastily followed him, not forgetting to tell Yi Meiyan and Su Xue, Su Xue, I'll take my leave now. I'll come to visit you again tomorrow. As soon as the two departed, Yi Meiyan frowned and remarked, what kind of enchantment has that little hussy cast on Jinlu? Why does everyone protect her? With her eyes fixed on the corridor outside the hospital room, Su Xue clutched the blanket tightly. In the adjacent hospital room, Su Liyang escorted Zhou Shaoqing to the door. Upon closing the door behind her, her phone on the table rang. She picked it up and moved to the window, answering the call, Shao Jie. On the other end, the young man said, President Su, Master Ji mentioned that the He family has overstepped this time and inquired about your stance on the matter. Su Liyang, holding the phone in her right hand and returning her left hand to her pocket, replied, let Master Jean handle it. I have no objections. Understood, President Su. If there is turbulence with the stocks, should we buy? Yes. The young man continued, by the way, President Su, Master Jean asked me to inform you that if you encounter any difficulties, reach out to the family promptly. Su Liyang smiled lightly, got it. After hanging up, she returned to her bed and picked up a book beside her. The following morning, before the doctor arrived for rounds, Su Liyang went to the nurse's station to arrange for her discharge. As the young nurse processed her paperwork, she inquired, Lawyer Su, hasn't President He can pick you up? Su Liyang looked up, President He? The young nurse handed her the list and remarked, indeed. When Lawyer Su was admitted to the hospital yesterday, it was Mr. He who handled the admission procedures and kept her company in the ward. Mr. He even visited again in the middle of the night. Su Liyang took the list and replied, thank you, I understand. After completing the formalities, she exhaled deeply, her head throbbing. By 9 o'clock, He Jinlu arrived at the hospital, bringing breakfast. The nurse informed him, Mr. He, Lawyer Su has already been discharged early this morning. Casting a glance towards the ward, He Jinlu's expression darkened. He had not been informed, and he felt no inclination to attend to matters. As he drove back to the company, the moment He Jinlu stepped into his office, Jiang Yuan approached with a data disk. Mr. He, this is the surveillance video from yesterday's accident. I have copied the entire footage. He Jinlu did not lift his gaze, merely instructing, just place it down. As Jiang Yuan set down the disk, he hesitated, sensing He Jinlu's focus elsewhere, and added, this matter does not implicate Lawyer Su much. She is somewhat wronged. He Jinlu looked up, prompting Jiang Yuan to hastily say, Mr. He, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. With that, he hurriedly exited. He Jinlu, witnessing this, redirected his attention to the data disk and connected it to the computer. The road conditions from that day unfolded before his eyes. After parting ways with Su Liyang at the intersection, Su Xue's Porsche quickly pursued her, incessantly pressuring Su Liyang until she was forced to stop. Subsequently, the two exited their vehicles, leading to a confrontation where Su Xue attempted to strike Su Liyang, only to be restrained by her. As he continued to watch, He Jinlu's expression grew increasingly grim. The entire incident had been instigated by Su Xue. It was she who deliberately collided with Su Liyang, seeking her out. Contemplating Su Xue's tearful eyes, the concern everyone had for her, the insults directed at Su Liyang, and Su Liyang's silence in defense, He Jinlu abruptly smashed the pen in his hand. Did she lack the ability to speak? Was she incapable of defending herself? He had visited her yesterday, and she had not uttered a word, yet she had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. turning his gaze aside. He Jinlu felt a surge of frustration mixed with heartache. They claimed Su Liyang was seducing him, disrupting his relationship with Su Xue. But the truth was clearer to him than anyone else. Su Liyang had never sought to entice him, yet she bore the brunt of public scorn. Furthermore, regarding her association with Zhou Xiaoqing, she had not offered an explanation. Picking up the phone, He Jinlu dialed Su Liyang's number. But the image of her chatting animatedly with Zhou Xiaoqing in the hospital room last night caused him to abruptly toss the phone back onto the desk. Despite knowing she was wronged, he felt a pang of jealousy. They held no official status, and he had spoken harshly to her just yesterday, claiming he had made no promises, yet he still felt possessive. It was as if Su Liyang's laughter and warmth were solely meant for him. After staring at the discarded phone for a prolonged moment, He Jinlu dialed Jiang Yuan's number. Jiang, send out the video without sparing the Su family any face. Understood, Mr. He. I'll take care of it immediately. Jiang Yuan relished such matters. He possesses few commendable qualities, save for an unwavering sense of justice. Consequently, after receiving a call from He Jinlu, he wasted not a moment and promptly disseminated the surveillance footage using his primary account. How astonishing. It was Su Xue who first provoked Su Liyang, and she was the one who crashed into Su Liyang. What a twist. Su Xue, usually so demure, has shown such reckless abandon in a critical moment. I find myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Su Liyang. I scolded her yesterday, and now feel quite apologetic. Dear friend, though it was indeed Su Xue who caused the collision, one can surmise that Su Liyang must have said something to incite Su Xue's anger. Let us not rationalize this. No matter how furious one might be, one must not toy with safety. This verges on attempted manslaughter. Wait a moment. Have you not noticed? The surveillance video was released by He Jinlu's assistant and posted directly from the primary account. What's going on here? Isensa major rabalatiun brawing. While the crowd engaged in fervent discussions across various groups, Jiang Yuan interjected. President He insists that the truth must not be obscured. What does President He mean by asserting that the truth must not be concealed? Chapter 32. Comforting her in an instant, the circle erupted into chaos. Early in the morning, everyone began to gossip, savoring the juicy details of the surveillance video released by Jiang Yuan. The scandal was delectable and enthralling. Zhao Wani also caught sight of the footage, taken aback by the shocking revelation. She could hardly believe that the usually demure and pitiable Su Xue possessed such a passionate side. However, it was evident that she must have been driven to the brink. Initially, Zhao Wani intended to speak up for Su Xue, but the thought of He Jinlu's grim expression deterred her. She feared that her interjection might prompt He Jinlu to truly drag Su Liyang to obtain a marriage certificate. In the hospital room, as Su Xue and Yi Meiyun watched the surveillance footage, Su Xue unleashed her fury, smashing everything within reach. The floor was strewn with debris. Yi Meiyun comforted her, saying, Xue, do not let your anger consume you. Your father and I will find a way. We will not allow Su Liyang to snatch Jinlu away. Jinlu is yours. With bloodshot eyes and a pale complexion, Su Xue sat on the bed, acutely aware that He Jinlu's escalation of the situation was intended to dissuade her. After waiting so long and orchestrating her plans meticulously, how could she, at the age of 28, simply withdraw? Whether there were feelings involved or not, she and He Jinlu were destined to marry. Xue, I know that wretched Su Liyang has provoked you. I will certainly seek justice for you, Yi Meiyun assured her. Looking up at her mother, Su Xue replied, Mom, I do not like Liyang. Yi Meiyun responded, Neither do I, nor do I care for her despicable mother. Meanwhile, at the Shang law firm, Su Liyang was engrossed in her work when she received an excited call from Zhou Ningning. Liyang, I'm feeling much better now. Has the show been released? She inquired. No, it's regarding the car accident involving you and Su Xue. He Jinlu's assistant Jiang Yuan has shared the footage in the group chat using his main account. Zhou Ningning could hardly contain her enthusiasm as she continued. He Jinlu has truly taken action. Su Xue's face has been bruised by him. I'll send you the chat records. As she answered the call and perused the messages Zhou Ningning forwarded, Su Liyang remained unfazed. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to the world's moral inversion. While she understood that He Jinlu aimed to leverage her presence to compel Su Xue and the Su family to retreat. The thought of Su Xue and Yi Meiyun's expressions brought a smile to her lips. After years of performance, being unmasked could not feel pleasant. Yet this was merely the beginning. Upon reviewing the records, Su Liyang asked, "When will you be back?" Zhou Ningning replied, "I'll return after the shoot on Saturday." After a brief exchange, they concluded the call. In the days that followed, Su Liyang did not seek out He Jinlu to reclaim her reputation. She continued with her life and work as usual. However, Zhou Xiaoqing began to appear frequently, bringing her breakfast, inquiring about her health, and offering rides to and from work while her car was under repair. Su Liyang insisted it was unnecessary, but Zhou Xiaoqing claimed it was to care for his niece, Zhou Ningning, in a gesture of past guilt. Su Liyang found herself at a loss with Zhou Xiaoqing. That evening, just as she finished work, Zhou Xiaoqing arrived to pick her up. Spotting her emerging from the office building, he hurriedly opened the passenger door with a beaming smile, greeting her, Liyang. Su Liyang replied, "Senior Zhou, you needn't have come for me. It's quite convenient for me to take a taxi from here." Zhou Xiaoqing insisted, "You still haven't fully recovered from your headache, and if I don't come, Ningning vil sureli skolt me akoin." Reluctantly, Su Liyang bent down to enter the car, while Zhou Xiaoqing attentively guarded her head to prevent any bumps. Not far away, He Jinlu flicked away the stub of his cigarette, his expression dark and brooding like storm clouds, too painful to behold. That day, in her hospital room, his words had been somewhat harsh, yet he had not displayed any contempt. Later, he had asked Jiang Yuan to send a video, clearing her name. It was evident he was seeking reconciliation, offering them both an escape route. He had expected her to call and express her gratitude, but to his dismay, as the fervor of the incident waned and gossip shifted to new topics, she had not reached out to him. Upon arriving today, he discovered she was not alone. With his tongue pressed against his cheek, He Jinlu sneered, pressed the accelerator, and made a sharp turn to leave. Meanwhile, as Zhou Xiaoqing's car started, Su Liyang caught sight of a sleek black G-Wagon. Her gaze sharpened. Zhou Xiaoqing inquired, "Liyang, what are you looking at?" It was only then that Su Liyang returned to her senses, smiling as she replied, "Nothing in particular." The following morning, while Su Liyang was engrossed in her work at the office, her phone on the desk rang. It was a call from He Jinlu. Her expression darkened slightly as she hesitated to answer. She had no intention of exploiting He Jinlu or his feelings. Their previous conversation had been a product of the moment and atmosphere. Ideally, it would be best if they left things as they were. When the phone's vibrations ceased, she realized she had missed the call. Assuming that was the end of it, she was surprised when He Jinlu called again. This time, she answered, responding, "President He." On the other end, He Jinlu's voice was cool and detached. "Do you still remember me, Lawyer Su?" He continued, "I mentioned I could introduce you to some cases. Do you have time?" He had spent the entire night stewing over the situation. Why should the person he had painstakingly endeavored to impress be handed over to Zhou Xiaoqing? Who did he think he was? Although his connection with Su Liyang had come to an end, it was not Zhou Xiaoqing's place to take precedence. Su Liyang furrowed her brow slightly and exhaled deeply. "President He, I am currently occupied with other work. If you have case referrals, you may contact Lawyer Yuan directly." He Jinlu's tone turned colder. "Su Liyang, are you really refusing to accept case referrals? Have you decided not to work and earn a living?" Su Liyan checked softly. "President He, do you think I rely solely on my work as a lawyer for sustenance? You can keep those cases to charm others. I will not indulge." The He family did not wish for their paths to cross, and she had no desire to approach them either. "Let's leave it at that," she concluded, hanging up before He Jinlu could respond. On the other end, He Jinlu's expression, what a formidable Su Liyang. Hanging up on him? Quite impressive. Tossing his phone aside, He Jinlu's gaze turned icy enough to freeze. Believing she had clarified matters with He Jinlu and that the issue was behind them, Su Liyang was taken aback when she returned home that evening. As she reached the ground floor, she spotted He Jinlu, clad in a white shirt and black suit trousers. His sleeves casually rolled up, leaning against a luxurious vehicle while slowly exhaling smoke rings. Upon hearing her footsteps, He Jinlu turned to face her, a gentle breeze ruffling his dark hair, strands falling delicately across his forehead. He had been waiting for quite some time. Their eyes met, causing Su Liyang to slow her pace. He discarded the remaining stub of his cigarette and extinguished it with his foot. with his right hand slipping back into his pocket. He slowly turned away, his voice soft as he inquired, "Are you so unwilling to see me?" Feeling a headache coming on, Su Liyang averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. After a prolonged silence, she looked back at him, and He Jinlu asked again, "Did I speak too harshly the other day? Did I upset you?" Throughout his life, He Jinlu had never been one to placate others, yet the memory of Su Liyang's drunken embrace lingered in his mind, along with her refusal to explain anything in her solitary existence. In that moment, he felt an undeniable compassion for her. Chapter 33. Does he even deserve to compete for a woman with me? No matter the circumstances, Su Xue still has family. She has parents. Su Liyang, on the other hand, possesses nothing, utterly alone. When He Jinlu's question reached her, Su Liyang crossed her arms over her chest and replied in line with his words. "Indeed, I am upset and no longer wish to play with you." He Jinlu chuckled. "After all we shared, you say you want to play anymore?" With a languid tone, Su Liyang retorted, "Mr. He, it was you who insisted on climbing into my bed. Do not place the blame on me." He Jinlu shot back, "So, you're disavowing our intimacy now? What else can I do? Should I take responsibility for our encounter?" Su Liyang's indifferent remark held his gaze. Finally, he beckoned her closer. "Su Liyang, come here." Arms still crossed, she sauntered towards him with a leisurely demeanor. In public, what could he possibly do? There were cameras everywhere. The street lights illuminated them. And as she approached, He Jinlu caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance, one he recognized well. The breeze gently tousled Su Liyang's hair, prompting He Jinlu to lower his head and inquire, "What is going on between you and Zhou Xiaoqing? Why has he been lingering around you these days?" Su Liyang responded, "It's precisely what you see." He Jinlu raised an eyebrow. "So, you are together?" With a lazy tone, she replied, "Indeed, Mr. He. If you do not appreciate me and fail to make me any promises, there will always be others who do and are willing to offer me commitments." At this point, she added with a sardonic tone, "Moreover, Zhou Xiaoqing won't even need me to fetch his shoes." She implied that she was unworthy of even serving He Jinlu, suggesting that the He family would never approve, and that He Jinlu's mother held her in disdain. Her words momentarily stunned He Jinlu, who then turned away, chuckling. After his laughter subsided, he placed his hands in his pockets and looked back at Su Liyang. "I was attempting to be amicable, yet you choose to ignore me. All because you heard what my mother said." Before Su Liyang could respond, He Jinlu teased her, "Su Liyang, it's unlike you to disregard me over a few words from my mother. You are more the type to drag me to the Civil Affairs Bureau and make her furious enough to end up in the hospital." He Jinlu, unashamed, drew a look of disdain from Su Liyang, who countered, "Enough, do not take pleasure at my expense. No matter how shameless I may be, I will not invite discomfort upon myself." He Jinlu withdrew his right hand from his pocket, gently brushing aside the strands of hair from her brow, and asked softly, "Are you truly with Zhou Xiaoqing?" Su Liyang replied, "Zhou Xiaoqing is considerate and attentive. He's been picking me up and dropping me off these past few days. He is thoughtful and meticulous, and given that he is related to Ning, we know each other well. He is the one for my future." Not wishing to entangle herself further with He Jinlu, Su Liyang decided to use Zhou Xiaoqing as a shield. Listening to her, He Jinlu's earlier warmth faded. He withdrew his hand from her hair and returned it to his pocket, his tone growing cold. "I do not approve." Finding the situation amusing, Su Liyang raised an eyebrow. Tilting her head defiantly towards He Jinlu, "What is your disapproval matter? Are you my parents or something of the sort?" Bestowing him a modicum of respect only seemed to embolden him further. He Jinlu chuckled softly. "Su Liyang, after sharing a bed, you intend to just walk away as if nothing happened?" Su Liyang, amused yet infuriated, retorted, "What? Are you truly trying to extort me? Fine. When president he eventually bears my child, do come back with a little one. Then we could talk about status." She felt no obligation to seek him out for responsibility, and if he didn't pressure her, he ought to be grateful. Yet, here he was shamelessly attempting to leverage the situation against her. At this point, Su Liyang grew disinterested in further debate with He Jinlu, simply stating, "I'm leaving now. Do as you wish, President He." As she turned to depart, He Jinlu seized her arm, forcefully pulling her back. Stumbling in surprise, Su Liyang collided softly against his car, her arms held firmly in place. Attempting to resist, she raised her hand, but He Jinlu leaned down and captured her lips, offering her no chance to refuse. His lips were soft, and under the white glow of the streetlight, Su Liyang did not close her eyes. She observed He Jinlu as he kissed her deeply, his eyes shut in intensity. The kiss became painful as he bit her lips, and only when he loosened his grip did she take the opportunity to push him away. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she declared, "President He, casual kisses and embraces were acceptable before, but now I am in a committed relationship. Let us show some mutual respect." He Jinlu replied, "Competing for a woman with me? Does Zhou Shaoqing even stand a chance? Who is your woman?" So Liyang countered, "I'm wobbling." He Jinlu was at a loss when faced with her steadfastness. After a long moment of silent contemplation, he resumed his gentlemanly demeanor and gently said, "Isn't this matter already clarified? And what about you? Clearly, the fault does not lie with you. Why not explain?" At this juncture, his gaze softened considerably. Despite her sharp tongue and cleverness, why was she mute at such a crucial moment? Had she spoken up a bit more at the hospital, he might not have left so abruptly. Other women would have yielded. She, however, would not. As he gazed at her with a tenderness that rendered her speechless, Su Liyang met his eyes and said, "He Jinlu, you know full well we are not on the same path. You have stated there would be no promises made. If you seek amusement, I lack the time and energy for such frivolities. Find someone else to entertain you. I shall not oblige." With a calm heart, she observed the softness in He Jinlu's eyes gradually fade. They were indeed two parallel lines, destined never to intersect. Raising her head, she took in the sight of her solitary figure retreating, adjusting her coat without a glance back. He Jinlu pulled a cigarette from his pocket, only to discover the pack was empty. He casually tossed the cigarette box into the trash bin, his expression imbued with an icy detachment. Turning to open the car door, he slipped inside. Despite being acutely aware of the bleakness of the future and having never contemplated what lay ahead, why did he still feel a sense of reluctance? As he started the vehicle, He Jinlu glanced at the night scenery outside. Perhaps it was the familiarity of their initial encounter. Perhaps it was the allure of the unattainable. Or perhaps it was simply that she was unlike anyone else. Chapter 34. Delivering the car upon returning home, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He Qingbei and Zhao Wani were both present. Noticing his arrival, He Qingbei remarked, "The company's stock has been volatile these past few days. You should be aware of the situation. Moreover, you should expedite the wedding with Su Xue. It will be beneficial for both you and the company." He Qingbei believed that the recent fluctuations in the stock market were influenced by He Jinlu's emotional entanglements. Annoyed by the pressure to marry upon his return, He Jinlu retorted, "I cannot possibly marry Su Xue. Do not pressure me any further. Even if the company were to collapse, I still would not wed her." Just as he was grappling with his frustrations, his father arrived. Upon hearing this declaration, He Qingbei rose from the sofa, exclaiming, "He Jinlu, what are you trying to do? Do you have no sense of propriety or law? Do you truly think the world revolved around you? Do not forget who stood by you during your lowest moments. A man who lacks gratitude cannot expect to go far." While he had not intended to coerce He Jinlu into marriage, the recent rumors and his son's obstinate attitude led He Qingbei to believe that marrying Su Xue was the most prudent decision. In any case, He Jinlu needed to sever all ties with that lawyer and establish clear boundaries. With a look of impatience, He Jinlu dismissed his father's moralistic tirade. "Whoever wishes to marry may do so. I will not. That is my law." Having said this, he disregarded He Qingbei and ascended the stairs, unwilling to be swayed by anyone regarding his choices. Zhao Wani, witnessing this, followed him, saying, "Jinlu, what are you doing? Why must you be so obstinate? What is so wrong with Su Xue? Why do you insist on entangling yourself with that little lawyer? You should heed your parents' advice, and you must swiftly resolve matters with the Shao family. Otherwise, outside influences may." Tired of his mother's nagging, He Jinlu retreated to his room and shut the door firmly. The following morning, He Jinlu arrived at the office later than usual. As he settled at his desk, Jiang Yuan knocked and entered. "President He, the recent stock fluctuations indeed appear to be manipulated." He Jinlu looked up as Jiang Yuan continued, "Is the He family from Nancheng, specifically Third Master He?" At Jiang Yuan's words, He Jinlu smiled with intrigue. Third uncle? How fascinating. The He family from Nancheng was related to his own, having diverged over generations, leading to a distant relationship. Originally established in a southern city, the Nancheng He family had developed a stronghold over the years, now a dominant force in the region. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the two families had crossed paths here. Jiang Yuan continued his report. The He group in Nancheng is now primarily managed by Third Master He, who returned for the United States last year. It is said that he has a brilliant trader by his side, which has made the He group even more formidable in recent years. A brilliant trader? He Jinlu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I am eager to see whether his trader excels or if the He family prevails. Mr. He, there's truly no need for such formality. After all, we are family. He Jinlu shot a cold glance, and Jiang Yuan realized he had spoken too much, promptly redirecting the conversation. By the way, Mr. He, young Master Zhou has arrived and is waiting outside for you. He Jinlu's expression softened slightly, and he permitted Zhou Xiaoqing to enter. Zhou Xiaoqing entered, still his genteel self. Mr. He greeted. He Jinlu remained composed and seated. After Zhou Xiaoqing pulled out the chair opposite him and took a seat, he handed over a proposal, not expecting Mr. He to suddenly express interest in collaboration. What do you think of this partnership proposal, Mr. He? Receiving the proposal from Zhou Xiaoqing, He Jinlu reviewed it with an impassive expression. The proposal is satisfactory. I will sign it shortly. You may coordinate the subsequent tasks with General Manager Zhang. Understood, Mr. He, Zhou Xiaoqing replied. Following this, He Jinlu abruptly shifted the topic, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, Xiaoqing, I have heard rumors that you are in a relationship with lawyer Su Liyang. Is there any truth to this? He Jinlu had summoned Zhou Xiaoqing primarily to inquire about this matter. Upon hearing He Jinlu's words, Zhou Xiaoqing burst into laughter. Where did you hear such gossip, Mr. He? I am unaware of any romance with Liyang. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoqing thought about the rumors he had recently encountered, which were not of this nature. He had heard whispers concerning Su Liyang and He Jinlu. Regardless of how the rumors circulated, he remained skeptical, having been a victim of falsehoods himself, aware of the truths and lies intertwined. However, upon hearing Zhou Xiaoqing mention Liyang's name, He Jinlu's expression darkened slightly, as it was Su Liyang herself who had spoken of this. She said so herself? Zhou Xiaoqing asked, taken aback. After his surprise faded, he felt elated. Did Liyang truly say that? To be honest, Mr. He, I do harbor such intentions, but have yet to act upon them. Now that you've mentioned it, this matter can be easily resolved. Zhou Xiaoqing's words left He Jinlu momentarily speechless. They had barely begun, and yet Su Liyang was already spinning tales? Realizing that his previous comments may have stirred unnecessary trouble, He Jinlu retorted, she did not say that, nor does she have such thoughts. I was merely fabricating. Zhou Xiaoqing found this difficult to believe. Mr. He, you jest? You two spread rumors? Regardless, it would be best for me to inquire directly with Liyang. He Jinlu acknowledged that his own loose tongue had led to this predicament. Shortly thereafter, after Zhou Xiaoqing departed with the contract, He Jinlu greeted Jiang Yuan, saying, regarding the collaboration, ensure that Zhou Xiaoqing remains occupied. Understood, Mr. He, Jiang Yuan replied. Meanwhile, at the law firm, Su Liyang was either occupied with work or engrossed in her studies. As she exited the office building in the evening, a white Mercedes-Benz G-Class halted in front of her, and the driver honked the horn. Looking up, Su Liyang recognized He Jinlu's face. Have you undergone a transformation, Mr. He? A new lease on life? She teased. He Jinlu, maintaining his composure, entered the vehicle. Ignoring him, Su Liyang continued on her way, prompting He Jinlu to remark, must I step out to invite you? Noticing his serious demeanor, Su Liyang ultimately opened the passenger door and climbed inside. The car slowly started to move, and He Jinlu turned a glance at her. Wasn't he at his intention to utilize me to exact revenge on the Su family and Su Xue? Has that motive now diminished? When Su Liyang publicly added him on WeChat, he understood her every intention. If it was merely this connection, he was more than willing to cooperate. Observing He Jinlu, Su Liyang remarked, He Jinlu, I've come to realize that you possess quite a lack of shame. He Jinlu replied, one who is close to vermilion becomes red, and one who is close to ink becomes black. Su Liyang retorted, Who is vermilion? And who is ink? She was no saint herself, yet her words implied that she was the one leading him astray. With a hint of disdain, Su Liyang watched as He Jinlu tossed her a set of vehicle documents along with 2 car keys. "This car is yours," he declared, adding, "Relying on someone else's car is hardly respectable. The steering wheel should be in your hands." Chapter 35. He became jealous. He drove a sleek black G-Class, thus presenting Su Liyang with a pristine white one. Observing the documents and car keys tossed her way by He Jinlu, Su Liyang inquired, "What does this mean?" With both hands on the steering wheel, He Jinlu casually replied, "I am quite attuned to the nuances of warmth and cold." Raising an eyebrow, Su Liyang retorted, "Are we at odds then?" He Jinlu responded, "What are we at odds about? Your car is in such disrepair. Could you possibly still want it?" Su Liyang laughed, "Mr. He, you are so generous. I shall graciously accept it then." "Thank you." Having received the keys, she felt no need for further pretense. Acceptance was acceptance. He should not expect a return gesture or anything beyond that. Before long, the vehicle halted at the entrance of a restaurant. He Jinlu exited to open the door for Su Liyang, leading her inside for a meal. The dining establishment was situated on the top floor, offering an unobstructed view of the cityscape of South City from their window-side table. Once the dishes were served, He Jinlu scrutinized Su Liyang, attempting to elicit information. "What is the situation between you and Zhou Xiaoqing?" "I inquired with him, and he claimed there was no romantic involvement, that you were not together." Considering that Zhou Xiaoqing had likely not approached Su Liyang yet, He Jinlu took the initiative. Su Liyang lifted her gaze. "You have spoken to Zhou Xiaoqing? You inquired about this matter?" Last night, she had merely been jesting, unaware that he would confront Zhou Xiaoqing for confirmation. Her reaction was pronounced, prompting He Jinlu to dismissively state, "I am merely looking out for you. You and Zhou Xiaoqing are not suited for one another." "Su Liyang checketh. And what makes us incompatible? I find us quite a match." He Jinlu served her some food, asserting, "You care about your partner as parents' opinions. The Zhou family holds more weight than mine. Zhou Xiaoqing has always been guided by his family. He cannot provide you with the world you deserve." "Ah, Su Liyang replied. But my feelings for Zhou Xiaoqing are genuine love. If it comes to that, he will certainly persist. At that point, I can simply choose to overlook certain matters." With a clatter, her chopsticks were cast onto the table as He Jinlu fixed her with a penetrating gaze. "What connection do you have with him? Where does this so-called love come from?" He Jinlu's displeasure was evident, yet Su Liyang remained unperturbed, calmly elucidating, "Mr. He, you may not fully grasp the situation. Zhou Xiaoqing and I have shared experiences that have forged a foundation of feelings between us." He Jinlu chuckled lightly. "Very well, you have a foundation of feelings. You claim it to be true love, yet you remain unscathed. My surname is Su." After their meal, He Jinlu tossed his car keys to Su Liyang before hailing a cab and departing with a carefree air. He had expressed both praise and criticism. Su Liyang had declared her love to be genuine and indicated a willingness to turn a blind eye, leaving him disinterested in further involvement, urging her to face the consequences of her choices. Watching He Jinlu leave, Su Liyang smiled, entered her vehicle, and drove away. The following morning, she adhered to her routine and arrived at the office. The receptionist called to inform her, "Attorney Su, a client wishes to see you." "All right, understood." Following her usual practice, she carried coffee to the reception area, only to find Xiao waiting for her. Placing the coffee before her, Su Liyang settled onto the adjacent sofa, casually remarking, "As a lawyer, it certainly makes it easier for you to find me." Without waiting for Xiao to speak, Su Liyang directly asked, "What is it?" Meeting Su Liyang's gaze, Xiao seemed to exhibit a fraction less arrogance than before. She replied, "Su Liyang, our grievances date back 8 or 9 years. We were all young and naive then. Shouldn't we turn the page on this?" After a brief pause, she added, "You must persuade He Jinlu to cease his actions." Last time, after retrieving the recording of He Jinlu, her father had approached He Qingbei, but it proved utterly futile, as He Jinlu disregarded his family's wishes. Subsequently, she visited the He family several times, yet He Jinlu refused to see her, merely sending word through his secretary that the one who ties the knot must be the one to untie it. Su Liyang felt a sense of relief. Once this issue was resolved, it was truly concluded. After much contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately chose to seek out Su Liyang, for otherwise, the Xiao family would be entirely at the mercy of He Jinlu. Sitiring her kofi li susuri, Su Liyang replied. One cannot counsel others to be virtuous without having endured their hardships. Xiao Xiao. If you were the victim back then, would this matter truly be so easily dismissed? Those who speak of mercy are often the beneficiaries, not the ones who have been wronged. It is all too easy to urge others toward magnanimity and kindness. Xiao Xiao countered. Su Liyang, this has already occurred. It has been so many years. What more do you wish to achieve? Implicit in her words was the notion that what has happened cannot be undone and must simply be allowed to fade into the past. Su Liyang, perturbed, smiled gently and asked, what do I wish? Is He Jinlu not already assisting me in that regard? Xiao Xiao felt a surge of frustration, unable to unleash it upon Su Liyang, and could only murmur, Su Liyang, one should show mercy when possible. When she had bullied Su Liyang, Xiao Xiao had never considered that one day she might find herself in a position of vulnerability, much less that He Jinlu would come to Su Liyang's aid. As an unacknowledged, illegitimate daughter, who would have taken her seriously back then, Su Liyang retorted, did you ever show me mercy back then? Encountering Xiao Xiao again awakened vivid memories of the past, recalling how Xiao Xiao had tugged at her hair and slapped her in response to every utterance. The blows left her cheeks numb, swelling for an entire week, during which she dared not attend school. That night, she had not returned home, instead curling up in an alley for the entire night. Gazing at her in silence, Su Liyang, with an air of nonchalance, proposed, shall I return those slaps from years ago? Xiao Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. How could she allow Su Liyang to retaliate with the very strikes she had once delivered? Such an act would render her incapable of navigating life in Nancheng. Xiao Xiao chose not to respond, and Su Liyang smiled lightly, saying, see, I merely suggested returning those slaps, and even you, Miss Xiao, are reluctant. How can we continue this discussion? Rising from her seat, she added, if you wish to stay, please do, but I shall take my leave. As she turned to depart, Su Liyang found the situation both amusing and ironic. They never mentioned the events of yesteryear, offered no apologies, and simply commanded her to let He Jinlu relent. They never perceived their bullying as wrong. Instead, they considered it their due, fearing only the power of He Jinlu. Power and status indeed wield great influence. As she gazed at Su Liyang's retreating figure, Xiao Xiao realized she ought to call out to her, to offer an apology. Yet, she was Su Liyang, the subject of ridicule within their circle, the target of everyone as scorn. She could not bring herself to lower her pride or bow her head, at least not at that moment. Upon returning to the office, Su Liyang dismissed Xiao Xiao from her thoughts. During lunch, she received a call from Su Xue. Answering the phone, Su Liyang coldly inquired, what is it? Uncle Lu is downstairs to pick you up. Come to the company immediately. He added, it's regarding something you might find intriguing. Su Liyang couldn't be bothered to respond and hung up instead. It was rather amusing that everyone wanted to see her, to discuss matters with her. It seemed she had now become an individual of significance, worthy of attention. Having ended the call, Su Liyang proceeded downstairs. The car pulled up in front of the impressive New Su Corporation building, and she alighted. The grandeur of the new edifice was a testament to the wealth Su Xue had amassed in recent years, following closely behind the He family. Upon reaching Su Xue's office, Su Liyang placed her bag on his desk, pulled out the chair opposite him, crossed her arms defiantly, and reclined with her legs crossed. Her posture exuded a sense of guardedness. After the secretary poured the tea and exited, Su Liyang parted her crimson lips, a flicker of conscience stirring within her. Are you finally going to return my mother's ashes? Chapter 36. The marriage at the tender age of 8, my mother leapt from the old Su family building, and not a single soul from her side of the family appeared to attend to the aftermath. Su Xue hastily arranged the proceedings under the guise of his company, neglecting to hold a funeral, and my mother's ashes were merely stored at a cemetery without a formal burial. In the first 2 years after bringing her back to the Su family, he would take me to visit this cemetery, assuring me that a suitable location and auspicious day would be chosen for her final resting place. However, he broke his promise. not only failing to inter her remains, but also withholding her ashes from me, denying me the opportunity to pay my respects. Eventually, my mother's ashes became my Achilles heel. All I desired was to reclaim them and grant her the peace she deserved. As for the tangled affairs of that year, the rights and wrongs, and the reasons behind my mother's tragic leap, I would uncover the truth. I could never believe that my mother would deliberately disrupt another's family. When I requested the ashes, Su Xue looked up at me and said I could have them. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone, introducing the prospect of an engagement. An engagement? I stared at him, incredulous. He had claimed that today's meeting concerned matters of my interest, only for it to be his own interests at play. I regarded Su Xue with a sardonic smile and asked, "Do you truly believe I would heed your arrangements?" Unperturbed, Su Xue continued. "You are acquainted with this individual, Zhou Xiaoqing from Mingxin Group. You are university alumni, thus you are familiar with one another. The wedding is set for the same day as Xiao Xue's. This presents a unique opportunity for you, so seize it wisely." For me, Zhou Xiaoqing indeed represented a rare opportunity. At least in the eyes of society, I would be ascending. Had the Zhou family not approached him with this proposition, Su Xue would never have dared to consider it. Although he had previously entertained the notion of leveraging my marriage for his benefit during my philanthropic endeavors, he had never anticipated that the Zhou family would take an interest in me. Should this proposal materialize, it would significantly benefit both the company and myself. However, Yi Meiyan vehemently opposed this arrangement, insisting that I was unworthy and pushing for me to marry a man who had been divorced 3 times. Su Xue, on the other hand, opted for the path of maximum profit. He also sought to mend fences with me, hoping to win my goodwill for future endeavors. I found his proposal amusing rather than infuriating, and replied, "Thank you, Su Xue, but do not entertain this notion. My marriage is not yours to dictate, and you shall not reap any benefits from me." His expression darkened. "With your reputation, you should be grateful that Zhou Xiaoqing would consider marrying you. This is the most significant opportunity you've encountered recently. Do not squander it by acting overly proud. If I were to acquiesce, it would undoubtedly serve our mutual interests." Crossing my legs, I regarded him with a bemused smile. "What now, Su Xue? You failed to eliminate me, and now wish to exploit me?" With that, I slowly rose from my chair, resting my hands on the edge of the desk, leaning forward towards Su Xue, and said, "You should feel fortunate that I refused this engagement with Zhou Xiaoqing. Otherwise, you would merely gain another formidable adversary. To treat me as a pawn in his game was a fanciful delusion." Gazing directly into my eyes, which mirrored my mother's, Su Xue appeared both hollow and enraged. Suppressing her unease, he angrily pointed at her, declaring, "I should never have allowed you to live until now." With both hands resting on the table, Su Liyang coldly smiled and replied, "It's too late now." Straightening herself, she continued indifferently, "Su Xue, return my mother's ashes to me. Otherwise, there will be no hope for the marriage between Su Xue and He Jinlu." Su Xue retorted, "If you don't agree to the marriage proposal from the Zhou family, don't expect to see your mother's ashes." Fixing her piercing gaze upon him, Su Liyang said, "You won't give them to me, will you? Fine. Just wait for me to level the Su family's ancestral grave." With that, she grabbed her bag and left without looking back. In the office, Su Xue, filled with rage, hurled a pen holder at the door, cursing her as a backstabbing wolf, just like her mother. After raising her for so many years, she proved utterly useless. As he glared at her departing figure, memories of the last loss of 6 billion flooded back, along with Yi Meiyan's assertion that it was related to her. However, he had investigated and found no foul play. She could not possibly possess such capabilities. She was merely sharp-tongued. After leaving the Su group, Su Liyang did not immediately return to her office, but instead went to a tea house to meet a young man she had encountered previously at a restaurant. In the private room of the tea house, the boy handed her a document bag. "Su Zong, here is the information from the United States. It is complete and indeed all related to the Su family." As Su Liyang examined the documents, she discovered that her suspicions were correct. The despicable schemes and pursuits were orchestrated by Su Xue, while the rest were attributed to Su Xue. Perusing the files, Su Liyang remarked, "Su Xue does not have such extensive connections, nor is she capable of such malevolence. She cannot reach into the United States. This sordid affair is something she would not reveal to Su Xue or Yi Meiyun. She must have an accomplice closely linked to her. Investigate further into this matter. The young man nodded in agreement. Understood, Su Xue. After he departed, Su Liyang returned to her office, pondering the escalating intrigue surrounding the events in Nancheng. As the secrets she since became increasingly abundant. In the following days, Su Liyang immersed herself entirely in her work. Since He Jinlu had sent her a car, he had not made another appearance. One evening, as she was leaving work, Zhou Xiaoqing approached her. Having not seen him for over 10 days, she noticed he appeared significantly more fatigued than before. Upon seeing Su Liyang exit the building, Zhou Xiaoqing greeted her with a smile. Liyang. Senior Zhou, she replied. Upon hearing her address, the weariness on Zhou Xiaoqing's face faded somewhat. He explained, I was on a business trip last week and only returned this afternoon. He then suggested, shall we have dinner together? Su Liyang nodded in agreement, understanding that he must have a purpose for seeking her out, but she chose not to evade the matter. She would simply address it. At the restaurant, Zhou Xiaoqing ordered several signature dishes and bird's nest soup for Su Liyang. Gratefully accepting the spoon he handed her, she thanked him. Zhou Xiaoqing then stated, Liyang, the Zhou family wishes to propose to you. Has your father mentioned this to you? Had he not been tied up with business, he would have discussed this matter with Su Liyang much earlier. Not long ago, after sharing this idea with my family, they initially disapproved. He insisted that he would only marry Su Liyang, claiming that the outside world was maligning and slandering her, and that he too had been a victim of rumors in the past. Unable to persuade him otherwise, the Zhou family consulted a fortune teller using Su Liyang's birth date. The result was astonishing. The master revealed that Su Liyang had endured a tragic childhood, but would rise to great fortune in adulthood, destined to lead a prosperous life, bringing prosperity to herself, her husband, and her descendants. Whoever marries her would undoubtedly achieve great success, standing above all others. The Zhou family was taken aback and promptly agreed to the marriage, stating that as long as the two of them were compatible, they would not oppose it. After all, reputation is something that can be navigated. It is not an immutable decree. Looking at Zhou Xiaoqing, Su Liyang smiled and said, Zhou, you must have heard something from General He, but I was merely jesting with him. Please do not take it to heart. However, Zhou Xiaoqing replied earnestly, Liyang, I am sincere. My feelings for you stem from admiration, not merely from what He Xiao has said. Chapter 37, she is different from He Jinlu, setting down the spoon she used for the bird's nest soup. Su Liyang looked up at Zhou Xiaoqing and calmly stated, I do not harbor any romantic notions, nor have I contemplated marriage. My disposition is not suited for such commitments, and I am not fit to be someone else's wife. Senior Zhou, I suggest you consider someone else. With a firm yet respectful expression of her stance, Su Liyang aimed to eliminate any potential misunderstandings. Zhou Xiaoqing persisted, Liyang. One's thoughts and emotions evolve with time and circumstance. Your feelings today do not necessarily dictate your future sentiments. I believe we would be quite compatible, capable of mutual understanding and acceptance. He was unfazed by Su Liyang's past or the rumors surrounding her. With a smile, Su Liyang candidly replied, perhaps that is true, but Senior Zhou, you're not that person. Her frankness left no room for ambiguity. She offered no false hopes, unwilling to squander his time, energy, or emotions. Zhou Xiaoqing grasped her meaning. Perhaps it was due to the entanglements of years past or other reasons. But Su Liyang's certainty that he was not the one suggested that she had someone else in her heart. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Zhou Xiaoqing looked at Su Liyang and smiled, saying, since you have expressed it so clearly, I cannot impose upon you further. May we still remain friends? While others spoke ill of Su Liyang, claiming she relied on her beauty to attach herself to men, Zhou Xiaoqing saw her as forthright and genuine, devoid of any manipulative tactics. Su Liyang responded, I am pleased to have another friend. After a brief pause, Zhou Xiaoqing added, by the way, Liyang, Xiao Xiao has approached me several times regarding her family's matters. She was indeed at fault in the past, but He Xiao's recent actions have been rather severe. Perhaps you could. Zhou Xiaoqing hesitated mid-sentence, but Su Liyang, picking up her phone from the table, promptly dialed He Jinlu. As the call connected, before she could speak, He Jinlu's languid voice came through. Lawyer Su, are you not busy with romance? What brings you to contact me? Calmly, Su Liyang replied, Mr. He, I would appreciate your leniency regarding the Xia family. Zhou Xiaoqing had shown her kindness recently, and this was her way of repaying that favor. She disliked being indebted to others. On the other end, He Jinlu mused. Has her anger subsided? Su Liyang replied, It has. I shall treat you to a meal soon. He Jinlu chuckled. Not inviting me to sleep instead? Su Liyang laughed as well. If Mr. He is willing, that could be arranged. He Jinlu responded, Very well. I shall look for you when I return. With a smile, Su Liyang ended the call. Zhou Xiaoqing glanced at her phone and remarked, Liyang, mister. He treats you quite well. Su Liyang nonchalantly joked, He has family, after all. Observing Su Liyang, Zhou Xiaoqing felt that her demeanor towards He Jinlu was markedly different from how she interacted with others. There was a notable absence of distance. Upon returning home after dinner and finishing her shower, Zhou Ningning's call came through. Su Liyang answered the phone, calling out Ningning. Zhou Ningning's voice burst through, lively and animated. Liyang, why did you reject Zhou Xiaoqing? Why turn down the Zhou family's proposal? Zhou Xiaoqing is actually quite decent. You should give it some thought. As she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Liyang, tousling her hair, replied, With all my troubles, it's best not to provoke him. Zhou Ningning retorted, The Zhou family doesn't care. Why should you? Are you truly planning to live in solitude? Before Su Liyang could respond, Zhou Ningning continued, Although Zhou Xiaoqing may not measure up to you in terms of status, in the entire South City, his character and family values are undoubtedly commendable. Since his parents have given their consent, they would surely treat you as one of their own and support you in every way. Zhou Ningning added, My cousin is a good man. Despite Xiao Zhao's repeated attempts to reconcile over the years, he has never acquiesced. He feels quite guilty toward you. Su Liyang, yearning for affection, pondered that Zhou Xiaoqing's gentle disposition could provide her with abundant love, making her life less burdensome. In response to Zhou Ningning's persuasion, Su Liyang chuckled, saying, Ningning, spadayor said tevori. I have no intentions in that direction. Otherwise, I would take control of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ningning swiftly changed her tune. Is there someone you like? Are you still hung up on He Jinlu? If that's the case, I won't offer any further advice. I'll just team up with Su Xue and help you win him back. He was originally yours, and the Su family has benefited for far too long. Do they have no shame? Su Liyang continued, drying her hair, replying, Don't get so worked up at night. You might lose sleep over it. Zhou Ningning lamented, Don't even mention it. I haven't been able to sleep because of this program. Some of these people act as if they are above everyone else. Once I prepare a show, I'll make sure to put these artists in their place. After chatting for a while longer, they ended the call. Once she had finished drying her hair and settled on her bed, Su Liyang recalled the phone call she had made to He Jinlu that evening, and a smile graced her lips as she thought of how he had stood up for her. She then reached out to turn off the light and lay back down to sleep. 2 days later, He Jinlu returned from his business trip. As he stepped into the office, Jiang Yuan rushed over, visibly agitated. President He, I just heard 2 pieces of news. Jiang Yuan was in a flurry, while He Jinlu regarded him with a cool gaze. Jiang Yuan reported, One is good news, and the other is bad news. Leaning back in his chair, He Jinlu appeared relaxed as he listened, and Jiang Yuan continued. The Zhou family has proposed a lawyer Su. As Jiang Yuan's words settled, the air of ease around He Jinlu dissipated, and he coldly remarked, Zhou Xiaoqing is quite swift. If I had delayed my return by just 2 more days, they might as well have been on their honeymoon. Although he spoke with a smile, the laughter sent a chill down Jiang Yuan's spine. After staring at He Jinlu for a moment, Jiang Yuan remembered something and quickly added, But the good news is, lawyer Su declined. He Jinlu remained fixed in his gaze upon Jiang Yuan, his eyes sharp enough to cut. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to say more, He Jinlu interjected, Jiang Yuan, who taught you to speak like that? As He Jinlu concluded his remarks, the antique pen holder on the desk suddenly tumbled to the floor with a resounding clang, rolling towards Jiang Yuan. It was then that Jiang Yuan realized something was amiss. His previous expression had been flawed, either in sequence or in manner. Observing the pen holder roll to his feet, he promptly bent down to retrieve it, cautiously presenting it to He Jinlu. Mr. He, I became rather agitated just now. I shall investigate the details of this matter further. With that, he placed the pen holder down and hastily made his exit. He thought little of it, believing that his fervent expression was more passionate. However, upon returning to the office, his assistant informed him, Assistant Jiang, Mr. He just called to say that your year-end bonus for this year has been revoked. Jiang Yuan felt utterly wronged. He was merely a messenger. In the chairman's office, He Jinlu twirled a pen in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips, seemingly in good spirits. Rejected? Was it that true love was merely a jest to him? Thus, after the meeting, he departed the company in his luxurious G-Class vehicle. Chapter 38. The Unexpected Kiss in Recent Days. Su Liyang has been occupied with examinations. Having just completed the objective portion of the legal examination, with the subjective portion scheduled for the following month. Upon returning, she feels the need to secure a proper job. After the exam concluded, candidates hurriedly exited the venue, but Su Liyang, preferring to avoid the crowd, chose to leave after most had departed. As she stepped out of the school gate, she heard the sound of a car horn directed at her. Looking up, she recognized the familiar black G-Class vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing He Jinlu's striking profile, clad in a deep blue shirt with sleeves casually rolled up, an arm resting on the window as he held a cigarette. "Get in," he said, his tone warm yet succinct. Today, Su Liyang had not driven, so she circumvented the front of the car and settled into the passenger seat. Observing her, He Jinlu extinguished the remainder of his cigarette and started the engine. As Su Liyang fastened her seatbelt, He Jinlu inquired gently, "How did the exam go?" "Not too bad," she replied. He chuckled, "Not too bad? Since when has lawyer Su been so modest? You must be hungry. Let us go for a meal." With a smile, Su Liyang responded, "All right. Then tonight's dinner is on me, Mr. He." Gripping the steering wheel, He Jinlu turned to glance at her, the evening sun casting a warm glow on her fair complexion, making her appear more akin to a girl of her age, devoid of excessive thoughts. They returned to the same restaurant, occupying the familiar window-side table, where He Jinlu ordered the most expensive items on the menu. After the dishes were served, he casually handed her a spoon and inquired, "Didn't you say something about true love? Why the reluctance to marry?" Accepting the spoon from He Jinlu, Su Liyang laughed, "I just can't bear to part with Mr. He. That G-Class has truly stolen my heart." He Jinlu laughed in response. "Having resided in Yudu Linfu, you still have an eye for my humble vehicle?" Just then, Su Liyang's phone rang, displaying a call from Jiang Damei. She answered with enthusiasm, "Hello, Teacher Jiang." On the other end, a warm, mature voice greeted her, "Liyang, how did the exam go today?" As she savored a spoonful of bird's nest soup, she replied, "It should be fine." "That's good to hear. By the way, Liyang, I have a collection of calligraphy and paintings I wish to auction for charity in Nancheng, and I would like to entrust you with overseeing this matter." Placing the spoon in her bowl, Su Liyang assured, "No problem at all, Teacher Jiang. I will take care of it." Feeling grateful for the favor bestowed by Jiang Damei and recognizing the opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities, Su Liyang understood the significance of this task, especially given that Teacher Mei was a renowned master of traditional studies, and his artworks were treasured like gems. The upcoming domestic auction was sure to create quite a stir, an opportunity many would covet. On the other end, Jiang Damei continued, "Liyang, I am entrusting this to you. Teacher Mei will send you the catalog later. Do your best and achieve your goals." "Certainly, Teacher Jiang. I will not let you or Teacher Mei down." Upon ending the call, He Jinlu inquired, "A new case?" Su Liyang hung up the phone, realizing that if she didn't take on any work soon, she might struggle to afford her next meal. He Jinlu glanced at her, teasingly remarking, "Aren't you supposed to have plenty of wealthy patrons and employers?" Su Liyang replied, "Nothing lasts forever. Once the novelty wears off, it all dissipates. Right now, you're the only fish I haven't managed to reel in, General He." Witty banter was Su Liyang's forte, especially since she had heard too many disparaging rumors about herself. She could easily pick one that would be explosive. He Jinlu smiled silently. He had investigated Su Liyang's financial sources and discovered that most of her funds came from abroad. Though tracing those routes proved challenging, apart from the operations managed by Zhou Ningning. After finishing their meal, with the evening still young, He Jinlu drove Su Liyang away. As they turned right at intersection, Su Liyang turned to him and said, "General He, you've taken a wrong turn. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, the tendons on his hands visibly flexed, blue veins snaking upward. He Jinlu replied nonchalantly, "Aren't you still indebted to me for a nap? Find a place to repay it." Su Liyang had forgotten that detail. She stared at He Jinlu for a moment, then reclined her seat, folding her arms lazily, and said, "You can find a place. I'll just take a quick nap." She assumed He Jinlu would not make any advances. He found her distasteful. However, when she finally opened her eyes, they had arrived at a mountaintop, surrounded by desolation, darkness, and solitude, with only the faint glow of the vehicle's fog lights illuminating the scene. Su Liyang yawned and stretched, then noticed He Jinlu leaning against the front of the car, seemingly captivated by the view of the valley below. The myriad of lights flickered like stars reflected on water. As she stepped out of the car, a chill breeze swept past, causing her to shiver, and she quickly huddled her coat tighter. Approaching He Jinlu, she leaned against the car and remarked, "General He, your choice of location is quite unique." He Jinlu turned to her, noticing she was awake. Su Liyang crossed her arms, gazing down the mountain, choosing not to respond. Such tranquility was indeed rare. He Jinlu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting one and inhaling deeply. His long fingers held the cigarette as smoke curled between them, creating a visually pleasing tableau. After flicking off the ash, He Jinlu remarked quietly, "When I couldn't see, I always wanted to come here. But when I thought about how I couldn't see anything, I lost the motivation to come. After regaining my sight, I simply forgot about it." His tone was subdued, and Su Liyang extended her left hand to pat his back in a gesture of comfort. She understood that when He Jinlu was deep in thought, he preferred not to be disturbed by excessive chatter. After casting a glance at Su Liyang, He Jinlu smiled slightly and asked, "What about you? Why the animosity with the Su family?" Though reluctant to discuss it, she placed her hands back in her pockets and replied, "My mother was an employee of Su Xue's company. The version I heard is that she seduced Su Xue and then gave birth to me. When I was 8, she jumped from the top floor of the company, and afterward, I was taken back to the Su family by Su Xue." As she recounted the tale, Su Liyang smiled again. What kind of favorable treatment can an illegitimate child expect? The enmity was inherent. He Jinlu responded, "I suspect your mother did not commit suicide." With a smile, Su Liyang gazed at him and said, "Mr. He, could you refrain from being so astute?" He Jinlu also smiled, replying, "Those who think normally would certainly harbor doubts." Su Liyang candidly admitted, "Indeed, it is this matter that raises my suspicion." He Jinlu inquired, "Is that why you aspire to become a lawyer?" Su Liyang chuckled, but chose to remain silent. She crossed her arms once more, exhaling deeply. Her nose was tinged with red from the cold, and the corners of her eyes bore a faint blush, enhancing her delicate, fair complexion. The mountaintop was indeed rather chilly. At that moment, He Jinlu turned to her and asked, "Did you refuse the proposal from the Zhou family truly for my sake?" Su Liyang smiled and replied, "Yes, it is for he." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, He Jinlu leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. The unexpected kiss startled Su Liyang, causing her to instinctively lean back, her eyes widening. She neither closed her eyes nor pushed him away, her arms still crossed as she looked at him in the dim light. He Jinlu closed his eyes, finding her lips warmer than his. As He Jinlu's weight bore down on her, Su Liyang felt a tightening in her heart, her eyes widening even more than before. Chapter 39. Another nap? After an extended exchange of kisses, Su Liyang suddenly pushed against his shoulders. "Mr. He, my back is starting to hurt. Shall we get back in the car?" He Jinlu chuckled, one hand tucked into the pocket of his black suit trousers, while the other wiped her mouth, noticing the frost on her nose. "Get in the car." Su Liyang sniffled and turned to enter the vehicle. The warmth inside was a welcome relief. He Jinlu offered her the suit jacket from the back seat, but she declined, saying, "It's warm in here now. I won't need it." He Jinlu simply draped it over her shoulders. As they descended the mountain, Su Liyang stayed awake, engaging in trivial conversation that held little significance. She never anticipated that upon returning, she would have the chance to accompany him and converse in such a manner again. When they reached the city and the car came to a stop beneath her apartment, it was already past 1 in the morning. Su Liyang exited the vehicle, and He Jinlu followed suit. He glanced up towards her home, and she turned to look back at him. Before He Jinlu could speak, Su Liyang broke the silence. Mister He, would you like to come up? But I must warn you, if you do, I might just cling to you. With his right hand casually resting in his suit pocket, He Jinlu smiled next time. In the stillness of the night, He Jinlu remained alert. While playful banter was acceptable, a serious relationship with Su Liyang seemed ill-suited for him. Despite his interest in her, it remained merely that interest. Su Liyang smiled and nodded. All right, then I shall head back. With that, she turned and walked away. She had previously stated that He Jinlu would not take her seriously, nor would he allow any substantial relationship to develop. With a nonchalant smile, she entered her building, knowing well that she and He Jinlu were never meant to be. Once inside, He Jinlu did not linger long and soon drove away. After returning home and taking a shower, Su Liyang collapsed on her bed, exhausted from 2 days of exams and accompanying someone to the mountaintop, where the wind had nearly left her dazed. The following day, she awakened to the midday sun, feeling lightheaded, with a stuffy nose and weak limbs, utterly drained of energy. With her arm draped over her eyes, Su Liyang had lost all temper. The wind from the previous night had given her a cold, and she silently thanked He Jinlu for it. Reaching for her phone beside her, she struggled to pick it up and noticed 2 missed calls from Yuan Dongling, along with several messages. He Jinlu had also called twice and sent a few texts. Ignoring He Jinlu for the moment, Su Liyang returned Yuan Dongling's call. Master, I suddenly caught a cold and couldn't get up this morning. I need to take a couple of days off. On the other end, Yuan Dongling asked, is it serious? Will 2 days be enough? Should I send Xiao Han to take you to the hospital? Su Liyang replied, no need, master. I'll take some medicine first. If it worsens, I'll take a taxi to the hospital. Yuan Dongling responded, all right, keep me updated. After hanging up, Su Liyang intended to rest a bit longer before returning He Jinlu's call, but her phone vibrated in her hand. When she answered, He Jinlu's voice came through, languid and questioning, so busy. Not answering calls, all morning, breathing through her mouth. Su Liyang languidly remarked, what call are you making? I'm unwell and haven't woken up. He Jinlu's anxiety surged. What do you mean you're ill? What do you feel discomfort? Su Liyang replied, it's just a cold. A couple of days' rest will suffice. I must hang up now. Without waiting for He Jinlu's response, she ended the call and drifted back into a haze of sleep. In a drowsy stupor, she could not discern if she was awake or dreaming, only hearing the persistent knocking at the door, reminiscent of prayers offered in a temple. Suriyan, Suriyan. Gradually, her eyes fluttered open, as if she truly heard someone calling her name. After lying in bed for a moment, she dragged her weary body out of bed and opened the door to find He Jinlu waiting. With her eyes half closed, she asked, what brings you here? He Jinlu did not respond to her question. Instead, he entered the room, surveyed the surroundings, and inquired, have you taken your medicine? Su Liyang scratched her head, feeling a dull ache, reluctant to rise, and thought to herself that finding medicine was the least of her concerns. Her silence told He Jinlu all he needed to know. She had not taken her medicine. Setting down the items he had brought, he approached her and gently felt her forehead. Thankfully, there was no fever. Removing his hand, He Jinlu poured her a glass of warm water from a cup on the table, then rummaged through his bag to retrieve several boxes of medicine, breaking off a few pills to offer her. She must have caught a chill last night. If he had known her immune system was so fragile, he would not have taken her to the mountaintop the previous evening. Accepting the warm water and cold medicine from He Jinlu, Su Liyang smiled and said, thank you, Mr. He. It's been years since anyone has shown me such concern. He Jinlu offered no reply, merely gazing down at her as she swallowed the medicine and drank nearly all of the warm water. After taking the cup from her, he opened the windows to let in some fresh air. He Jinlu was not one to concern himself with others and spoke little. As he busied himself, Su Liyang, feeling her headache intensify, said, Mr. He, I'm going to lie down again. Please make yourself comfortable. After exchanging pleasantries, she returned to her room. But the thought of He Jinlu outside made her restless. The longer she lay in bed, the more exhausted she felt, so she decided to get up again. Changing into a casual outfit, she made her way to the living room, where she found He Jinlu in a white shirt and iron gray trousers, sleeves rolled up, busily working in the kitchen. Intrigued, Su Liyang leaned against the kitchen doorframe, observing him. Didn't he seem like someone who cooked? as his phone was still playing a cooking tutorial. Having diced the tomatoes, He Jinlu turned to stir the congee in the pot and noticed Su Liyang watching him. He casually asked, "Not sleeping anymore?" With her congested voice, Su Liyang smiled and replied, "No, I'm awake. Mr. He, you have quite surprised me." He Jinlu slowly placed the diced tomatoes into a bowl and replied nonchalantly, "Shall we catch up on some sleep?" Su Liyang chuckled, "Sure, with such earnestness from you, Mr. He, I would gladly accompany you." When it comes to verbal disputes, he has never triumphed over Su Liyang. He is at a loss, for she earns her livelihood through her eloquence, and few women dare to match her wit. He Jinlu remained silent, while Su Liyang leaned against the door, observing him as he prepared their meal. This sensation seemed to transport them back to those 3 years, albeit with their roles reversed. She was now the one being cared for. At noon, the meal was ready, featuring a rather delicate flavor, with the staple being a bowl of plain congee. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, unlike the biting cold of the previous night, bearing a hint of warmth, much like the tender care bestowed upon her by He Jinlu, stirring a sense of comfort within her heart. As he placed the bowl of congee before Su Liyang, his phone rang. Chapter 40. Come and care for her. As he picked up the phone, He Jinlu did not shy away from Su Liyang, who had just risen from her seat. He answered right in her presence. "I won't be returning to the office this afternoon. All arrangements will be postponed by 2 days. Regarding Mr. Zhang's matter, let him communicate with old Mr. He." After hanging up, Su Liyang, who was sipping her congee, remarked, "There's nothing pressing on my end. You needn't stay here." Setting his phone aside, He Jinlu smiled softly. "Why so formal, Lawyer Su? Are you not intending to reel me in?" He had not anticipated his visit. Yet after she had hung up the phone that morning, he recalled the solitary figure of Su Xue leaving her birthday banquet. She always seemed to fight her battles alone, perpetually solitary. Su Liyang emanated an aura of unattainability and loneliness. Though they often found themselves at odds, none had managed to gain her favor. Yet her demeanor did not exude arrogance or disdain. She possessed a calmness and silence rare for someone of her age, always wearing a smile. She seemed to maintain a distance from everyone. Thus, he found himself here. Amused, Su Liyang had been striving to maintain her composure. He Jinlu turned to look at her. Her pallor, exacerbated by cold, rendered her complexion even more pale, her eyes slightly red. Yet, he still sensed an emotional chasm between them, despite their long acquaintance. She had seemingly never opened her heart. Their gazes locked, and just then, He Jinlu's phone rang again. This time, it was the old man calling. "Hello, old man," he greeted cheerfully upon answering. The old man's voice boomed from the other end. "Jinlu, I have heard that Master Mei Qingxian has a collection of calligraphy and paintings to be publicly auctioned in Nancheng. Pay attention to this matter, and accompany me when the time comes. We must secure all of his works." "Understood. I will pick you up on auction day," He Jinlu replied. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. He Jinlu shared a closer bond with his grandfather than with his parents. From a young age, he found camaraderie with the old man, who taught him chess, reading, writing, and painting. By the tender age of 7 or 8, he had already tamed several docile parrots, coaxing them to speak, fly, and perch at his command, leaving the old man's peers astonished at the boy's innate talent. Even as an adult, He Jinlu made time to visit his grandparents, spending more moments with them than with his parents. Thus he often heeded their advice. The childhood experiences of He Jinlu and Su Liyang were worlds apart. Except for 3 years in a sanatorium, He Jinlu's life had been relatively smooth. In contrast, Su Liyang's existence had been devoid of warmth. Even during her mother's presence, their lives remained cautious. Thanks to Yi Meiyun, they were treated as pariahs, constantly subjected to judgment. Even in kindergarten, all her classmates and their parents were aware of her mother being a mistress and her status as an illegitimate child. Consequently, she had few friends and often spent entire days at school without a single word exchanged with her peers. Often, other children would discuss, in her presence, what it meant to be a love child or a mistress, concluding that those who disrupt families and take away someone else's father are indeed love children. Consequently, they would distance themselves from her, fearing that she might take their fathers away. At the dining table, Su Liyang observed He Jinlu's busyness, noting the endless tasks he had, the incessant ringing of his phone, and the calls from family members. A sudden wave of envy washed over her. She had no family. As he ended a call and noticed her gaze, He Jinlu softly inquired if she wished to speak. Su Liyang shook her head in reply. In her childhood, she had often imagined how wonderful it would be if she had a mother and a father, if she had good friends with whom she could perform alongside other children, free from reproach. Eventually, she grew accustomed to the reality that some things are inherently unfair. Perhaps one might spend an entire lifetime yearning for a modicum of fairness, a hint of warmth. Thus, she detached herself from the world, believing herself to be unrelated to it, just as it was indifferent towards her. Suddenly reticent and lost in thought, Su Liyang captured He Jinlu's attention. Without a particular motive, he donned 2 disposable gloves and peeled a small bowl of shrimp, presenting it to her. Upon seeing the shrimp before her, Su Liyang's eyes unexpectedly glistened with unshed tears. Immediately, she turned her face away, brushing her hand across her face to hide the moisture. To prevent He Jinlu from noticing, she fought to suppress her emotions, hastily dabbing at her eyes and nose with a tissue, deliberately coughing a few times. Apart from Zhou Ningning, no one had ever peeled shrimp for her, nor shown such concern. Hearing her cough, He Jinlu suggested they visit the hospital after dinner. Quickly regaining her composure, Su Liyang responded, if we go, it's just to fetch more medicine, which is unnecessary. With her eyes still slightly reddened, He Jinlu gazed at her silently. Noticing his unwavering attention, Su Liyang smiled and said, He Jinlu, thank you. This time, she did not address him as Mr. He. Her gratitude was earnest and heartfelt. He Jinlu picked up his bowl and utensils, replying, it's nothing. This was his first experience caring for someone. After all, at his age, his parents had never even poured him a cup of tea, let alone cooked for him. After the meal, when Su Liyang began to clear the table, He Jinlu insisted on doing it himself. Once the kitchen was tidied up, He Jinlu opened the laptop he had brought and settled down to work in the living room, quite at ease in Su Liyang's home. Meanwhile, she busied herself in the bedroom, occasionally catching glimpses of He Jinlu. She found it difficult to articulate her feelings, and she pondered what their relationship actually was. Yet, she had no desire to send him away, even in silence. The mere presence of another person made her illness seem less burdensome than before. That night, after a simple meal of rice porridge and steam buns, Su Liyang retired to bed. As the night deepened, she awoke to find He Jinlu bending over her, checking her temperature. The dim light in the bedroom rendered their shared space cozier than when she was alone, and Su Liyang gazed at He Jinlu, feeling an inexplicable warmth. He Jinlu softly reassured her that she did not have a fever and would likely feel much better by morning. His deep voice was melodious, weaving around Su Liyang's heart, softening it with every note. Perhaps it was the vulnerability brought on by illness that made her so sentimental. Gazing at He Jinlu, Su Liyang remarked, "You've spent the entire day with me. You should take some medicine as a precaution." Leaning closer, He Jinlu, with a captivating tone, inquired, "Are you concerned about me?" Su Liyang nodded, "Yes, I care." She genuinely did not wish for him to catch her illness. No sooner had she spoken than He Jinlu leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss, unexpected and fervent. Su Liyang's brow furrowed. She was still unwell, and he showed no fear of contagion. As she withdrew her hands from under the covers to push him away from her chest, He Jinlu seized her wrist and gently pressed her back onto the bed. He then enveloped her completely, drowning her in a haze of passionate kisses. Chapter 41. Sacrificing one's life for the gentleman. Perhaps it was the late hour that fostered a sense of ambiguity, or perhaps it was her illness that rendered her susceptible. Su Liyang ceased her struggles and gently closed her eyes. The bed was exceedingly soft, and when He Jinlu pressed down, Su Liyang felt herself nearly sinking into its depths, her arms firmly ensnared within the plush embrace of the mattress. He Jinlu's kisses were intoxicating, so tender that she forgot her ailment. They enveloped her to the point that her body tightened, her restrained hands softly forming fists. She parted her lips slightly, responding to him as he kissed her. This was the first time Su Liyang had reciprocated his advances, despite having been kissed by him several times before. Yet, as Su Liyang responded and engaged, He Jinlu suddenly seemed to awaken from a dream, lifting his body away and releasing her wrists. He brushed his right hand across her forehead, damp with perspiration, pondering whether she truly intended to risk everything for him. Regaining her composure, Su Liyang placed her hands back on her chest, gently massaging her right wrist, and smiled playfully. "Are you afraid now, Mr. He?" He Jinlu tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "I am not so cruel." Then, with a soft tone, he added, "Rest now." He Jinlu was a man of remarkable self-control, more so than any other. He remained lucid as the situation did not progress further. Su Liyang chuckled inwardly, aware that he found her distasteful. Indeed, there was a degree of disdain in his feelings. Although he was intrigued by Su Liyang, he could not overlook his aversion to engaging with someone who had been touched by others, including women. No matter how compelling his interest, he would not pursue someone like her. Suddenly, Su Liyang found herself curious about He Jinlu. Despite his apparent disdain, he did not keep his distance. In the softly illuminated room, she gazed at the man before her and inquired, "Why did you come here? Why did you not leave?" He Jinlu understood the implication behind her question. She had discerned the complexities of his feelings. Leaning slightly, he maintained his position without standing fully, looking at her intently before speaking after a moment of silence. "You seem quite pitiable." On the night of Su Xue's birthday banquet, amidst the crowd's whispers and Yi Meiyun's threats to report her, she had boldly asked him for his WeChat, and he had felt a pang of pity for her. The identity of an illegitimate daughter was not a choice she had made, and indeed, Su Liyang's plight was quite tragic. Pitiable? Su Liyang sat up and laughed softly. At that moment, He Jinlu straightened his posture. Meeting his gaze, she reminded him, "Mr. He, feeling pity for a woman is not a promising beginning. You ought to temper your emotions." Pity was a term she had never heard directed at herself before, as others had often described her with disdain. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his dark plaid loungewear, He Jinlu replied, "Get some rest." Without lingering in her room, he departed to his guest room, fearing that remaining together would lead him to lose control. As the door was gently closed, Su Liyang turned to glance at it, a smile breaking across her face. Perhaps she truly was quite pitiable. The following day, Su Liyang awoke feeling significantly better and proceeded to go to work. He Jinlu, too, made his way to the office. Perhaps in an effort to restrain his sympathy for Su Liyang, He Jinlu refrained from frequent communication with her after her recovery, and both were preoccupied with their respective work. At the law firm, Qin Zhan and Shun Jing each entrusted their company's legal representation to Su Liyang, a gesture of goodwill towards He Jinlu. With the acquisition of legal representation from two prominent corporations, Yuan Dongling beamed with delight. In the office, she gazed at the signed contracts and remarked to Su Liyang, "Liyang, you truly have an abundance of cases, all from major companies. You are indeed my fortunate star. You shall receive 40 of the commission from these two firms." Su Liyang replied, "There's no need for that, master. Simply provide me with the standard commission." Yuan Dongling insisted, "There are no such rigid rules. Besides, without you, could these companies have been secured? I am well aware of that." The cases originated from Su Liyang's efforts, and she was handling a significant amount of the work. So it was only natural for her to receive a larger share, while the remainder would be divided with the firm. At this juncture, Yuan Dongling inquired, "By the way, the results of the last exam should be out by now. You must have passed." Su Liyang responded, "The results were released a couple of days ago, and I passed. This month, I will be taking the subjective exam." Yuan Dongling encouraged, "Once you obtain your certification, your capabilities will surely allow you to apply for your own office. At that point, we can collaborate." "That sounds good, master," Su Liyang agreed. Yuan Dongling smiled broadly. "Then I shall leave you to your tasks. I need to visit Director Gao's office." After Yuan Dongling departed, Su Liyang picked up the phone and called He Jinlu. "Mr. He, the legal representation for the Qin and Shun firms has been signed." "Thank you." He Jinlu's voice was languid. "Consider it compensation for your cold." "So Liyang continued. Please find out when Qin Zhan and Shun Jing are available. I would like to invite everyone to dinner to express my gratitude for their support." He Jinlu replied nonchalantly, "I will contact you later." With that, their conversation ended without further discussion, and He Jinlu did not mention the dinner again. Since the last time he cared for Su Liyang, he seemed to deliberately avoid contact, perhaps suppressing his feelings of compassion for her. After all, Su Liyang was correct in stating that developing sympathy for a woman is not a favorable beginning. After the National Day holiday, Mei Qingqian's artworks arrived from America. Su Xue, along with the organizing party, inspected the pieces before they were securely stored in the organizer's vault. I heard Master Mei's artworks have arrived in the country. The auction will be held on Saturday. The venue is fully booked. There isn't even standing room left. I'm so looking forward to it. I will do everything I can to acquire a few pieces. The works of Master Mei's disciples are also quite remarkable. I wonder if they will be exhibited this time. Isn't it little Mei Lin? I suspect he is the heir to Master Mei. The discussions within the circle were lively, and Su Xue was also preparing herself. As a professional artist with her own gallery, she had long wished to apprentice under Mei Qingqian, but had been thwarted by the lack of opportunity to meet him. Observing Su Xue take out her savings, Mei Yun advised, Xiao Xue, if you find something you like, don't hesitate to spend. The more pieces you collect, the greater the chance you might meet Master Mei and have the opportunity to study under him. Su Xue remarked, let's not dwell on other matters for now. The mere presence of a few masterpieces by Master Mei in the gallery would indeed elevate its prestige. Mei Yun responded, absolutely. Mother will sponsor you a little when the time comes. The lively discussion between the mother and daughter was invigorating as they eagerly prepared for a grand endeavor. Meanwhile, on the He family's side, Old Master He also had plans. He intended to acquire all the calligraphy and paintings from this auction, not for any other reason, but purely for the sake of collection. Chapter 42. Astonishing, the quantity of works for this auction was not substantial, with the event scheduled for Saturday evening at 8 o'clock. After attending to company matters in the afternoon, He Jinlu returned to the ancestral home to fetch the elder. Inside the black Maybach, driver Lu was at the wheel, while He Jinlu and the elder sat side by side in the back seat. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the elder suddenly shifted the conversation, inquiring, what is going on with you lately? There seems to be an abundance of gossip surrounding you. Before He Jinlu could respond, the elder's voice took on a sterner tone. It is one thing to indulge in leisure outside, but you must not allow others to disparage you. I do not oppose your decision not to marry Su Xue, but do refrain from entanglements with Su Xue's second daughter. I am not fond of her. He Jinlu couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at the elder and asking, have you met her? How can you dislike her? The elder, with a touch of pride, retorted, is it necessary to meet her? How could I possibly like someone who disrupts your endeavors? He continued, Alu. A man should prioritize his career and not become overly sentimental. He Jinlu smiled, acknowledging, I understand, you aren't being serious. With He Jinlu's demeanor clear, the elder refrained from further comment, steering the conversation back to the evening's auction. There were not many pieces to be sold, and Mr. Mei had yet to find a satisfactory auctioneer domestically, instead opting for an auctioneer returning from abroad. These artifacts embody the wisdom of our ancestors and represent cultural heritage. I am curious to see whether tonight's auctioneer can command the room, he mused. The elder had a deep appreciation for such items, and He Jinlu, having been by his side since childhood, had absorbed some understanding of them. Previously, He Jinlu had seen Su Liyang's paintings, which possessed a certain spirit. At 7:50, when the grandfather and grandson arrived at the venue, the guests were already in attendance. Prominent figures from Nancheng society, as well as many who had traveled from afar. Artists and entrepreneurs alike, luminaries from various circles, were present, including Su Xue and the Shao family. Qin Zhan and Shun Jing were also in attendance, along with several elder statesmen, creating a lively and grand atmosphere as everyone eagerly admired Mei Qingqian's calligraphy and paintings. Upon entering, He Jinlu and the elder were greeted by many. Elder, young Master He. Su Xue approached with a radiant smile, linking her arm with the elder's and greeting He Jinlu. Jinlu, he replied nonchalantly, while the elder offered a similar understated acknowledgement. The auction was taking place in the auction hall of the Nancheng Art Museum, with He Jinlu and the elder occupying prime seats alongside the Qin and Shun families, while Su Xue sat in the third row. The older generation was accorded due respect for Mei Qingqian's auction, which was more a matter of sentiment than anything else. Before the auction officially commenced, whispers filled the air as guests leaned into converse. I heard this time it will not be those from Zhang Dexing hosting. I wonder how high the final bid will reach tonight. That depends on the auctioneer's skill. We must hope they do not tarnish Master Mei's reputation. The representatives from Zhengdexing had pursued Master Mei for quite some time, but he had remained steadfast. Amidst the hushed whispers surrounding him, He Jinlu, clad in a tailored black suit, casually crossed his legs and scrolled through his phone, his expression unperturbed, detached from the discussions of those around him. He paid no heed to the conversation between Shun Jing and Qin Zhan. However, upon glimpsing Su Xue, he couldn't help but reminisce about Su Liyang, who was likely working late at the law firm, indifferent to the revelry in Nancheng. It seemed she had little connection to this world. At 8 o'clock, the host made his entrance. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the 2024 Mykinkian Autumn Calligraphy and Painting Auction. We would like to announce that, in accordance with Mr. Mykinkian's wishes, all proceeds from tonight's auction will be entirely donated to the Sunshine Angel Fund, aimed at treating disabled children and other ailing youth. On behalf of this auction and the Sunshine Angel Fund, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Mykinkian for his unwavering concern for his compatriots, even from afar. After outlining the purpose of the evening's event, the host raised his right hand and, with a voice even more resonant than before, introduced, "Please welcome tonight's auctioneer, Ms. Su Xue." Ms. Su holds a bachelor's degree in law from Nancheng University and a master's degree from Stanford University, and she's been personally appointed by Mr. Mykinkian for this auction. Let's warmly welcome Ms. Su Liyang to the stage. As the host's words faded, an elegant melody filled the venue, causing a slight stir among the attendees. "Su Liyang? Is she the same one from your home? Su Xue?" queried Qin Zhan, his curiosity piqued. "Surely not." Su Liyang shook her head, her gaze fixed on the stage. "I'm not sure. Let us just observe." The name Su Liyang sounded vaguely familiar. "Isn't she the young lawyer who signed with our legal team a few days ago? Is she also moonlighting as an auctioneer?" Qin Zhan leaned toward Shun Jing, chuckling softly. Shun Jing replied in a low tone, "We'll find out soon enough." He cast a fleeting glance at He Jinlu, who, despite his calm demeanor, seemed utterly transfixed by the stage. As the music crescendoed, the murmurs began to dissipate. Many in attendance, particularly successful businessmen, were indifferent to the intricacies of familial connections and were likely unfamiliar with Su Liyang. As the melodies intertwined, Su Liyang, her ebony hair elegantly styled, donned a black robe and gracefully made her way to the center of the stage, adorned with a headset. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her hair as white as snow, and the subtle bamboo leaf patterns on her cheongsam exuded both elegance and understated grace. With a gentle smile and a voice both warm and resolute, she captured the audience's attention. The Yellow Crane Tower, the waters of the Yangtze River, those who admire Mr. Mykinkian's work are aware that he and his wife were born and raised in Jiangcheng and have longed to promote traditional culture beyond their homeland, even as they teach abroad. For over 40 years away from their roots, not a single day has passed without their yearning for their hometown, nor their concern for their fellow countrymen. As they hope to return one day. After a brief pause, Su Liyang spoke with poise, though there may be myriad lights in foreign lands, none can compare to the moon that shines upon one's homeland. The bright moon illuminates the path back home, and the longing is boundless. As autumn's crisp air evokes a profound longing for one's homeland, Mr. May's auction this evening revolves around the theme of hometown. Su Liyang, indeed, is the very embodiment of Su Liyang. Is she not? How could she possibly serve as the auctioneer tonight, especially as the esteemed master, May's chosen one? The girl beside Su Xue clutched her arm tightly, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. Ah, it truly is the young lawyer from a few days ago. Her exquisite qipao nearly obscured her identity. Qin Zhan, typically composed, now exhibited a hint of astonishment. Guo Wen's remarks were indeed astute. His application of classical poetry was commendable. Shun Jing remained composed. Yet it was evident that this was the auctioneer selected by Master Mei. The young lady possessed an enchanting beauty, an admirable aura, and a commanding presence that could captivate the audience. The new generation indeed propels the old. No wonder the esteemed figures of Zhengdexing were unable to secure a place in tonight's auction. Mr. Mei had concealed a trump card. Is this young woman accustomed to life abroad? Her traditional charm is undeniable. The artworks this evening are bound to fetch a remarkable price. Liyang, how could it be? How could it possibly be Liyang? Staring incredulously at the stage, Su Xue could hardly fathom that the auctioneer tonight was Su Liyang, nor could she believe that they were acquainted with Mr. Mei. Chapter 43. Enchanted with his leg crossed and his body leaning to the right, resting his elbow on the armrest and his hand gently touching the tip of his nose, He Jinlu was utterly captivated. His gaze was fixed on the stage, his eyelids unwilling to flutter. The moment she appeared and uttered the words Yellow Crane Tower, Yangtze River, a glance spanning millennia, He Jinlu was entranced, completely ensnared. After a 10-day absence, she had once again delivered such an astonishing surprise. With unwavering focus on Su Liyang, He Jinlu dismissed all surrounding noise as if only he and the stage existed, where Su Liyang recited the lines, introducing the Mei Qingxian couple. As her delicate ankles were revealed, He Jinlu's eyes deepened, his fascination growing ever more profound. Although there was a commotion and chatter beneath the auction stage, Su Liyang had long since cleared her mind, remaining unaffected. Holding the remote for the large screen, she pressed a few buttons, and the first piece of the night was projected on the grand screens surrounding the auction stage. The authentic piece was revealed slowly at the center of the auction platform. Standing sideways and gazing at the genuine article, Su Liyang spoke with poise and composure as the authentic piece and the large screen rolled out. Once, the ancients rode the yellow crane away, leaving only the yellow crane tower behind. The crane has departed, never to return. The white clouds linger for thousands of years. The clear river outlines the trees of Hanyang. The fragrant grass flourishes on Parrot Island. As the yellow crane tower fully came into view, Su Liyang, calm and resolute, announced, "Tonight's first auction piece, Memory of Jiancheng, measures 8 meters in length and 8 meters in height, painted on rice paper, with a starting bid of 800,000, increasing by 50,000 with each paddle raised." No sooner had Su Liyang's voice faded than bids began to pour in. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. As the bidding commenced, Su Liyang swiftly transformed her demeanor, her awareness sharp as she noted each participant. Mr. Su from Chongqing Group, 3 million. Mr. Kong from Congrue Group, 5 million. Mr. Qin Zhan from the Qin family, 2 million. Her adeptness in navigating the auction, coupled with her ability to accurately identify the bidders, drew the attention of the attendees, igniting their enthusiasm for the bidding process. Su Liyang not only memorized the entire guest list, but could also recognize their faces, backgrounds, and even some of their habits. For an auctioneer participating in a sale in Nancheng for the first time, this feat was no small accomplishment. Fortunately, Su Liyang possessed an exceptional memory, allowing her to navigate the proceedings with the familiarity of an old friend in this realm. As He Jinlu stood on stage, the focal point of all eyes, Suzhu Kanenchit had feasts tightly. Su Liyang was so radiant, and her profession offered her countless opportunities for display. Turning her gaze to He Jinlu, she found him transfixed, utterly enchanted. Meeting He Jinlu's unwavering gaze, Su Xue raised her paddle, and Su Liyang's voice echoed in her ears. Miss Su Xue from the Su Group, 2 million. As Su Liyang's gaze fell upon Su Xue, her attention sharpened, exuding an air of composure and steadiness. Her look at Su Xue mirrored the way she regarded everyone else present. Unremarkable, devoid of any animosity or sarcasm, and certainly lacking in ostentation. Her focus was solely on her work. Mr. Zhao Cheng of Blue Science Group offered 6 million, while Mr. Zhang Changsheng of Yuguan Group bid 7 million. The bidding continued to escalate, and the elderly gentleman noted the gradual rise in prices, leaning heavily on his cane. He turned to He Jinlu, inquiring, "What are you still waiting for? Aren't you going to capture this painting?" On the way here, he had harbored concerns that Mei Qingxian had chosen an unreliable auctioneer, which might detract from the evening's event. However, it appeared his worries were unfounded. The young lady was indeed impressive, not at all inferior to the seasoned gentleman in attendance. He particularly appreciated her introductions of the Mei couple and her poetic commentary on the artworks. Her attire, a cheapao complemented by her makeup, was perfectly suited for the evening's auction, striking a balance of elegance and poise, demonstrating her capability to command the room despite her youthful appearance. prompted by the elderly gentleman. He Jinlu raised his paddle nonchalantly. 10 million. The audience turned their attention to him, recognizing the wealth of the He family and their propensity for generosity. 10 million? The elderly gentleman furrowed his brow, pondering whether the bid was excessively high. Yet, seeing He Jinlu's unwavering focus, he chose to remain silent. This strategy might serve to establish a commanding presence and deter competition. Sitting upright with his cane firmly in hand, the elderly gentleman was surprisingly agile for his age. However, his cane added an air of authority to his stature. As He Jinlu raised his bid, Su Liyang maintained her clear and composed demeanor, announcing, Mr. He Jinlu of He Group bids 10 million. Afterward, she scanned the room once more, reminding the bidders, 10 million once, 10 million twice. Finally, the gavel struck, 10 million thrice. The painting memory of Jiang City is sold to Mr. He Jinlu of He Group. Once the first piece was concluded, the staff promptly collected it, and the second piece was displayed. Su Liyang's melodic voice resonated through the hall. I dwell at the head of the Yangtze. You reside at its tail. Day by day, I long for you, yet we remain apart, sharing the waters of the Yangtze. When will this river cease? When will this longing end? I only wish your heart mirrors mine, so that our affection is not in vain. The second artwork, titled Recollection of the Yangtze, measured 1.8 meters in length and 0.7 meters in height, crafted on raw mineral paper, with a starting bid of 800,000. The bids escalated, 2 million, 3 million. After securing the opening piece for 10 million, He Jinlu remained calm and collected, raising the bid for the second artwork. The increments were noticeably larger this time, as the previous painting had surpassed many expectations. From million, 6 million, 12 million. He Jinlu, relaxed with his leg crossed, confidently elevated the price further, 13 million. By the side, Qin Zhan deliberately raised his voice, for in He Jinlu's eyes, he perceived not merely filial piety or the artwork, but also the auctioneer clad in a black qipao, wielding a gavel. Casting a fleeting glance at Qin Zhan, He Jinlu raised his paddle once more, 20 million. When did he become so fond of Master Mei's creations? He appears quite captivated by today's auction. In the third row at the back, Su Xue gazed intently at He Jinlu, her eyes reddened. It was not the painting that drew He Jinlu's interest. It was for Liyang. He spent lavishly, all for the sake of eliciting a smile from the beauty. Above the auction stage, Su Liyang remained diligent. 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million thrice, remembering the Yangtze River was acquired by Mr. He Jinlu of the He Group. Su Liyang, do you know? Tonight's auctioneer for Master Mei is indeed Su Liyang. Remarkably, she is from Stanford's law department. Is she truly that exceptional? Her intellect appears quite sharp. Having entered Nancheng University at the tender age of 16, though her heart seems to have wandered, she is stunning. I have resolved to let my values be guided by her beauty. Su Liyang, draped in a black qipao, radiated an extraordinary allure. She possesses an innate ability to elevate the entire auction's sophistication with her poetic recitations. She is indeed impressive, with the previous paintings fetching prices far exceeding market value. I shall seek to meet her shortly. The auction has yet to conclude, yet Su Liyang's role as the auctioneer has already spread throughout the circles, even online, with titles such as the most beautiful auctioneer, qipao, beauty, and graceful woman of national style being bestowed upon her. In the groups online, countless photos and short videos of her at work circulate. In the auction hall, the elder observed as He Jinlu successfully secured 3 pieces of calligraphy and paintings. He leaned on his cane, nodding in satisfaction, then approached He Jinlu, whispering, Alu, this girl appointed by Master Mei is quite impressive. Master Mei's discernment remains commendable. Just look at her. She exudes grace and poise. He continued, if you truly have no intention of marrying Su Xue's daughter, why not inquire if this girl is single? With her appearance, figure, and intellect, she would surely bear fine children in the future. Chapter 44. Who told you that those were just rumors? The auction had yet to conclude, yet the elderly gentleman was already extolling Su Liyang, even envisioning the appearance and name of his great-grandchild. Meanwhile, He Jinlu rested languidly with his legs crossed. his ankle partly exposed, speaking in a slow, languorous tone. "Grandfather, it is highly improbable that you will take a liking to her. Hence, she shall not cross the threshold of the He family." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Su Liyang, brimming with affection. The elderly man tightened his grip on his cane, furrowing his brow, striving to suppress his voice. Though his emotions remained uncontained, how could I possibly dislike her? Have I not already taken a fancy to her? I see you are merely preoccupied with that little lawyer, seeking excuses. He Jinlu, exuding nonchalance, chose to remain silent. Yet the smile upon his face grew ever broader, his gaze upon Su Liyang deepening with meaning. Preoccupied with the little lawyer? It was evident that the auctioneer and the little lawyer were one and the same. As the auction continued, over a dozen more pieces were unveiled, all themed around nostalgia and longing for one's hometown. Eventually, He Jinlu grew disinterested in raising his paddle, allowing Jiang Yuan to assist him in bidding, while he devoted his attention to admiring Su Liyang. At 10 o'clock, with the completion of the 16 pieces, He Jinlu single-handedly acquired the majority of the auction works that evening, totaling 340 million. The others collectively bid 120 million, marking the auction as modest, given its exclusivity. As the auction had not yet concluded, He Jinlu and Su Liyang became the talk of the town, their names whispered in admiration, one embodying beauty and intellect, the other wealth and generosity. Once the final painting was collected from the auction stage, Su Liyang graciously addressed the audience, her voice gentle. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for participating in Mr. Mei Qingqian's 2024 Autumn Festival Art Auction. Thank you for your support of charitable endeavors, and my sincere appreciation to He Group for their generous backing of tonight's charitable auction. We eagerly anticipate Mr. Mei's future creations, hoping these works will be cherished by all. This concludes tonight's auction. Once again, thank you for your participation." Following Su Liyang's speech, the host took the stage to offer remarks, and the auction finally drew to a close. "Congratulations, young Master He. Congratulations, Elder He. Congratulations to both the young master and Elder He." As the auction dispersed, attendees lingered, exchanging greetings and familiarizing themselves with one another. At that moment, Su Xue approached from behind, a hint of grievance adorning her face as she linked her arm with the elder's. "Grandfather, my gallery has garnered nothing tonight, while you are the greatest victor." Having secured the majority of the auction pieces, the elderly gentleman was naturally elated. Turning to Su Xue, he declared, "Tomorrow, I shall select 2 pieces to be delivered to your gallery by Lu." Despite the facade he presented before He Jinlu, the elder still held regard for Su Xue, remembering the 3 years she had cared for him. Su Xue's spirits lifted instantly, her face brightening with joy. "Thank you, grandfather. I knew you cared for me the most." With his hands tucked into his pockets, He Jinlu did not engage in the lively atmosphere around him. Instead, his gaze was discreetly focused elsewhere, particularly on Su Liyang as she greeted guests under the guidance of the event organizers. After the old gentleman dismissed Su Xue, the organizer brought Su Liyang over to express gratitude to both He Jinlu and the esteemed elder of the He family. "Lawyer Su, this is Mr. He, the venerable elder of the He family, and this is Mr. He Jinlu. We are immensely grateful for the He family's generous support this evening." Upon the organizer's introduction, Su Liyang first extended a gentle handshake to the elder, saying, "Mr. He." She then greeted He Jinlu with a polite, "Mr. He." He Jinlu returned her handshake, feeling the softness of her hand, reluctant to release it, yet he ultimately did. As he let go, it was with a lingering sense of grace. Su Liyang, treating the encounter as a mere formality, smiled politely, her demeanor exuding charm. The elder, visibly pleased, remarked to Manager Zhao, "This young lady is quite remarkable. Though she may be young, she commands the room with confidence. She will undoubtedly be a pillar of support for you in the future." In an auction, achieving favorable prices relies not only on the intrinsic value of the artwork, but also on the skill of the auctioneer. A proficient auctioneer can seamlessly integrate with the showcased pieces, leveraging their unique charisma and eloquence to enhance the overall ambience of the auction, thereby achieving higher bids. Tonight, Su Liyang's auction prices had already surpassed those of Mei Qingqian and the expectations of the event organizers. Listening to the elder's praise, Manager Zhao beamed with delight, affirming, Mr. He is correct. Lawyer Su is exceptionally professional, with a remarkable presence and precise control over the auction proceedings. I must thank Mr. May for the recommendation. Otherwise, I would have remained unaware of such an outstanding auctioneer returning to Nancheng. Su Liyang's expertise in calligraphy and painting had been significantly influenced by Mei Qingxian, and her passion for art led her to obtain an auctioneer's license almost casually. While in the United States, she had organized a few small auctions for Mei Qingxian and his friends, receiving much acclaim and admiration. Hence, Mei Qingxian entrusted her with the entire responsibility for this charitable auction. Expressing her gratitude for the recognition from the elder and the event leaders, Su Liyang smiled gracefully, saying, "Thank you, Mr. He, and thank you, Manager Zhao." After a brief conversation, the crowd began to disperse, and He Jinlu accompanied the elder as they prepared to leave. As they took the elevator, the elder remarked, "Alu, the more I see that young lady, the more I like her. I'll ask Manager Zhao for her contact details later. You should reach out to her more often." Having met Su Liyang, the elder's thoughts were solely consumed by her, envisioning her as a potential granddaughter-in-law. He Jinlu chuckled, "Grandfather, do you even know who she is? You want me to reach out?" He recalled every word the elder had spoken on their way to the auction. The elder, not one to concede easily, retorted, "How could I not know who she is? She is the auctioneer of the evening, the young talent favored by Master Mei. Let me tell you, Jinlu, in this day and age, there are few young ladies who are both beautiful and cultured. You should cultivate a connection with such a woman, rather than those frivolous little temptresses." The old man's ramblings about various little spirits referred to Su Liyang. As the two descended the stairs, He Jinlu chuckled lightly, remarking, "Little spirits, you say? The little spirit you speak of is none other than Su Guowei's second daughter, Su Liyang." It was amusing how he had been vociferously scolding her on the way there, only to sing her praises on the return. He Jinlu felt a twinge of embarrassment for the old man. What? Who was that young lady? The old man's eyes widened in surprise, and he halted his steps. The moonlight bathed them, accentuating He Jinlu's handsome profile and elongating the shadows cast upon the ground. With a smile gracing his lips, He Jinlu replied, nonchalantly, "Su Guowei's second daughter, the new lawyer at the Shang law firm, and the sister of Su Xue, Su Liyang." It was no wonder that the old man was utterly captivated by Su Liyang. He had been unable to tear his eyes away from her throughout the entire evening. Su Liyang was unexpectedly enchanting, truly delightful. After the initial surprise, the old man's expression grew serious. How could she possibly be Su Guowei's second daughter? She is far too beautiful and cultured. That is not what I've heard. The old man's disbelief prompted He Jinlu to respond with a casual smile. "Whether it is possible or not, a simple inquiry will reveal the truth, old man." As they reached the bottom of the artistic hall steps, the old man, gripping his cane tightly, remained unconvinced. How could Su Guowei have such an outstanding and attractive daughter? The more the old man doubted, the broader He Jinlu's smile became. It seemed improbable, yet the truth was undeniable. She was indeed Su Liyang. He Jinlu chose not to pursue the conversation further, while the old man furrowed his brow, his emotions and thoughts tangled. How could she possibly be Su Guowei's second daughter? At that moment, Driver Lu pulled up in the car. He Jinlu opened the back door for the old man, saying, "Grandfather, you should head back first. I will not accompany you." As the old man entered the vehicle, he looked up at He Jinlu and inquired, "What time is it? If you are not returning with me, where are you going?" He Jinlu casually rested his right hand on the car door, replying with a nonchalant smile, "I am off to meet the little spirit. I cannot let you down, old man." The old man grew anxious. "That won't do. If she is indeed Su Guowei's second daughter, you should keep your distance, no matter how attractive she may be." He Jinlu ignored the old man's protests, firmly closing the car door and instructing the driver to take the old man home first. Meanwhile, as Su Liyang wrapped up her tasks and exited through the side door, a few young gentlemen suddenly blocked her path. "Su Liyang, you have changed remarkably over the years. Not only have you become a lawyer, but you also managed to steal the spotlight in such an event tonight." The speaker was Feng Chun, a scion of the Feng family. Though he donned a formal suit, he still exuded a carefree demeanor, flanked by a few friends. He and Su Liyang had been high school classmates, and he had once pursued her, albeit unsuccessfully. Recognizing their unfriendly intent, Su Liyang wasted no time. She pulled out her phone to call for help. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Chun swiftly approached, seized her phone from beside her ear, and with a mischievous grin remarked, "What's the matter? You don't acknowledge an old classmate-esque greeting? Do you truly believe you've elevated yourself to some esteemed stature, thinking you're above the rest?" With her arms crossed defiantly, Su Liyang smiled. "So it's an old classmate, is it? Blocking my path. Do you have a matter to discuss? Or perhaps something to auction?" As she spoke, her gaze wandered to those behind him, unperturbed and still haughty. Drawing closer, Feng Chun languidly said, "It's been years, hasn't it? I thought we might reminisce." Su Liyang glanced at her watch and replied, "Old classmate, it's getting late. Let us save it for another day. I'll treat you to a meal." With that, she attempted to sidestep him and leave. Suddenly, Feng Chun grasped her arm and yanked her back forcefully. Stumbling, Su Liyang's expression shifted as she steadied herself and looked up to inquire, "Old classmate, what is the meaning of this?" As she spoke, the men behind Feng Chun advanced a few steps, effectively blocking her escape. With a cold, mocking laugh, Feng Chun grasped her chin and said, "Su Liyang, what kind of person do you think you are? In the whole of Nancheng, who doesn't know you? What pretense are you putting on? How many men have shared your bed? And yet you act as if you're pure and untouchable, trying to maintain your superiority over me? What's the deal? Others can indulge, but Feng Chun cannot? Do you look down upon me? You, as a lawyer, flaunt yourself at auctions merely to elevate your worth and entice men, don't you?" Holding her face, he drew her closer and added, "If you make my evening pleasurable, I'll give you 10 times the amount you earn at the auction." Su Liyang, both amused and infuriated by his slander, silently thanked Yi Meiyun and Su Xue for crafting such a splendid reputation for her. Grasping Feng Chun's wrist, she replied, "Feng Chun, I fear you may not be able to afford such a price." Feng Chun chuckled, "You look down on me? Very well. Let us see if I can enjoy your company tonight without spending a dime, and perhaps all my friends have their share of pleasure too." Su Liyang's expression darkened as Feng Chun released her chin and, with his right hand, reached for her collar, tearing the neckline of her black cheongsam with little effort. Her alabaster collarbone was suddenly exposed, causing Feng Chun's eyes to gleam with delight, and his companions began to jeer. During the auction, they had already stripped her attire with their eyes. Outnumbered and surrounded by men, Su Liyang retained her composure and admonished Feng Chun, "Feng Chun, I'm not someone you can toy with now." He chuckled mockingly. "Su Liyang, do you truly believe yourself to be so formidable? You think that a few rumors with He Jinlu would instill fear in everyone? What little tricks do you possess that could intimidate anyone?" As Feng Chun arrogantly finished his taunts, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the glass door. "Who told you those were just rumors?" The voice was cold, imbued with a chilling anger. Su Liyang abruptly turned her head to look. As Feng Chun and a few others lifted their heads, they beheld He Jinlu, resplendent in a tailored black English suit, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, sauntering in through the side door at a leisurely pace. The moonlight cascaded upon his face, accentuating his fair complexion to an even more striking pallor. His gaze, colder than the luminous moon above, seemed as if it could slice through the air. He shall. The sudden appearance of He Jinlu rendered Feng Chun momentarily tongue-tied, prompting the others to hurriedly greet him with He shall. Upon recognizing He Jinlu, Su Liyang pushed Feng Chun aside, raised her right hand, and composedly adjusted the collar of her qipao, her heart settling in an instant. As He Jinlu approached, he cast a fleeting glance at Su Liyang before turning his attention to Feng Chun and the others. His voice as frigid as ice. "Tell me, who in Nancheng has been with her?" Feng Chun's expression shifted. He had heard of such matters, but was unaware of the specifics. Certainly, he had never been involved. Glancing at He Jinlu with a hint of displeasure, Feng Chun replied, "He shall, I'm not quite sure about that, but Su Liyang must know. It would be best to keep your distance from this woman. She is not as clean as she seems." Without a word, He Jinlu strolled to the side, retrieving an old chair that had been placed at the entrance. The screeching sound of the chair scraping against the tiled floor sent an unsettling chill down the spines of those present. Gently stroking the chair's backrest, He Jinlu spoke coldly. I haven't heard her mention this. I've only heard you claim that there are few in Nancheng who haven't slept with her. If you cannot provide me with this list tonight, do not expect to leave this door. His words were measured, slow enough to instill a sense of dread, causing cold sweat to bead on foreheads and raising goosebumps on their skin. Noticing this, Feng Chun turned to Su Liyang. Su Liyang, you should clarify your own matters with He Xiao. With her arms crossed once more, Su Liyang raised an eyebrow, her demeanor languid as she replied. There is no one else, just Feng Chun. He is the only one who has been with me. At this, Feng Chun could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Liyang and raising his voice. Su Liyang, do not spout nonsense. When have I ever been with you? I haven't even touched you. In her calmness, Su Liyang turned to He Jinlu, her expression earnest. He Zong, apart from Feng Chun, no one else has ever laid a hand on me. Besides, this very dress was torn by him just moments ago. If half of Nancheng had slept with her, then so be it. Today, let him claim that title. Having long been subjected to filth, Su Liyang did not mind dousing herself with a couple more buckets, as long as it vented her frustrations and left Feng Chun with a heavy burden to bear. Feng Chen, furious, pointed at Su Liyan. I have done nothing to you. Do not frame me. He was clearly being wronged. Aside from that one encounter, he had not even come close to her. Little did Feng Chen anticipate that He Jinlu would appear, standing up for Su Liyang and confronting him. Stepping back 2 paces, Feng Chen looked at He Jinlu and pleaded, He Zong, do not listen to her fabrications. I have never touched her. He Jinlu responded with a serene smile. Without a change in demeanor, he grasped the chair and, with sudden force, hurled it toward Feng Chen, stating, You have slept with her, haven't you? The corner of the chair struck Feng Chen's head squarely, causing blood to gush down from his forehead, staining his eyebrows and face. He Jinlu acted swiftly, his demeanor usually refined and gentle, and none had ever witnessed him engage in a brawl. When he had pulled the chair, everyone assumed he intended to take a seat. No one anticipated that he would wield it as a weapon. In that moment, they were all rendered utterly bewildered. Chapter 45. Yet another favor owed, he raised his hand to wipe his face, only to find his palm smeared with blood. Feng Chun cursed vehemently. He Jinlu, damn you! As soon as the words left his mouth, He Jinlu retaliated with a powerful kick to his chest, retorting, I have no father. Go back and deal with your own. Feng Chun staggered back several steps, only prevented from falling by the support of those behind him. Young Master Feng. The Feng family held considerable stature in South City. Though they could not rival the He family, they were certainly not inferior to others. Naturally, Feng Chun could not swallow this humiliation. He clutched his chest, coughing violently, struggling to regain his breath before finally managing to speak. Yet, just as he charged at He Jinlu in a fit of rage, He Jinlu delivered another 2 kicks, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. At that moment, a bystander finally spoke up. He Xiao, we all know each other. Is it really worth it to fight over a woman, especially someone like Su Liyang? He Xiao, if this escalates, it won't benefit anyone. Because of her, Su Liyang found it amusing. So this was the perception others held. It was clear that Feng Chun had confronted her first. Had it not been for He Jinlu's timely intervention, she might not have escaped so easily tonight. Yet, the blame was somehow placed upon her. With an amused expression, Su Liyang remarked, Because of me? You all truly have the audacity. Nevertheless, she approached He Jinlu and said, Mr. He, this has gone on long enough. Let's go. Nothing happened between us. Not wanting to escalate the situation further, which could adversely affect the reputation and stock of the He group, she deemed it unworthy to engage with such a person. As Su Liyang insisted it was time to leave and that nothing had transpired, He Jinlu refrained from further violence. Instead, he approached Feng Chun and, gripping his collar, coldly warned, In the future, keep your distance from Su Liyang. Feng Chun, with his vision blurred by blood, looked at Su Liyang in disbelief, realizing she had truly become involved with He Jinlu, who was fiercely protective of her. Casting Feng Chun aside, He Jinlu took Su Liyang's hand and led her out through a side door. Feeling the warmth of He Jinlu's grip, Su Liyang noted a slight stickiness, glancing down. She saw blood on his palm, likely from a cut inflicted by the chair moments before. As they walked together to the open-air parking lot, a sense of warmth enveloped Su Liyang. The rare instances of warmth in her life seemed to be intertwined with him. He was always present. Once they were in the car, it began to move slowly, but He Jinlu remained silent, his brow furrowed, prompting Su Liyang to hold her tongue as well. It was not until they arrived at her apartment building that they both exited the vehicle. As Su Liyang turned to face He Jinlu, he calmly stated, "Let me take you upstairs." Given the earlier commotion with Feng Chun, He Jinlu was concerned that she might be confronted again if he did not ensure her safe return. While she appeared formidable, never losing an argument, when faced with such matters, she had little control and could not manage those individuals. Within the confines of the elevator, Yu Guang's gaze occasionally fell upon Su Liyang. Her black qipao evoked memories of the earlier auction, where she appeared to transcend the mundane world. Shortly thereafter, the elevator came to a halt, and the two arrived at the door. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, He Jinlu observed Su Liyang as she opened the door. His expression remained composed, having set aside the earlier commotion from his mind. Upon entering, Su Liyang turned to face He Jinlu, only to find that he refrained from teasing her as he had on previous occasions. Noticing his right hand, she remarked, "You're injured. You should attend to it first." The image of He Jinlu's earlier outburst lingered in her thoughts, as she had not anticipated such a fervent reaction from him. He withdrew his right hand from his pocket to inspect the minor cut, where blood was beginning to dry. He replied nonchalantly, "All right." Thus, they stepped into the room together. After closing the door, Su Liyang retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator, unscrewing one to hand it to He Jinlu. He accepted the water and took a sip, his gaze sweeping across the well-appointed flat, which, despite its elegance, lacked a certain warmth. After drinking half the bottle, he capped it and placed it back on the dining table. Su Liyang approached the side cabinet in the living room, retrieving a first aid kit. Seating herself on the sofa, she gestured for He Jinlu to join her. He ambled over, adjusting his trousers before taking a seat beside her. Gently, she took his right hand, resting on his lap, and proceeded to cleanse the blood with saline solution, followed by disinfection with iodine. Finally, she sprinkled the wound with powdered medicine from Yunnan and skillfully wrapped his hand in gauze. As she completed the bandaging, Su Liyang stated, "I owe you another favor." Previously, he had defended her against Xiao Xiao and subsequently gifted her a car. Now, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation on her behalf. It seemed extraordinary that He Jinlu would go to such lengths for her. She looked up at him and added, "These favors are beyond my means to repay." As she finished tying the gauze, He Jinlu chuckled at her assertion of not returning favors. His gaze wandered to the open neckline of her torn qipao, revealing her delicate collarbone and the allure of her silhouette, which was strikingly captivating. His eyes returned to her face, and he remarked softly, "You certainly possess an element of surprise." Having not seen her for some time, he had intended to maintain a distance. Yet he was unprepared for her role as the auctioneer that evening. This performance would undoubtedly establish her reputation. Although he had not kept abreast of the circulating gossip, he could easily envision the stir she had caused. His playful banter elicited a smile from Su Liyang as she responded, "A means to make ends meet." Su Liyang, with a hint of disdain, observed He Jinlu's previously calm demeanor shift as his brows furrowed, revealing his capacity to stir trouble externally. Standing upright with her neatly packed medical kit, Su Liyang lowered her gaze to He Jinlu and, with a mixture of amusement and melancholy, remarked, "Mr. He, you have unjustly accused me. I have never sought to provoke anyone." She continued, "Sometimes, possessing extraordinary beauty and talent is not entirely advantageous. It is both a jest and a truth. The predicaments I have encountered thus far stem from these very attributes, lacking a formidable background or support, yet endowed with exceptional beauty can indeed be a calamity." He Jinlu's amusement grew at her unwavering confidence. She was quite audacious with her words. As He Jinlu chuckled, Su Liyang joined in the laughter and inquired, "Is there any injury remaining? If not, I shall return the medical kit." Just as her words faded, He Jinlu grasped her wrist, pulling her closer with a gentle yet firm tug. The sudden grip caused the medical kit to clatter to the ground. And before Su Liyang could comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in He Jinlu's embrace. Chapter 46. A fateful affection. He Jinlu's face was but a breath away. And Su Liyang inquired, "Mr. He, what is this?" He Jinlu embraced Su Liyang, laying her gently upon the sofa, ensnaring her within his arms. With her hands delicately resting against his chest, Su Liyang inquired with a playful smile, "Is this your way of asking for repayment in kind?" Ignoring her teasing, He Jinlu leaned down and captured her lips with his own. Su Liyang's lips were soft and sweet, and as he kissed her, He Jinlu felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation, yearning for more. The faint fragrance that lingered on her skin was unforgettable, a scent that had captivated him since their first encounter. With her hands pressed against He Jinlu's chest, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within Su Liyang. Her eyes remained open, observing the depth of his kiss, and gradually, she lowered her guard, allowing her eyelids to flutter shut. Having never possessed a good reputation and often subjected to harsh criticisms, she pondered what she was holding on to. What was she truly guarding? To give herself to He Jinlu seemed the most prudent choice. She would not harbor regrets in the future. After all, he had been the sweetest note in the melody of her life. With no thoughts of tomorrow, she felt her defenses slowly dissipate, persuading herself to surrender. She lifted her arms, embracing He Jinlu's neck, accepting that they would both succumb to the night's allure. One hand cradled the nape of his neck while the other gently fumbled with the buttons of her qipao, which had yet to be undone. The intricate knots proved somewhat challenging. Yet, Su Liyang did not resist. Everything flowed seamlessly, the ambience just right, as passion ignited between them. An unexpected interruption shattered the intimate atmosphere. He Jinlu's phone rang abruptly. Unfazed, he retrieved the device from his pocket and promptly ended the call. However, scarcely had he hung up than the phone rang again. A frown creased He Jinlu's brow, prompting Su Liyang to open her eyes and suggest, "Mr. He, perhaps you should answer the call." Irritated, He Jinlu shifted away from her, sitting with his legs apart on the sofa. He tugged at the collar of his shirt before answering the call. "Mom, what is it?" On the other end, Zhao Wani's voice quickly resonated. "Son, where are you? The auction has been over for quite some time. Why haven't you returned? I heard that you had a scuffle with Feng Chun from the Feng family. What on earth happened? You and T be looking for that little vixen again, would you?" Though Zhao Wani had not attended the auction, she had caught wind of the gossip circulating within their circles and glimpsed the trending news online. She could hardly believe that Su Liyang, that little enchantress, was not only adept at litigation but also excelled in auctions. She was remarkably professional. Upon seeing Su Liyang's video, she had been momentarily taken aback. If she was so entrancing, how could her son not be entranced as well? Thus the call was made. Rubbing his temples, He Jinlu replied in a subdued tone, "Mom, what time is it? You ought to be sleeping. Why do you constantly monitor my whereabouts? Are you no longer interested in grandchildren?" Zhao Wani retorted, "You're out there brawling, and you expect me to sleep? And don't use the prospect of grandchildren to placate me. Su Xue has already returned home. Where am I to find grandchildren? I have no interest in those born of other women." The night was serene, and the sound of Zhao Wani's voice reached Su Liyang's ears. A subtle smile graced her lips. Clearly, she was being guarded against, perhaps fearing her own body's response. At this moment, He Jinlu raised his gaze to glance at Su Liyang, only to observe her retrieving the medical kit that had fallen to the ground and placing it back. He Jinlu stated, "No more discussion. I'm hanging up." However, Zhao Wani was reluctant to end the call, eagerly interjecting, "Jinlu, you must return quickly. Otherwise, my heart keeps racing, and I feel quite unsettled without knowing the reason." He Jinlu disregarded her plea and abruptly disconnected the call. As he tossed the phone aside, Su Liyang, with a gentle smile, remarked, "President He, you should return now. Otherwise, should anything happen to Mrs. He's heart, I cannot bear the responsibility." The atmosphere shifted, and both regained their composure. He Jinlu rose from the sofa, and Su Liyang approached, bending down to retrieve his fallen suit jacket, tenderly assisting him in putting it on. Regardless of the circumstances, He Jinlu had indeed aided her this evening. As she escorted him to the door, Su Liyang opened it and bid him farewell. "President He, do take care." He Jinlu looked at her with a subdued expression and instructed, "Lock the door." Su Liyang replied with a smile, I will. Subsequently, He Jinlu turned to take the elevator and departed, while Su Liyang rested her hand on the door handle, gently closing the door behind him. Turning back into the room, contemplating the entanglement with He Jinlu upon her return, Su Liyang couldn't help but smile. A fateful connection, indeed. Inside the Maybach, He Jinlu gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other held a cigarette, his mind persistently occupied with thoughts of Su Liyang, her demeanor in court, her poise during the auction of her works, and the moment she bandaged his wounds. The fragrance she wore became increasingly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Simultaneously, at the Su family villa, in Su Xue's room, she stood heavily burdened before the floor-to-ceiling window until the phone in her hand vibrated. Su Xue hastily answered, inquiring, "What's the update? Is Jinlu with Liyang?" A middle-aged man's voice emerged from the other end. "Yes, miss. President, he did not return tonight. He left with the second miss." Upon hearing the term second miss, Su Xue angrily hurled the phone against the window, her eyes, gazing at the courtyard outside, suddenly bloodshot. Su Liyang, on fait again Su Liyang. Was she determined to snatch He Jinlu away from her? The sound of the phone crashing to the ground prompted Yi Meiyin to knock on the door, asking with concern, "Xiao Xue, what's wrong?" Su Xue turned, weakly shaking her head. "I'm fine, Mom. Are you really okay?" "I am fine." After confirming several times that Su Xue was indeed all right, Yi Meiyin finally closed the door and left. Once the door was shut, Su Xue turned back to the courtyard. She might be all right, but she could not allow Liyang to remain unscathed. Meanwhile, after the auction concluded, Su Liyang immersed herself back into work, maintaining no contact with He Jinlu, their relationship oscillating between warmth and coldness. The legal representatives from the Qin and Shun firms had assigned her work, making her and Yuan Dongling the busiest individuals at the firm, with Yuan Dongling bringing in an intern from the main office to assist. As work intensified, Su Liyang began to feel unwell. Her stomach had never been robust, and the past 5 years abroad had only exacerbated her condition. The recent flurry of work, examinations, and auction activities has kept her as busy as a spinning top, exacerbating her gastric ailment to the point where she can scarcely consume even rice. One morning, after sipping on a bowl of congee, when she arrived at the office, Yuan Dongling noticed her pallid complexion and inquired, "Liyang, are you feeling unwell? You look utterly drained, devoid of color." Su Liyang, clutching a stack of documents, replied, "I'm fine, master. It's just a flare-up of my gastric issues. It will pass in a couple of days." Yuan Dongling responded, "You may appear tall and robust, yet your physical constitution seems rather fragile. You ought to visit the hospital promptly to avoid any complications." Su Liyang insisted, "I'll go during the lunch break. I must first complete this statement." Despite her discomfort, she was reluctant to delay her work. Over the years, her perseverance has been sustained solely by her dedication to work and study. Her physical condition is not something that can be remedied in a fleeting moment. It requires time and care. Thus, when noon arrived and everyone was having lunch, Su Liyang drove to the hospital to fetch her medication. A familiar ailment, she was well aware of its nature. "Attorney Su, your gastric ulcer seems quite severe, and the damage to your gastric mucosa is considerable. You must take good care of yourself and regulate your health to prevent any major issues." "Thank you, doctor. I will be mindful moving forward." As she stepped into the lobby with the prescription in hand, she unexpectedly encountered 2 acquaintances. Chapter 47. Pregnancy Examination with a Deliberate Pace. Su Liyang's lips curved into a gentle smile. Fate has a peculiar way of intertwining paths. Even during a midday errand to fetch medication, she encountered Su Xue and Zhao Wani, marking yet another chapter in their intertwined destinies. From a distance, Su Xue supported Zhao Wani, flanked by 2 nannies, and they spotted Su Liyang almost immediately. The warmth in Zhao Wani's smile faded, replaced by a shadow of discontent upon seeing Su Liyang. Of all people to encounter, why did it have to be this little enchantress? Had she known, she would have delayed her medical checkup by a few days. Su Xue's expression shifted subtly, though not as overtly as Zhao Wani's. She had to consider the bigger picture and maintain her carefully crafted persona. As they approached, Su Xue gently inquired, "Liyang, what brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhao Wani, casting a cold glance at Su Liyang, scoffed audibly. Surely, such a formidable little enchantress could not be ill. It would be a blessing if she could refrain from causing others distress. Zhao Wani felt increasingly unsettled, perturbed by the thought of Su Liyang potentially enchanting her son, fearing that He Jinlu might be mesmerized by her charm. With an air of arrogance, Zhao Wani's demeanor was noted by Su Liyang, who recognized that she was merely a pawn in the games of Su Xue and Yi Meiyan, oblivious to the manipulation at play. The previous call urging He Jinlu to return home had likely been instigated by Su Xue. Su Liyang's intuition was correct. That fateful phone call had indeed been prompted by Su Xue, who had also informed her of He Jinlu's altercation. Recalling Su Xue's insistence that she should bear a grandchild, Su Liyang smiled composedly and jested. "I'm not unwell. I'm pregnant and here for a checkup." The moment the words left her lips, both Su Xue and Zhao Wani were momentarily struck dumb. After the initial shock, they were engulfed in disbelief. The grip Su Xue had on Zhao Wani tightened, her heart racing. Could it truly be? She hesitated to delve deeper, cautiously gazing at Su Liyang's abdomen, incredulously asking, "Liyang, are you truly pregnant?" Su Liyang tenderly caressed her belly, affirming, "Indeed, it's been some time now. Sister, you should be happy for me, shouldn't you?" Su Xue's expression became difficult to bear, as she dared not pursue the subject further. Observing this, Zhao Wani scrutinized Su Liyang's abdomen, cautiously inquiring, "Could it be that the child within you is Jinlu's?" During this period, her son had distanced himself from everyone, drawing closer only to her, even defending her honor in a confrontation, leaving Zhao Wani with lingering doubts. After speaking, she turned to Su Xue, exclaiming, "Xiao Xue, you're holding me too tightly. You're hurting me." Returning to reality, Su Xue quickly released Zhao Wani's arm, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Annie. It was unintentional." Amidst Su Xue's tension and Zhao Wani's naivety, Su Liyang maintained her serene smile. It was quite amusing how quickly Zhao Wani's mind spiraled into conjecture from a mere jest. With a playful glance at Zhao Wani, Su Liyang continued, "Andy, even before the pregnancy is apparent, you've already discerned it. Truly, we are family, able to recognize each other even through the veil of the womb." Su Liyang's words sent a jolt through Su Xue. Zhao Wani raised her hand and pointed at Su Liyang, trembling as she spoke, "Little enchantress, I knew you were not someone to be trifled with." Jinlu is truly confused. How could he? Stifled by her agitation, Zhao Wani could only utter, "Little enchantress, our He family certainly will not allow you to raise this child. I know you are after money. Just tell me, how much do you want?" Without even glancing at the documents or confirming with her son, she was ready to offer money, leaving Su Liyang amused. At her age, how naive she was. Gently caressing her belly, Su Liyang feigned a sigh of resignation and said, "Auntie, I initially wanted to congratulate you on becoming a grandmother, but Mr. He mentioned you would not permit me into the He family, so he insisted I terminate the pregnancy. I just underwent the procedure and have, regrettably, removed your grandson." Upon hearing this, Su Liyang glanced down at her abdomen, her eyes reddening as if she truly had been pregnant and had just lost the child. Zhao Wani's emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster, nearly leaving her breathless as she trembled and asked, "You terminated the pregnancy?" Su Liyang tenderly brushed her flat stomach and replied, "Yes, it was just done at Mr. He's request. It was a boy." Zhao Wani's legs weakened, almost collapsing, but thankfully, Su Xue and the nanny supported her. Heart racing, she gazed at Su Liyang, noting her pale complexion and bloodless lips, resembling someone who had indeed just undergone surgery. With one hand resting on Su Xue's arm and the other pressed against her heart, Zhao Wani was distraught, her eyes reddened. How could Lu be so foolish? How could he allow the child to be taken away? Regardless of how unworthy the enchantress may be, that child is of the He lineage. How could it be discarded? That is, my grandson. Having just begun to entertain the idea of becoming a grandmother, she had already considered that as long as Su Liyang agreed to give birth to her grandson, she would concede to any demands, except entering the He family. Yet, before her thoughts could solidify, the prospect of her grandson vanished. Her son was indeed too foolish. Noticing Zhao Wani's distress, Su Xue quickly comforted her. Annie, please do not be upset. Do not listen to Liyang's nonsense. Let us first confirm with Jinlu. While soothing Zhao Wani, Su Xue was on the verge of tears. Her fiancé had a child, yet the child's mother was not her. She sought comfort even as she consoled Zhao Wani. Seeing Zhao Wani so deeply affected by this fabrication, Su Liyang was both amused and exasperated. How charmingly naive at her age, truly wonderful. She must have lived a life of fortune, untouched by harm and spared from much suffering. Nevertheless, she refrained from revealing her true intentions to Zhao Wani and continued to deceive her instead. Auntie, do not be too disheartened. If you truly wish to embrace a grandchild, I shall endeavor to conceive again soon. Su Xue's expression darkened as she looked up at her. Liyang, do not speak such nonsense. We shall not trouble you with this matter. Meanwhile, Zhao Wani continued to lament. Lu has lost his senses. He is already 30 this year, and it was such a rare opportunity to finally have a child. Su Liyang stifled a smile as she took a couple of steps forward, gently patting Zhao Wani on the shoulder. Auntie, please take care of yourself. I shall return home to rest now. With that, she clicked her heels and departed, her spirits lifted. However, as Su Xue cast a glance back at Su Liyang, she was filled with a surge of fury. Could it be true that she was carrying Jinlu's child? Regardless of the truth, Su Liyang could not be allowed to remain. Turning her gaze to Zhao Wani, she found her still lamenting over her eldest grandson. Su Xue felt her frustration mounting, yet had no outlet for it. Eventually, before completing her medical examination, she decided to take Zhao Wani home. Once at home, she pondered for the entire afternoon, convinced that Su Liyang would not easily part with the child, her most significant bargaining chip. After organizing her thoughts, Zhao Wani prepared to head out once more. Chapter 48. Seeking the little fairy to see your grandson not long after returning home from work. Su Liyang had just finished washing the rice and set the porridge to boil when the doorbell rang. Wiping her hands with a tissue, she approached the video intercom and was amused to see it was He Jinlu's mother waiting downstairs. It was quite a feat for her to have discovered her address and come to visit. Without immediately opening the door, Su Liyang looked at the monitor and inquired, Annie, are you looking for me? Downstairs, Zhao Wani, upon hearing Su Liyang's voice, frowned and said earnestly, I have something to ask you. Please open the door first. With a smile, Su Liyang replied, You can simply ask me your question. I am candid and have nothing to hide. Zhao Wani felt troubled, separated by such a distance. How could they converse? Fearing that Su Liyang would not open the door, she waved the thermos in front of the camera, saying, I brought you some chicken soup. Please let me in. Even if the child had indeed been terminated, it was ultimately her son's fault. He was the one who urged her to do it. Lacking a motherly figure and having a strained relationship with the Su family, it was evident that she did not know how to cook. And that was a concern for her health. Although Zhao Wani did not harbor fond feelings for Su Liyang, she still had a good heart. Sometimes, when she spoke ill of Su Liyang, it was merely to comfort Su Xue and Yi Meiyan. Yet, deep down, she felt a tinge of pity for the young woman, as one's origin is not a choice. Moreover, her character had become warped due to the lack of sincere guidance in her upbringing. Seeing that Zhao Wani had come to bring her soup, Su Liyang felt a wave of amusement. Thus, she decided to be straightforward and pressed the button to unlock the door. Before long, Zhao Wani arrived with the chicken soup. Su Liyang was already waiting by the entrance and greeted her, saying, Auntie, please come in. As they entered the house, Zhao Wani surveyed the spacious living quarters in astonishment and asked, You live alone in such a large house? Su Liyang poured her a glass of warm water and smiled. Indeed, it was a gift from your son. Zhao Wani placed the food container on the dining table, accepted the water from Su Liyang, and remarked, You truly are a vixen. She continued, Xue has cared for Jinlu in the hospital for 3 years, and yet he has never given her anything. It is I who have arranged gifts for her during holidays and birthdays. And yet, he is so attentive to you. Su Liyang chuckled, looking at Zhao Wani, and asked, Auntie, are you here to settle scores for Su Xue, or are you here to speak well of your son? Realizing she had spoken too freely, Zhao Wani quickly added, Regardless, you and Jinlu are not meant to be. Su Liyang was not offended. She leaned against the edge of the dining table and asked, Is that the sole reason you came to see me? Zhao Wani replied, Not entirely. She then picked up the food container from a table, opened it, and said, "You don't seem to be in good spirits. I made you some chicken soup. You haven't eaten yet, so please have some." As Su Liyang gazed at the open container, the rich aroma of soup wafted towards her, and she was momentarily taken aback before slowly breaking into a smile. When her mother was still alive, she often made her chicken soup, which had a similarly enticing aroma. In that fleeting moment, Su Liyang felt a stir of emotion. Gazing at the soup for a while, she pulled out a chair and said, "All right, thank you, Auntie." Zhao Wani promptly handed her a ladle and sat beside her. Su Liyang took the ladle, scooped up some soup, and tasted it. Zhao Wani eagerly inquired, "How is it? Is it palatable?" Turning to Zhao Wani, Su Liyang nodded, "Yes. Auntie's soup-making skills are exceptional, far surpassing those of restaurants." She was not merely flattering. Indeed, He Jinlu's mother's soup was genuinely delightful, warming her heart. Zhao Wani, hearing this, beamed with pride, "Of course. If I'm ranked second in soup-making in Nancheng, no one could claim the first spot. Just look at how well I've raised Jinlu." Su Liyang chuckled softly and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Although the elderly lady sometimes spoke harshly, it was evident that she harbored no ill intentions. Feeling in good spirits, Su Liyang noticed Zhao Wani shift the conversation, seizing the opportunity to ask Little Demon, "No, I mean, Lawyer Su, have you truly harmed the child? That's your trump card." Understanding Zhao Wani's intentions, Su Liyang realized she had been contemplating her grandson's situation all afternoon. Spitting out a chicken bone, Su Liyang replied earnestly, "Annie, for the sake of your chicken soup, I cannot deceive you. I must not allow you to hold on to false hopes. Yes, I did harm a child. If she said she did, then it was undoubtedly true. Otherwise, how would she procure another child for her in the future?" Su Liyang's serious demeanor caused Zhao Wani to feel a pang of sorrow, her brows furrowing tightly. Jinlu was utterly irresponsible. Such a significant matter should have been discussed with them. Upon returning, she resolved to scold him thoroughly. Su Liyang, cradling her bowl, ate heartily, savoring the flavor that unexpectedly evoked a sense of home. Noticing Su Liyang engrossed in her meal, Zhao Wani felt a twinge of guilt and remarked, "This confinement can be taxing on your health. You should take good care of yourself these days. I'll have someone bring you meals." Su Liyang, relishing the chicken leg, looked at Zhao Wani with a bemused expression and replied, "Auntie, let us stick to the chicken soup. Please have someone deliver it to my office." Zhao Wani furrowed her brow. "Child, do you really need to work so hard? Can't you rest for a few days? If not, just ask Jinlu for some nutritional support or compensation. He has plenty of money." Su Liyang, chewing on the chicken leg, found Zhao Wani's naivety amusing. How could such a simple woman raise someone as astute as He Jinlu? Su Liyang, today not being irritable, smiled at her, prompting Zhao Wani to feel less resentment towards her. Sitting beside Su Liyang, Zhao Wani spoke earnestly, "Lawyer Su, I am not trying to break you and Jinlu apart, but you two are simply mismatched. Not only would I disapprove, but even his father and the elder would not consent. I advise you to earn some money and not to expect too much. Do not waste your youth." Zhao Wani's words were indeed heartfelt. Su Liyang cradled the bowl in her hands, smiling as she reassured, "Aunt, rest assured, I have promised not to marry into the He family, and I shall uphold that promise. I haven't even unblocked your son's WeChat, let alone added him as a friend." Zhao Wani replied, "As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. The only person Jinlu intends to marry is your sister, Su Xue. They've endured hardships together." After Su Liyang finished her soup, Zhao Wani offered her a few words of advice before taking the insulated container and returning home, her face clouded with sorrow at the thought of the lost child. At 10 o'clock that night, He Jinlu returned home, weary from a week of business travel. His mother, armed with a feather duster, approached him angrily, exclaiming, "Jinlu, have you lost your humanity? You abandon your own flesh and blood? Is this how I raised you? I have indeed said not to let that little enchantress through the door, but when have I ever said to forsake a child? Such a grave matter, and you did not consult us? When your father returns, he will surely reprimand you." The feather duster stung sharply against He Jinlu, leaving him bewildered. Seizing the feather duster, He Jinlu cast it to the ground and, brushing off his sleeves, replied coldly, "Zhao Wani, do you think I lack temper? Do you think I am afraid to express my anger? And how dare you scold me? Where do you find the audacity? After enduring a barrage of his mother's tirade, He Jinlu finally grasped the full scope of the situation. Su Liyang had once again manipulated the circumstances. With determination, He Jinlu retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Jiang Yuan directly. Jiang Yuan, please investigate the reason behind Su Liyang's visit to the hospital today. Meanwhile, Zhao Wani protested vehemently. What is there to investigate? Are you not accountable for your actions? You are 30 years old. How much longer do you intend to delay? When do you plan to give your father and me a grandchild? You are truly unfilial. Zhao Wani's indignation met He Jinlu's cold gaze as he tucked his phone back into his pocket, reminding her sternly, Mother, with your intellect. It would be wise to avoid provoking Su Liyang in the future. If you encounter her, take a detour. Your wit was deceived by Su Liyang, and you would only assist her in counting her gains. With that, he bent down to retrieve his suit jacket from the sofa, turning toward the entrance. Seeing this, Zhao Wani hurried after him, inquiring, Just returned and you're leaving again? Do you no longer wish to be a part of this family? He Jinlu replied nonchalantly, I'm going to find that little enchantress and see your grandson. His son? He was curious to see what she had to offer. After all, he had yet to determine how to handle her, and she certainly had no claim to a child. Chapter 49. I heard you were pregnant with my son? In the esteemed residence of the Yu family, Su Liyang, having finished her work, stretched her limbs, and stood up, feeling a significant relief from her stomach discomfort, thanks to the nourishing chicken soup sent by He Jinlu's mother, more effective than the medications prescribed by her doctor. As she moved her neck in preparation for bed, a knock at the door interrupted her. Su Liyang paused, pondering who could possibly arrive at this hour, especially since Ning Ning had gone to the film set and there were no visitors allowed. Curiosity piqued, she approached the door. A glance at the security monitor revealed He Jinlu's presence. Ah, after disappearing for so many days, he has returned. Upon opening the door, Su Liyang greeted him with a lazy smile. Is there something you need, Mr. He? He Jinlu shoved his hands into his pockets, casting a discreet glance into her room, seemingly assessing whether she had entertained any guests during his absence. Following his gaze, Su Liyang turned her head slightly and smiled. Someone is already resting in bed. And at this hour, shouldn't you be resting as well? Su Liyang's tongue had a tendency to provoke, and He Jinlu had learned to take her words with a grain of salt. Entering her room nonchalantly, he retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, unscrewed the cap, and took a generous sip. Su Liyang closed the door softly, a smile gracing her lips as she noted how at home he seemed in her presence. After quenching his thirst, He Jinlu capped the bottle and placed it on the table, then turned to Su Liyang, inquiring in a calm voice. I heard you were pregnant with my son? With this question, Su Liyang could almost envision Zhao Wani fervently arguing with him at home. Folding her arms, she smiled and replied, So, Mr. He, are you here to take responsibility? Continuing her playful banter, He Jinlu grasped her chin gently, pulling her closer. Su Liyan, I haven't done anything yet. How could you possibly be pregnant? With her hands resting lightly against his chest, Su Liyang looked up at him and teased, Mr. He, kissing me could also lead to pregnancy. He Jinlu chuckled. Do you think I'm like my mother, easily swayed by your words? Just then, his phone buzzed. An incoming call from Jiang Yuan, who reported, Mr. He, Lawyer Su has been experiencing stomach issues and visited the hospital today. I consulted an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor, who suggested that with proper herbal treatment, her condition could improve in a year and a half. He Jinlu's concern for Su Liyang was evident, and Jiang Yuan had perceptively arranged for her care. I've scheduled an appointment for you tomorrow, he responded coolly, ending the call and tossing his phone onto the sofa. It appeared he had no intention of leaving that night. Noticing Su Liyang redoing her hair, He Jinlu remarked softly, Jiang Yuan found a traditional medicine doctor for you. He mentioned that with a year and a half of treatment, your stomach could be well again. I'll take you to see him tomorrow. As He Jinlu expressed his concern for her health, Su Liyang felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, her hands lingering at her ears, momentarily hesitating to drop them. Su Liyang cast her gaze downwards, fixated on him, while He Jinlu slumped wearily onto the sofa. He then reached out, grasping her arm, and pulled her into his embrace. Su Liyang, he inquired, is our relationship merely severed because I failed to contact you? Did you not think to call and inquire about my hand after what happened last time? She presided over an auction, he spent lavishly to command attention. When she faced difficulties, he did not hesitate to intervene. Typically composed and serene, He Jinlu found himself at a loss lately, unable to articulate why he felt inexplicably drawn to Su Liyang. It was reminiscent of their first encounter when he publicly shared his WeChat with her. Enveloped in his embrace, Su Liyang looked into his eyes and discerned the weariness reflected there. After a prolonged gaze, she grasped his right hand, inspecting it closely. The wound had healed, yet a faint scar remained etched in his palm. Cradling his hand in one, she gently caressed the scar with the other, her heart subtly stirred. He Jinlu, do refrain from venturing downstairs alone next time. Just tell me where you wish to go, and I shall guide you. I will be your eyes. He Jinlu, close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Memories surged forth, and Su Liyang could not help but chuckle. It was rather absurd to ask him to close his eyes when he could not see. As she laughed, He Jinlu exhaled softly, holding her closer, resting his chin on her shoulder and gently closing his eyes. Since regaining his sight, he had immersed himself in work, as if striving to compensate for the 3 years of lost time. Despite being surrounded by family and lacking for nothing, he felt an inexplicable emptiness, a sense of something missing in his life, especially when he saw Su Xue. Thus, although he was weary from the years, he kept his struggles to himself. He Jinlu leaned in closer, and Su Liyang turned her face towards him, not pushing him away but merely asking, "What relationship do we truly have?" Indeed, their bond was tenuous, easily severed at any moment, for during those 3 years, he had remained oblivious. With a subdued voice, Su Liyang remarked, and He Jinlu, fatigued, replied, "I'll return right after the meeting. The flight is filled with obligations." In the past, every business trip led him home, yet this time, seeking Su Liyang brought him a sense of solace. He expressed his exhaustion, and her heart softened as she wrapped her arms around him. The room was enveloped in silence. Su Liyang could hear the rhythm of his shallow breaths as her right hand rested gently on his back, as if comforting the man he had been 3 years prior. He Jinlu tightened his embrace, murmuring, "If only it were you." He often yearned to maintain distance from Su Liyang, to sever the last vestiges of longing. Yet every time he saw her or heard news of her, he found himself unable to resist the urge to be with her. He Jinlu's murmurs went unexamined by Su Liyang. She simply continued to soothe him with gentle pats on his back. In their quiet embrace, the phone on the sofa suddenly rang. Su Liyang gently prodded He Jinlu's arm with her finger, saying, "Mr. He, your phone is ringing." He Jinlu, without opening his eyes, leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "It's your phone." He added, "I hope it's not some man calling." Despite her disdain, Su Liyang did not push him away. Instead, she reached for her phone and answered, "Ning Ning." On the other end, Zhou Ningning's lively voice burst forth, "Liyang, I'm back in the city. I'll be staying at your place for a few days." Before Su Liyang could respond, He Jinlu interjected, speaking softly in her ear, "Lawyer Su, I want to be going home tonight." His implication was clear. She should turn down Zhou Ningning's visit and not disturb their intimate world. Chapter 50. Yearning for Motherhood? Then, conceive one, after a brief moment of gazing at He Jinlu, Su Liyang withdrew her gaze and cleared her throat, addressing Zhou Ningning. "Ningning, it may not be convenient for me at the moment." She added softly, "There is someone here." On the other end, Zhou Ningning expressed her suspicion. "Who? Apart from me, who else knows about your place? Who else could possibly be there?" For a moment, Zhou Ningning felt a pang of jealousy. "Suriyandri Plaif Kamli." He Jinlu. Zhou Ningning immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Oh, it's him. Liyang, you're quite impressive. In just a few days of my absence, you've already brought a man home. I want to ruin your good fortune. Enjoy yourself, but don't let Su Xue back in. P.S. Yours to keep." Zhou Ningning was clearly amused, and Su Liyang said, "I'll hang up now. Let us meet tomorrow." After ending the call, Su Liyang noticed that He Jinlu still held her close. With her phone in hand, she looked down at him and asked, "How long does President He intend to hold on?" Not permitting Zhou Ningning to join them, He Jinlu felt invigorated and released her. Rising to his feet, he strolled leisurely toward Su Liyang's bedroom, where he opened the wardrobe and lazily inquired, "Su Liyang, where are my pajamas?" The last time he stayed here to care for her, Jiang Yuan had brought over some clothes. The way he addressed her, Su Liyang, felt reminiscent of an old married couple. Following him into the bedroom, Su Liyang rummaged in the far corner of the wardrobe and retrieved his clothing. Handing it to him while teasing, "I wonder whose house this belongs to." He Jinlu accepted the garment with a smile, replying, "Does it really matter? So Liyang instructed, you can wash up in the guest room. You'll sleep there tonight." Ignoring her, He Jinlu took the clothes and headed to the bathroom. Moments later, as he emerged with his hair damp, Su Liyang was seated on the bed, engrossed in a book. He tossed the towel onto the nightstand and approached her, sitting at the edge of the bed. He then grasped her chin, murmuring, "Su Liyang, will you repay the 2 favors I'm owed today?" Su Liyang brushed his hand away, continuing to read, and replied coolly, "Do you have any proof? Or an IOU?" He Jinlu's expression reflected the calculations of a lawyer. After observing Su Liyang for a while, who seemed utterly oblivious to his presence as she flipped through her book, He Jinlu leaned in and kissed her lips. At his kiss, Su Liyang raised her gaze to meet his, only to see He Jinlu move the book that was between them aside. With both hands pressed against his chest, she was poised to push him away when He Jinlu raised his right hand to cradle the back of her head, leaving her with no avenue of escape. After a fervent embrace, He Jinlu's warm and strong hand rested on Su Liyang's face as he whispered, "Su Liyang, do you wish to be a mother? Then, shall we conceive one?" The thought of bearing his child was a notion she alone dared to jest about with his mother. With her hand still against his chest, she chuckled, "I was merely fooling your mother. You took it seriously." No sooner had she spoken than He Jinlu's kisses enveloped her once more. He Jinlu, not tonight. He Jinlu did not heed her words until he realized that she was not in a position to resist today. Only then did he pull her into his embrace. Abandoning any other thoughts, held forcibly in his arms, Su Liyang grasped his arm, resting her head upon it, gazing at the ceiling and involuntarily smiling. She had not anticipated such a comfortable interaction with him. Tightening his hold on Su Liyang, He Jinlu, with sleepy eyes, inquired, "Lawyer Su, what spell have you cast upon me?" The more he attempted to awaken his senses, the more elusive clarity became. Su Liyang shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, taking advantage and yet feigning innocence. Turning away from He Jinlu, he continued to embrace her, gently stroking her abdomen, his voice low and dreamy. "Su Liyang, I feel as though we have met before." A tremor coursed through her heart. Grasping his arm with both hands, she softly replied, "Let us sleep." The next morning, as Su Liyang opened her eyes, He Jinlu was already awake. Fastening the buttons of his white shirt, he looked down at Su Liyang and said leisurely, "I've arranged for you to see an esteemed, traditional Chinese doctor. I shall take you shortly." She draped her arm over her eyes, reluctant to rise. He Jinlu leaned closer, warning, "Lawyer Su, the consequences of lingering in bed can be quite severe." With that, he inclined even closer, almost whispering in her ear, "I have my methods." Seizing a nearby pillow, Su Liyang playfully struck his face but ultimately got out of bed. When they arrived at the hospital, it was 9 o'clock and Jiang Yuan had already arrived, prepared for the appointment with the traditional doctor. It wasn't long before the doctor took Su Liyang's pulse, his brow furrowed in concentration. Observing this, Su Liyang adjusted her sleeves and smiled calmly. "Is my stomach beyond remedy?" The doctor met her gaze, and after a moment of silence, replied without flinching, "Your stomach can be regulated. I shall prescribe a few more remedies for you. If it is convenient today, I can also administer a couple of acupuncture needles." Su Liyang quickly responded, "Today is not convenient, perhaps next time." She had heard that acupuncture could help with emotional regulation, and with He Jinlu and Jiang Yuan standing behind her, she opted to postpone it. The doctor agreed. "Very well, do return next time." Su Liyang declined the acupuncture, and the doctor's unfinished words did not escape He Jinlu's notice. He understood that Su Liyang still maintained a certain distance from him, so he refrained from commenting further, taking her medication and escorting her to work. As the car halted beneath the law firm, Su Liyang exited and cheerfully greeted He Jinlu. "Thank you, Mr. He." He Jinlu waved her off, urging her to enter first. Su Liyang turned away, watching her figure fade from view as He Jinlu drove back to the hospital. Upon emerging from the doctor's office again, He Jinlu's expression was not favorable. He immediately dialed Shun Jing, stating, "Old Shun, I need you to investigate something for me." On the other end, Shun Jing replied, "Of course, what is it?" He Jinlu responded, Please look into Su Liyang's life abroad over the past few years. Shunjing did not pry further, simply affirming, understood. It may take some time, as she is not widely known. He Jinlu acknowledged, very well. After hanging up the phone, He Jinlu opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat, accelerating directly back to the office. Meanwhile, at the law firm, the workday extended into the evening. And Su Liyang drove the white G-Class that He Jinlu had gifted her to pick up Zhou Ningning. In the passenger seat, Zhou Ningning teased her, saying, "It's been a while since we last met, and you've finally treated yourself to some new gear. Have you become generous with your money?" With oversized sunglasses perched on her nose and both hands gripping the steering wheel, Su Liyang replied nonchalantly, "It was a gift from He Jinlu." "From He Jinlu? Faux Ningning scrutinized Su Liyan. So where do you two stand now? I heard he was splurging at the auction." With her hands firmly on the wheel, Su Liyang remarked, "I'm not sure. He explicitly conveyed anything to me. Honestly, I hadn't intended to pursue anything with him, but his frequent presence has left me quite bewildered." She had anticipated that upon returning, everything would unfold according to her plans. Yet He Jinlu remained an unexpected variable in that equation. Zhou Ningning crossed her arms defiantly, exclaiming, "If I were in your shoes, I would definitely pursue He Jinlu. I would even send intimate videos to Su Xue just to see how she would react. Does she think she can act with impunity just because she's abroad?" Su Liyang couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of such a handsome pair. It would indeed be a boon for her. Su Liyang had consistently refrained from taking advantage of He Jinlu and had never actively sought to utilize him. Curiously, Zhou Ningning asked, "Liyang, you seem particularly tolerant of He Jinlu. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with utilizing him. He appears quite willing to cooperate." With a faint smile, Su Liyang replied, "What if things get out of hand?" After a brief pause, she added, "I can't offer him anything substantial. I don't wish to disrupt his tranquility." "Why are you so concerned about He Jinlu? By all accounts, he owes you," Zhou Ningning inquired. Chapter 51. The person from years ago in response to Zhou Ningning's inquiry. Su Liyang gazed ahead, enveloped in silence. After a lengthy pause, she turned to Zhou Ningning and said, "Ningning, do you recall the incident I once shared with you? It was during my second year of junior high when I was accosted by a group of thuggish boys at the school gate." Zhou Ningning replied, "Of course, I remember. They were most likely hired by Su Xue, looking all prim and proper, yet she is no stranger to such ruthless acts." Su Liyan continued, "You should also remember that someone came to my rescue that day. He Jinlu. I was 13, and he was 18, presumably a university student at the time. That evening, after school, he found me cornered by those boys. After they had taken my money, they insisted that I accompany them. When I refused, they began to drag me away. It was He Jinlu who rode by on his bicycle, stopped, and chased the ruffians away. He only left after ensuring I had boarded the bus." To He Jinlu, this may have been a trivial matter, one he likely forgot long ago. Yet, it remained etched in her memory. She recalled his face vividly and had kept a discreet watch on him. Thus, when Su Xue approached her with a proposition to care for him in the rehabilitation center following his accident, promising to return her mother's ashes once his sight was restored, she did not hesitate to abandon her education and future, masquerading as Su Xue to enter the facility. Her desire to reclaim her mother's ashes was genuine, but she also wished to repay He Jinlu for his past kindness. She yearned to care for him. These two motivations were not at odds. In fact, they represented a tremendous opportunity for her. However, she did not anticipate that Su Xue would not only go back on his word, but also seek to silence her permanently. When Su Liyang revealed that her rescuer was indeed He Jinlu, Zhou Ningning was taken aback. "So, it was He Jinlu who saved you back then? No wonder you seemed so content during your 3 years at the rehabilitation center. No wonder you've refrained from exploiting him and have shown him such understanding." Before Su Liyang could respond, Zhou Ningning continued, "You claim that the past is behind you, but how can you truly move on from such an event? How could you possibly forget?" With a gentle smile, Su Liyang remained silent. What difference did it make if she couldn't move on? Life must carry on, and indeed, it had. After sharing a smile, she noticed Zhou Ningning still urging her to fight for herself, to not give up so easily, and to not fear the Su family or Su Xue. Su Liyang replied with a soft smile, "It is all in the past. and my connection with him has no bearing on Su Xue or the Su family. He will not end up with her. Yet, I am acutely aware that even if he does not choose Su Xue, there is no future for us, no possibility. After a brief pause, Su Liyang added, I cannot offer him anything. We are not of the same world. I should not drag him into my life. All along, Su Liyang understood that even without the burdens of her reputation, her status as an illegitimate daughter rendered her unworthy of a union with He Jinlu. The He family would never consent, and it would only subject He Jinlu to ridicule. She would not allow such matters to transpire. She understood, well, that He Jinlu was merely pursuing her out of curiosity and desire, and he would never truly be with her. Thus, she had never contemplated revealing to He Jinlu that she had cared for him during those 3 years, as she did not wish to impose any moral obligation upon him. However, Zhou Ningning remarked, how can you say you are not on the same path? Liyang, you are undoubtedly superior to anyone else, more exceptional than the rest. Your origins are not something you could choose, and you have surpassed many. Henceforth, you must not underestimate yourself. Regarding the slanderous remarks from the Su family, I will certainly retaliate. Liyang, trust me, I am already devising a plan. Zhou Ningning's sincerity moved Su Liyang, who turned to her with gratitude, saying, Ningning, thank you. No need for such politeness. We are like sisters, Zhou Ningning replied, unaware that her eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, had reddened with emotion. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ningning inquired, since He Jinlu will not marry Su Xue, what will happen to your mother's ashes? How will you retrieve them? Su Liyang responded, I am already exploring alternative options and negotiating with the cemetery. As she spoke, the car arrived at the restaurant, and, after parking, she and Zhou Ningning proceeded to dine together. After finishing their meal around 9 o'clock, Su Liyang drove Zhou Ningning home. Zhou Ningning initially intended to return to her own house, but upon receiving a call from her parents, who wished to discuss something important, she decided to go back. After turning the car away from the Zhou residence, Su Liyang did not head home immediately. Instead, she made her way to the South City Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Su Xue's new Porsche entered a villa in the suburbs. After parking, she stepped inside to find a handsome young man, sporting a black earring in his left ear and exuding a certain charm, descending the stairs in a dark gray bathrobe, a glass of red wine in hand, and slippers on his feet. Upon seeing Su Xue, the man broke into a smile. As he approached her, he set the wine glass down on the coffee table, cradled Su Xue's face in his hands, and kissed her deeply. Not only did Su Xue not resist, but she also rose on her toes to embrace him, engaging in a passionate kiss. Following a fervent exchange of kisses, the man swept Su Xue into his arms and ascended the stairs. At that moment, Su Liyang had parked her car and arrived at the hotel's luxurious suite. Upon entering, a young man promptly reported, Ms. Su, we have gathered the information you requested last time. Today, Su Xue is meeting that man, and we have secretly installed surveillance to capture everything. Su Liyang approached several large-screen computers, where the villa Su Xue visited was under 360-degree surveillance. Even the bedroom was being monitored. Presently, Su Xue was entangled with the man on the bed, lost in a haze of passion. With a sardonic smile, Su Liyang observed Su Xue atop the man, mocking her supposed affection for He Jinlu. It seemed her feelings for him were non-existent, driven solely by the allure of the He family's wealth and power. At her age, one could hardly blame her. Little did Su Xue realize that the meticulously concealed affair, which even Yi Meiyun had failed to uncover, had been swiftly exposed by Su Liyang's team. The surveillance continues to capture the scene on the bed. After a moment of passion, Su Xue nestled in the man's embrace, her eyes reflecting a chill as she said, Ziyang, Su Liyang cannot remain. Otherwise, it will jeopardize my plans. The man, with one arm wrapped around Su Xue and the other lighting a cigarette, gently inquired, Must you marry He Jinlu? Am I not sufficient? Su Xue tightened her hold on him, acknowledging the distinct allure of Ziyang. The status of the He family and the advantages it could offer are immeasurable. I desire more for myself and for you as well. Upon finishing her statement, the man extinguished his cigarette, turned, and kissed Su Xue once more, enveloping her in his embrace. As their passion reignited, The boy observed and reported to Su Liyang, Mr. Su, this man is Lu Ziyang, a high school classmate of Su Xue. His mother passed away early, and his father is an ordinary worker, unable to exert control over him. Chapter 52, Do Not Disturb. It tickles me in his university days. Lu Ziyang was financially supported by Su Xue. After graduation, with her assistance, he established a logistics company, a nightclub, and a loan company, and he even has a record of smuggling abroad. It can be said that Lu Ziyang's success is largely attributed to Su Xue's investment. Hence his feelings for her must run deep. All the misfortunes Su Xue encountered abroad were orchestrated by Lu Ziyang. As the boy introduced him, Su Liyang crossed her arms and regarded the computer with a cold smile. Su Xue trulidas da formidable wolf. From high school to now, it has been at least 13 years. It is no wonder she refused to accompany He Jinlu to the sanatorium back then. She was reluctant to part with her young lover, while also unwilling to forsake the lucrative He family. Wanting it all, she played her cards astutely, perhaps even more skillfully than Su Xue. With a faint gaze, Su Liyang turned to the boy and inquired, "Is there any evidence regarding Lu Ziyang that can be uncovered?" The boy replied, "I'm already investigating Lu Ziyang's illegal activities, but he is quite cautious, and so far, I have not found any evidence that could be detrimental to him. Even in terms of loans, he is not significantly tied to them on paper, and all his businesses are legal. He does have some illegal records abroad, but they bear no relation to domestic affairs. Su Liyang chuckled softly. It is not that he is too careful, but rather that Su Xue is exceedingly meticulous. With both loans and nightclubs involved, there must be a slip somewhere. Let us continue to investigate." Understood, Su Thon. "I shall keep searching," the boy affirmed. Su Liyang then instructed, "Raise the price of the cemetery in the western suburbs by 10 and negotiate further." "Yes, Su Zong," the boy acknowledged. At the villa, Su Xue had yet to leave. Su Liyang, lacking interest in witnessing her infidelity, briefed the boy on a few matters before departing the hotel. As the vehicle started, Su Liyang glanced up at the building. Amused, Su Xue never failed to disappoint. Around 10 o'clock, just as Su Liyang arrived home and changed her shoes, her phone rang. It was a call from He Jinlu. She answered with a smile. "Hello, President He." On the other end, He Jinlu's voice floated through. "Have you prepared the medicine? Did you take it?" The subject of the medicine had slipped Su Liyang's mind entirely. Glancing at the traditional medicine package on the dining table, she replied, "Yes, I prepared it. I will take it before bed." She lied. She had no desire to hear He Jinlu's nagging about it, and her mind was preoccupied with calculations and schemes, hardly conducive to preparing medicine. Moreover, the hospital could have prepared it for her. She merely needed to reheat it at home. However, having heard the old Chinese doctor claim that brewing it at home would yield better results, He Jinlu insisted on bringing the medicine package back for her. On the other end, He Jinlu's tone was languid. "You did not deceive me, did you?" Su Liyang maintained a serious demeanor. "I did not." Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt within. Quickly, she fabricated an excuse. "President He, I have another call coming in, a client's call. I cannot continue our conversation." Saying this, she hung up before He Jinlu could respond. What did such a significant boss care about her taking medicine? After hanging up the phone, Su Liyang had no intention of concocting medicine. She moved her stiff neck and headed to the bedroom for a shower. At this late hour, if she were to prepare the medicine, she could forget about getting any sleep tonight. Upon finishing her shower and stepping out of the bedroom, a sudden knock echoed from the living room. Su Liyang, running her fingers through her damp hair, didn't need to open the door to know who had arrived. Nevertheless, she still opened it. As expected, He Jinlu stood at the threshold. At this moment, Su Liyang was certain that He Jinlu had a residence here, in the same building as hers. As the door swung open, He Jinlu casually entered, hands tucked into his pockets. He then turned to Su Liyang and inquired about the door lock's password, requesting to register his fingerprint as well. Su Liyang couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. "Mr. He, you really are quite presumptuous, treating this place as your own," she remarked. Unfazed, He Jinlu approached the door lock, bent down to input the code, and beckoned to Su Liyang, lazily stating, "Come here and grant me access." Su Liyang couldn't help but feel amused by his boldness. He Jinlu, still stooping, gestured for her to authorize him, and although she displayed a hint of reluctance, she ultimately complied. Upon witnessing her acquiescence, He Jinlu hurriedly registered his fingerprint. Standing up slowly, he inquired, "What is the password?" Su Liyang replied nonchalantly, "Mr. He, let's not overdo it. Your fingerprint has already been recorded." He Jinlu stepped closer, prompting her to instinctively retreat until her back met the wall. Their gazes locked, and Su Liyang suddenly felt shy under his intense stare, causing her to push him away gently. Moving to the door lock, she entered the code, saying, "If you can't remember, then so be it." For reasons unknown, she felt a sudden embarrassment upon meeting He Jinlu's gaze. After she withdrew her hand from the lock, he operated it, and the door unlocked. With a soft chuckle, he remarked, "From now on, we are like family." He then turned and enveloped Su Liyang in an embrace, resting his face against hers, his chin resting on her shoulder. Su Liyang turned to him, asking, "Back from another business trip? Are you tired?" He replied, "No," before adding, "You owe me 2 naps." Is it too much to ask for a hug? Perhaps still yearning for something unattained, he found himself frequently thinking of Su Liyang, her demeanor in court, her elegance at the auction, and her composed facade when confronted. Su Liyang seemed to diverge from the rumors surrounding her, particularly when she unapologetically admitted to utilizing him, stating he could withdraw at any time. He felt she deliberately maintained a distance, avoiding entanglement with him. The more she did so, the more intrigued he became. More importantly, with her fragrance enveloping him while he lay beside her, he could enjoy an undisturbed slumber. He Jinlu's hand wrapped around her waist, and Su Liyang gently grasped his arm, not pushing him away. The warmth radiating from his face against hers brought her a sense of comfort. After a tender embrace, He Jinlu planted a gentle kiss on her ear. Su Liyang abruptly sprang from his arms, touching her ear and exclaiming, "Don't tease me. It tickles." However, He Jinlu's smile widened. His eyes filled with affection as he gazed at her and remarked, "Lawyer Su, you are quite sensitive." In an instant, Su Liyang's ears flashed crimson. She had always thought herself brazen, unashamedly bold with anyone, yet a mere playful gesture from He Jinlu rendered her bashful. With her cheeks aflame, He Jinlu chuckled even more, finding her innocence and charm quite delightful. This moment was markedly different from their first encounter, where she had boldly invited him to share her bed. After their laughter subsided, He Jinlu's gaze fell upon the untouched Chinese herbal medicine packets on the dining table, his expression turning slightly somber. "Lawyer Su, where's the medicine you prepared?" Upon entering the room, he had only caught a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance, devoid of any herbal scent. Chapter 53, He Jinlu, you are truly exhausting. He Jinlu inquired about her medicine, and Su Liyang removed her hand from scratching her ear, stating that it was too late today and she would prepare it tomorrow. He Jinlu approached, gently grasping her chin, and questioned her sternly. "Were you just trying to deceive me over the phone? Don't you have any awareness of the state of your stomach? Do you genuinely wish to be taken to the hospital for surgery in the future?" Looking up at He Jinlu, Su Liyang initially intended to retort, but upon seeing the worry etched in his eyes, she swallowed her words. "Tomorrow, I will definitely prepare it," she vowed with conviction. He Jinlu, unable to scold her further, released her and turned towards the kitchen. Before long, he discovered a clay pot in Su Liyang's kitchen, returned to the dining area, and retrieved a packet of medicine. Following the prescribed proportions, he added mineral water and set it to simmer on the stove. Su Liyang had not experienced such care from anyone in a long time. Once the medicine was simmering, He Jinlu turned to her and gently said, "You should rest. I will call you when the medicine is ready. If it's too late, you can drink in the morning." Su Liyang replied, He Jinlu, you don't have to do this." He Jinlu raised his gaze slightly and replied calmly, "If I do not prepare it for you, who will take care of you?" Su Liyang fell silent, her eyes fixed on He Jinlu for a moment before she said, "Then I shall take a nap." "All right," He Jinlu responded indifferently, and Su Liyang turned to return to her bedroom. However, as she turned, her eyes glistened slightly with unshed tears. He Jinlu was under no obligation to show her such kindness. Watching her retreating figure, He Jinlu made his way to the study. He glanced at her bookshelf and called out towards the bedroom, "Su Liyang, may I use your computer in the study?" From the bedroom, Su Liyang responded in a loud voice, "Go ahead, there's no password." The night was deep and tranquil. Su Liyang glanced at the alarm clock on her bedside table. It was already past midnight. The rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted in from outside, prompting her to set aside her book and burrow under the covers. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her, and she lost interest in reading. In the study, He Jinlu remained absorbed in his work, not disturbing her, and occasionally rose to check on the medicine in the kitchen. The curtains in the guest room and study were drawn back, offering an unobstructed view of the nightscape of South City, where countless lights enhanced the stillness of the evening. The small lamp in the bedroom cast a soft glow, and Su Liyang gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Around 1 o'clock, when He Jinlu rose once more to check the kitchen, the medicine was ready. He poured the first batch into a bowl and began preparing a second for Su Liyang for the following day. Carrying the steaming herbal concoction to her bedroom, he found Su Liyang sprawled on her bed, asleep, her posture far from demure, yet devoid of any distance. He placed the medicine on the nearby table, but did not wake her immediately. Instead, he sat at the edge of the bed, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. He could not help but ponder the life she had led over the years. How her health had deteriorated to such a degree that upon returning from the old traditional Chinese doctor that morning, he had instructed the people from Shanjing to investigate her condition. Regarding the matter of her internship at Su Xue's company, he had inquired and confirmed that the funds were indeed transferred to her account, subsequently forwarded through Zhou Ningming's overseas company. Conversations with several finance personnel at Su Group revealed a unanimous assertion that she had manipulated the accounts, with the money having reached her account. The pungent scent of medicine mingled with the fragrance enveloping Su Liyang. He rose to check the temperature of the medicine, deeming it suitable for consumption. He then returned to sit before Su Liyang, gently caressing her forehead and calling her name. Su Liyang, wake up and drink the medicine before you sleep again. Su Liyang, not in a deep slumber, stirred awake after he called her twice. With her arm draped over her eyes, she furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, Mr. He, you truly know how to disturb a person. I finally managed to fall asleep, and now you wake me again. He caressed her face, insisting that she drink the medicine before returning to slumber. As she propped herself up on the bed, when He Jinlu handed her the medicine, she touched it and said, It's too hot. He refrained from giving it to her and leaned down to gently blow on the bowl. In that moment, as he blew on the medicine, Su Liyang was suddenly reminded of the dream she had moments ago, recalling the scene of Su Xue entwined with Lu Xiang. For a fleeting moment, her gaze towards He Jinlu bore a hint of sympathy. While He Jinlu helped her cool the medicine, he noticed her fixated gaze upon his head, which brought a smile to his face. What are you staring at my head for? He inquired playfully. Nothing, she replied, though the truth was she found it rather peculiar. After blowing on the medicine once more, He Jinlu took a sip himself, finding it no longer too hot. The soft lighting in the room created an ambience that moved Su Liyang. She recalled how, before her mother's passing, she would patiently coax her to take her medicine, and how her mother would carry her long distances to receive injections when she was ill. Those times, though challenging, were filled with companionship and emotional support, leading her to firmly believe that her mother would never abandon her or choose to take her own life. Taking the medicine He Jinlu offered, Su Liyang tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. As she set the bowl down, her delicate, fair face contorted in a grimace, which made He Jinlu chuckle. When he took the bowl from her, her brow remained furrowed, and she stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, What a taste! It's both sour and bitter. With her complaints, He Jinlu bent down and kissed her lips. After sharing several kisses before, this act felt entirely natural and expected. His lips were soft and sweet against hers. Su Liyang did not push him away. Instead, she tilted her head back, eyes closed, allowing him to kiss her. She was unsure when it had become a habit for her to close her eyes when he kissed her. Their intimate entanglement and lingering kiss deepened as He Jinlu wrapped his arm around Su Liyang's waist, gently laying her on the bed, holding her close. Despite knowing that today was not convenient for her, it did not deter his desire to kiss her, to touch her, to breathe in her alluring fragrance. As he kissed her neck, he inhaled deeply, finding comfort in her scent, as his hands deftly removed her garments. Su Liyang sensed that the encounter would not progress much further. Suddenly, she posed a question to He Jinlu. Mr. He, do we consider ourselves to be engaged in an affair? He Jinlu chuckled softly, amused by her inquiry. After sharing a moment of laughter, he gently adjusted her clothing before taking a seat on the chair beside the bed. With a playful demeanor, he remarked, "In my eyes, this hardly qualifies as an affair. However, if you believe it does, simply name that man, and once I handle the matter, it will no longer count." At that moment, Su Liyang also sat up, looking at He Jinlu with a hint of jest in her voice. "I still hope that boss of mine will pay me. How could I possibly betray him?" He Jinlu raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring, "Are you short on funds?" Su Liyang smiled, acknowledging the universal truth of financial need. While she wasn't in dire straits, she preferred not to appear too virtuous, not wanting He Jinlu to think too highly of her. She was not as perfect as he might believe. In response to her smile, He Jinlu joined in her amusement, asking, "How much do you need?" Chapter 54, Lawyer Su, Kite impressive su Liyang Chekev. "You really took that to heart, didn't you?" She continued, "He's own. I've told you not to take it too seriously. Remember, I still owe you 2 favors. Once I repay those, we'll be even. How does that sound?" Her earlier inquiry wasn't meant to seek a title or anything more. She was acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses and understood that the He family looked down upon her. Her intention was merely to remind He Jinlu not to get too invested or take matters too seriously. She advised him against overexerting himself by staying up late to prepare medicine for her. By broaching this subject, she aimed to establish boundaries and a time frame for their relationship, granting it a semblance of definition. Even if their situation remained ambiguous, it necessitated some form of acknowledgement. If He Jinlu had yet to come to a conclusion, she would assist him in making that decision, as she could never bear to see him in a difficult position. Observing Su Liyang, He Jinlu remained silent, merely responding with a calm tone, "Lawyer Su, you possess remarkable clarity. You are truly awake to reality." He had always believed he could be detached, yet here he was, confronted by someone who was even more adept at letting go. While he had not articulated his thoughts, she had already suggested maintaining distance on several occasions. The lingering scent of traditional Chinese medicine in the room made He Jinlu feel slightly out of place, as if he were imposing on someone who clearly held him in low regard. With a smile, Su Liyang remarked, "We are all adults here, aware of what is appropriate and what is not." Earlier that morning, when his mother had brought her chicken soup, she had cautioned Su Liyang about her inability to enter the He household and the futility of her connection with He Jinlu. Even if she were shameless, there had to be limits. It was rather pointless to rely on others for reminders. After finishing her words, Su Liyang slid off the bed. Looking at He Jinlu as she announced, "I'm off to the restroom." As she left, He Jinlu gazed at her slender silhouette and couldn't help but smile. People often said she was shameless, but in truth, she valued her dignity more than anyone, likely aware of her mother's disapproval upon seeing her today. Moments later, as Su Liyang emerged from the restroom, she found He Jinlu lounging on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Amused yet irritated, she approached and kicked him lightly. "Are you checking my work? Are you spying on my phone?" "He's own. Your reach is rather excessive." As she bent down to retrieve her phone, He Jinlu playfully denied her, lazily saying, "Who is checking your phone?" He added, "How long have you kept me blocked on WeChat? Are you not planning to add me back?" Su Liyang persisted in her attempt to reclaim her phone, replying, "I promise your mother I wouldn't add you." He Jinlu fell silent, skillfully manipulating the phone with one hand while capturing both of her wrists with the other, effortlessly unblocking her and adding himself on WeChat. Su Liyang leaned against him, torn between exasperation and amusement. "He Jinlu, how childish can you be?" After executing his plan, He Jinlu gently lifted her, positioning her to straddle his lap, returning her phone with the instruction, "No more deleting it. My mother won't dare to contact you anymore." As Su Liyang settled onto him, ready to check her phone, He Jinlu once again took it away, unhurriedly stating, "Lawyer Su, it's getting late. You should rest." Upon finishing her words, without waiting for Su Liyang to retrieve her phone, He Jinlu swiftly turned and gently laid her down on the bed. With a subtle motion of his left hand, the blanket enveloped both of them. The pressure of He Jinlu's body resting upon her gave Su Liyang a newfound sense of security as she pressed her hands against his chest. As he turned off the main light, leaving only a small bedside lamp aglow, He Jinlu held her close, inhaling her faint, refreshing fragrance, which inexplicably brought him solace. Nestled in his embrace, Su Liyang felt akin to a cherished pillow, one that he depended upon. Yet, she understood in her heart that Su Xue could never replace those 3 years they shared. Although He Jinlu remained oblivious to the truth, he always found fragments of comfort within her. Reflecting on the years spent caring for him, Su Liyang gently patted his back with her right hand, offering him reassurance. At her touch, He Jinlu smiled, initially holding her tenderly, only to find himself kissing her lips. The night was eerily quiet, and their kiss ignited a fervor within them both. He Jinlu's hands, no longer restrained, wandered to her waist and then slid upward. Su Liyang felt a twinge of caution but did not reject him. She recalled Su Xue's duplicity, professing love for He Jinlu while secretly betraying him. With a gentle grip on He Jinlu's wrist, she did not withdraw his hand, but instead reminded him, "Mr. He, I am not in a position for that tonight. Please exercise some restraint, or you'll be the one to suffer." He Jinlu chuckled, drawing her closer and resting his chin atop her head. The scent was delightful and familiar. As Su Liyang nestled comfortably in his embrace, she pondered that perhaps it was not just He Jinlu seeking stability, but she too was in search of it. Leaning her chin against his arm, He Jinlu suddenly whispered playfully in her ear, "Lawyer Su, you are quite intriguing." With her eyes closed, Su Liyang languidly replied, "Mr. He, it is time for you to rest." Though tempted, she decided against it. Secure in his arms, He Jinlu softly inquired, "Did my mother say anything unpleasant to you today?" With her eyes still closed, she replied lazily, "No, your mother is not aggressive with her words. She understands what truly hurts and would never say such things." He Jinlu responded, "Su Liyang, I apologize for the distress you have endured." After a moment of silence, Su Liyang reassured him, "It's all right. It has nothing to do with you." She added, "Your mother is quite endearing. She even made me chicken soup." He Jinlu chuckled, pulling her closer. Their conversation meandered like young lovers discussing a mother-in-law. After sharing a laugh, He Jinlu suddenly posed a question. "Lawyer Su, your tolerance towards me, does it mean you have developed feelings for me?" Su Liyang was taken aback. After a moment of surprise, she raised her gaze to meet He Jinlu's. His features were strikingly handsome, with a well-defined nose and captivating eyes. She had admired this face countless times and had caressed it just as often. Unable to respond to his inquiry, Su Liyang leaned in closer, gently pressing her lips against his. Her kiss, while not fervent, prompted He Jinlu to turn the tide, enveloping her in his embrace and passionately kissing her. Su Liyang did not resist. She surrendered to his desires, allowing him to take her hand as he wished. Until both were exhausted, they finally embraced and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, when Su Liyang opened her eyes, she was pleasantly surprised to find that He Jinlu had yet to awaken, still holding her close. Gently extracting He Jinlu's hand from her waist, Su Liyang slipped on her slippers and tiptoed to the bathroom. Standing before the vanity, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, noting the marks adorning her neck, chest, and shoulders, evidence of their passionate night. Su Liyang felt a wave of resignation wash over her. It was almost unfathomable to consider the extent of their fervor had circumstances permitted. After completing her morning routine, she caught sight of the faint imprints along her collarbone and couldn't help but smile. It appeared that she and He Jinlu shared a rather harmonious connection. As she dabbed her mouth with a tissue, He Jinlu unexpectedly entered, looking still enshrouded in sleep, and enveloped her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Chapter 55. Addicted, gazing into the mirror at the two of them, Su Liyang remarked, "I can no longer face the world." He Jinlu opened his eyes and languidly replied, "You look splendid." He continued, "Lawyer Su, I believe we would harmonize splendidly. Perhaps an unexpected outcome awaits us." Su Liyang chuckled at his words, turning to regard him, still in the haze of sleep, as if he were speaking in a dream. With that, she reached for another toothbrush and cup, squeezed some toothpaste, and handed them to him, insisting, "Hurry up, or I shall be late." Taking the toothbrush and cup from her, He Jinlu brushed his teeth absent-mindedly, savoring the rare good night's sleep he had enjoyed. After completing his morning routine and returning to the bedroom to change, he discovered that Su Liyang had already tidied up and had ventured into the living room. Once dressed, he joined her, only to hear her declare, "Time is of the essence. We must grab breakfast on the way." At this point, He Jinlu was fully awake and reminded her, "Have you taken your medicine?" He then made his way to the kitchen, retrieving the concoction he had prepared the night before and bringing it out to her. He also offered her a piece of fruit to stave off hunger. Su Liyang accepted the green apple, taking a bite before returning half of it to him. She took the medicine from him, furrowing her brow as she gulped it down in one go. Once finished, her lovely face twisted in distaste as she complained about its bitterness. Observing her reaction, He Jinlu held the apple in one hand and the bowl in the other, leaning down to kiss her lips. While others might combat bitterness with sugar, Su Liyang alleviated the taste with kisses. As He Jinlu leaned in, Su Liyang instinctively stepped back slightly, but he swiftly encircled her with his right arm, pulling her back into his embrace. With her head tilted back and eyes closed, she increasingly became attuned to He Jinlu's rhythm. Their kiss lingered for over 10 minutes, leaving Su Liyang's lips tingling. This was no exaggeration. Returning the bowl to the kitchen, He Jinlu pressed the remaining half of the apple into her hands, urging her to eat something. Su Liyang took a bite, and this time, He Jinlu drove her to the law firm. As the car halted beneath the office building, Su Liyang unfastened her seatbelt, but found herself unable to open the door. Turning to He Jinlu, she was met with his playful comment, "After staying up all night to prepare the medicine and keeping you company, I just simply leave like this?" Unable to suppress her laughter, Su Liyang understood his intentions. She raised her right hand and beckoned him with her fingers. He Jinlu, unfastening his seatbelt, leaned closer. Su Liyang teased him, asking, "Do you wish for me to kiss you?" No sooner had the words left her lips than He Jinlu grasped the back of her head, drawing her close, and kissed her fervently. She felt a thrilling addiction to the moment. Eventually, it was Su Liyang who firmly pushed him away, insisting, "Another kiss will make me late. Quickly, open the door." As she spoke, she raised her hand to wipe her mouth, erasing the imprint of lipstick from his lips. He Jinlu opened the car door, and as Su Liyang alighted, he smiled softly, indeed yearning for her presence. Watching her dash into the building, he then started the vehicle to return to the office. Deep down, he harbored a rebellious spirit, unbound by convention. Someone like Su Liyang, with her spirited nature, captivated him far more than a refined lady like Su Xue ever could. Upon clocking in at the law firm, Su Liyang immediately immersed herself in her work. Yuan Dongling took on a criminal case, and she had an assistant named Su Liyang. Today being Friday, Su planned to leave work and visit her mother's hometown in the nearby city to gain insight into past circumstances. Having returned for nearly 3 months, both her personal life and work were gradually settling into a routine. At noon, after organizing the case materials and stretching lazily in preparation for lunch, her phone buzzed with several WeChat messages and text notifications. She picked up her phone to find a message from Zhou Ningning, along with a notification from a bank and 2 advertisements. After responding to Zhou Ningning, Su Liyang opened her text messages and was taken aback to see a transfer of 20 million yuan from He Jinlu. To confirm, she logged into the app and verified the funds had indeed been credited to her account. A smile crept across Su Liyang's face. She had jokingly mentioned money the previous night, never expecting He Jinlu to actually send her such a sum. Exiting the app, she dialed He Jinlu's number. He answered promptly, having just finished his tasks. Without any preamble, Su Liyang stated, "I received the money. Thank you, Mr. He." It seemed rather easy to deceive him into parting with his money. On the other end, He Jinlu inquired with a gentle smile, "Is it sufficient?" "Su Liyang believe it is." He then offered to pick her up after work. She declined, explaining that she had matters to attend to but promised to contact him upon her return. After a moment of silence, He Jinlu acquiesced. They exchanged a few more words before ending the call. After hanging up, Su Liyang lost her appetite for going downstairs to buy lunch and opted for takeout instead. When it arrived, she messaged Zhou Ningning. "He Jinlu transferred 20 million to me." Zhou replied, quite generous of him. "Didn't he ask why you needed the money?" "No, he didn't." "This man is worth keeping. Make sure to seize the opportunity, Liyang." Su Liyang shifted the topic, stating, "I plan to go to the nearby city after work." Their conversation then meandered around this topic, with Zhou Ningning offering to accompany her. Su Liyang insisted that she rarely had time away from the film crew and urged her friend to rest well, promising to return by the weekend to keep her company. After concluding her chat with Zhou Ningning, Su Liyang gazed at the substantial sum transferred by He Jinlu, her emotions swirling in complexity. Although she was not in need of money, having ample funds that would last several lifetimes, she refrained from returning the amount to He Jinlu. She had no desire to establish a persona of innocence or naivety. Such notions were too idyllic and unsuited for her. If He Jinlu found solace in providing her with financial support, she would accept it. Yet, the fact that he had not inquired about the reason behind the transfer, acting solely on a jest, stirred her feelings. Not every wealthy individual was so generous. Upon returning to work in the afternoon, Yuan Dongling convened a meeting to discuss the criminal case, with Su Liyang participating as well. She shared her insights, opining that the likelihood of a not guilty verdict was low and recommending a life sentence with the possibility of parole instead. Yuan Dongling accepted Su Liyang's counsel. Once the meeting adjourned, Su Liyang focused on refining her case strategy. As evening approached and work concluded, she boarded a high-speed train to the nearby city. Having purchased a first-class ticket for the 4-hour journey, she utilized the time to further organize her case strategy. Upon the high-speed train's arrival in Lin City, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. She proceeded directly to a hotel in the city center to rest. After taking a shower, she did not immediately attend to the case at hand. Instead, she devoted herself to analyzing the stock market trends of the day. For the past several years, she has dedicated nearly 3 hours every evening to scrutinizing the market, while also keeping a vigilant eye on broader market developments during the day. In the span of 24 hours, apart from the moments when He Jinlu sought her out, every minute was filled with purpose. Having completed her tasks, it was already past 1 in the morning. Reclining on her hotel bed, Su Liyang retrieved a document folder and extracted several photographs and materials from within. The folder contained 6 photographs, some of her mother from her teenage years, others from adulthood, and a family portrait. Gazing at her mother's image, Su Liyang murmured, "Mother, I'm not in the wrong for doing this, am I? I will uncover the truth behind those events." Despite the passage of many years and the slander from others, she steadfastly believed in her mother. Chapter 56. Concerned for her the following morning, after getting up and tidying herself, Su Liyang revised the case outline she had organized the previous day and sent it to Yuan Dongling. She then took a taxi to her mother's former residence. This area is not far from the city center, but the original house is no longer standing. The Wen family has relocated to a nearby community, purchasing a ground-floor apartment with gardens both in front and back, meticulously maintained with patches of vegetables and ornamental flowers. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Su Liyang observed an elderly man watering the plants. He was tall and slender, his back slightly hunched, not from the burdens of life, but seemingly weighed down by unspoken worries. Holding a note, Su Liyang stood at the door until the old man paused his watering, looked at her, and inquired, "Are you looking for someone?" Quickly, Su Liyang asked, "Is this the home of Wen Sudong? I am a lawyer from Nancheng, seeking to understand a few matters." Wen Sudong is her mother, Wen Jing's younger brother. Since her mother had passed away, she feared that mentioning her directly might seem abrupt, so she instead referred to him. The old man scrutinized her briefly before responding. His expression impassive, he asked at home. "I'll call him out." Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged from the house alongside the elder. Upon seeing Su Liyang, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, opening the courtyard gate and saying, "Miss, please come in if you have something to discuss." As he had exited with his father, he had been murmuring to himself about what trouble he could have possibly gotten into that warranted a visit from a lawyer from Nancheng. However, upon seeing her, he felt reassured, recognizing that her inquiries likely would not implicate him deeply. Once inside, the middle-aged man poured her a cup of tea while his wife prepared a fruit platter to welcome her. The elderly man, hearing that she was a lawyer, set aside his work and remained seated in the living room, curious about the purpose of her visit. The house was quite spacious. Su Liyang glanced around before handing her business card to Wen Sudong and casually remarked, "Mr. Wen, I believe you have the day off today." Wen Sudong accepted the card and replied warmly, "Yes, both my wife and I work at local institutions. She is in finance while I serve in law enforcement. We are both off today." We have a son named Wen Ning who is currently in middle school and attending extra classes. Otherwise, he would have been here to meet you. My father is now retired. He worked as a factory laborer, and my mother passed away 10 years ago. In a casual exchange, when Su Dong divulged quite a bit about his family circumstances, Su Liyang looked up at him. Sensing her gaze, he smiled and added, "Whatever information you seek, Ms. Su, we will disclose it truthfully." For some reason, the sincerity of this middle-aged man stirred a pang of sorrow within Su Liyang. This home exuded warmth. Had her mother not moved to Nancheng, had she not worked at Su Xue's company, they might have lived a blissful life together. Cradling her teacup, Su Liyang spoke slowly. "Mr. Wen, the reason I am here today is to inquire about Wen Jing. This case garnered significant attention in Nancheng. While reviewing the files, I discovered numerous ambiguities, and I wish to understand how much the Wen family was aware of the events back then." When Su Liyang mentioned her mother, when Su Dong remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated the conversation. However, the old man was less than pleased and became visibly irritated, saying, "This matter has long since passed. What is there left to discuss? Our family wishes to no longer speak of it. I kindly ask you to leave, young lady." Su Liyang replied, "Old sir, this may not be what you think. I have discovered." Before she could finish her thought, the old man interrupted, asserting, "We no longer care about the details, nor do we seek to understand the truth of those years past. We do not have a daughter named Wen Jing. This chapter is closed. You may leave, lawyer." "Sir, could you?" Su Liyang attempted once more to engage him, but he offered her no opportunity, insisting she depart. Faced with no other choice, she rose to leave, and when Su Dong accompanied her to the door. As they stepped into the courtyard, Su Liyang contemplated returning the following day when Su Dong suddenly remarked, "Lawyer Su, you are that child, aren't you?" Su Liyang looked up at him, and when Su Dong smiled, saying, "That man's surname is Su, just as yours is, and you bear a striking resemblance to my sister." It was evident at first glance. "However, my father is advanced in years, and his eyesight and memory have waned, which is why he did not recognize you." Su Liyang understood that the middle-aged man had likely known who she was from the moment he laid eyes on her, as well as the purpose of her visit. After a brief silence, she admitted, "Yes, I am Wen Jing's daughter." She continued, "My mother has had a difficult life. The circumstances surrounding that incident were quite mysterious, which is why I wish to investigate." When Su Dong responded, "Then let's take a walk. I will share everything I know." They strolled side by side along the dark asphalt road, gradually discussing the events of the past. When Su Dong began to recount, "When my sister was accepted into university, I was not yet 10 years old. She was one of the few university students from our village and the only female among them. My grandparents were overjoyed, and my parents were immensely proud. My sister became a role model for all the children. Whenever they mentioned her, it was with admiration, urging me to learn from her example. After her graduation, I heard she joined a large company to manage finances, sending home considerable support, and each time she returned, she brought many gifts. My parents continued to take pride in her. However, later, a woman came to our village, causing quite the uproar, claiming that my sister had destroyed her family and seduced her husband. She distributed photos of my sister with that man to every household, making the situation widely known. My parents, being simple and honest people, could not withstand such turmoil and the ensuing gossip. They called my sister back for questioning, but she only wept in silence. They were greatly angered, declaring that my sister had brought them shame and insisting she should not return, as if to erase her existence as their daughter. From that moment on, I never saw her again. What remains etched in my memory is the woman who stormed into our lives. A force unlike any I had ever encountered. Armed with a loudspeaker, she berated my sister and incited destruction upon our home, leaving nothing intact. Her ferocity rivaled that of the Eight-Nation Alliance. Subsequently, I learned through the village's whispers that my sister had given birth to a daughter. Later, I received the heart-rending news of her tragic suicide by jumping from a building. At this juncture, when Su Dong fell into a profound silence, weighed down by sorrow. After a considerable pause, he continued, "Following that woman's uproar, my parents could no longer endure the strain. My mother wept incessantly, her eyes eventually succumbing to the toll of her grief. She made several visits to the southern city to see my sister. Upon her return, she told me that my sister only cried, offering no words of solace. After my sister's passing, my mother fell ill, remaining bedridden until her own departure shortly thereafter. When we received news of my sister's leap, both my parents fell ill. In that moment, we wished to retrieve her from the southern city, but the household's burdens kept us from leaving. Eventually, my father and I ventured to the southern city, seeking to bring my sister and you back. Yet Su Xue would not permit it. In that vast southern city, my father was merely an ordinary man, and I was still a minor. Our efforts were met with insurmountable obstacles. Even finding a place to stay was fraught with disdain. In the southern city, we were nothing. Our desire to bring you and my sister home was thwarted at every turn. We could not gain entry to the Su family company, nor did we know where your mother was laid to rest, rendering us unable to pay our respects. Later, after my mother passed, my father became even more withdrawn, unwilling to speak of the past. He refused to utter a single word about those events, for I understood that they represented a lifelong wound he preferred to leave unexamined. If I were to venture a guess, the old man now secludes himself in his room, shedding tears in solitude. When Su Dong recounted this tale with a calm demeanor, while Su Liyang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the ordeal and demise of their mother nearly obliterated the Wen family. In the silence that enveloped Su Liyang, when Su Dong said, "This is all I know of those events. As for the truth, only Su Xue and my sister truly understand it." After a brief pause, he added, "Nonetheless, Liyang, I am genuinely pleased that you have come today. You are 25 now, are you not? Had circumstances permitted, I would have introduced you to Wen Ning. Regardless of the past, the children remain innocent. She is the one who has suffered the most." Despite Su Liyang's silence, when Su Dong recognized that the woman named Yi Meiyun would likely not treat her kindly, her tumultuous entrance into their village and the destruction she wrought revealed her true nature, suggesting that her life must also be fraught with hardship. Su Liyang slowed her pace and smiled, responding, "There will be opportunities in the future." When Su Dong wished to invite Su Liyang to dinner, but observing the heaviness of her expression and the weight of her emotions, he refrained from extending the invitation, understanding that she likely needed solitude to alleviate her suppressed feelings. Instead, he simply told her, "You should come back and visit more often, consider a respite." Su Liyang nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." After conversing with Wen Su Dong for a while, Su Liyang bid him farewell and returned to her hotel. As she sat in the taxi, gazing at the unfamiliar city, her thoughts drifted to the subsequent misfortunes that befell her mother's family, and to Su Xue's detaining of her mother's ashes, preventing her from having a proper burial for all these years. Su Liyang raised her hand to wipe her reddened eyes, and the flames of hatred rekindled within her. She vowed that Su Xue and Yi Meiyun would repay her double for their transgressions. With all the information Wen Su Dong had shared with her, Su Liyang did not linger in the temporary city and returned to Nancheng by the afternoon. Upon her arrival in Nancheng at 7 o'clock in the evening, she had arranged to dine with a man in his 30s or 40s. He maintained an impressive physique, donned a blue shirt and a light-colored suit jacket, complemented by light blue jeans and sneakers, his unique style and taste evident. He possessed an alluring charm, a veritable pinnacle of attractiveness for his age, garnering admiration even from women of Su Liyang's generation. "Su, it's a rare pleasure to see you again. I hear you have a matter that requires my assistance," he said with a smile, his voice itself captivating. Listening intently, Su Liyang handed him an envelope. "Brother, I'll need your help with this." He accepted the envelope, extracting a card and a photograph, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, "Su, this isn't quite my type. However, rest assured, I will handle it. This sort of task is quite manageable." Su Liyang smiled brightly, replying, "Thank you, brother." He responded, "No need for pleasantries. You direct me to a couple of stocks, and I could live comfortably for generations. Besides, you are the sister of Master Jean." As she poured him tea, they engaged in a discussion about stocks while dining. After parting ways around 8 o'clock, Su Liyang did not return home immediately, but instead paid a visit to the cemetery. Unable to conduct a proper memorial, she placed the flower she had brought outside the room, standing at the entrance for a prolonged period before finally turning to leave. The full moon hung in the sky, casting a luminous glow over the cemetery. The photograph and inscriptions on the gravestone were clearly visible, the surrounding silence almost unnerving. Yet, Su Liyang felt no fear as she walked among the gravestones with unwavering confidence. Compared to the living demons, those resting here seemed almost endearing. They would not conspire to murder her, nor would they resort to despicable means to harm her, nor would they wish to see her perish. Meanwhile, in He Jinlu's office, he was still working late. At that moment, Jiang Yuan knocked and entered, reporting, "President He, lawyer Su went to the temporary city after work last night, met with her mother's family this morning, and arrived back in Nancheng at 7 o'clock. He then handed He Jinlu several photographs, stating, "Lawyer Su was dining with this man in the evening. He's from the arts circle and has some renown. It appears they were discussing work." Jiang Yuan dared not speculate on the nature of Su Liyang's conversation, especially since she had handed the man an envelope from which he extracted photographs and information, clearly indicating a business discussion. He Jinlu examined the photographs without a significant reaction, simply asking in a gentle tone, "Is she home now?" Hian Duan replied, "No. She went to the cemetery. She must be visiting her mother." He Jinlu set down the photograph in his hand, and Jiang Yuan continued, "President He, there is another matter that I believe warrants your attention." He Jinlu replied, "Speak." Jiang Yuan elaborated, "Lawyer Su has just visited the cemetery, and thus I delved further into the matter. I discovered that Su's ashes have been withheld by Su Xue. Not only has he refrained from laying them to rest, but he also prohibits Lawyer Su from paying her respects. I suspect this may be the primary reason for the discord between Lawyer Su and the Su family." Upon hearing this, He Jinlu abruptly tossed his phone aside. Is Su Xue out his mind? The person has been gone for so many years. What purpose does it serve to keep the ashes? Will he be buried alongside her? Noticing He Jinlu's agitation, Jiang Yuan quickly added, "There must be a reason behind it." With a furrowed brow, He Jinlu coldly remarked, "Withholding the ashes and denying Su Liyang the chance to grieve suggests he holds some leverage over her. They must have struck a deal." Without needing to investigate further, He Jinlu had already surmised this. Jiang Yuan inquired, "President He, should we continue the investigation?" He Jinlu responded, "Yes, pursue this matter further. We need not extend any undue kindness towards Su Xue. Funding and projects should not be overly favorable." Jiang Yuan affirmed, "Understood, President He. I shall attend to it immediately." As he exited He Jinlu's office, Jiang Yuan could clearly sense that He Jinlu had developed a keen interest in Su Liyang, an interest that seemingly overshadowed the 3 years of care Su Xue had provided him. Whether this was a positive or negative development remained uncertain. However, Su Xue's actions concerning Su Liyang's mother's ashes were undeniably reprehensible. After all these years, he still denied her a proper burial. After Jiang Yuan departed, He Jinlu tidied up and prepared to leave for the day. Having not seen a certain someone all day, he sensed she might be in dire need of comfort. Meanwhile, Su Liyang had returned from the cemetery and, upon opening her door, was greeted by the distinct scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Closing the door behind her, she waved her right hand in front of her nose, then, without changing her shoes, made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 57. No kiss this time? The herbal medicine simmered gently in the electric pot, and Su Liyang reached out to test its warmth. It was just right. This pot was unfamiliar to her, likely brought over by He Jinlu. As she withdrew her hand, a smile crept onto her lips, surprised to discover this tender and attentive side of He Jinlu. A wave of warmth surged through her heart. After leaving the kitchen, she wandered into the living room and study, only to find that He Jinlu was not at her home. She later checked the art studio, yet still found no sign of him. The medicine must have been prepared by him earlier in the day. Unable to locate He Jinlu, Su Liyang decided to return to her bedroom for a shower. Under the warm cascade of water, she suddenly felt an emptiness within her home. It was not solely due to his absence. After bathing, applying her skincare products, and drying her hair, she intended to check the stock market when she suddenly heard a noise from the living room. Approaching leisurely, she saw the front door swing open, and He Jinlu had arrived. Upon seeing him, Su Liyang was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile, the sensation of emptiness dissipating instantly. At the entrance, He Jinlu, changing his shoes, greeted her nonchalantly. "I'm back." This casual introduction felt reminiscent of a married couple sharing their daily lives. His gaze lingered on Su Liyang. noting the marks on her neck and collarbone from the kiss he had bestowed 2 nights prior. With her hands tucked into the pockets of her red checkered loungewear, she playfully remarked, "With such a greeting, I should report to you." He Jinlu hung his suit jacket on the coat rack by the entrance, rolling up his sleeves as he made his way to the kitchen. "Haven't you drunk the medicine yet?" he inquired. "I'll drink it later," Su Liyang replied. As she turned to leave the kitchen, He Jinlu, with a hint of laziness and mischief, asked, "You didn't come home last night. Where did you sleep?" In a playful exchange, Su Liyang retorted, "You came over last night too?" He Jinlu retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, twisting off the cap and taking a sip. "I'm not like some people. I cherish my home." Su Liyang could not help but laugh, explaining, "All right, enough with the sarcasm. It was just a case, and I went out of town to gather some information." In the past, she would not have bothered to explain, and her current disposition was to avoid justifications. However, after witnessing his extravagant gestures, his willingness to fight for her, and his late-night visits to prepare medicine, she could not bring herself to provoke him further. She wished to spare him any misunderstandings or discomfort. He Jinlu was pleased with her explanation. At least she hadn't resorted to hurtful words, and it was not a lie. Yet, Su Liyang's heart remained only partially open. They stood facing each other, at a loss for words. Su Liyang eventually turned to glance at the study, saying, "I'll check the stocks. You feel free to stay." Without asking He Jinlu to leave, she seemed to have grown accustomed to his presence in her home. "All right," He Jinlu responded, and Su Liyang headed to the study while he made his way to the bedroom for a shower. Having spent several nights at Su Liyang's, his personal belongings were steadily increasing in her space. At her desk, Su Liyang intently studied the stock market trends of the day, diligently taking notes with pen and paper. Just as she was deeply engrossed in her calculations, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "So, Lawyer Su, you have an interest in stocks as well." Startled, she turned to see He Jinlu leaning over her desk, his hands resting on its surface, effectively enveloping her in his embrace. A subtle fragrance wafted from him, bringing her a sense of comfort. Turning her gaze back to the computer, Su Liyang remarked, "Just trying to earn some extra income." He Jinlu glanced at her notes, observing, "You seem quite professional, Lawyer Su. Merely a trivial skill. How could I dare show off in front of President He?" Not particularly keen on discussing stocks with He Jinlu, Su Liyang redirected her inquiry. "President He, are you planning to stay at my place for an extended period?" He Jinlu, still focused on the computer, replied casually, "Since you seem to disregard your own well-being, if I don't keep an eye on you, it won't be long before you face dire consequences." Amused, Suriyenluft. "You certainly know how to make excuses. You've already ousted Ning Ning." Still holding her close, He Jinlu continued to gaze at the screen, unhurriedly stating, "Zhou Ning Ning cannot replace me. Her abilities are lacking." Su Liyang retorted, "You're quite proud of yourself, aren't you?" He Jinlu reassured her, "Rest assured, I won't be a permanent fixture in your life, nor will I intrude upon your routine." He had come over personally due to her recent activities and to monitor her since Feng Chun had been discharged from the hospital a few days prior, concerned for her safety. Although He Jinlu claimed he wouldn't stay long, Su Liyang merely smiled, recognizing that he was indeed perceptive, likely worried about Feng Chen's recent release from the hospital. As she stared at him without moving, He Jinlu's gaze shifted from the computer back to her, teasingly asking, "Are you reluctant to see me go?" Su Liyang smiled, but remained silent. Leaning down, He Jinlu pressed his lips against hers. She leaned back, resting against the chair, and rather than pushing him away, she closed her eyes, engaging in a tender kiss filled with passion. After a lingering embrace, He Jinlu's voice turned low and serious. "Lawyer Su, it's getting late. You should rest." Coming back to her senses, Su Liyang felt a slight numbness in her lips and a weakness in her legs. He Jinlu closed her laptop, and as she returned to her bedroom, he brought her medication. "If you don't take your medicine regularly and eat on time, your health will be at risk," he admonished gently. Accepting the medicine in her hands, Su Liyang adjusted herself. Over the past 2 years, she had been striving to regain her health, but her foundation had already deteriorated, making recovery challenging. After swallowing the medication, she furrowed her brow and placed the bowl down. He Jinlu raised his hand, smiling as he wiped her mouth. Realizing he didn't kiss her like he had on previous occasions, Su Liyang asked, "No kiss this time?" He Jinlu took the bowl from her and replied, "If you don't behave, then no kiss." "Did you take last night's medicine? Did you take this morning's?" He pressed. Feeling a bit guilty, Su Liyang crawled into bed, muttering, "Fine, I'll just sleep on my own." For someone who had never tasted sweetness before, even a little bit could reach the depths of her heart. Thus, Su Liyang found it impossible to remain indifferent to He Jinlu's concern. As she nestled under the covers, she heard He Jinlu's footsteps departing, only to soon hear them return. The bright overhead light in the room was extinguished, and the space beside her sank deeply as someone embraced her from behind. Su Liyang turned around, and before she could utter a word, He Jinlu leaned in and kissed her. His hand caressed her face, glided along her neck, and rested at her waist. "President, just a couple of days." Su Liyang murmured. Yet, He Jinlu pulled her into his embrace and inquired, "Su Liyang, is there something you wish to discuss? Is there anything that needs addressing?" Having met her mother's family in Lin City, and with Su Xue holding her mother's ashes, she realized she could confide in him, could consult him. They were no longer complete strangers. Chapter 58. He is serious now. Given their current interaction, she felt entitled to make requests. Su Liyang grew wary at He Jinlu's inquiry. Gently withdrawing from his embrace, she smiled and said, "Mr. He, please do not take things too seriously." She had no intention of drawing He Jinlu into her life, into her myriad of complexities. He Jinlu, unfazed, wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder as he drifted into slumber. The following weekend, when Su Liyang awoke, she found He Jinlu absent from her side. The medicine had already been prepared in the kitchen, and a warm breakfast awaited her on the table, accompanied by a note affixed to the refrigerator. "Lo Su, please remember to eat and take your medicine on time. Someone will deliver lunch at noon." The handwriting was elegant and graceful, much like its author. After placing the note back on the refrigerator, Su Liyang enjoyed her breakfast, took her medicine, and resumed her work. At noon, the housekeeper from the He family delivered chicken soup and lunch, while Zhou Ningning also arrived, bringing along soup her family had prepared. Observing the soup on Su Liyang's table, Zhou Ningning remarked, "Liyang, He Jinlu is indeed serious now." Su Liyang replied, "His rationality will outweigh his emotions. He is not bound by Su Xue's moral constraints. He will not lose control with me, simply because he has not yet attained what he desires." Zhou Ningning leaned her elbow on the table, resting her chin in her hand, and sighed, "I rather hope he would be less rational, more emotional. My thoughts have shifted away from the Su family. I simply believe he is quite a good person. He will take care of you, and you need someone like him to protect you." Su Liyang chaklet ri suringker. "Do not worry, Miss Zhou. I am capable of protecting myself." Zhou Ningning removed her hand, her expression turning serious. "You cannot. The incident with Feng Chun is the best example. If it weren't for He Jinlu, could you truly have escaped? That was merely an accident. But life is full of accidents." Turning her face towards Zhou Ningning, Su Liyang said earnestly, "It seems I have encountered a truth today." Zhou Ningning replied, "It is indeed the case, especially with Su Xue and Su Xue. Your accidents are more numerous than others." Su Liyang found herself unable to counter that statement. After finishing their meal, the two young women chose to remain indoors, indulging in a variety show. Zhou Ningning critiqued the program, claiming that if she were the director, she could produce something far superior. Su Liyang laughed and began to call her director Zhou. As night fell, Zhou Ningning took her leave, intentionally creating space for He Jinlu. However, he did not come that evening, nor did he appear over the next 2 days. Nevertheless, the He family housekeeper consistently delivered meals and prepared medicine for Su Liyang. Zhao Wani did not intervene, assuming that He Jinlu was atoning for his past actions, compensating for the turmoil he had caused by having the young woman terminate her pregnancy, and now seeking to restore her health. He Jinlu had instructed Jiang Yuan to suspend the Su family's projects and funding, causing Su Xue to become increasingly frantic. After pondering for several days, he still could not fathom how he had offended He Jinlu. He inquired with Su Xue if there had been a quarrel, to which she replied in the negative, stating that she had not seen him recently and that he had been busy, unable to find clarity. Su Xue decided to confront He Jinlu directly at the He Corporation. In the chairman's office, when He Jinlu returned from a meeting, Su Xue rose with a smile from the sofa. "Jinlu, Yes. He Jinlu responded lightly. As he settled on the nearby sofa and poured tea for Su Xue, Su inquired, Jinlu, why has the Su family suddenly been excluded from the energy project? He hesitated to broach the topic of the funding chase. The previous tax issues had left Su Xue with at least a year of recovery ahead. Unperturbed, He Jinlu casually crossed his legs and replied, the project can still accommodate your participation, but you must first return Su Liyang's mother's ashes. He Jinlu's nonchalant demeanor startled Su Xue, leaving him momentarily stunned. He could not have anticipated that He Jinlu had obstructed his project and severed his funding for this very matter. Ah, Su Liyang was indeed formidable. Perhaps she had ensnared He Jinlu's very soul. Su Xue was aware of recent events concerning He Jinlu, yet he refrained from discussing the auction, especially since the elder had presented several exquisite pieces to Su Xue. He could not speak of his altercation with Fengshen either, as it could be seen as an act of valor. And after all, Su Liyang was still his daughter. After a prolonged gaze at He Jinlu, Su Xue pondered for a considerable time before finally stating, Jinlu, what you demand places Su Xue in a precarious position. Fearing a fallout, he had never dared to apply pressure on He Jinlu, knowing how unpredictable he could be. However, trading Su Liyang's situation for business was unacceptable to Su Xue, especially since the ashes represented her vulnerability. He could not leave himself open to her leverage. He Jinlu picked up a cigarette and lighter from the coffee table, bowing his head to light one for himself. As he exhaled a thin plume of smoke, his voice was cold and cutting. By withholding Su Liyang's mother's ashes from burial and denying her the chance to pay her respects, where does that leave her? Su Xue's expression grew grave. Jinlu, there are reasons for this. I have my own difficulties. The situation is not as Su Liyang has portrayed. He believed Su Liyang had complained to He Jinlu, yet it was evident that she had not mentioned the matter of the sanatorium. While Su Xue explained, He Jinlu remained unfazed, drawing on his cigarette. You should be well aware, regardless of Su Liyang's presence, I will never marry Su Xue or pursue a relationship with her. If you understand the stakes, I will still consider the years we shared and treat the Su family fairly. Should you fail to grasp this, we will have to converse differently. The implication was clear. Should he provoke Su Liyang and withhold what was rightfully hers, He Jinlu would become his fiercest adversary. He added, you needn't consult Su Liyang about this. She has not spoken of it, and it would be wise for you not to provoke her. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. He Jinlu's threat rendered Su Xue pale. He regretted allowing Su Liyang to return alive to Nancheng, maintaining a stoic silence. Su Xue refrained from further discourse, while He Jinlu did not press the matter. He returned to his desk and remarked casually, I am in no rush. Take your time to consider this. Looking up at He Jinlu, Su Xue hesitated to respond, ultimately opting to leave without further discussion. As the weekend arrived once more, Su Liyang lay sprawled upon her bed, still ensnared in the embrace of slumber. The phone beside her stirred to life, its ringing breaking the tranquility. She picked it up, her voice languid and soft, as she uttered a simple greeting. Hello. On the other end, He Jinlu's gentle voice inquired, Lawyer Su, are you still asleep? Instantly, her eyes fluttered open, and the fog of sleep dissipated. She had presumed it was a call from Zhoningning, expecting an invitation for a meal, only to find it was He Jinlu, who had seemingly vanished for an entire week. After a brief silence, Su Liyang wearily responded, Mr. He, is there something you need? Yes, He Jinlu replied, his tone measured. I am downstairs at your residence. Please prepare to come down. With her eyes still closed, Su Liyang replied, all right. Chapter 59. Reach out to me proactively every day before long. Su Liyang, clad in casual athletic wear, descended and opened the passenger door of the sleek black G-Class. With a graceful motion, she slid into the vehicle. In the driver's seat, He Jinlu glanced at her and inquired, have you taken your medicine? Fastening her seatbelt, Su Liyang replied, I have. He Jinlu gently grasped her chin, drawing her closer for a kiss, tasting the bitterness lingering on her lips before releasing her and starting the engine. So you have indeed taken it, he confirmed. Sitting upright, Su Liyang smiled, thinking to herself how familiar he had become. As she pondered, he handed her a portion of breakfast. The vehicle rolled slowly to the entrance of the community, and with a single hand on the steering wheel, He Jinlu remarked, devoid of any discernible emotion, "Lawyer Su, I've come to realize that unless I reach out to you, you wouldn't make contact even if the world were to end." His words carried a hint of a petulant tone. Su Liyang chuckled, "I have no reason to contact you either." He Jinlu, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, responded coolly, "You could tell me you miss me, or express gratitude when you receive your medicine and meals. Se presingalaf, Su Liyang nadit, o late. Next time I'll say thank you." Did she miss him? Indeed, every day, but the thought of sending him a message seemed improbable in this lifetime. Perceiving her nonchalance, He Jinlu pressed, "Will you reach out to me once a day from now on, Lawyer Su?" Su Liyang, bemused, countered, "Mr. He, that seems rather unreasonable. Haven't you gone an entire week without contacting me?" Their reunion had softened Su Liyang's demeanor, diminishing the distance that once lingered. He Jinlu picked up on her sentiment, declaring, "I shall maintain daily contact from now on." He teased, "Our connection, however slight, relies on my thick skin." He Jinlu aimed to guide Su Liyang, igniting her emotions regarding life and interpersonal relationships. After a week of waiting, he had endeavored to maintain a semblance of contact, ensuring meals and medicine were delivered daily. Yet it proved futile. She still did not seek him out. She had completely distanced herself from the world, isolating herself from any group or individual, including him. Not consulting the old Chinese doctor, He Jinlu observed that Su Liyang lacked a passion for life, seemingly sustained only by the truth surrounding her mother's death. Her attitude towards life and everything within it was one of resignation, including her own well-being. She offered no explanations to anyone or anything. Turning to face He Jinlu, Su Liyang sensed his intentions, but could only vaguely perceive his sympathy towards her. The car continued its journey, and she remained indifferent to their destination, comforted solely by his presence beside her. At that moment, her phone buzzed in her pocket, an unexpected message from Su Xue. Opening WeChat, Su Liyang's expression shifted slightly. Su Xue had sent a photograph of their mother's diary, accompanied by the message, "Liyang, have you been searching for this diary?" Exiting WeChat, Su Liyang refrained from responding, fully aware that Su Xue intended to negotiate. However, now was not the appropriate time for such discussions. Noticing the change in her demeanor, He Jinlu inquired, "Have you encountered an issue?" Su Liyang shook her head, indicating she did not wish to speak. He Jinlu did not press further. As the car journeyed towards the suburbs, Su Liyang soon realized that He Jinlu was taking her to the cemetery. Glancing at him, she inquired, "Mr. He, what does this mean?" He Jinlu replied, "You'll find out shortly." Before long, the vehicle halted in the outdoor parking lot of the park. After disembarking, He Jinlu took her hand and led her into the cemetery. Su Liyang asked no questions, merely following his lead. As they approached the location where her mother's ashes were interred, she turned to look at He Jinlu several times, yet he remained unfazed. Upon reaching her mother's resting place, Jiang Yuan had already arrived ahead of them and was waiting at the entrance. Seeing the door ajar, Su Liyang paused, staring into the room. Her hands gently balled into fists. "Father, could you please let me see Mother?" "You miss her." "Father, she must miss me too." Memories surged forth, but despite her pleas, Su Xue had always refused to open that heavy door, denying her entry. Once, she had curled up at the threshold, crying until she nearly suffocated. Yet he still would not let her in. He would not allow her to pay her respects, yet brought her here every year. Su Xue was a madman. In her recollection, that door seemed eternally locked. Standing a short distance away, Su Liyang remained still, while He Jinlu also halted, his hands tucked into his pockets, quietly observing her. With reddened eyes, she struggled to contain her emotions, holding back the tears. At that moment, Jiang Yuan approached to greet them. "Mr. He, Lawyer Su." He continued, "Lawyer Su, this door will never close to you again. You may visit any time." Su Liyang swallowed hard, her throat tightening. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude to Jiang Yuan, she turned to glance at He Jinlu, who stood quietly by her side, and a wave of gratitude washed over her. With her gaze reclaimed, Su Liyang stepped into the room. The space had been tidied, immaculate, with the windows opened, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, filling the room with tranquility. Upon seeing her mother's photograph, a flood of childhood memories engulfed her. Though the days had been arduous, she had never felt fear. always believing that as long as her mother was with her, nothing could intimidate her. After her mother's passing, however, she felt unsettled wherever she went. Approaching the framed picture, Su Liyang reached out to touch her mother's face, the smile captured so beautifully. She remained in silence for a long while, seemingly searching for the moments she had not been able to share, doing nothing, needing to do nothing, simply being present. He Jinlu stood quietly beside her, offering his silent support. It was not until the sun streamed through the window, nearing noon, that Su Liyang turned to him and said, "Mr. He, let us return." He Jinlu reached out to take her hand, while Jiang Yuan instructed someone to close the window and door. As they approached the exit, Su Liyang looked at Jiang Yuan and asked, "Assistant Jiang, how did Su Xue reach a compromise with you?" The absence of inquiry into He Jinlu's thoughts stemmed from the understanding that he would trivialize the matter and refrain from elucidating the reasons behind it. Nevertheless, she yearned to uncover the truth. Jiang Yuan revealed it was he who obstructed Su Xue's project, severing their investment funds. Unable to withstand the pressure, Su Xue ultimately acquiesced to their demands. After 2 days of contemplation, he found himself devoid of solutions and chose to yield. A faint smile graced Liyang's lips, for it became evident why Su Xue had just messaged her. Su Xue could no longer hold her weakness at bay. However, she had not intended to disclose the events of those 3 years to He Jinlu. With a smile, Su Liyang listened as Jiang Yuan continued. "Lawyer Su, you hold significant importance to President He. He has disregarded the years Miss Su Xue devoted to him, and even Su Xue was taken aback, indirectly seeking information from me." Jiang Yuan, ever loquacious, was met with He Jinlu's calm interjection. "Enough of your chatter." With that, he turned to Su Liyang, saying, "Any further discussion can wait until we return." Su Liyang nodded in agreement, and the group proceeded towards the parking lot. He Jinlu drove Su Liyang away, while Jiang Yuan took his leave in his own vehicle. Chapter 60. Mr. He, are you hungry? On the return journey, Su Liyang remained silent, her thoughts heavy. Resting her head against the seat, she refrained from glancing at He Jinlu or engaging him in conversation, instead quietly observing the scenery outside the window. Memories of the past flooded her mind, and they were far from joyful. Throughout her 20-plus years, it seemed she had never experienced a period of unadulterated happiness. A perpetual weight had burdened her spirit. If she were to reflect, these recent days of return could be deemed relatively light, as He Jinlu had been there to assist her in navigating through troubles, even bringing back her mother's ashes. As they approached the city center, He Jinlu's voice broke through a reverie. "Which plot do you prefer for the cemetery? There are a few large graves ahead with favorable feng shui." Startled, Su Liyang turned to face He Jinlu and replied softly, "My mother Wu Ti wished to remain in Nancheng. She would likely prefer to be reunited with her parents. I will discuss with the Wen family and select an auspicious date to return her to her hometown for burial." Nancheng had brought her nothing but sorrow. If time could rewind, she doubted she would have chosen to study here or linger in this city, as the memories it held were painful. The air was thick with anguish, and many of its inhabitants harbored disdain for her, making her feel unwelcome. She had no intention of staying in Nancheng for long. He Jinlu responded, "That sounds reasonable. Do you require my assistance in making arrangements?" Still leaning against her seat, Su Liyang, weary yet resolute, looked at He Jinlu and smiled. "Mr. He, you have already helped me immensely. I can manage the remaining details on my own." He Jinlu fell silent once more. Shortly thereafter, the car came to a halt in front of the Nancheng Hotel. He Jinlu took Su Liyang by the hand and led her inside for a meal. After dining, when it was time to return her home, the clock struck 2:30 in the afternoon. The vehicle stopped downstairs, and as Su Liyang exited, He Jinlu followed suit. At this moment, her spirits had nearly returned to normal. She had always preferred to keep her emotions concealed, disliking any overt displays. Sunlight bathed them both as she beheld He Jinlu approaching, and she smiled. "Mr. He, thank you for all your help." As she broached the subject, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Throughout the journey home, her eyes had reddened numerous times, yet she had refrained from letting the tears fall. Gazing down at Su Liyang, observing her struggle to contain her emotions, He Jinlu slipped one hand into his pocket while gently wrapping the other around her back. drawing her into his embrace and kissing her forehead. Initially, she had no intention of crying, but as He Jinlu held her close, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. A desire to regain her composure only intensified the flow of tears, as if she needed to release the grievances accumulated over the years. With her forehead resting softly against He Jinlu's chest, Su Liyang dared not lift her head nor let her sobs escape her lips. He Jinlu sensed her turmoil, yet chose not to address it directly. Instead, he tenderly stroked her back, offering her solace, much like the comfort she had once provided him. Nestled comfortably in He Jinlu's embrace for a while, Su Liyang soon composed herself, wiping her face with both hands before stepping back from his warmth. With a radiant smile, she looked at He Jinlu and playfully remarked, "President He, it seems I owe you yet another favor. How shall I express my gratitude?" Before He Jinlu could respond, Su Liyang continued with a grin, "How about I treat you to a meal? I'll cook." She still owed him 2 nights of rest, and expressing her thanks through slumber felt insincere. He Jinlu lacked for nothing else. It is said that a home-cooked meal is the highest form of respect, so she thought it fitting to invite him. Raising an eyebrow with amusement, He Jinlu inquired, "Can Lawyer Su actually cook?" Su Liyang replied confidently, "Do not underestimate the capabilities of a woman living alone. I am skilled in many arts." With a bright smile, she added, "Now, let's go buy some groceries." Eager to showcase her culinary skills, Su Liyang hopped into He Jinlu's car as he drove them to the supermarket. Upon arrival, He Jinlu pushed a shopping cart while Su Liyang selected the ingredients. "He Jinlu, do you eat cuttlefish? It makes for a nourishing and flavorful soup. Let's grab some fresh milk. I noticed you enjoy it," she suggested. Every item she picked prompted her to ask if He Jinlu liked it. He Jinlu, steering the cart with one hand and resting the other on her shoulder, playfully teased, "Lawyer Su, are you hoping to cohabit with me?" Laughing at his jest, Su Liyang replied, "Enough of that. Don't flatter yourself or overthink it. What else would you like to eat?" After speaking, she tossed 2 boxes of imported chocolates into the cart. She had never bought such treats before. Any snacks she indulged in were gifts from Zhoningning. The sight of those chocolates would remind her of her time at the Su family home, where Su Xue had everything while she could only watch longingly from the sidelines. Occasionally, the housekeeper would offer her a morsel, but Yi Meiyun would scold her, accusing her of stealing from the household, claiming she had a greedy nature. Consequently, she rarely indulged in snacks. Today, however, Su Liyang was reveling in the joy of life, and He Jinlu, observing her attentiveness, chuckled softly, recognizing her thoughtful nature despite her lack of expression. By 4 o'clock, upon returning to Yulandufu, Su Liyang carried the groceries into the kitchen, tied on her apron, and began preparing dinner. She first placed the cuttlefish and pork ribs into a pot to simmer for soup, then proceeded to organize the remaining ingredients. "Do you need any assistance?" He Jinlu called from the kitchen, examining the ingredients as he sought to contribute. Su Liyang, holding vegetables in one hand and a knife in the other, gently nudged him outward with her arm, asserting, "No need, you can wait outside." Pushed to the threshold, He Jinlu leaned against the doorframe, intrigued by her flurry of activity. Watching Su Liyang wash and chop vegetables, marinate the meat, and even prepare a large lobster, he felt an unexpected swell of emotion. Though Su Xue had delivered meals to him countless times, none had stirred such feelings within him. Approaching Su Liyang from behind, He Jinlu wrapped his arms around her waist and rested his chin on her shoulder. Startled by the sudden embrace, Su Liyang turned her head, asking, "President He, is something the matter? Are you hungry?" He Jinlu slightly bent his body, pressing his face against hers. "Lawyer Su seems quite suitable to be a wife." Su Liyang chuckled. "Then you should first return and inquire if your parents agree." She did not seriously tell him it was inappropriate, merely using his parents as a shield. He Jinlu did not let go, stating, "My matters are not for them to decide. Lawyer Su can fish for the big catch over the long term." Su Liyang waved the vegetables in her hand before his eyes. "I am already fishing." He Jinlu laughed, holding her tightly. Glancing back at him, she found him utterly captivated, his hands gently caressing her lower abdomen. Su Liyang neither pushed him away nor urged him back to the living room. The sunlight outside remained fervent, and for the first time in many years, her once empty heart felt less so. After washing the vegetables in the basin, Su Liyang turned to face He Jinlu. "Thank you," she said, her gratitude sincere and distinct from all previous occasions. After gazing at Su Liyang for a while, He Jinlu leaned in to kiss her lips. Chapter 61. Today is convenient. I repay you for those 2 sleeps at 7 in the evening. Su Liyang's 6 dishes and a soup were ready. A feast that tantalized the senses. He Jinlu was pleasantly surprised, not expecting her to possess culinary skills beyond her expertise in litigation and auctioning. Handing him a bowl and chopsticks, Su Liyang urged, "Please try this." Taking the bowl of soup from her, He Jinlu remarked, "Lawyer Su, you are quite full of surprises." With a smile, Su Liyang pulled out a chair and sat down. Unwelcome in her own family and aware of Yi Meiyun's formidable nature, she had no choice but to shoulder her responsibilities. As they dined, the atmosphere grew more relaxed, and she began to share stories from her childhood and memories of her mother. The happiness in her expression captivated He Jinlu. After their meal, they collaborated seamlessly to clear the table. Once they finished their kitchen duties, Su Liyang returned to her bedroom after a shower to find He Jinlu comfortably seated on the bed, engrossed in a book. Within her home, he was remarkably considerate. Meeting his gaze, Su Liyang slowed her pace, removing the towel from her hair. He Jinlu, appearing nonchalant, greeted her. "Finished washing up?" "Indeed," she replied, placing the towel on the nearby cabinet. She sat on the bed, raising her right hand to her collar. She still owed him 2 sleeps, and considering the significant assistance he had offered her today, it was only fair to repay him. Despite her back being turned, He Jinlu discerned her movements. Still holding his book, he inquired with a hint of amusement, "Lawyer Su, what are you up to?" Turning to him, she replied candidly, "Today is convenient. I shall repay you for those 2 sleeps." He Jinlu chuckled softly, setting his book aside. "So, you return your mother's ashes to me in the daytime and sleep with me at night? I don't think I've ever been so brazen." Su Liyang burst into laughter, momentarily pausing her task of unbuttoning her shirt. As the laughter subsided and their eyes met, He Jinlu added, "Su Liyang, this is not merely a transaction. It would diminish the value of our connection." Though he contemplated the notion, the reality of their uncertain future tempered his desires. Were it any other woman, he might not have hesitated, but with Su Liyang, he felt a peculiar reluctance. She seemed different from the rumors and her own assertions. With unwavering eyes fixed on He Jinlu, Su Liyang felt a stirring within her, making it impossible to treat him with the same indifference she once did or to belittle herself with jest. Securing her buttons, she expressed, "Thank you, Mr. He." The room was enveloped in tranquility, illuminated by soft lighting. Shortly thereafter, as Su Liyang lay down on the bed, He Jinlu followed suit, turning off the main light to leave only a small bedside lamp aglow. At this hour, it was merely 9 o'clock. They each occupied their own space, not even brushing against one another. At that moment, Su Liyang turned her face towards He Jinlu and asked, "He Jinlu, why have you been so helpful to me? I wish to understand your reasoning. Once or twice is one thing, but you consistently come to my aid, even confronting Su Xue to retrieve my mother's ashes." He raised his arm and gently pulled Su Liyang into his embrace, allowing her to rest against his chest. He remarked, "I feel an inexplicable familiarity with you." She was not as formidable nor as seductive as the rumors suggested. She possessed a multitude of stories. When He Jinlu claimed she was familiar, Su Liyang smiled. Those 3 years had not been in vain. Without uttering a word, she merely chuckled while leaning against his shoulder. Nestled against him, she felt waves of tranquility. The two remained silent, simply enjoying each other's company, reminiscent of 5 years past. After an indeterminate period, He Jinlu suddenly spoke again. "I sleep particularly soundly in your bed." His tone was light, as if a great burden had been lifted. With her cheek resting against his chest and her right hand gently placed on the other side of his torso, Su Liyang replied, "You may rest. I want to hurry you away. As long as I am in Nancheng, you can come over any time." With closed eyes, he pressed a kiss to her hair and softly patted her shoulder, saying, "Su Liyang, there is truly nothing wrong with this." His voice was gentle, which instilled a sense of comfort in her. More than a decade ago, when He Jinlu appeared before her on his bicycle to rescue her from a predicament, she had never envisioned this day would come. The following Sunday, He Jinlu occupied her study for the entire day, and Su Liyang kept him company at home. By Monday, Each returned to their respective workplaces. During the lunch break at the law firm, Su Liyang drove to Su Xue's gallery. After approximately 10 minutes, as she parked in front of the white two-story gallery, she took her car keys and phone and entered the establishment. "Good afternoon, ma'am," greeted a professionally dressed young woman as Su Liyang, adorned with black sunglasses and high heels, stepped inside. Without looking at the artwork, Su Liyang inquired in a calm voice, "Where's Su Xue's office?" The young woman responded, "Are you here to see Teacher Su? Do you have an appointment?" Surprised that an appointment was needed, Su Liyang replied coolly and then surveyed the gallery's layout before proceeding to the second floor. In this prime location, acquiring such a piece of land and establishing such an elegant gallery was not merely a matter of wealth. The He family must have exerted considerable effort on her behalf. Thanks to her unwavering care for He Jinlu over those 3 years, the Su family had undoubtedly reaped substantial benefits. Arriving at Su Xue's office, Su Liyang did not knock, but instead pushed the door open. A girl closely followed behind her, appearing embarrassed as she reported to Su Xue, "Teacher Su, I couldn't stop her." Standing in front of the desk, Su Xue rose and gently reassured, "It's all right. You may return to your duties." The girl closed the door behind them before leaving. From within her desk, Su Xue leisurely emerged, prepared a cup of tea for Su Liyang, and greeted her with a smile. "Liyang, you've come." Without accepting the tea, Su Liyang got straight to the point, the diary. Pulling out a chair from the desk, Su Xue softly responded, "The diary is not with me." Su Liyang looked up. Su Xue continued calmly, "I am not deceiving you. Otherwise, I would have long since presented it to you for a transaction, urging you to leave Nancheng. Are you jesting with me? You sent her a photograph, and yet claim the diary is not in your possession. Are you not concerned about what you might say in front of He Jinlu?" Su Liyang's skepticism was met with Su Xue's earnest response. "I have indeed seen the diary before, not just one, but several. I did take one, but I hadn't yet attempted to unlock the password when it vanished. It should still be at home. If I find it, I will bring it to you." The sincerity in Su Xue's words compelled trust. Gazing directly at Su Liyang, she continued, "Rest assured, my father and I have our own vulnerabilities in your hands. There is no need for me to play coy with you. However, Liyang, I hope you prioritize the bigger picture and avoid mutual destruction. If I cannot marry Jinlu, it would not benefit you either." Su Liyang found her words amusing and suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for He Jinlu. He regarded Su Xue as a benefactor, having cared for the Su family over the years, while Su Xue had consistently entertained another man. To her, he was merely a pawn. Looking at Su Xue, Su Liyang mockingly inquired, "Do you truly believe the issues between you and He Jinlu stem from me? Reflect upon your own conscience. Do you harbor any ulterior motives?" "Of course not," Su Xue replied with unwavering conviction. Yet, the more serious and pretentious she became, the more ironic it felt to Su Liyang. In terms of hypocrisy, she surpassed Su Xue. Choosing not to prolong the confrontation, Su Liyang rose from her chair, her expression devoid of emotion, as she stated, "I will grant you 1 month. If the diary is not found by then, we shall see." With that, Su Liyang turned to leave, and Su Xue followed her to the door. As they reached the threshold, Su Liyang suddenly turned to face Su Xue. Both halted, locking eyes, and Su Liyang smiled, asking, "How does it feel to be in a position of power? It must be quite comfortable, no?" Su Xue's expression shifted, and she retorted, "What do you mean, Su Liyang?" With a knowing smile, Su Liyang replied, "What do you think?" She added, "I might just give it a try with He Jinlu as well." Su Xue's voice rose in anger as she glared at her. Su Liyang, flushed with indignation, Su Xue was met with Su Liyang's playful laughter. "Is it permissible for the officials to set fire while the commoners are forbidden from lighting a lamp? How audacious of her to contemplate infidelity while engaged to He Jinlu and scheming to marry him. She was indeed courting danger." Suppressing her amusement, Su Liyang patted Su Xue's arm and turned to leave. Her mother's ashes had been returned. The diary would not be far behind. The truth of the past would soon resurface. As Su Liyang exited the Su Xue gallery, her phone rang. It was the same boy from the previous 2 calls. He inquired, "Ms. Su, the negotiations at the cemetery are nearly concluded. We are at the final pricing stage. Shall we proceed with the transaction?" With one hand on the steering wheel, Su Liyang adjusted her earbud and replied calmly, yes. She had kept her mother's ashes from being interred for so long. She would undoubtedly settle the score with Su Xue. Understood, Ms. Su, he responded before ending the call. Just then, her car arrived at the lawyer's office. Upon returning to the office after parking her car, the housekeeper of the He family delivered her lunch, which Yuan Dongling graciously accepted on her behalf. After finishing her meal, Su Liyang attended a legal meeting at the Qin Group, representing her firm. Shortly after 4 in the afternoon, as she exited the conference room, she unexpectedly encountered Qin Zhan, who had come to the finance office for some inquiries. Upon seeing Su Liyang emerge from the legal department's meeting room, Qin Zhan greeted her with a smile. Lawyer Su. Su Liyang responded brightly, Presidentin. Qin Zhan possessed striking features and an impressive physique. However, his charm had a certain assertiveness, more roguish than that of He Jinlu. He was not typically loquacious and seldom greeted others. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Liyang elicited a playful remark from Qin Zhan. Lawyer Su, you appear radiant. It seems fortune has smiled upon you recently. I have entrusted the legal matters of the He, Qin, and Shun families to you. Aren't you treating us to a meal? Engaging in conversation with Su Liyang seemed to have loosened his tongue. Although Su Liyang's reputation in Nancheng was less than favorable, those who had witnessed her in court or at art auctions, including Qin Zhan and Shen Jing, held her in high regard. More importantly, He Jinlu seemed to have a particular interest in her. With a brighter smile, Su Liyang responded, of course, I must treat you. There is no time like the present. I shall arrange a gathering tonight, and I hope President Qin can join us. Qin Zhan replied, for Lawyer Su's gathering, I will certainly attend. Upon returning to the law firm, Su Liyang said about organizing the event. Given her lack of connections in Nancheng, she reached out to He Jinlu, Qin Zhan, and Shen Jing, asking them to invite a few more guests to ensure the gathering was lively and well attended. With their support, Qin Zhan casually rallied a few more attendees, and soon the guest list swelled to over a dozen, all prominent figures within their circle. Others expressed interest in attending, but refrained from asking, feeling it would be inappropriate since they were not invited by the core group. As evening approached and work concluded, Su Liyang picked up Zhou Ningning from the radio station. In the passenger seat, Zhou Ningning remarked, Liyang, you are now quite the socialite in Nancheng. The gatherings you host are of high caliber. A few years prior, these individuals would have dismissed Su Liyang, regarding her with disdain. However, this afternoon's gathering buzzed with excitement, as news spread that Su Liyang was hosting dinner, with He Jinlu, Qin Zhan, and Shen Jing in attendance, causing quite a stir within their social circle. The top-tier young elites of Nancheng were present, leading to Su Liyang being subjected to some playful teasing, being labeled as a vivacious femme fatale on the rise. In response to Zhou Ningning's jest, Su Liyang, hands firmly on the steering wheel, laughed, this has nothing to do with me. It is all thanks to He Jinlu's influence. Sitting sideways in the passenger seat, Zhou Ningning turned to Su Liyang and asked, Liyang, have you truly not been moved? Not even a little? Su Liyang fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, before smiling and saying, let us not delve into that topic. Not wishing to pursue the matter further, Zhou Ningning refrained from pressing. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the hotel private room, and not long after, He Jinlu and Qin Zhan, among others, arrived. The large table, accommodating around 20 people, was nearly full. Upon seeing Su Liyang, the group's attitude had shifted dramatically from a few years prior. Lawyer Su, young Master Chun, young Master Luo. Su Liyang smiled and shook hands with everyone, inviting them to take their seats. After greeting everyone, Su Liyang took a seat, and He Jinlu poured her a cup of tea. As a lawyer, you are quite unpretentious with people, he remarked. Such a demeanor towards him was mirrored in her interactions with others. He felt she was not particularly special in her approach. Su Liyang replied, these are all friends of Mr. He and Mr. Qin. How could I be neglectful? As the waiter began to serve the dishes, the atmosphere grew lively, with several young gentlemen expressing their desire to have her represent their company's legal affairs. Holding her wine glass with poise, Su Liyang graciously stated, I appreciate everyone's support for my work. Let's continue to enjoy the evening. Su Lawyer, given those words, you must sign the contracts, one of them insisted. I'll have my assistant visit your firm tomorrow. Very well. Thank you for your support, Su Liyang agreed. Meanwhile, He Jinlu observing from the side, found it intriguing that she had seemingly cast him aside, leaving him unable to exert any control over her. He realized he needed to have a serious discussion with her later. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of comfort seeing Su Liyang integrate into the social circle. Whether genuine or performative, she was indeed evolving, no longer isolated or turning her back on everyone. Around 10 o'clock, the group transitioned to a bar. In the VIP section on the right, while everyone was engaged in animated conversation, Su Liyang stepped outside to take a client call. Back at the booth, He Jinlu, Qin Zhan, and Shun Jing were seated together, discussing various matters. After a while, the conversation shifted to Su Liyang. Leaning casually against the sofa, Qin Zhan exhaled smoke rings and asked nonchalantly, "Are you truly with Su Liyang now? Has your family approved?" Chapter 62. The first time leaning back on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, Qin Zhan exhaled a cloud of smoke and inquired, "Are you truly together with Su Liyang? Has your family given their consent?" At Qin Zhan's question, He Jinlu raised a subtle smile, then picked up a cigarette and lighter from the coffee table. He extracted one from the pack, placed it between his lips, and ignited it. The bar's ambience remained intimate, the surrounding noise a stark contrast to their secluded corner, which was relatively tranquil. He Jinlu, clad in a deep gray suit, an attire he had grown accustomed to and which suited him well, sat languidly on the sofa. He slowly exhaled a ring of smoke and replied with a calm chuckle, "There's no need for family approval. We Haven-T considered the future." Neither he nor Su Liyang had ever contemplated what lay ahead, and their relationship was undoubtedly simpler than most. Just as He Jinlu spoke, Su Liyang returned from a phone call, slowing her pace as she approached. She noticed He Jinlu lighting his cigarette and caught the essence of his response. Her steps faltered, realizing the absence of a future with He Jinlu was something she had never truly considered. However, some sentiments, when expressed by oneself, differ vastly from when they are relayed by another. Although she had indeed conveyed such sentiments to He Jinlu, she felt more passive in their dynamic. In response to He Jinlu's words, Qin Zhan remarked, "Casual discussions are acceptable, but marriage seems inappropriate." In truth, even casual discussions felt ill-suited. Yet the pain of unrequited yearning could be excruciating. Thus, one could only indulge in fleeting encounters. As his words lingered in the air, Qin Zhan, with his characteristic bravado, exhaled smoke, only to find Su Liyang standing behind He Jinlu, her expression inscrutable. He quickly straightened his posture, extinguishing the half-finished cigarette in his hand, and greeted her with a smile, "Lawyer Su." He had not anticipated her swift return, nor did he expect her to arrive at such an inopportune moment. She must have overheard their prior conversation. Had he known, he would have refrained from discussing her. Despite her reputed arrogance, each time he saw her smiling face, he felt a twinge of sympathy. In response to his greeting, Su Liyang immediately brightened with a radiant smile and approached with an air of springtime cheer, casually taking a seat on the adjacent empty sofa. She poured herself a glass of wine and cheerfully addressed everyone. "I look forward to your continued support in the future." She appeared to take He Jinlu's earlier comments in stride, maintaining a professional demeanor. Even if she felt sorrow, it was a burden she would bear alone, processing it in her own way. "Lawyer Su, you are too modest. The capabilities of Deshang Law Firm are indeed formidable." The group raised their glasses in a toast. He Jinlu did not lift his cup but turned to gaze at Su Liyang. She had evidently heard his remarks and seemed unperturbed, displaying an admirable clarity of mind. As the evening progressed, Su Liyang interacted with everyone with poise, treating He Jinlu with her usual cordiality, albeit lacking the familiar reliance she exhibited during their late-night conversations. He Jinlu was a good man, someone who could assist her in certain matters and offer her some solace. Yet, one must navigate life independently. Self-reliance ultimately serves as one's greatest fortitude, making it unwise to harbor lofty expectations for a transient romance. In the early hours after the gathering had concluded, He Jinlu had not touched a single drink throughout the night. She had escorted Su Liyang home instead, inside the sleek black Mercedes G-Class. Su Liyang sat quietly in the passenger seat, her brow slightly furrowed. She had indulged a bit too much this evening. Gripping the steering wheel, He Jinlu glanced at her and remarked softly, "What is the point of putting on a brave front when you lack the capacity for alcohol?" turning her face towards him. Su Liyang smiled and replied, "Everyone was so accommodating. How could I not support you in maintaining appearances?" He Jinlu found himself at a loss for words. Despite acknowledging He Jinlu's comment, Su Liyang was grateful for his assistance in retrieving her mother's ashes. Yet, she understood that these gestures bore no relevance to the future. Human nature is intricate and contradictory. Affection and separation are two experiences that can coexist without conflict. The car was enveloped in silence as Su Liyang rolled down the window. The cool October breeze swept through, dispersing much of her inebriation. After a brief while, the vehicle halted outside her residence, and as Su Liyang exited, He Jinlu followed suit. Approaching her, Su Liyang smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. He," with his hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored trousers. He Jinlu glanced towards her home before returning his gaze to her, inquiring, "Are you capable of ascending by yourself?" His rationality was a clear reflection of his apprehension. He never allowed anyone to hold any leverage over him and steered clear of genuine disputes. He felt sympathy for Su Liyang and offered her aid, yet he steadfastly maintained his boundaries. Always prepared to withdraw, he recognized that Su Liyang was far more aware. She had never truly entered the fray. Looking up at He Jinlu, Su Liyang tucked her hands into the pockets of her trench coat and assured him, "Rest assured, I have managed quite well for the past 25 years. Then, she added, "I shall head upstairs now." With that, she turned and departed, while He Jinlu watched her go. As she rode the elevator to her floor alone, Su Liyang couldn't help but chuckle softly. She held no expectations of responsibility from He Jinlu. He understood perfectly that their relationship had not reached its final stage, and ultimately, she remained unworthy of his regard. When the elevator doors opened, she stepped out casually, returning home as if nothing had transpired. Upon opening her front door, she momentarily imagined He Jinlu waiting for her in the living room, envisioning him cooking in the kitchen. Once in her bedroom, she fancied seeing him reclining on her bed with a book or emerging from the bathroom after a shower. Rubbing her forehead, Su Liyang felt the effects of her overindulgence that evening. After freshening up and drying her hair, a slight headache emerged. Just as she was about to rest, a sudden knock echoed from the living room. Her sleepiness dissipated somewhat as she ceased rubbing her neck and made her way to the door. Viewing the man in a suit through the security monitor, Su Liyang's drunken stupor and fatigue faded significantly. Wasn't he supposed to stay away? Didn't he have a password and fingerprint access? What was happening? Bewildered, she opened the door and looked up at He Jinlu, asking, "Why are you back? Didn't he leave?" Seeing him standing there before her, she felt a mix of irritation and amusement. As her words faded, He Jinlu entered the room, cradling her face in his hands and bending down to kiss her lips. Su Liyang's eyes widened in surprise. What was this unexpected turn from him? She gazed intently at He Jinlu, unable to decipher his intentions, yet she did not reject him. Between them, the debts of gratitude she owed could only be repaid in kind. With her eyes still open and her body remaining still, Su Liyang grew increasingly curious about the psychological motives that compelled his return. He Jinlu held her face tenderly, closing his eyes as he kissed her deeply. Though he had not intended to ascend the stairs, the image of Su Liyang lingered in his mind as he drove away. She appeared outwardly joyful, engaging readily with others. Yet it seemed she had distanced herself from the world, not truly immersing in the crowd or embracing life, merely playing a part in a fleeting performance. Her candid laughter and willingness to drink with friends contrasted sharply with her silence at the cemetery and the desolate silhouette she cast when she turned away. Thus, He Jinlu found himself returning once more. After a fervent kiss, Su Liyang's lips were red and tinged with numbness. She looked at He Jinlu and playfully remarked, "Mr. He, you are quite." Before she could finish her thought, he suddenly bent down and swept her off her feet. While the pressure of his shoulder against her waist was slightly uncomfortable, she made no effort to escape, merely glancing back at his retreating figure. He gently placed her onto the bed, her body sinking into the softness of the mattress. Kneeling beside her, He Jinlu leaned in closer. As Su Liyang prepared to rise, still seeking clarity on the situation, he grasped her wrists, swiftly pushing her back down. What followed was an overwhelming cascade of kisses. He kissed her lips, her cheeks, her neck. His fingers delicately caressed her waist and then pushed aside her garments, revealing her flawless skin, white and smooth, akin to a work of art. Holding her breath, Su Liyang watched He Jinlu, swallowing hard. He descended upon her again, his weight pressing down heavily. They were engulfed in a passionate embrace as He Jinlu discarded her nightgown onto the floor, gradually removing the rest of her clothing, until his own attire joined the heap. This time, he was utterly earnest in his intentions. Su Liyang felt somewhat lost and unaccustomed to the fervor of their union. As their bodies intertwined, she softly uttered, "Mr. He, be gentle with the jade." No sooner had she spoken than He Jinlu's kiss enveloped her once more. Subsequently, everything unfolded naturally, as if destined to be, leaving He Jinlu in a state of shock, while Su Liyang remained unfazed. Eventually, she felt pain and exhaustion and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, as Su Liyang awoke, she found that He Jinlu was no longer by her side. Whether he had departed or was in the kitchen, she could not muster the energy to speculate, feeling utterly drained and sore. Lying motionless on the bed, she gradually opened her eyes a crack, only to wearily close them again. He Jinlu had certainly exerted himself last night. When she criticized him, he had merely claimed he was exercising restraint. After lingering in bed for a while, contemplating the multitude of tasks awaiting her, Su Liyang eventually rose. She tidied herself and stepped outside, only to find that He Jinlu had not yet departed. He had prepared breakfast. "Good morning, Mr. He," Su Liyang greeted, her spirits somewhat subdued. Awake at last, He Jinlu responded, presenting her with a sandwich and a bowl of seafood porridge. Su Liyang accepted the porridge, her demeanor languid as she murmured, "Thank you." The atmosphere was light and carefree, as if nothing had transpired the previous night, reminiscent of every other evening before. However, as He Jinlu settled beside her, his gaze frequently lingered upon her face. Noticing that Su Liyang refrained from mentioning the events of last night, he quipped with a smile, "Lawyer Su, are you not going to offer an explanation?" Outside, whispers branded her as a seductress, claiming she enticed the boyfriends and husbands of others, alleging that half of the men in South City had shared her bed. Yet, last night had marked her first experience. The array of reactions, the unfamiliarity, and the evidence left in their wake were all too apparent. He Jinlu was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. He yearned to uncover the tales that surrounded her, discerning which were truths and which were fabrications. It was precisely this unexpected revelation that had left him astonished, prompting him to become increasingly tender thereafter. Chapter 63. Apart from you, I have not followed other men. He Jinlu awaited her response as Su Liyang set down the bowl in her hands and raised her gaze towards him. Observing his earnest demeanor, a smile broke upon her face. After her laughter subsided, she remarked, "How can one explain? It is simply as it is. To gain an advantage and then feign innocence. How does one elucidate that? It indeed does not align with my persona. Yet the truth remains. Last night was my first time." He Jinlu found her answer unsatisfactory and continued to fix his gaze upon her in silence. The intensity of his stare rendered Su Liyang unable to enjoy her meal. Their eyes locked, and a sense of helplessness washed over her. After a prolonged moment of mutual observation, she finally spoke, "Mr. He, there exists a saying in the adult world, to see through without voicing it." Still, He Jinlu remained silent, merely offering her a sandwich while continuing to watch her. Looking directly into He Jinlu's eyes, Su Liyang found his silence somewhat unsettling, instilling a sense of uncertainty within her. After a few seconds of shared gaze, she relented, saying, "All right, I shall explain. It was my first time, and aside from you, I have not even held hand with another man. I sincerely apologize for not aligning with my character." His amusement was evident at her final two remarks. Following their laughter, he proceeded to peel a boiled egg for her, encouraging, "Do eat more." Su Liyang hid her bowl, quipping, "If you keep feeding me, I shall end up resembling a pig." He Jinlu, taking a bite of the boiled egg, cheerfully inquired, "What about the rumors circulating outside?" Her laughter turned exasperated as she replied, "You would need to interrogate those spreading the rumors, or perhaps investigate whom I have supposedly seduced or share a bed with. Haven't you yet comprehended the situation with Zhou Shaoqing? Or perhaps you simply did not perceive Su Xue and Yi Meiyun in a negative light." He Jinlu, in his calm manner, asked, "How do you regard what others say?" This time, Su Liyang found humor in his inquiry and retorted, "Can I truly clarify it? Even if I had 100 mouths, I would still be a loss for words. However, Mr. He, do not think too highly of me. I am not that virtuous. You know the purpose behind our entanglement. It was merely a night spent together. It cannot be deemed significant." Having fulfilled his desires, He Jinlu perceived her diminished value. Their future remained uncertain. Su Liyang's nonchalance revealed to him a palpable distance. The words exchanged the previous night weighed upon her. She took them to heart. Even if she harbored such thoughts internally, the implications of her words differed significantly when spoken from his lips. Su Liyang refrained from further elucidation, casually enjoying her breakfast. He Jinlu did not press her with more questions. After their meal, he escorted her to the law firm, and they parted ways to attend to their respective affairs. As evening approached, when Su Liyang returned home from work, the doorbell rang. Checking the surveillance footage, she saw that He Jinlu's mother, Zhao Wani, had arrived once more, which brought a smile to her face. The little old lady was back to administer her remedies. Considering the nurturing she had received over the past month and a half, Su Liyang decided to open the door for her. As she opened the access door downstairs, it wasn't long before Zhao Wani arrived, carrying a thermos just as she had last time. "Lawyer Su, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some soup," she said. "Thank you, Aunt," Su Liyang replied, accepting the soup. Observing Zhao Wani in good spirits, she pondered whether it was due to her lack of a mother, or perhaps because she was not entirely unkind, even possessing a hint of charm. Pulling out a chair from the dining table, Zhao Wani urged, "Please, Lawyer Su, take a seat and enjoy it while it's warm." Without hesitation, Su Liyang sat down. "Very well, I shall graciously comply," she responded. Su Liyang was neither surprised nor perplexed by Zhao Wani's visit. Ever since returning to Nancheng, she anticipated that after any encounter with Su Xue, there would inevitably be developments on Zhao Wani's side. "Sitim bisaid Suliyan." Zhao Wani looked at her with affectionate eyes as she ate, watching her small mouth noisily spit out bones, which further uplifted her mood. After sipping half a bowl of soup, Zhao Wani inquired, "Lawyer Su, how has your recovery been during this period?" "Thanks to your chicken soup, and I have improved significantly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wani blushed slightly and got straight to the point, saying, "Lawyer Su, I actually have some matters to discuss with you. Although I've mentioned this several times, I would like to reiterate my request. Could you please sever ties with Jean LV and refrain from any further contact with him?" After a few interactions with Su Liyang, Zhao Wani had become much more courteous. Su Liyang chuckled, resting her left arm on the table while holding her chopsticks, and replied, "Aunt, discussing this with me is futile. You must speak with your son. If you doubt me, ask him if I have ever entangled myself with him." "I understand," Zhao Wani replied. "That is why I am asking for your assistance. You are clever. Surely you can devise a solution." Su Liyang set down her chopsticks again, responding, "Aunt, are you suggesting I leave Nancheng? My career has only just begun to stabilize, and there are still matters to attend to. Is it unreasonable for you to expect me to depart? I will not acquiesce to this. It is your son, so it is your responsibility to educate him." Su Liyang's reasoning was sound, and her tone remained gentle. Zhao Wani, being amiable, calmly continued, "Lawyer Su, I do not mean to imply that you should leave. I comprehend your perspective, but Jean LV does not heed our words. The more we resist, the more he contradicts us. However, if you take action, it will be different. He cannot bear to lose face. If you show him some displeasure and let him experience a few setbacks, he would relent, as he is particularly sensitive about his pride." Amused and exasperated, Su Liyang replied, "I refuse to do that, especially since Jean LV has been exceedingly generous to me." Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wani quickly added, "What do you desire? I can provide you with benefits from the He family. To be honest, Jean LV's grandfather has already instructed me to discuss this with you. As long as you are willing to delineate boundaries with Jean LV and your requests are reasonable, the He family can accommodate you. I have no demands. Suliyan statit firmly. I do not engage in desperate negotiations with men. That is not my style. If Jean LV does not seek me out, I won't utter a word, nor do I require any compensation from your family." Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Wani urged her, saying, "Lawyer Su, you are well aware that your sister has cared for Jinlu at the rehabilitation center for 3 years. Their bond is undeniable. Jinlu will undoubtedly marry your sister. You refer to Su Xue as your sister, yet you are entangled with Jinlu in such an ambiguous manner. How embarrassing this is, and how will others perceive and speak of it? Moreover, you cannot replace Su Xue. The affection they shared over those 3 years is irreplaceable." As Zhao Wani mentioned Su Xue, Su Liyang found herself caught between laughter and tears, realizing that the concern was still for Su Xue. Choosing not to dwell on the matter with Zhao Wani any further, Su Liyang simply stood and said, "Aunt, please accompany me to the study." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wani promptly rose to follow her. Once in the study, Su Liyang opened a surveillance video on her computer. Before the desk, Zhao Wani observed as Su Xue entered a villa, embracing a man and sharing a kiss. The footage was time-stamped, indicating it had occurred recently. In an instant, Zhao Wani felt as though her head were about to explode. Her face turned pale as she pointed at the computer, exclaiming, "Su Xue, how could she do this? How could Su Xue behave in such a manner?" Fixated on the video, she witnessed a man lifting Su Xue to the second floor, while she wrapped her arms around his neck, her face aglow with laughter and her eyes brimming with affection. Zhao Wani's eyes turned red with fury, nearly causing her to faint. Trembling, she pointed at the screen, her voice choked with emotion as she stammered, "This child. How could she treat Jinlu this way? She claimed to love him. How could she?" Overwhelmed with sadness and disappointment in Su Xue, Zhao Wani's emotions surged, prompting Su Liyang to halt the video. She said, "Aunt, to avoid further distress, I shall not show you the rest." Tears streaming down her face, Zhao Wani lamented, "Su Xue, how could she do this?" Su Liyang replied, "Aunt, people are not always as they appear on the surface. However, the only assurance I can offer you now is that I will not pursue He Jinlu, nor will I marry into your He family." Though she had not intended to inform the old matriarch of these developments, Su Xue's incessant provocations left Su Liyang with no choice but to take a stand. If Su Xue aspired to marry into the He family, Su Liyang was determined to sever that path entirely. Moved by Su Liyang's promise, Zhao Wani inquired, "Lawyer Su, I am aware that you and Su Xue are at odds. Given that you possess such critical evidence against her, why have you not made it public? Why have you not informed Jinlu?" With a smile, Su Liyang replied, "If I were to disclose this information, would He Jinlu still have the audacity to face the world? While this revelation would indeed strike a heavy blow to the Su family and Su Xue, it would also tarnish He Jinlu's reputation. However, I have refrained from exposing it thus far, as I am waiting for the opportune moment to unveil additional revelations." In consideration of He Jinlu, Su Liyang profoundly moved Zhao Wani, who gazed at her and remarked, "Lawyer Su, if only you came from a more distinguished background and had a better reputation, as long as Jinlu likes you, our He family would not be too." Before Zhao Wani could finish her sentence, Su Liyang swiftly gestured for her to stop. "Aunt, please cease this conversation. I cannot aspire to the He family's threshold. My relationship with your son is merely a fleeting amusement, so please do not take it seriously." Su Liyang's forthrightness left Zhao Wani momentarily speechless. A more distinguished background? Is that something I can choose? A better reputation? Forget it. It all boils down to disdain. The elderly lady spoke beautifully, clearly not wishing to offend. Yet, Zhao Wani had never contemplated climbing the ranks of the He family. Observing Su Liyang, Zhao Wani mused that had it been another girl, she would have been flattered and charmed. However, Su Liyang never indulged her. She even deliberately provoked her and had caused Jinlu's child to be lost. Zhao Wani recognized her as an oddity, creating such a commotion merely to compete with Su Xue. The Su family was far too intricate. It was best to avoid entanglements with either sister. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Wani refrained from further conversation with Su Liyang, especially since the latter seemed indifferent to her words, and thus she decided to return home. On her way back, Zhao Wani contemplated much and came to a realization. None of Su Guowei's daughters were virtuous. Not a single one was commendable, and she had resolved that her son was no longer an option. With determination, she picked up her phone and called He Jinlu, requesting that he return home that evening. However, upon returning home, It was not He Jinlu who arrived first, but Su Xue. Aunt Su Xue greeted her with enthusiasm. Zhao Wani, no longer as warm as before, was preoccupied with images of Su Xue being affectionate with another man, and responded coldly with a non-committal to acknowledge her. Noticing her demeanor, Su Xue approached and gently grasped Zhao Wani's arm, inquiring, "Aunt, why do you seem so unhappy? Is it something I did that upset you?" Turning to Su Xue, Zhao Wani yearned to confess, "Yes, it is you who has rendered me unhappy, for you have deceived my son." Yet, the words failed to escape her lips, and she hesitated to tarnish their relationship, especially after having cared for her son in the nursing home for 3 years. "No, I was simply reflecting on certain matters." "What matters, aunt?" Su Xue's innocent demeanor prompted Zhao Wani to respond, "Xue, this is something I have contemplated for several years. You have waited patiently for so long, and I have persuaded Jinlu for years, yet he still does not harbor feelings for you nor desires marriage. In my opinion, it would be best to let this matter go. Moreover, you are no longer young. I fear that if you continue to wait, you may squander your youth. It would be wise for you to seek a suitable partner elsewhere and relinquish any hopes regarding Jinlu." Upon hearing Zhao Wani's urging to abandon He Jinlu, Su Xue's complexion instantly drained of color. Why had Zhao Wani suddenly developed such an opinion? Grasping Zhao Wani's hand, Su Xue forced a smile and asked, "Aunt, did Liyang say something to you? She seems to have some misunderstandings about my parents. You cannot take her words entirely to heart." Zhao Wani replied, "What could she possibly say to me? She has had no opportunity to express anything. Asuju mention Su Liyang, zavan yiregenit had composure." Typically, Su Liyang had never said much to her, whereas Su Xue had expressed her grievances extensively. Zhao Wani asserted that it was not Su Liyang, to which Su Xue replied, "Aunt, I have waited for Jinlu for so long. I am willing to wait for him even longer. I would wait a lifetime if necessary. He is merely preoccupied with his work at present. He once proposed to me at the sanatorium. I understand his feelings and recognize the efforts he has made since regaining his sight. Aunt, I'm fine with waiting." Su Xue's obstinate devotion incited a flicker of anger in Zhao Wani. "Xiao Xue, why do you refuse to heed my advice? Can you not see? Jinlu has changed. He no longer harbors feelings for you and will not marry you. We shall no longer apply pressure on him. So please do not be so stubborn." Before Su Xue could respond, Zhao Wani added, "As for your care, Jinlu, the He family is aware of it and will ensure you are treated well, as will the Su family." Zhao Wanyi's frustration left Su Xue feeling somewhat humiliated. After years of acquaintance, it was the first time she had witnessed Zhao Wanyi's ire aimed at her. Awkwardly releasing Zhao Wanyi's hand, Su Xue pondered how to dissipate the tension, but Zhao Wanyi, feeling weary, said, "Xiao Xue, I am rather tired today. I will not keep you any longer. You should return and reflect on my words. Do not waste your own time." With Zhao Wanyi's words hanging in the air, Su Xue had no choice but to reply, "Aunt, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well." Surprised by the disheartening encounter with Zhao Wanyi, Su Xue left the He residence, seething with indignation. Driving her car, she headed straight to Lu Ziyang's villa. Knowing Za Vanyi, she was certain that Su Liyang played a significant role in this matter. Approximately 10 minutes after Su Xue departed, He Jinlu returned home to find Zhao Wanyi seated on the sofa, her expression one of displeasure. Zhao Wanyi's unhappiness amused He Jinlu. Observing her, he teased, "Mom, I thought you were carefree. Have you now learned to be upset?" Having known her for 30 years, he had rarely seen the elderly lady in distress or displeasure. This display of emotion was quite unexpected, save for the years following his tragic accident that left him blind. Upon hearing his jest, Zhao Wanyi's frustration deepened, and she retorted, "Who is carefree? You are the one who is indifferent. I am upset because of your troubles." He Jinlu looked taken aback. Before he could respond, Zhao Wani continued, "Listen to me, whether it is Su Liyang or Su Xue. Stay away from them. Keep your distance from Su Guo's 2 daughters and seek a decent girl to marry and start family." He Jinlu found her words amusing. How could Su Xue be deemed indecent when she was once her favorite? It was not that he favored Su Xue, but rather his mother's shift in attitude was astonishing. Zhao Wani remarked, "There is nothing improper about her. I merely believe that after all these years of advising you, and yet you still refuse to marry her, I have run out of options. I concede defeat, so you must quickly find a suitable partner to marry and bear children, so I can soon hold my precious grandson. She added, as for Su Liyang, do not entertain any thoughts. No one in our family would ever agree to that. While it is true that I do not dislike Su Liyang now, it is still impossible for her to enter the He family as a bride or become a daughter-in-law. He Jinlu smiled calmly. Mother, Su Liyang is not what you perceive her to be, nor is she as the rumors suggest. She is. Before He Jinlu could finish his sentence, Zhao Wani interrupted. Enough, do not speak in her favor. Your eloquent words are of no consequence. She has clearly stated that she never intended to marry you and is merely toying with you. She is simply using you to compete with Su Xue. Do you not see it? Zhao Wani's fervent words gradually extinguished He Jinlu's smile, and once she finished, he inquired, have you gone to see her again? I didn't say much. I just want to bring her some chicken soup. Zhao Wani's gaze faltered as she stammered. Regardless, you should heed my advice. I am your mother, and I would never lead you astray. He Jinlu regarded her seriously. Did she truly say that to you? After their first encounter, He Jinlu's emotions were complex, and his mindset had shifted. He believed Su Liyang was akin to him, only to find she was far more carefree, treating their connection as mere amusement. Zhao Wani confirmed. Yes, she explicitly told me that she is merely playing with you, stating that she does not wish to climb the social ladder of the He family. Zhao Wani did not exaggerate. Her words were indeed the truth. He Jinlu chuckled lightly, turning his gaze aside before striding towards the entrance. Observing this, Zhao Wani hurried after him, asking, you just returned. Where are you off to now? Can't you settle down for a moment? He Jinlu replied nonchalantly, do not question me. I am an adult, capable of making my own decisions. He Jinlu's emotions were typically stable, and he swiftly adjusted himself, driving away in his car. Watching him leave, Zhao Wani murmured, why must he entangle himself with her? Can he not simply end it? There are countless women in the world. Meanwhile, at Yula Mansion, after Zhao Wani departed, Su Liyang finished her shower and spoke on the phone with Zhou Ningning for a while before engrossing herself in work in her study. At 11 o'clock, as she prepared to rest after shutting down her computer, she heard the sound of a door opening in the living room. Instead of returning to her bedroom, she went to the living room. He Jinlu had arrived. Noticing him, Su Liyang greeted him casually, you've come. He Jinlu approached her with an expressionless demeanor, effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder and heading towards the bedroom. He Jinlu, what are you doing? She exclaimed, but he paid her no heed. Once her back met the softness of the bed, Su Liyang began to comprehend the situation. As she propped herself up with her hands, He Jinlu positioned himself over her shoulders, trapping her in his embrace and preventing her from rising. He confined her, their posture suggestive, and gazing at her, he inquired, Ms. Su, is it merely a fleeting indulgence? Chapter 64. Mr. He, please exercise restraint. He leaned over her, their posture suggestive, and with a casual gaze, he inquired, Lawyer Su, is it merely for amusement? He Jinlu's series of actions were rather bold, yet Su Liyang did not express anger. Instead, she smiled and asked, is Mr. He being sincere? Has Mr. He developed feelings? Her nonchalant demeanor seemed to disarm He Jinlu, though this matter was initiated by him and Qin Zhan, which she had overheard. He found himself captivated by Su Liyang's calm and composed presence, appearing as if she were untouched by the situation. Noticing He Jinlu's silence as he gazed at her, Su Liyang raised her hands to rest gently on his chest, preparing to push him away. However, He Jinlu seized her wrist and pinned her down onto the bed. Su Liyang met his gaze unwaveringly. He Jinlu kissed her, and her lips trembled slightly. She displayed little reaction, neither accepting nor rejecting him. She owed him this moment of intimacy, initially arriving with displeasure. Yet upon witnessing Su Liyang's every smile and expression, he found his irritation dissipating. Despite not contemplating the future, he felt his emotions stir by her. He grasped her hands, kissing her lips, her cheeks, her ears, and her neck. Su Liyang turned her head slightly, remaining still. As he removed her clothing, she did not react much, avoiding his eyes. Lacking experience in such matters, despite her usual assertiveness, she remained passive and devoid of strong emotions. He Jinlu gently cupped her chin, guiding her gaze towards him. With a soft voice, he asked, "Are you upset?" Su Liyang replied, "Not at all." She sensed that her closeness with He Jinlu was, in truth, growing more distant. He kissed her lips again and then her ears, intending to speak, yet he hesitated, his hands resting on her waist and slowly moving upward. Su Liyang looked directly into his eyes, memories of their 3 years together flooding back. "He Jinlu, are you feeling sad? If so, let me embrace you and offer some comfort." "He Jinlu, do you feel any better?" From his eyes, she discerned a hint of sorrow. Su Liyang wrapped her arms around his neck, instinctively patting his back. He Jinlu's heart raced, and he claimed her wholly. Su Liyang's fingers gripped his back tightly, eliciting a soft sigh from her lips. The night was intertwined with passion, as were their souls. Afterward, when Su Liyang lay exhausted on the bed, He Jinlu gathered her in his arms. "Su Liyang, y apologos. I promised you my mother would not seek you out." Post their encounter, he found himself more accustomed to calling her by her name. With drowsy eyes, Su Liyang murmured, "Your mother did not speak harshly. She came to deliver soup." Zhao Wani's visit today must have dealt her a significant blow. He Jinlu gently caressed her back and asked, "Su Liyang, do you truly hold no grievances and harbor no cares?" In recent months, he had considerable interactions with Su Liyang and discovered that aside from contending with the Su family and the truth surrounding her mother's demise, she exhibited a profound disinterest in everyone and everything. Be it good or bad, she remained indifferent. Raising her head, Su Liyang opened her eyes and gazed at He Jinlu, declaring, "I care about you." Indeed, she had begun to harbor feelings for He Jinlu, perhaps not overtly expressed. With a nonchalant remark, Su Liyang stirred a tempest within He Jinlu's heart. He stared at her for a prolonged moment before turning and enveloping her in his embrace. Su Liyang furuit herburoth. Placing her hands against his chest, "Mr. He, please exercise some restraint." He Jinlu kissed her, yet Su Liyang resisted being subdued, stating, "I am tired." He Jinlu replied, "I exert myself. You merely enjoy." Su Liyang. He certainly had a way with words. Although fatigued, she indulged in He Jinlu's whims. And when she finally collapsed onto the bed, drained of her last ounce of energy, she regretted uttering that previous statement and regretted inciting his enthusiasm. Her eyes slightly lifted. The room was dimly lit, and an atmosphere of intimacy pervaded the air, imbued with the essence of passion. He Jinlu gathered her into his arms, and Su Liyang nestled closer. After a brief respite, they found themselves nearly even. She understood that He Jinlu would not sever ties with her so swiftly. She would not impose upon him. Once she had resolved her affairs, she would not linger in Nancheng. She harbored no affection for this city, not even a smidgen. As they nestled together, time seemed to pass unnoticed until He Jinlu's voice broke the silence, softly inquiring, "Su Liyang, have you considered taking our relationship seriously?" Chapter 65. Su Liyang. I miss you. The two nestled together, time slipping away unnoticed, when He Jinlu's voice broke the silence. "Su Liyang, have you ever considered taking this seriously?" After posing the question, he received no immediate reply. Lowering his gaze, He Jinlu discovered that Su Liyang had already succumbed to slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Liyang found that, as on previous occasions, He Jinlu had prepared breakfast for her. She pulled out a chair and sat at the dining table, where He Jinlu presented her with congee and an egg, casually remarking, "Su lawyer, you seem quite carefree." Looking up at He Jinlu, Su Liyang inquired, "Have I provoked you?" "No," he replied nonchalantly, taking a seat beside her. After finishing their meal at home, he drove her to the law firm before returning to his company. Shortly after arriving at the office, Shun Jing appeared. He pulled out the chair opposite He Jinlu's desk and sat down without ceremony. He Jinlu rose to brew tea for him, and upon returning to his seat, Shun Jing handed him a thick stack of documents. As He Jinlu accepted the materials, Shun Jing remarked, "I've uncovered some information about Liyang, but brace yourself." He Jinlu, opening the envelope with a smile, responded, "What could possibly be surprising? Having developed an immunity to the public's vitriol against Su Liyang, and having reached a deeper connection with her, he held a firm belief in her integrity." Shun Jing said little else, simply observing He Jinlu in silence. Redirecting his gaze back to Shun Jing, He Jinlu extracted the contents of the envelope, and a photograph fluttered to the table. Picking it up, he leaned in to examine it, only to be struck by a wave of shock. Though the surveillance image was blurry, it unmistakably depicted a disheveled girl with a frantic gaze, barefoot and cowering in a corner of an alley. Su Liyang. Su Liyang? How could she be in such a pitiable state? Wasn't she the one who exuded confidence, unafraid of anything? Hadn't she caused a scene at Su Xue's birthday banquet? Holding his breath, He Jinlu retrieved additional photographs. There weren't many, but each captured Su Liyang in distress, bitten by wild dogs, shivering from the winter cold, standing hesitantly at the entrance of a fast food restaurant. In those images, Su Liyang could easily be mistaken for a beggar. With each photograph, He Jinlu's expression grew heavier. Upon seeing Su Liyang being pursued and cornered by a group of men, he slammed the photos onto the table, an explosion of fury igniting within him, his eyes reddening with anger. Perhaps he felt a twinge of pain for her. He had considered that she might have experienced some degradation for the sake of survival, employing various tactics to uncover the truth behind her mother's death and contending with the Su family. Yet, he had never imagined that her years abroad had subjected her to such a life, fraught with these harrowing encounters. His gaze lingered on the photographs, and He Jinlu's mood darkened, so heavy that he could not bring himself to reach for the documents. Opposite him, Shunjing observed the emotional turmoil that the information had wrought upon him, and he slowly began to speak. Liyang had quite a difficult time abroad in recent years. He continued, "It is already a feat for her to return to Nancheng alive. Fortunately, she encountered the Jiangda Mei couple later on, who offered her assistance and support." He Jian raised his gaze to meet Shunjing's. She possesses 12 million, so her situation shouldn't be that dire. Her circumstances are a result of human actions. Shunjing replied, "Indeed, Liyang's plight is indeed man-made." Shortly after her arrival there, Su Xue's people pursued her, which is why she dared not access that money or venture into any places requiring identity registration. It was only after the Jiangda Mei couple sheltered her, allowing her to stay in their home, that her life gradually began to normalize. Shunjing indicated that the puppeteer was Su Xue. He Ji-yun's eyes turned icy. It seemed unreasonable that he would go to such lengths for 12 million, suggesting that there must be more at play. Su Xue likely sought to silence Su Liyang regarding certain matters. Before Shunjing could respond, He Ji-yun added, "It should not pertain to the truth behind her mother's death. That matter remains unresolved." After He Ji-yun articulated his perspective, Shunjing concurred, stating, "I share this sentiment. To uncover these truths, we must continue our investigation, where you might directly inquire with Liyang, considering her current relationship with the Su family. She should be aware that her predicament is a consequence of Su Xue's actions." At that moment, both He Ji-yun and Shunjing, while discussing Su Liyang behind the scenes, refer to her simply as Liyang, a sign of their growing closeness compared to before. He Ji-yun chuckled lightly, then remarked softly, "If she conceals her true self from everyone and maintains a facade of politeness, it is unlikely that we will glean any insights. It is probable that the rumors circulating in Nancheng are the handiwork of Yi Mei-yun." He was acutely aware, more than anyone else, of Su Liyang's innocence. Shunjing noted, "It is evident that Liyang is not that kind of person. Her character was apparent during the lawsuit. She has her struggles." He Ji-yun let out a long sigh. It would be more fruitful to question Zhou Ningning than her. He added, "I shall continue my investigation to avoid alarming the snake. Zhou Ningning and Su Liyang are in cahoots, so Su Liyang must have provided some kind of explanation." Shunjing replied, "That works. I will also proceed. The matters concerning the Su family may not be as straightforward." Afterward, the two conversed for a while longer before Shunjing took his leave. Standing by his desk and watching Shunjing depart, He Ji-yun felt a heavy heart, still unable to find solace. He lowered his head and once more picked up the photographs of Su Liyang, feeling a wave of discomfort and anxiety wash over him. Gazing at the images, he finally comprehended why she harbored such animosity towards the Su family and why she was determined to uncover the truth behind her mother's leap from the building. Yet, her heart remained closed off from him and from everyone else. Observing her distress, He Ji-yun softly murmured to himself, "Su Liyang, You can trust me. Immediately, visions of Su Liyang's radiant smile and her dedication to her work flooded his mind. Though many spoke ill of her, he suddenly perceived her as the finest of all, purer and more innocent than anyone else. Gently placing the photographs down, He Jinlu reached for his phone resting nearby and dialed Su Liyang's number. Before long, the call connected. He Jinlu's voice was warm as he smiled and said, "Lawyer Su, what are you busy with?" Su Liyang's lazy voice responded, "I am writing a statement. Is there a new case you would like to introduce, Mr. He?" Upon hearing her voice, He Jinlu suddenly felt a pang of sorrow and an overwhelming desire to see her, to embrace her. Yet, controlling his emotions, he replied, "Yes." "Do you have time for lunch?" Su Liyang replied, "I can't do lunch. I have matters to attend to." She then inquired, "He Jinlu, is there something you want to say? If it's urgent, we could discuss it over the phone." However, He Jinlu unexpectedly confessed, "Su Liyang, I miss you." On the other end of the line, Su Liyang fell into a profound silence, a silence that lingered for quite some time. Eventually, she said, "I have quite a few things to handle today. How about dinner tonight?" Her voice was gentle, soothing, as if comforting a child. For He Jinlu, she always exhibited a tender compassion. He Jinlu responded, "All right, I'll pick you up after work." "Sounds good," she replied. Once the call ended, Su Liyang looked down at her phone, recalling He Jinlu's earlier words about missing her, and couldn't he help but smile softly. It is often said that once a man achieves his desires, his demeanor undergoes a complete transformation, losing novelty, becoming disenchanted, and growing distant. Yet, He Jinlu remained affectionate. Su Liyang was pleasantly surprised by his expression of longing, astonished that he could utter such romantic words. What she did not realize was that at that very moment, He Jinlu was in his office, reflecting on her struggles during her years abroad, his emotions tumultuous and unresolved. As evening fell and Su Liyang stepped out of the office building, her demeanor was radiant. He Jinlu's car was already parked in the open lot ahead. From a distance, she spotted him with his window rolled down and smiled brightly at him. As she approached in her high heels, He Jinlu exited the vehicle to open the door for her. With a teasing smile, Su Liyang remarked, "Am I receiving such high treatment today?" He Jinlu leaned against the car door, enveloping her in his embrace, and playfully asked, "When you are with me, when has the treatment ever been low?" Su Liyang's smile widened, finding his charm quite captivating. He Jinlu gazed into her eyes and gently urged, "Get in." Once inside the car, it was a short while before He Jinlu joined her. She assumed he would start the engine and drive off, but instead, he leaned in and kissed her tenderly. Su Liyang pressed her back against the seat, watching him with wide eyes. After 3 years of caring for him, she understood he was emotional. Following their passionate kiss, He Jinlu started the car. Su Liyang looked at him and asked, "Did something happen?" He Jinlu, hands on the steering wheel, replied softly, "No, I just missed you. I thought about you all day." After studying He Jinlu for a moment, Su Liyang turned her gaze to the window, her smile radiant and beautiful. Even if there was no future, even if they could not be together, the moments they shared in his supportive demeanor were worth everything. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, He Jinlu glanced at Su Liyang and asked, "Lawyer Su, why aren't you looking at me?" Su Liyang turned around, suppressing a smile as she said, "All right, enough of the playful teasing, drive." The mirth in Su Liyang's expression elicited a smile from He Jinlu. After dining together, He Jinlu accompanied Su Liyang back to her residence, ascending the stairs alongside her. Throughout the evening, he gazed at Su Liyang countless times, the images from the photographs he had seen during the day replaying in his mind incessantly. Thus, as soon as they crossed the threshold, He Jinlu grasped Su Liyang's wrist and drew her into his embrace, eager to converse with her. Chapter 66. You can trust me, embracing her warmth. He Jinlu turned his gaze towards Su Liyang and asked softly with a gentle smile, "Is something troubling you?" Since the morning call, her demeanor had been noticeably off. He Jinlu tightened his hold on her, assuring her, "What could possibly trouble me?" With his reassurances, Su Liyang fell silent. They held each other for quite some time before she finally pushed him away and retreated to the bathroom for a shower. When she emerged, He Jinlu awaited her on the bed. Their demeanor resembled that of a young couple. As Su Liyang sat cross-legged on the bed, He Jinlu turned to face her. The night outside was tranquil, enveloping the room in silence. Gazing at Su Liyang's fair visage, He Jinlu recalled her distress during her time abroad. Locking eyes with her, he inquired earnestly, "Su Liyang, is there anything you wish to share? You could trust me." His seriousness elicited a soft chuckle from Su Liyang. Why so serious? After saying this, she turned away to evade his gaze, but He Jinlu grasped her shoulders, compelling her to meet his eyes. With a solemn expression, He Jinlu held her gaze, and after a moment, she gently took his hand, tenderly kneading it in hers. At that moment, Su Liyang instinctively knew that He Jinlu had uncovered some details about her past, and he felt sympathy for her. If she were not mistaken, it was likely that he had learned about her circumstances during her first 2 years abroad, an inquiry that was relatively straightforward. As she softly massaged his hand, she confessed, "He Jinlu, I returned solely to uncover the truth behind my mother's fall. I do not favor Nancheng City, nor do I intend to stay here for long. So please do not take it to heart." She was acutely aware that a future with He Jinlu was implausible. Zhao Wani had cautioned her numerous times. She had never contemplated such a possibility. As for He Jinlu's affections, she could not provide any reassurance. Her declaration that she did not like Nancheng City and would not linger there struck a painful chord within him. He Jinlu's right hand caressed her face, and leaning in, he pressed his lips against hers. His warm lips enveloped her, prompting Su Liyang to wrap her arms around his neck, reciprocating his kiss with tenderness. With her eyes closed, memories of their time at the sanatorium flooded her mind, where it felt as if only the two of them existed. Their passionate embrace was intoxicating, an entanglement of longing. As the moment deepened, He Jinlu softly murmured, "Liyang, Nancheng City is not significant. It matters not where we go. The essence lies in you opening your heart." Su Liyang raised her gaze to him, encircling him with her arms and kissing him once more. Yet, she realized she could give him nothing in return. The atmosphere in the room was charged with intimacy, and only when Su Liyang felt utterly spent did He Jinlu finally release her, holding her in his arms as they drifted into slumber. The following morning, they awoke as usual, sharing breakfast at home before heading off to work. As evening descended, Su Liyang settled into the driver's seat of her white G-Class after a long day, only to be interrupted by her ringing phone. It was a call from a young man. "Ms. Su, we have secured the target, and the Su family has been notified." "All right, I will head over now," she replied. Su Liyang concluded the call and drove towards the old warehouse in the western suburbs, a remnant of the Su Group's former operations. Meanwhile, at the same dilapidated warehouse, Su Xue had just received a compromising photograph of herself and Lu Xiang. Her complexion paling as anxiety gripped her, she hastily made her way over. Parking her car haphazardly on the parched grass, she hurriedly approached the warehouse, her mind racing with questions about who had uncovered her connection with Lu Zi and who possessed the audacity to kidnap Lu Xiang. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the wilted yellow grass and the crumbling warehouse, rendering Su Xue's white dress starkly out of place. She pushed open the rusted iron door and was met with the sight of Lu Xiang bound to an old chair. Nearby, a well-groomed young man in a suit stood beneath the window, speaking on the phone. Su Xue rushed to Lu Xiang's side. "Xiang, what on earth happened? Did you offend someone in business?" Lu Xiang shook his head. "It shouldn't be that." Just then, the young man concluded his call and approached them. Su Xue, removing the hands that constrained Lu Xiang, straightened up and addressed him. "Who is the person behind you? Are they seeking money or discussing something else? If it's money, state your price, but you must not retain those surveillance recordings." Typically composed and gentle, Su Xue now exuded a fierce determination, embodying the spirit of someone who means business. "Money?" The young man chuckled. "Miss Su, is your family truly so affluent? Was the last 6 billion insufficient?" His casual mention of the 6 billion made Su Xue's face turn ashen. The previous tax debacle indeed had a hidden orchestrator. Hearing the young man's words, Lu Xiang lifted his gaze towards Su Xue, who, swallowing hard, furrowed her brows and asked, "Who is it? Who is pulling your strings?" The yellow light illuminated the warehouse, enhancing its antiquated ambience, filled with the musty scent of abandonment. Su Xue had a suspect in mind, though she was reluctant to believe that someone with such immense power could be involved. As she stared intently at the young man, seeking answers. The sound of high heels echoed from the doorway behind her. She abruptly turned to see Su Liyang approaching under the yellow light, clad in a professional suit, moving at a leisurely pace. Liyang? Su Xue gasped, her expression shifting dramatically. It can't be her. She lacks the capability. Yet, the reality was that Su Liyang stood before her. With furrowed brows, Su Xue demanded, Liyang, what is going on? Release him at once. Do not invite trouble. Su Liyang smiled softly. If I were afraid of trouble, I wouldn't have returned to Nancheng. Besides, does the Su family really need to fear? Stop this nonsense, Liyang. Do you think those fabricated photographs? Su Xue began, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Liyang. Enough, Su Xue. There are no outsiders here, so drop the act. Otherwise, I might just break his limbs to make you feel the pain. Su Xue was left speechless, her gaze fixed intently on Su Liyang. As she approached a few individuals, Su Liyang took a seat opposite Lu Ziyang, crossing her legs nonchalantly, and said in a calm voice, Boss Lu, I harbor no grievances against you, yet your actions towards me have been rather ruthless. Lu Ziyang looked up at her and replied, Su Liyang, I accept my fate in your hands. Now, tell me, how do you intend to resolve this matter? One must always pay for their deeds. He had failed to eliminate Su Liyang, and now that he found himself in her grasp, he acknowledged her superiority. Lu Ziyang was a straightforward man. Su Liyang smiled and continued, You sent someone to coerce me, attempting to induce addiction through poison. At this point, she turned her gaze to Su Xue and said, Su Xue, this was all your idea, wasn't it? She had no prior acquaintance with Lu Ziyang. He would not have gone to such lengths to take her life. This scheme could only have originated from Su Xue. Su Xue's eyes flickered as she replied, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Su Xue. One must take responsibility for their actions. She decided not to delve deeper into their squabbles, stating, You brought Boss Lu here. You must possess ample evidence regarding this matter, which you both likely understand. With that, Su Liyang accepted a pack of blue pills handed to her by a boy and tossed them into Lu Ziyang's lap, saying, Lu Ziyang, I believe you recognize these. Lu Ziyang glanced down at them and remained silent. These were the drugs discovered in his nightclub, and Su Liyang had thrown approximately 30 to 50 pills at him. Observing his reaction, Su Liyang continued, An eye for an eye. But today I shall grant you both a chance to survive. I shall only harm one of you. You may discuss who shall consume these pills. The expressions of Su Xue and Lu Ziyang shifted simultaneously. If Su Xue were to ingest these pills, she would require the strength of several men to detoxify, likely spending the latter part of her life confined to a wheelchair. If Lu Ziyang took them, he would also be rendered incapacitated. Gazing at the pills, Su Xue asked, Liyang, when did you become so cruel? She had always been easily manipulated, easily appeased. How had she transformed into this? In response to Su Xue's inquiry, Su Liyang felt a surge of anger, looking at her with amusement. How have I become so cruel? Su Xue, do you truly think me foolish? How had she become this way? It was all thanks to Su Guowei and Yi Meiyan. Thus, she refrained from engaging in further debate, simply asking, who will take them? As Su Liyang finished speaking, Lu Ziyang declared, Su Liyang, I am responsible for this matter. I accept it. He had no intention of allowing them to turn against each other. He understood the consequences of consuming the pills, but without Su Xue, he would not be the man he was today. Su Xue was his woman, and he could not let her endure such a fate or take such substances. Su Xue's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out Ziyang. After addressing Lu Ziyang, she turned her gaze to Su Liyang and implored, Liyang, must you resort to this? Is there nothing we can discuss? Su Liyang responded coldly, Must I resort to this? When you struck at me, did you ever question your own motives? Why you felt compelled to act against me? Su Xue glared at Su Liyang with teary eyes, but found herself at a loss for words. Su Liyang called Ismail. If you are so concerned, then you should be the one to take them. Lu Ziyang felt a surge of anxiety and turned to call out to Su Xue. Xiao Xue. Su Xue turned her face, tears cascading down her cheeks. Ziyang, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Fearing that Su Xue's words might implicate them further, Lu Ziyang quickly interrupted her. Xiao Xue, enough. You should go back first. Wiping her tears, as Su Xue glanced towards Su Liyang, she saw nothing but hatred in her eyes. It was evident that Su Liyang was resolute in not letting them off the hook, leaving Su Xue feeling utterly helpless. She wished to save Lu Xiang, to assist him. Yet, given their relationship, she dared not speak of this matter to anyone, nor could she approach Su Xue, let alone seek help from He Jinlu. Her phone clutched tightly in her hand, she found herself devoid of anyone to contact, feeling powerless for the first time. Noticing her distress, Lu Xiang raised his voice, urging her, Su Xue, you need to go back right now. Observing the deep bond between the two, Su Liyang felt a twinge of emotion. As Su Xue began to step back, contemplating her departure, Su Liyang suddenly stood and looked at her. Su Xue, I can offer you both a way out. Upon hearing this, Su Xue lifted her gaze to Su Liyang. How? If it were a matter of money or an apology, she would comply. Wiping the tears from her face, Lu Xiang cast a wary glance at Su Liyang, sensing her demeanor was not easily swayed. Approaching Su Xue, Su Liyang fixed her gaze intently into Su Xue's eyes and spoke in a measured tone. If you are willing to relinquish He Jinlu and voluntarily withdraw from this engagement, I will let you both go. The simplicity of Su Liyang's proposal caused Su Xue's expression to shift dramatically. She had not anticipated such a condition. Staring at Su Liyang in silence for a moment, Su Xue replied, Liyang, even if I withdraw from this engagement and abandon Jinlu, you cannot possibly end up with him. The issues between you two are not mine to resolve. Su Liyang smiled. Rest assured, I have no intention of marrying into the He family. I merely wish to prevent you from doing so. Whether it was she or Su Xue, their machinations and plots had long been aimed at securing a connection with the illustrious He Jinlu. Hence, she was determined to shatter their aspirations. With such a demand made, Lu Xiang felt a sense of relief. In this matter, he and Su Liyang were in agreement, even without tonight's incident. He had never wanted Su Xue to marry He Jinlu. She was his. Turning to Su Xue, Lu Xiang called her name, Su Xue. Upon hearing his voice, Su Xue snapped back to reality, looking at Lu Xiang. With reddened eyes, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to address him. She did not wish to forsake He Jinlu, nor the He family. Observing her hesitation, Lu Xiang's expression shifted slightly. Su Xue, what are you hesitating about? 13 years. They had known each other for a full 13 years, spent 10 of them together. Could it be that his future wasn't more significant than marrying He Jinlu? Moreover, He Jinlu had no intention of marrying her at all. Looking down at Lu Xiang, Su Xue's face reflected her inner turmoil. Swallowing hard, though hesitant to speak, Su Xue finally found her voice. Avoiding Lu Xiang's gaze, she softly explained, Xiang, I have worked so hard for so long, I cannot abandon him. I promised you that I would bear a child for you, and I shall fulfill that promise. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xiang's eyes brimmed with tears, and he looked at Su Xue, asking, Su Xue, are you foolish? Can Su Liyang compel you to marry He Jinlu? Quickly, Su Xue replied, I have my ways. I can negotiate with her. Please, Xiang, do not blame me. With that, she could no longer stay, turning on her heel and fleeing. She wished to remain oblivious to what would unfold next, believing that ignorance would spare her heartache. Leaving him behind, Lu Xiang, who had dismissed today's events, steeled himself for a future devoid of vitality, yet tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. His eyes reflected profound disappointment. Was this truly the woman he had loved for a decade? In a moment of crisis, she had fled without a backward glance. She could have reached out to him, yet she chose not to, instead clinging to an impossible engagement. With red-rimmed eyes, he watched Su Xue's retreating figure, his heart heavy with despair. It was not the thought of losing her to Su Liyang that pained him, nor the forthcoming trials he would face, but rather Su Xue's indifference towards him. He had believed in their bond, convinced that she loved him as well. Lu Xiang's gaze, filled with disappointment, met Su Liyang's playful smile. Surprised, are we, Mr. Lu? But this is her true nature. He did not turn to acknowledge Su Liyang, his focus remaining fixed on the doorway. He understood the dynamics of Su Xue and Su Liyang's contest. Aware of Su Liyang's innocence, he nonetheless chose Su Xue. His heart belonged to her. Even if it was a wrong decision, he would stand by it. Reflecting on his experiences abroad, Su Liyang, with an inscrutable expression, instructed the boy, Xiaofeng. Have your people come forth to properly attend to Mr. Lu. Following her orders, the boy clapped his hands, and a dozen or so women, all foreign, emerged from the shadows of the warehouse. Women of varying ages approached Lu Zong, and Su Liyang leaned in closer, whispering, Mr. Lu, if you can endure this, consider it your fortune. If not, simply enjoy it as a fleeting blessing. She then patted his shoulder, adding, make sure to enjoy yourself. She would not let those who wronged her escape unscathed, nor would she ever forgive those who had caused her pain. With that, Su Liyang straightened up and turned to leave. Deep down, she understood that Su Xue's abandonment would strike Lu Ziyang harder than her own vengeance, shattering his confidence and undermining his very foundation. However, this was far from the conclusion. In He Jinlu's office, as he contemplated a matter on the phone, Jiang Yuan knocked and entered. President he said, and promptly informed him of Su Liyang's visit to the warehouse in the western suburbs. After Jiang Yuan finished reporting and departed, He Jinlu absent-mindedly turned his phone over in his hand, pondering the disarray she had experienced during her years abroad, which undoubtedly involved Su Xue's influence. Thus, what secret was the Su family concealing? With this thought lingering, He Jinlu tidied up and left work. He refrained from calling Su Liyang or disrupting any of her plans, merely observing everything in silence. Not long after returning to Yuling Dufu, Su Liyang also arrived home. He Jinlu casually greeted her, you're back. Upon seeing him, Su Liyang couldn't help but smile, quipping, you really treat this place as your home. I suppose once I leave, this house will be yours. The mention of her departure brought a tinge of sadness to He Jinlu's heart as he replied, Lawyer Su, let us not discuss such matters. He added, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? The restaurant just delivered food. After washing her hands, Su Liyang sat at the dining table. He Jinlu teasingly remarked, it must feel pleasant to have someone to dine with and someone to share a bed with. Su Liyang stifled a laugh, nodding in agreement. Yes, it's quite nice. Having had an intimate conversation with her the previous night, He Jinlu chose not to delve into anything serious that evening. They engaged in light banter before retiring for the night. He cherished these moments, knowing that Su Liyang intended to maintain such a relationship before leaving Nancheng. The following morning, as He Jinlu entered the office, Su Xue approached him, her complexion pale and her demeanor off-kilter. Pulling out a chair, she sat down and, gripping the edge of the table, earnestly asked, Jinlu, are you still with Liyang? Before she could elaborate, He Jinlu coldly interjected, Su Xue, I believe I have made it abundantly clear to you and your parents that I will not marry you nor be with you. However, Su Xue continued, seemingly oblivious to his words, Jinlu, don't be deceived by Liyang. She is not as simple as she appears. She is approaching you to take revenge on me. Intrigued by her statement, He Jinlu countered, why would she want to take revenge on you? I. Su Xue stammered, at a loss for words. Eventually, she managed to say, Jinlu, Liyang truly isn't that innocent. I fear you may be exploited by her. He Jinlu, with a mischievous glint, replied, I wouldn't mind being exploited by her. This remark ignited Su Xue's anger, though she dared not confront him directly, instead saying, Jinlu, we have known each other for so many years. Must you treat me this way? Setting down the documents in his hands, He Jinlu looked up at Su Xue and stated, Su Xue, I have consistently been clear. If you wish to morally coerce me, let me be unequivocal. That is not an option. He refrained from being harsh with Su Xue out of consideration for the years spent in the sanatorium and her care for him during that time. She had indeed brought him warmth and comfort then. Gazing intently at He Jinlu, who appeared utterly captivated by Su Liyang, Su Xue held back her tears, her eyes reddening as she said, Fine, I promise you, I will not force you anymore. He Jinlu once stated that as long as it does not pertain to emotions or marriage, everything else is permissible. He observed Su Xue with an impassive expression as she continued, I demand that you never develop feelings for Liyang and that you never be with her. What she could not possess, Su Liyang should not hope to attain, and He Jinlu should certainly not aspire to it either. After deceiving others for so many years, Su Xue nearly deceived herself, genuinely believing that those years were spent nurturing He Jinlu. Her demands elicited a sardonic laugh from He Jinlu. Su Xue, you overestimate your importance by interfering in my life. In response, Su Xue fell apart, gripping his desk with both hands, anguished as she questioned. Is Liyang truly so remarkable, so vital? Why her? Why must it be Liyang? Su Xue's heart-wrenching despair prompted He Jinlu to pick up the phone on his desk and call his secretary. Shortly thereafter, a young and capable woman knocked and entered. Mr. He Jinlu instructed, Miss Su is experiencing emotional instability. Please escort her home. Understood, Mr. He. He had no desire to engage further with her, while Su Xue, amidst tears, began to laugh. Wiping her tears away, she declared, He Jinlu, you are exceedingly cruel. You have drained me for so many years, and you and Liyang could never be together. Miss Su, it would be best for you to return now. Standing, Su Xue refused the secretary's assistance and turned to leave on her own. Once able to act freely and manipulate Su Liyang as she pleased, she now found herself hindered at every turn, unable to manage her circumstances. As He Jinlu watched Su Xue's retreating figure, memories of the 3 years in the sanatorium flooded back, leaving him with a lingering sense of something amiss, despite Su Xue's gentle and considerate nature. That evening, upon hearing that Su Liyang had made plans with Zhou Ningning, He Jinlu returned to the old He residence. No sooner had he stepped inside than Zhao Wan Yi, visibly irate, confronted him. Jinlu, I heard that Xiao Xue came to the company today and had a quarrel with you. She even cried, did she not? He Jinlu chuckled, Mother. You claim to be indifferent to company matters. Where did you hear all this? Zhao Wani retorted, I may not be concerned, but I am not foolish. Xiao Xue has an audacity that knows no bounds. How could she still have the nerve to approach you? He Jinlu regarded his mother with intrigue. Her sudden shift in attitude towards Su Xue was curious. If memory serves, it was after she delivered soup to Su Liyang that she had dismissed the prospect of Su Xue's marriage. Observing his mother with keen interest, He Jinlu inquired, Mother, do you perhaps know something? Chapter 67. Su Liyang, let us give it a serious try. Gazing meaningfully at his mother, He Jinlu said, Mom, do you know something? Zhao Wani's eyes shifted evasively as she replied, What could I, an old lady, possibly know? He Jinlu continued to scrutinize her in silence. Having known her for 30 years, he could see through her lies with a mere glance. Zhao Wani, sensing his distrust, remarked, Staring at me won't yield any answers. He Jinlu retorted, Mom, do you think I can't find out? This remark displeased Zhao Wani, who countered, What are you even investigating? This is not something good, nor is it something that reflects well on you. He Jinlu fell silent again, observing his mother intently. Zhao Wani felt a twinge of guilt. Ever since he was a child, such a look from him made her uneasy. Finally, she furrowed her brows and confessed, All right, I'll tell you. Xiao Xue has someone, a man. He Jinlu, amused, responded, Isn't that good news? It saves you the trouble of introducing someone to her. However, his mother appeared as if the sky was collapsing. He initially thought something serious was afoot, but it turned out to be this. When Xiao Xue eventually marries, he would send her a grand gift. He Jinlu remained indifferent, but Zhao Wani was visibly upset. What kind of good news is this? She previously resisted the idea of breaking off the engagement, yet now she secretly has someone. She's wearing the title of your fiancé while betraying you. How can you still be pleased? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? He Jinlu only found amusement in her words. If she chose to disregard her marital duties and invite ridicule, it was her own folly. He had no concern for Xiao Xue's new relationship. Zhao Wani scolded him, You truly are heartless. You're becoming more like that little vixen, Su Liyang. In Zhao Wani's eyes, Su Liyang embodied a fearless spirit, unafraid to speak her mind and indifferent to the consequences. Still displeased with the situation, Zhao Wani urged, Enough. You should congratulate them and stop sulking. To which Zhao Wani added, Now that Xiao Xue is off the market, you need to settle your own affairs quickly to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. But forget about Su Liyang. Neither I, nor your father or grandfather will approve. With his hands in his pockets, He Jinlu ascended the stairs, saying, Don't concern yourself with my matters. At this moment, he realized without needing to ask that Su Liyang must have uncovered the truth. She likely met with Xiao Xue and that man last night. What a clever little thing, keeping her lips sealed and her methods shrewd. Though many labeled Su Liyang as shameless, in reality, She was the most self-respecting of them all. Meanwhile, Su Liyang and Zhou Ningning were dining together when she suddenly sneezed. Zhou Ningning, noticing, teased, "Have you missed He Jinlu after just one night apart?" Su Liyang replied, "Come on, you know exactly what he's thinking." Zhou Ningning remarked, "I believe he is quite sincere and genuinely wishes to be with you, Liyang. Don't overthink it. Open your heart and give it a try." Su Liyang glanced at Zhou Ningning and smiled, saying, "Please don't urge me to seek trouble for myself. Even if He Jinlu has such intentions, would the He family agree? I'm simply not worthy." "Liyang, you're being unnecessarily modest," Zhou Ningning replied. Su Liyang exhaled lightly. "Ningning, I do not wish to linger in South City for long, and besides, my health is rather poor." Before Zhou Ningning could respond, Su Liyang changed the subject. "Let us not discuss this any further. This weekend, I'll be going back to Ling City. I have arranged with Wen Sudong to bury my mother beside the old lady." As she spoke of this matter, a heaviness enveloped Su Liyang's heart. After all these years, her mother could finally rest in peace. Zhou Ningning set down her utensils and gently took Su Liyang's hand, saying, "I will accompany you." "Tank Yop, Ningning," Su Liyang replied. When Saturday arrived, as Su Liyang and Zhou Ningning returned to Ling City, He Jinlu accompanied them. Instead of taking the high-speed train, He Jinlu had Jiang Yuan arrange for a car. Shenjing and Qinzhan also joined them to lend support to Su Liyang. Su Liyang mentioned that, after so many years, her mother had never favored crowds, so the funeral would be modest. After the burial, everyone bowed and offered flowers in respect. The funeral took place on Sunday morning, and by Sunday afternoon, they were all seated in the van heading back to South City. In the back seat of the car, Su Liyang sat side by side with He Jinlu, who held her hand throughout the journey. After glancing at He Jinlu several times and noticing his calm demeanor and few words, Su Liyang softly said, "He Jinlu, thank you." Raising his right hand, He Jinlu wrapped it around her shoulder, encouraging her to lean her head against him. "You've been busy from yesterday into today. Take some rest," he advised. Su Liyang nodded, him. With her arms wrapped around He Jinlu's, she rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of security and reliance with He Jinlu beside her. He had taken care of everything concerning her mother's ashes, from retrieving them to the burial. With her eyes closed, she instinctively tightened her embrace around He Jinlu's arm. Later that evening, when they returned to South City, He Jinlu had already arranged a banquet. Throughout their journey, he had managed everything, leaving Su Liyang with no burdens, as if he were her husband and a dutiful son-in-law. As everyone settled into the private room, when Su Liyang and Zhou Ningning stepped out to the restroom, Zhou Ningning remarked, "Liyang, to be honest, I've been quite moved by He Jinlu these past few days. He is even more attentive than many sons. He has meticulously arranged everything for you. You truly lack someone like him to care for you in your life." Standing at the sink, Su Liyang gazed at herself and Zhou Ningning in the mirror, saying, "I am not worthy of him, nor do I wish for him to become the subject of gossip." Zhou Ningning sighed, "You are being stubborn. You did not choose your background. And as for the truth from back then, no one truly knows." As someone approached, Su Liyang smiled and deftly shifted the topic. "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us go have dinner." With that, the two linked arms and returned to the private room. It must be said that Shenjing and Qinzhan were quite considerate, having traveled a considerable distance to accompany her and lend Su Liyang a bit of social warmth. Upon returning to the room, lively conversations ensued, and it wasn't until after 9 that the gathering finally dispersed. He Jinlu accompanied Su Liyang back to the Yuling Dufu. By the time they had showered and settled onto the bed, it was already past 11 in the evening. Sitting cross-legged before He Jinlu, Su Liyang took his hand in hers, gently squeezing it as she expressed, "He Jinlu, thank you for everything you've done for me." He Jinlu reciprocated the gesture, playfully commenting, "How foolish." After his words, Su Liyang raised her right hand and tenderly caressed his face, pondering aloud, "You've given me so much. What can I offer you in return?" Throughout her life, Su Liyang had always believed that emotions were a reciprocal endeavor, requiring a return of affection. She never anticipated that her return would involve entanglement with He Jinlu, nor did she foresee his immense support, leaving her feeling unable to reciprocate. Her reflections amused He Jinlu, who chuckled softly as she held his wrist teasingly saying, "Don't push me away. Even if you say it's just a game, it means everything to me." With a smile, Su Liyang leaned in, and He Jinlu captured her lips in a kiss. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Su Liyang responded with fervor, embracing him passionately and kissing him with equal enthusiasm. As he held her tightly, claiming her for himself, He Jinlu suggested, "Su Liyang, let us give this a try. I will handle the other issues." The simplicity of the proposal resonated with Su Liyang, who understood that He Jinlu wanted to embark on a serious journey with her, far beyond mere playfulness. In the warm glow of the room, she gazed at He Jinlu and kissed him again, though she offered no further response. It seemed that these were all she could give him. Su Liyang remained silent, and He Jinlu did not press her for an answer. They were still young, with ample time ahead of them. Whether or not she liked Nancheng or wished to remain, there was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that they were together. Their kisses blurred the boundaries of time, entwining them in an unwilling parting until exhaustion took hold. He Jinlu embraced her from behind, kissing her ear and softly murmuring, "Su Liyang, can I stay in?" Su Liyang's cheeks flushed. Okay. Although she found it somewhat uncomfortable, his happiness was paramount. Her voice was gentle, and when He Jinlu playfully teased her a few more times, she let out muffled sounds in response. In the days that followed, their relationship mirrored that of lovers, with no discernible distance between them. Despite Zhao Wani's numerous reminders to maintain some distance from Su Liyang, He Jinlu paid no heed whatsoever. On that day, Lu Ziyang was discharged from the hospital and returned home. He appeared utterly dejected, his complexion pale and noticeably thinner, with deep-set eyes and pronounced dark circles. The previous vigor and charm had completely dissipated, leaving him hunched and taciturn. Su Xue approached and saw Lu Ziyang slowly descending from the second floor. She hurried over and grasped his arm. "Ziyang, are you feeling any better? Aunt Zhang mentioned you haven't eaten for the past couple of days." Lu Ziyang replied in a subdued tone, "I don't have much of an appetite." Frowning, Su Xue insisted, "Even if you're not hungry, you must eat something, otherwise your body won't be able to endure it." Lu Ziyang recalled Su Xue's silhouette from that day and said, "Miss Su, you must be quite busy. Please attend to your own matters." Su Xue paused, her grip on his arm faltering. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she implored, "Long, are you blaming me? But I have endured for so long and planned meticulously. I truly cannot accept this." Ignoring her sorrowful expression, Lu Ziyang removed her hand from his arm and coldly stated, "As for Su Liyang, tell her that if she reveals the events of those 3 years to He Jinlu, she should prepare for the funeral of the May couple." Although Su Xue remained silent, Lu Ziyang understood her purpose for coming. She still intended to confront Su Liyang and did not wish for the past 3 years to be unveiled. Tears streamed down Su Xue's face as she wiped them away, saying, "Ziyang, I'm sorry, but I will not hold the events of that night against you. I will always be your little Xue." With that, Su Xue stood on her toes, wrapping her arms around Lu Ziyang's neck, attempting to kiss him. Yet Lu Ziyang turned his face away, avoiding her. Cradling his face in her hands, she asked, "Zong, what's wrong? Do you no longer like me? Have you decided you don't want me anymore?" It was better that she didn't bring it up. The moment she did, Lu Ziyang's eyes reddened. Swallowing hard, he replied, "I can't do that anymore. Please don't seek me out. Find someone else." He felt that he could no longer be considered a normal man, unable to offer Su Xue anything. Lu Ziyang believed he had lost all value in her eyes. He wanted to cut ties and no longer wished to be close to her. Even though Su Xue had betrayed him and fled that day, he held no resentment or hatred towards her. After all, throughout the years, it was Su Xue who had supported him. With tear-filled eyes, Lu Ziyang averted his gaze, but Su Xue continued to hold his face, compelling him to look at her. "Lu Ziyang, I want to allow you to say such things. I will not change partners. Even if we can no longer be intimate, I will not abandon you." Lu Ziyang turned his face away once more, tears cascading down. If his sacrifice that day ensured Su Xue's safety, he would consider it worthwhile, believing it wouldn't shake the foundation of his humanity. Yet that day, the choice Su Liyang offered to Su Xue shattered all his faith in human nature. He did not blame Su Xue, but he was at a loss as to how to love her anymore. Su Liyang was ruthless, more so than any of them, waging a psychological battle. Su Xue understood the grievance and pain that burdened Lu Ziyang's heart. She cradled his face and reassured him, "Zong, please don't be this way. Don't lose hope. Medical advancements are so remarkable now. We will surely be fine, and you will recover." Lu Ziyang remained silent. After a prolonged attempt to console Lu Ziyang, his spirits remained low. Su Xue, having exhausted herself from crying, gathered her emotions and departed from the villa, heading to Su Guowei's company. Upon entering the company, the employees greeted her warmly, but Su Xue, donning large black sunglasses, merely walked past them. When she arrived at Su Guowei's office, he appeared somewhat surprised. "Su Xue, what brings you here today? Isn't the gallery busy?" Su Xue did not remove her sunglasses, but fixed her gaze on Su Guowei. "Dad, we must be cautious of Liyang. She is undoubtedly plotting her revenge against us. Su Guowei checked dismissibly. What could she possibly do? It's improbable that she could incite Jinlu to act against us. The old man would never allow it." However, Su Xue insisted, "Dad, the last time the company suffered losses, that was Liyang's doing. She does not rely solely on He Jinlu. She possesses her own influence, though I am unaware of its source." Mentioning the previous loss of 6 billion caught Su Guowei's attention. "Su Xue, where did you hear this?" Su Xue swallowed hard and looked earnestly at him. "I have confronted Liyang directly, and we have officially severed ties. We have already confronted each other. Dad, please remain vigilant. Liyang is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Jinlu is utterly infatuated with her, if she truly incites him to act. Even the old man may not be able to intervene." Su Xue, he had not anticipated the situation escalating in this manner, or that Su Liyang would return with backing. "Ah, what a remarkable daughter of Wen Jingsheng," he thought. After their conversation, Su Xue did not linger at the company. As she drove away, she called Su Liyang, threatening her using the May couple. On the other end of the line, Su Liyang laughed. "Su Xue, do you think I would need to resort to the nursing home incident to win He Jinlu's favor? Neither of us needs to dwell on those 3 years." Su Liyang's confidence compelled Su Xue to hurl her phone in frustration. At this point, discussing the past 3 years was no longer about seeking He Jinlu's affection or moral leverage. It was about preventing He Jinlu from retaliating against the Su family and the company. The company had yet to recover from its previous losses, and if He Jinlu were to strike, it would spell disaster. In her office, Su Liyang chuckled softly at the sound of Su Xue smashing her phone. She was aware of Su Xue's concerns regarding He Jinlu's potential retaliation. However, she had no intention of leveraging He Jinlu against Su Guowei's company. Should He Jinlu take action, what would be left for her to do? There was no need for He Jinlu to intervene to confront Su Guowei. Later that evening, Su Liyang finished an early shift and opted not to have He Jinlu pick her up. Instead, she went to the supermarket to purchase groceries before returning home to prepare dinner. As He Jinlu returned from work around 6 o'clock, Su Liyang was already in the kitchen, busy tying on her apron. "You're back," she greeted him, glancing back at the sound of his arrival. Upon returning home, Su Liyang found herself embraced from behind by He Jinlu as he entered the kitchen after changing his shoes. He rested his chin on her shoulder and gently inquired, "Lawyer Su, what delectable dishes have you prepared for me today?" As she chopped vegetables, Su Liyang replied, "Cuttlefish and pork rib soup, braised beef, and I've also made chicken soup for you." He Jinlu nuzzled against her cheek, exclaiming, "Ah, all nourishing delights, especially that cuttlefish soup." Amused, Su Liyang chuckled and said, "Well, it's still early. What are you daydreaming about? Go on and attend to your tasks. Do not disturb me while I cook." However, He Jinlu did not release her. Continuing to hold her close, "You carry on with your work, and I shall hold you. I promise not to intrude." With a playful demeanor, He Jinlu's affection was met with Su Liyang's resignation, allowing him to embrace her. He planted a kiss on her ear, causing her to giggle in response. The days following their return from Lin City had been quite blissful for the couple, until He Jinlu's wandering hands prompted Su Liyang to turn and face him. "President He, perhaps you should exercise some restraint." To which He Jinlu queried, "If you do not wish to remain in Nancheng, where do you desire to go?" Taken aback by the question, Su Liyang paused her chopping, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Perhaps to Port City." He Jinlu tightened his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder once more, leisurely stating, "Not far, the company headquarters. Before he could finish, Su Liyang rose slightly on her toes and kissed him. Taking the initiative, she turned to face him fully, and He Jinlu gently lifted her, placing her upon the countertop. With her arms draped over his shoulders, Su Liyang closed her eyes, lost in the fervor of their kiss. Chapter 68. Look at me. Sleep with me. With her arms draped over He Jinlu's shoulders, Su Liyang closed her eyes, lost in the fervor of their kiss. He Jinlu, kissing her tenderly, rested his hand on her waist, but when he attempted to push aside her clothing, Su Liyang grasped his wrist and gently admonished, "Mr. He, it is not yet dark outside." Having already crossed the threshold once, Su Liyang felt no need for formality with He Jinlu. However, she was currently engaged in cooking. As she blocked his advances, He Jinlu inhaled deeply at her neck before lifting her down from the counter. Su Liyang returned to her culinary tasks, while He Jinlu continued to embrace her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Breathing in the faint yet familiar fragrance that enveloped Su Liyang, He Jinlu softly remarked, "Liyang, your scent is so familiar." Amused, Su Liyang, busily washing vegetables, replied, "Then take a moment to ponder where you might have encountered me before." She refrained from directly mentioning the rehabilitation center, aware that speaking of it would lead to little resolution. With their faces close together, Su Liyang interrupted him. Sensing that he already understood her intent, she remained steadfast in her desire to keep their relationship from deepening. The thought of their future together had not crossed her mind. By 7 o'clock, dinner was ready. 6 dishes and a soup, a testament to Su Liyang's culinary prowess, which left He Jinlu utterly impressed. Complimenting her skills, Su Liyang beamed with joy, eagerly serving him more food. Their simple life together was quite delightful. After the meal, when He Jinlu offered to wash the dishes, Su Liyang declined. With her mother already laid to rest, the truth from those years past was likely not far off. She could not afford to let him shoulder any burdens, knowing she would not be able to cook for him many more times or care for him for long. Once the kitchen was tidied, Su Liyang returned to the bedroom. After finishing her shower, she found He Jinlu waiting for her on the bed. Upon seeing him, a smile spread across her face. At that moment, He Jinlu patted the empty space beside him, grinning, "What are you smiling for? Come here and rest." Su Liyang climbed onto the bed and sat beside him. "You should be waiting for this moment, Mr. He. You surely don't lack for female company." He Jinlu drew her close, allowing her to settle in his embrace, and teasingly asked, "Are you trying to pry into my past? Curious about the women I've been with?" Before Su Liyang could respond, he added, "Rest assured, nothing ever happened with Su Xue." Su Liyang chuckled softly. "Who is asking you these questions? Who is trying to extract information from you?" Pressing her back firmly against He Jinlu's chest, Su Liyang felt a profound sense of security and savored the moment. He Jinlu held her close, his fingers gently stroking her arms, inquiring, "Are you so concerned about my mother and others' opinions that my support for you is insufficient?" In the warm atmosphere of the room, Su Liyang nestled against him and said, "He Jinlu, I cannot offer you anything." Within her words, He Jinlu discerned a deeper undercurrent of insecurity. He held her, caressing her silently, until she turned and straddled him, resting her hands on his shoulders. Leaning in slightly, she pressed her lips against his. He Jinlu embraced her, entwined with her in that intimate posture. Tonight, Su Liyang is quite wild, seemingly aware that their time together is limited, thus cherishing every moment and opportunity they share. While with Su Liyang, He Jinlu has refrained from taking precautions. During their first encounter, he had intended to remind her afterward to be cautious, but upon realizing it was her first time, he dismissed the thought. In subsequent encounters, he continued to abstain from any precautionary measures. The little enchantress had spun a tale to her mother, leaving the execution to herself. Perhaps if there were indeed any developments, her mindset would shift accordingly. Eventually, after both were utterly exhausted, He Jinlu finally embraced Su Liyang and drifted into slumber. At the stroke of midnight, Su Liyang's phone, resting beside her pillow, suddenly rang. It was a call from a boy. Observing the number, she gently removed He Jinlu's arm that lay across her, tiptoeing to the study to answer the call. Once connected, the boy addressed her, "President Su." "Su Liyang responded, speak." The boy continued, "President Su. The videos of Yi Meiyan have been sent over, with many staying up late on Friday night. Releasing them tonight will yield better results. Su Liyang replied, "All right, you proceed." "Understood, President Su." After hanging up, as she turned to return to the bedroom, she was startled to see He Jinlu lazily leaning against the doorframe. In the stillness of the night, Su Liyang gasped, placing her hand over her heart. "He Jinlu, you startled me." Remaining by the door, He Jinlu gazed into her eyes and inquired, "What brings you to the study at this hour?" Su Liyang explained, "A call from a client, just taking a moment." After saying this, she approached and grasped his hand, urging, "Let's hurry back to bed." He Jinlu did not press further as she led him back. However, just as they were on the verge of falling asleep again, Su Liyang's phone rang, accompanied by a flurry of notifications on WeChat. Just as she had closed her eyes, she was awakened once more. Answering the call, still groggy, she murmured, "Hello, Ning Ning." On the other end, Zhou Ningning excitedly exclaimed, "Liyang, don't sleep. Check Weibo right away. Yi Meiyun, your stepmother, has been caught cheating. Weibo is practically crashing with all the videos and photos." Zhou Ningning's enthusiasm was palpable, and Su Liyang, with her arm draped over her eyes, lazily replied, "Is that so? I'll take a look. Hurry. If you wait, it might all be taken down. It's incredibly explosive. Look at her, always so sanctimonious, calling others a vixen and a little hussy, yet here she is, shamelessly pursuing younger men at her age." Zhou Ningning's excitement prompted Su Liyang to open Weibo. Indeed, the situation was quite sensational, albeit somewhat eye-watering. As she scrolled through the comments, she witnessed a lively exchange of insults and spectators enjoying the drama. Su Liyang glanced at the videos and then perused the comments once more. Having wealth is beneficial. Even grandmothers can pursue younger men. Goodness, this woman isn't divorced, is she? Isn't she the wife of Su Xue from Su Group? I recall Su Xue has also strayed. These two truly are a match made in heaven, not a family that belongs together. Indeed, one cannot expect two different types of people to share the same bed. The scene was far too shocking to behold, a spectacle beyond comprehension. The world of the affluent was undeniably captivating, as the online realm buzzed with excitement, trending topics exploding in popularity. In an instant, Su Liyang was jolted awake from her slumber. While she engaged in conversation with Zhou Ningning, He Jinlu unexpectedly enveloped her in his embrace, teasingly remarking, "Darling, you're quite busy this evening." Forced into his arms, Su Liyang, with her phone in hand, cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "Who is your darling?" He Jinlu, eyes still closed, planted a kiss on her cheek and asked, "Not going to sleep?" Yet, Su Liyang handed him her phone, inquiring, with all this commotion, "Aren't you curious to take a look?" Gradually opening his eyes, He Jinlu accepted her phone, seeing a humorous post by Yi Meiyun. He chuckled inwardly, recognizing it as her handiwork. However, he refrained from exposing her folly, merely responding, "I never imagined that Mrs. Su had such a side to her." As Su Liyang took back her phone, she mused that the Su family must be in utter chaos at that moment, and Yi Meiyun might finally experience the predicament her mother once faced. She relished the turmoil and decided to indulge in a grand spectacle alongside her. Watching Su Liyang scroll through trending topics, He Jinlu took her phone away and pulled her into his embrace, saying, "What could possibly compare to my charm? Suloyer? Look at me and accompany me to sleep." Amused, Su Liyang nestled closer to him, abandoning her phone. Considering the upheaval in the Su family, her spirits soared. Indeed, Su Liyang's intuition was correct. The Su family was in disarray. Su Xue received a call instructing him to check Weibo's trending topics. After viewing the content, he furiously yanked the blanket off Yi Meiyun and struck her with a whip, an implement she had once handed to him to punish Su Liyang. As she tumbled from the bed to the floor, Yi Meiyun realized the source of Su Xue's rage and knelt before him, clutching his thigh, sobbing as she attempted to explain. "Xue, I was wrong. Please, listen to my explanation. This was orchestrated by Su Liyang. That man was undoubtedly arranged by her. She must have enticed me. Otherwise, how could the video be so clear? She is seeking revenge against us, returning solely for that purpose." Kneeling in supplication, Yi Meiyun pleaded, but Su Xue, red in the face, kicked her away, declaring, "Even if she arranged for that man, does that absolve you of guilt? If you had resisted temptation, she could not have gained leverage over you. Go and finalize the divorce tomorrow. He flung the whip to the ground, exhausted from the confrontation. Outside, Su Xue wept while knocking on the door, pleading, "Dad, please open up. Whatever happens, I will stand by you. Do not fall into Liyang's trap in your anger. If you make a mistake, and if something happens to Mom, our family will be utterly ruined." Yet, Su Xue did not budge. With Yi Meiyun having publicly shamed him, he could no longer face the world. Listening to Su Xue's cries outside, Yi Meiyun crawled back to him, clutching his leg, and pleaded, "Xue, I was momentarily foolish. Please forgive me this once. For the sake of little Xue, can you find it in your heart to pardon me?" Mentioning Su Xue only served to infuriate Su Xue further. As he kicked her away once more, "You still remember little Xue? If you truly held her dear, you should have thought of her before committing such an act. You have been hesitating to marry her. Have you considered how little Xue will fare in the future? Which noble family would accept her now?" Yi Meiyun's clothes were torn, her body marred with wounds. Wiping her tears, she sobbed, "I was wrong, truly wrong. Xue, please forgive me this time." Su Xue, seething with anger, retorted, "Forgive? The entire nation is aware. How can I forgive? I was wrong, truly wrong," she reiterated. With a disdainful glance at Yi Meiyun, Su Xue opened the door and retreated to another room. Observing this, Su Xue called out Dad before rushing in to help her mother. Yi Meiyun, in a fit of tears and snot, lamented, "Xue, I didn't mean to. I was merely a pawn in Liyang's scheme. Mom, enough. Let me take you to the hospital to tend to your wounds." Yi Meiyun shook her head. "What face do I have left to go out to face anyone? I should never have shown mercy to that wretched Liyang. I should never have allowed her back into the Su family." With gritted teeth, Yi Meiyun expressed her hatred, while Su Xue held her close, offering comfort. Both mother and daughter felt ensnared in a web of deceit, compounded by the company's previous loss of 6 billion. Liyang's return was clearly aimed at them. While chaos reigned in the Su household, Liyang slumbered peacefully. When He Jinlu sent her to the law firm, Su Xue had already treated Yi Meiyun's wounds and helped her change clothes, revealing several whip marks on her skin. In the living room, Su Xue sat alone on one sofa, while Su Xue supported Yi Meiyun on another. Su Xue announced his intention to divorce, but Yi Meiyun, no longer in tears as she had been the night before, regained her composure and clarity. "Su Xue, I admit my fault, I straight. But have you never erred? Your past with Wenjing was not insignificant, was it? You refused to part with that illegitimate child, Su Liyang, whom you raised for so many years. What have I ever said against it?" The revelations from Yi Meiyun astonished Su Xue, shedding light on her father's initial kindness towards Liyang, which had since soured upon learning Liyang was not his biological child. With his vulnerabilities exposed, Su Xue fell silent, his expression grim. Yi Meiyun continued, "It is impossible for you to divorce me. Do not forget, you built your business thanks to the Yi family. Without me, Yi Meiyun, there would be no Su Xue today, so do not think you can cast me aside." Su Xue raised his gaze towards the mother and daughter, already aware of the unfolding circumstances between Su Xue and Lu Ziyang. The daughter has always been obedient, and it was she who insisted on marrying He Jinlu. Therefore, he turned a blind eye to her affair with Lu Ziyang. In hindsight, such matters seemed to be hereditary. After a prolonged silence, Su Xue felt that this family had become utterly dilapidated, incapable of living well any longer. Yi Meiyun does not possess a complete personality, and it seems that Su Xue's future will not be particularly fortunate. She will neither marry Lu Ziyang nor He Jinlu. For a moment, Su Xue felt that his many years of effort were utterly futile, leaving him questioning the purpose of it all. Bringing Liyang back was initially intended as a means of atonement towards Wenjing, but to his dismay, Liyang was not his biological child. He had verified this multiple times, and the truth remained unchanged. Overnight, Su Xue's hair turned significantly grayer, and he appeared aged beyond his years. Ultimately, he gazed at Yi Meiyun and remarked, "There is no longer any significant matter regarding whether to stay or leave. However, I shall not return to this home." With that, Su Xue rose and strode towards the door. Seeing this, Su Xue quickly released Yi Meiyun and hurried after her father. "Dad, this is your home. Where are you going? Please don't leave me." Su Xue brushed aside Su Xue's hand, uttering not a word, and drove away. Watching her father's retreating figure, Su Xue had never felt such hatred towards anyone before. It's all about Su Liyang. Meanwhile, at the law firm, as Su Liyang was organizing case materials, she suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she mused that it was likely the Su family cursing her. Not dwelling on it too long, she resumed her task, but her phone, placed beside her, suddenly rang. Assuming it was a client calling, she answered, only to hear a familiar voice on the other end. Is this the second young lady? I have something I wish to give you. Chapter 69, Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Upon answering the call, a familiar voice resonated. Is this Miss Su? Surprised, Su Liyang responded, Ancian. Aunt Jiang had served as a caretaker for the Su family for over 20 years. When Su Liyang was brought back by Su Xue, it was Aunt Jiang who attended her needs. Learning that Aunt Jiang had something to give her, Su Liyang arranged to meet her near the law firm at noon. As lunchtime approached, Su Liyang arrived at the restaurant, dressed in her professional attire, while Aunt Jiang appeared modestly attired. Upon seeing Su Liyang, Aunt Jiang promptly stood to greet her, Miss Su. Su Liyang pulled out a chair across from her and said, Aunt Jiang, you are too kind. Please take a seat. Once seated, Su Liyang, a frequent patron of the restaurant, ordered several signature dishes. After the waiter departed, Aunt Jiang wasted no time and handed 2 locked diaries to Su Liyang. Miss Su, I believe these belong to your mother. Staring at the diaries Aunt Jiang presented, Su Liyang was momentarily taken aback. These were indeed her mother's diaries, the very one she had been searching for. She reached out to take the diaries, and Aunt Jiang explained, I discovered them while tidying up at home. I often heard you mention your diaries, so I presumed these were the ones and kept them safe for you. I never expected to have the opportunity to hand them to you personally. Su Liyang had endured a difficult time at the Su household, and the servants were aware of her plight, yet they could offer little assistance. Occasionally, when they showed her kindness, they were reprimanded by Yi Meiyun. After gaining some recognition from her legal battles and auctions, Aunt Jiang had gone through considerable effort to finally obtain Su Liyang's contact information. Holding the diaries and listening to Aunt Jiang's words, Su Liyang expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Miss Su, please do not mention it. It is my duty. It brings me joy to see you doing well now, Aunt Jiang replied. As the waitress began to serve the dishes, the two engaged in pleasant conversation over their meal. After finishing lunch, Su Liyang drove Aunt Jiang back to the entrance of her community. Despite her arduous search, she had not anticipated receiving her mother's diaries in this manner. With the diaries nestled in her bag, Su Liyang refrained from unlocking them immediately. She chose not to read her mother's words during work hours, fearing it might disrupt her focus. In the evening, after concluding her work, He Jinlu came to pick her up. He gently pulled her closer by the nape of her neck and shared a brief kiss before starting the car. With both hands on the steering wheel, he informed her, Qinzhan has invited us to dinner tonight and specifically asked me to bring you along. Though Su Xue had retracted the trending search today, the news of Yi Meiyun's infidelity had already spread like wildfire, known by all. The Su family's stock had plummeted, and many partners had withdrawn. Yet, the turmoil surrounding the Su family seemed to bear little relevance to others, who continued their lives as usual. Su Liyang smiled in response. All right. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the private dining room of the restaurant, they found Qinzhan and Shenjing waiting for them. Qinzhan brought a girl with him, who sat quietly beside him, while the others also had their companions, leaving Shenjing still single. Upon the arrival of He Jinlu and Su Liyang, the atmosphere in the room turned lively, with remarks like, Mr. He, you and Lawyer Su are increasingly resembling a couple. Indeed, they shared a similar aura. As the crowd teased, He Jinlu displayed a noticeable smile, then graciously pulled out a chair for Su Liyang, allowing her to sit first. Unfazed by the banter, Su Liyang removed her coat, draping it over the back of the chair, rolled up her sleeves, and joined in the conversation. Having experienced so much, her demeanor had grown firmer than before. During the gathering, a client's call interrupted, prompting Su Liyang to step outside to take the call. Upon her return, she found Qinzhan at the doorway, also engaged in a call, a cigarette perched between his fingers. Noticing Su Liyang's approach, Qinzhan ended his call, extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette, and greeted her with a smile. Lawyer Su. Su Liyang responded warmly, Mr. Qin, you seem quite busy. Money is hard to earn, he replied, eliciting laughter from the group, as such sentiments would not bode well for others. Qin, amused, shifted the topic to their previous encounter at the bar, saying, "You heard my conversation with Jinlu last time at the bar, didn't you?" "Yes, I did," Su Liyang acknowledged, smiling as she added, "What He Jinlu said is indeed true." However, Qin interjected with a grin. "Lawyer Su, men can often say one thing and mean another. Actions speak louder than words." Intrigued, Su Liyang raised an eyebrow. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Qin continued, "We all grew up with Jinlu. He is not one to value relationships lightly. To pause for a moment, he is rather devoted. He either doesn't like someone at all or is steadfastly committed. Although Jinlu may say otherwise, we can all see how much he cares for you." In the 5 years since regaining his sight, he had never taken Su Xue out to dine with them. They had discussed this matter, and he expressed that he couldn't pinpoint the reason. It was simply that the feelings he had in the rehabilitation center had faded. "Lawyer Su, you can rest assured being with Jinlu. He will handle everything well, so you need not worry." Qin's words moved Su Liyang, at the very least. They no longer viewed her through the same lens as before and genuinely appreciated her. Looking at Qin, she sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Qin." He encouraged her. "Lawyer Su, life is fleeting. Encountering someone you like is a rare fortune." Su Liyang did not dispute Qin's perspective, smiling as she replied, "I will consider it carefully." "Mr. Qin." As others emerged from the private room, the two refrained from lingering at the door and re-entered the space. When Su Liyang sat beside He Jinlu, he remarked, "You and Qin seem to converse quite well." Su Liyang playfully inquired, "Are you feeling jealous?" He replied, "I would feel jealous if any other man so much as glanced your way." Su Liyang chuckled at his response. Following this, while the men engaged in conversation, Su Liyang quietly accompanied He Jinlu, observing him. Occasionally, she poured him tea, served soup, and even peeled a few shrimp for him. Uncertain of her capacity to love again, she nonetheless felt immense gratitude towards He Jinlu for all he had done for her. After the dinner party concluded around 10, Su Liyang returned home, took a shower, and settled at her desk, where she opened her mother's diary. The lock had been broken, and she had forced it open. He Jinlu, occupied with numerous calls on his way back, arrived home later than anticipated. Upon finding Su Liyang absent from their bedroom, he proceeded to the study. At her desk, Su Liyang was absorbed in the diary, oblivious to He Jinlu's approach. As he drew near, he gently rapped on the desk, prompting her to come back to reality. She looked up at him and smiled, explaining that she had just received her mother's diary and was feeling nostalgic about the past. Striving to maintain her cheerful demeanor, she smiled as He Jinlu affectionately ruffled her hair and joined her at the desk. He Jinlu pulled out a chair and sat beside her as she continued to reminisce. "My mother was always optimistic. She would never abandon me," she said, holding the diary. "This contains entries from after my birth, and many memories remain vivid. We moved houses numerous times, and each relocation brought us joy. However, when Yumeiyun caused turmoil, we were compelled to move again." With a laugh, she added, "I remember looking forward to moving more than anything else." With a penetrating gaze, He Jinlu spoke softly, "Su Liyang, you still have me," turning her face towards him. She gazed into his eyes for a moment before gently caressing his face with her right hand. "Indeed, I have you. Thank you, heaven, for allowing me to meet you." Grasping her wrist, He Jinlu pressed a tender kiss on the back of her hand. In the stillness of the night, as they gazed into each other's eyes, a profound sense of tenderness enveloped them. He Jinlu held Su Liyang's hand against his lips and declared, "Su Liyang, wherever life takes you, I shall accompany you." Looking deep into his eyes, Su Liyang's gaze grew even more teary. After a long moment of silence, she suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 70. The person in the sanatorium was not Su Xue. She gazed at him for quite a while before bursting into laughter. After the laughter subsided, she gently caressed He Jinlu's face and softly said, "Are you trying to evoke tears from me with such sudden sentimentality?" With this, she turned to pick up another diary, shifting the conversation by saying, "I wish to look at my mother's previous diaries. Perhaps you should rest for now." Placing his right hand on Su Liyang's nape, He Jinlu tenderly massaged her, stating, "I will stay here with you." Su Liyang did not refuse his company. Consequently, she opened another diary, one chronicling her mother's life prior to her birth. The diary began when her mother was in college, not written daily, but rather on occasions of significance that her mother deemed worthy of remembrance. As Su Liyang perused the records of her mother's past life, she found her to be quite an endearing person. Eventually, her mother graduated and entered the workforce. President Su asked me to accompany him on a business trip this weekend. I feel quite uneasy, hoping I do not make any mistakes at work. As they delve into the subsequent entries, both Su Liyang and He Jinlu's expressions changed drastically, especially Su Liyang, who held her breath in shock. Her mother had not seduced Su Xue. Rather, Su Xue had assaulted her mother. He forbade her from reporting it to the authorities, promising her a legitimate status, assuring her that he would marry her. In the diary, Wen Jing expressed her anguish. How could he possibly grant me legitimacy? How could he ever marry me? I dare not even imagine it. Yet what should I do? I wish to sue him, to seek justice for myself, but I lack the courage. I fear the judgmental gazes of others. I do not know how to face my parents. The subsequent entries revealed that Su Xue had long subjected her mother to relentless domination, nearly driving her to despair. Eventually, she became pregnant, and Yi Meiyun discovered their affair. She chose to resign from her job, yet Yi Meiyun would not relent, following her wherever she went. Su Xue compensated her materially, yet he could never mend the psychological scars he inflicted. In the records, her mother wrestled with the decision to terminate the pregnancy. However, once on the operating table, she faltered, unable to go through with it, feeling the child was innocent, and fled barefoot. As Su Liyang read her mother's accounts, tears streamed down her face. Ever since Su Xue's assault, her mother had been engulfed in depression. Yet for her sake, she persevered and fought on. Su Liyang reflected. Her mother was such a wonderful, gentle person. How could she ever disrupt another's family or become a mistress? Embracing Su Liyang's shoulders, witnessing her uncontrollable tears, He Jinlu pulled her into his arms and kissed her hair, murmuring, "Liyang, it is all in the past now. I will help settle the score with Su Xue." In his embrace, Su Liyang wiped her tears and, striving to regain her composure, said, "Su Xue has ruined my mother's life. It is he who has brought her to this end. Had it not been for Su Xue's assault, had it not been for his psychological manipulation, my mother would have led a stable life." Su Liyang endeavored to maintain her composure, while He Jinlu comforted her, stating that every action leaves a trace, and he would uncover the truth behind past events. That night, Su Liyang suffered from insomnia, with He Jinlu holding her close throughout the night, offering her companionship. The following morning, as they finished breakfast at the dining table, Su Liyang prepared to leave, but He Jinlu suggested, "Why not take a day off in the office? I can keep you company at home." Given her restless night and her less-than-stellar mood, He Jinlu believed she needed rest. However, Su Liyang smiled and replied, "It's all right. Life is a series of events stacked upon one another, and problems follow problems. If one were to rest all the time, nothing would ever get accomplished." With her words in mind, He Jinlu reluctantly drove her to the law firm. Shortly after his return to the office, He Qingbei sought him out, saying, "Jinlu, there is no need to invest too much concern in the Su Group matter. It holds little significance. Just recently, I helped Su Xue resolve his tax issues, and now his family is entangled in yet another problem. Over the years, the He family has extended considerable assistance to the Su family. Yet, it appears the Su family is like mud that cannot be molded. Patience has its limits." Before He Jinlu could respond, He Qingbei continued, "After all these years, we've offered substantial help. We cannot continually sacrifice ourselves for them. Xiao Xue's 3 years of care for you have been repaid. Moreover, she now has her own plans. In the future, barring any major conflicts, we can still offer assistance, but we must know when to draw the line." With the recent turmoil surrounding the Su family and the return of Su Liyang, He Qingbei felt the disarray was overwhelming and wished to distance himself from them. He Jinlu, remaining emotionally unperturbed, simply replied, "Understood." At that moment, He Qingbei added, "Also, keep your distance from Su Xue's younger daughter. She doesn't seem like an easy person to deal with, and you don't want to invite trouble." Mentioning Su Liyang, He Jinlu remained composed, though his gaze turned notably colder and more serious. Looking up at He Qingbei, he smiled and said, "Father, please refrain from intervening in my affairs with Liyang. He Jinlu's expression darkened. What does that girl have to offer besides her looks? She seems rather unsophisticated. He Jinlu chuckled in response, asserting she is not unsophisticated. She merely puts on a facade. Regardless of how others perceive her, I accept her as she is. Without engaging in an argument, He Jinlu simply articulated his thoughts. However, He Jinlu was displeased, his brow furrowing with evident concern. Are you serious? Since childhood, you have rarely confided in me, let alone discussed your romantic affairs. Yet now, you wish to engage in this conversation? Remaining calm, He Jinlu affirmed, indeed, I am serious, so no further persuasion is necessary. If you disapprove of me, I will leave Nancheng with her. I will not remain here to be an eyesore. After He Jinlu's declaration, He Jinlu did not erupt in anger, but merely regarded him intently. After a prolonged silence, He Jinlu disdainfully remarked, it seems you have lost your senses. Apart from that remark, He Jinlu did not elaborate further, casting a disdainful glance at He Jinlu, before abruptly turning on his heel and departing. In times of prosperity, a third party emerges. In adversity, one finds a profound bond akin to that of Liyang Shanbua and Zhuang Tai. They were currently in the throes of passion, their feelings at their zenith. To oppose him at such a moment, insisting he sever ties with that young lawyer, would only stoke the flames of their affection. He had no inclination to engage in such foolishness. His son was not naive. He would not court trouble for himself. In due time, as this fervor waned, clarity would return. Thus, he refrained from uttering a word. Watching He Jinlu's retreating figure, He Jinlu remained impassive. As for Su Liyang, he vowed to protect her unconditionally, ensuring she would never endure such hardships again. At the law firm, after meeting with a client for legal consultation, Su Liyang instructed her staff to investigate the circumstances surrounding her mother and Su Xue from years past. Her mother had connections at Su Group, and she was certain that many colleagues would possess knowledge of the matter, thus affording her the opportunity to uncover evidence and witnesses. After concluding her phone calls and delegating these tasks, Su Liyang returned to her office to continue her work. By the time evening arrived, as she stepped out of the building with her shoulder bag and high heels, He Jinlu's car awaited her downstairs. Upon spotting her descending, he opened the car door, exited the vehicle, and approached to greet her. After a day weighed down by heavy thoughts, the sight of He Jinlu brought a smile to Su Liyang's face, brightening her demeanor. As she drew closer, He Jinlu opened the passenger door for her and courteously fastened her seatbelt. Shortly thereafter, once He Jinlu had circled around the front of the car and settled in, he started the engine and inquired, "How is your spirit? If you're up for it, shall we catch a movie tonight?" "A movie?" Su Liyang replied, taken aback. This was indeed a novel proposition. Reflecting on the years gone by, aside from a handful of visits to the cinema with Zhou Ningning, she had rarely indulged in leisure activities. Her childhood and youth had been marred by scolding and verbal abuse, leaving little room for joyful memories. Turning to He Jinlu, she said, "Sure, let us consider it a belated celebration of my youth and childhood." Delighted by her acceptance, He Jinlu felt a surge of relief. He feared that she might remain ensnared in her hatred, worried that her spirit might fray. Hence, he set aside his own matters to devote more time and energy to her. Previously, he had accompanied her to consult an elderly physician, who had provided insights into her condition. Thus, he took Su Liyang to dine at a department store, strolled with her through the mall, purchased a few trinkets, and then led her to the nearby cinema. The cinema was bustling with patrons. Su Liyang recalled when she used to visit theaters with Zhou Ningning. Back then, they were not nearly as grand as this one, merely a cinema within a mall. Counting back, it had been at least 8 years since she last frequented such places. The first 3 years were spent glued to He Jinlu's side, while the subsequent 5 were consumed by the struggle for survival. To enhance the movie-watching experience, He Jinlu not only bought popcorn and cola for Su Liyang, but also acquired some merchandise. Embracing a cup of cola and a bucket of popcorn, Su Liyang glanced at He Jinlu, the esteemed chairman of the He Group, who cradled a plush toy in his arms. She struggled to suppress her laughter, yet an indescribable joy blossomed within her, momentarily casting aside the sorrows of the previous night. Having experienced little happiness, She found value in what others deemed trivial and commonplace. As they entered the cinema and settled into their seats, He Jinlu casually lifted Su Liyang's cola and took a sip. Once the film commenced, he, like many youngsters, took her hand, gently caressing it. Su Liyang did not resist. Turning to him, she felt that this return trip would grant her a multitude of cherished memories. The 3 years spent in the nursing home, along with the recent months, provided her with ample reminiscences for a lifetime. Though the film was captivating, Su Liyang had not slept the previous night, and halfway through the movie, she began to doze off. Observing her struggle to keep her eyes open, He Jinlu subtly nudged her head toward his shoulder, allowing her to rest there. He recognized her happiness that evening. He understood that she could be easily won over by small gestures of kindness. Gazing down at her, he placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, acknowledging her earnest efforts in life. When the film concluded, Su Liyang awoke refreshed. On their way home, she turned to He Jinlu and said, "I'm sorry, He Jinlu. You rarely wish to watch a movie, and I ended up sleeping through most of it." He replied, "You can accompany me to more films in the future." Su Liyang smiled, but refrained from responding, pondering how many more tomorrows they might have together. Shortly after, as their car came to a stop, Su Liyang inquired, "You never return home. Don't your parents care?" He Jinlu took her hand and replied, "They don't concern themselves with me." His words carried a subtle depth, hinting to Su Liyang that he was the master of his own choices, including whom he wished to be with. Amused, she playfully bumped him with her hip as they walked side by side. Throughout her life, she had rarely behaved so mischievously, not even with her friend Zhou Ningning. Yet, in He Jinlu's presence, she felt increasingly liberated. Even without contemplating the future, she cherished the present moment. With He Jinlu accompanying her, Su Liyang set aside other tasks for the evening, especially since he had devoted the previous night to listening to her diary. After a warm shower, they sat on the bed, engaging in lively conversation reminiscent of a married couple. Su Liyang found herself opening up more than before. As the night wore on and their dialogue began to dwindle, He Jinlu held her close, soothing her into slumber. Had it not been for He Jinlu's presence, she would likely have endured those sorrowful nights alone, grappling with the unfairness of fate towards herself and her mother. With a gentle hand resting on Su Liyang's shoulder and lightly patting her back, He Jinlu pondered far more than she did. It was not until much later, when Su Liyang had succumbed to a deep slumber, that He Jinlu finally found rest himself. The following morning, after escorting Su Liyang to the law firm, He Jinlu had scarcely entered his office when Jiang Yuan burst through the door with urgency. "President, he exclaimed, typically composed and steady in his duties. Jiang Yuan was now in a flurry, his knocking hasty, his strides brisk, and his speech rapid. He Jinlu looked up, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, seemingly irritated by Jiang Yuan's commotion. In the past, such exuberance would have quickly tempered Jiang Yuan's demeanor. Yet in his current haste, he approached He Jinlu and handed him a document along with a data card. He Jinlu accepted the document, and Jiang Yuan promptly reported, "President He, in accordance with your directive to investigate the matter of Su Xue's pursuit of lawyer Su, I discovered that the individual caring for you at the sanatorium years ago was not Miss Su Xue." Upon hearing this, He Jinlu was taken aback, raising his gaze to Jiang Yuan once more. No wonder Jiang Yuan had been in such a rush. As his thoughts realigned, He Jinlu swiftly connected the data card to his computer and picked up the document Jiang Yuan had just uncovered. At that moment, Jiang Yuan continued, "President He, the person who cared for you in the hospital for 3 years was Su Liyang, lawyer Su." Chapter 71. Why didn't you tell me? At this moment, Jiang Yuan continued, "Mr. He, the person who cared for you in the hospital for 3 years was Su Liyang, attorney Su. Due to privacy concerns and personal preferences, He Jinlu had removed all surveillance from the sanatorium during his recovery, not wishing for any trace of his vulnerable state to remain. Consequently, even when he sensed something was amiss in the years that followed, he could not find evidence to substantiate these feelings. Moreover, Su Xue was acutely aware of every minute detail from their time together at the sanatorium, leading him to believe that his eyesight had improved, and so, too, had his emotions and thoughts. As he perused the information Jiang Yuan had gathered, along with confirmations from the sanatorium staff, it became evident to He Jinlu that the caretaker from those years, Su Xue, was indeed Su Liyang. His eyes reddened with a mix of sorrow and anger. He never anticipated that the Su family would resort to such cunning tactics. They had allowed Su Liyang to remain at the sanatorium for 3 years. As He Jinlu sifted through the evidence and records he had uncovered, Jiang Yuan added, "Mr. He, I suspect that Su Xue's aggression towards attorney Su stems from this incident. 3 years ago, when the doctors declared your eyesight could be restored, attorney Su was accused of embezzlement. I believe this was a frame-up orchestrated by Su Xue, as he thought that with attorney Su imprisoned, or worse, out of the picture, this secret would remain concealed. However, he did not anticipate that attorney Su would escape with the assistance of the eldest daughter of the Zhou family in return." Jiang Yuan's analysis ignited a fire within He Jinlu as he recalled Su Xue and Su Xue. Yet, the thought of Su Liyang evoked a pang of heartache. He reflected on their first encounter, realizing why her fragrance felt familiar and why she seemed so unstrange. It was because she had been by his side for 3 years. As Jiang Yuan fell silent, standing before him, He Jinlu said, "Understood, you may return to your duties." "Very well, Mr. He," Jiang Yuan replied before departing. Left alone, He Jinlu succumbed to a prolonged silence. During her time caring for him at the sanatorium, Su Liyang had been cautious yet cheerful. Her drastic change upon returning was likely a consequence of the torment she endured abroad, as Su Xue and Su Xue had sought her demise. He Jinlu had learned of the various connections of the Su family and found himself doubting every word about her reputation, most likely the result of Yi Meiyun's slander. It was apparent that her years with the Su family had been fraught with hardship. Yet, despite her prolonged silence regarding these matters since her return, she could have confided in him. He had assured her of his trustworthiness. After reviewing the evidence in his hands, He Jinlu found himself devoid of motivation to work. His mind and heart were consumed by thoughts of Su Liyang, her smile, the sincerity in her gaze. She could have avenged herself against the Su family and Su Xue. Yet she chose not to. After suppressing these feelings throughout the day, when he arrived to pick up Su Liyang after work, he saw her approaching with a radiant smile. He grasped her arm and pulled her into an embrace, holding her tightly, more so than he ever had before. In his tight embrace, Su Liyang looked up at him and smiled, asking, "What is wrong?" As he gently rubbed her back, he replied with a smile, "Nothing." Shortly thereafter, he took Su Liyang to the supermarket to buy groceries, and upon returning home, he prepared a meal for her. Su Liyang rolled up her sleeves, eager to assist, but He Jinlu refused her help. He pondered that after all these years, she must have felt exceedingly lonely and helpless. Having come this far, she had endured much hardship. At 7 o'clock, as they sat together at the dining table, He Jinlu gazed at Su Liyang and softly inquired, "You cared for me at the sanatorium. Why didn't you tell me?" Holding her bowl and chopsticks, Su Liyang was momentarily taken aback by his question. After a long moment of silence, she finally looked up at him and casually replied, "I did realize that." By admitting this to him, Su Liyang stirred a sense of unease within He Jinlu, who had maintained a calm demeanor until now. As he gazed at her, thoughts of her struggles during those years abroad filled him with sorrow. Her myriad of hardships were intrinsically linked to him. Had it not been for caring for him, she wouldn't have faced slander or persecution. After staring at her for a while, He Jinlu gently asked, "Why haven't you told me since you returned?" With a serious expression, Su Liyang set down her bowl and chopsticks. Reflecting on her circumstances, reputation, and health, she smiled and said, "He Jinlu, I took care of you for 3 years. But that was all I did." Pausing for a moment, she confessed, "Initially my decision to care for you was part of a deal with Su Xue. I pretended to be Su Xue while he promised to return my mother's ashes to me. My motives for looking after you were not entirely pure." He Jinlu continued to gaze at her, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that time, they were strangers, and it was understandable that she would make a deal with Su Xue. He remained silent, eager to hear more from her. Su Liyang exhaled softly and continued, "I admit that during those 3 years spent by your side, some feelings did develop. However, He Jinlu, those feelings ultimately hold no significance. During the years I spent abroad, whenever I fell on the brink of despair, I often wondered if you had discovered that the person caring for you was not Su Xue, but me. I would fantasize about you suddenly appearing before me, as if to rescue me. Yet, time and again, hope turned to disappointment, and I learned to accept everything in silence, relinquishing all desires, just as I had given up on expecting Su Xue's whip to stop at my pleas for mercy. He Jinlu, do you understand the feeling of clawing your way up from the depths of despair? I find myself incapable of love, and I no longer wish to love. Thus, despite our prolonged companionship, I have never contemplated staying in Nan City or envisioned a future with you. As Su Liyang expressed these sentiments, He Jinlu's eyes were already suffused with a crimson hue. He had been suppressing his emotions and striving to maintain control. In the end, he grasped Su Liyang's wrist and pulled her tightly into his embrace. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he murmured, "It is my fault. I failed to recognize the situation sooner, and I did not come to your aid." As He Jinlu admitted his shortcomings, Su Liyang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She initially raised her hands as if to push him away, but they lingered in the air, ultimately opting not to reject him. Eventually, she gently wrapped her arms around He Jinlu, unable to summon the strength to distance herself from him, as her heart still ached for him. Even though love had grown distant and her capacity to love had waned, she remained concerned for him. Enveloped in his embrace, Su Liyang felt her eyes welling up. She wished to convey something more to He Jinlu, yet found herself unable to offer him anything. With her hands still suspended in the air, she softly declared, "He Jinlu, I do not favor Nancheng, and I shall not linger here." He Jinlu replied, "I understand. I will not compel you to do anything against your will. I respect all your choices." If she harbored no affection for Nancheng, he would accompany her elsewhere, yet he refrained from exerting psychological pressure on her at that moment, choosing to remain silent. Listening to He Jinlu's words, Su Liyang gradually withdrew from his embrace and looked at him, stating, "He Jinlu, I wish to settle my accounts with Su Xue on my own, openly and directly." He Jinlu tenderly caressed her face and replied, "Very well. You may handle it as you see fit. I will not intervene, but I will keep an eye on things." Although He Jinlu typically appeared refined, he was truly formidable when provoked. Given his temperament, Su Xue was likely left with no escape. Yet, aware that this was not the outcome Su Liyang desired, he refrained from taking action throughout the day. He Jinlu offered her the utmost respect, and as Su Liyang held his hand, she softly expressed, "Thank you, He Jinlu." Her gratitude encompassed not only his respect, but also his care during this period. He Jinlu gently brushed her face, responding without hesitation. That night, He Jinlu held Su Liyang close, reluctant to let her go. The familiar scent that enveloped her had accompanied him for so long. Su Liyang did not resist his embrace, allowing him to hold her. He Jinlu did not urge her to stay, while she contemplated their future together. Throughout the night, the two remained entwined, both unable to find sleep. Ultimately, it was Su Liyang who succumbed to slumber first, gazing down at her peaceful form nestled in his arms. He Jinlu pressed a kiss to her forehead, whispering, "Liyang, whatever choice you make, I will be by your side. Wherever you go, I will accompany you." Su Liyang's gentle breaths seemed to echo his promise. The following morning, after arriving at the office, He Jinlu severed all financial ties with Su Xue's company, withdrawing from all collaborative projects. The Su Corporation, already on the brink of collapse, was thrown into disarray upon learning of He Jinlu's withdrawal of funds and cessation of projects, leaving Su Xue gasping for breath. Everything was gone. All was lost. After much contemplation at the office, Su Xue decided to visit He Jinlu at the He Corporation that afternoon. He did not wish for his downfall to be utterly catastrophic and hoped that He Jinlu would show some mercy, perhaps leaving a semblance of support for Su Xue. Seated on the sofa in He Jinlu's office, Su Xue remarked, "Jinlu, at my age, I no longer harbor any expectations, but Su Xue is still young, and her life stretches ahead of her. Please do not be so resolute. At least grant me some time to leave her something." Su Xue's sense of helplessness was palpable, while He Jinlu nonchalantly lit a cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at him, and inquired, "Su Xue, was it truly Su Xue who cared for me at the sanatorium all those years ago?" With this question, He Jinlu unmistakably signaled his awareness of the entire situation. Upon lifting his gaze to meet He Jinlu's, Su Xue felt a jolt of fear his complexion draining of color. He stared at He Jinlu, hesitating to find the words he wished to say. He Jinlu had pieced it all together. He knew everything. As Su Xue swallowed hard, preparing to speak, He Jinlu interjected. Su Xue, I have not been harsh with the Su family, nor have I taken any action against Su Xue, as it is Liyang who intends to settle these scores with you. Listening to He Jinlu's words, Su Xue replied, Liyang, it was Liyang who informed you, wasn't it? Jinlu, regardless of what has transpired, Su Xue has feelings for you. Before Su Xue could finish, He Jinlu cut in. Su Xue, do you truly think I am a fool, that I am unaware of everything? Must I wait for Liyang to speak? Su Xue, to wish for secrecy. One must first avoid wrongdoing. Enough of this. I lack the time and energy to engage with you further. Farewell. He Jinlu rose and approached his desk, leaving Su Xue with no choice but to depart in frustration. As he exited He Jinlu's office, he coincidentally encountered Jiang Yuan emerging from the secretary's office. Spotting Su Xue, Jiang Yuan politely greeted him, President Su. Noticing this, Su Xue furrowed his brow and inquired, Assistant Jiang, have Su Liyang and President He grown particularly close? Jiang Yuan understood the implications of Su Xue's question. It was merely an attempt to find a scapegoat for the downfall of the Su family. Maintaining a courteous demeanor, Jiang Yuan replied, President Su. President, he holds a fondness for Miss Su Xue. Thus we have conducted thorough investigations into her affairs, both prior to and following her departure from Nancheng. Jiang Yuan's repeated reference to Miss Su Xue felt like a slap across Su Xue's face. He comprehended that it was indeed He Jinlu who had instigated the investigation. After a moment of despair, as he gazed at Jiang Yuan, Su Xue ultimately chose silence and departed from the He group. In his heart, he understood that this time, the Su family was truly doomed. At that moment, his priority was to swiftly relocate any remaining valuable assets and ensure Su Xue left Nancheng without being implicated. Years prior, Su Xue had coerced Su Liyang to leave Nancheng now. It was they who could no longer remain in the city and were compelled to depart. 3 days later, having settled the affairs of the company and the remaining valuable assets at home, Su Xue was poised to leave Nancheng. However, before he could step out of the courtyard, several police cars arrived and blocked his exit. Observing the police, who displayed their credentials and obstructed his path, they inquired, Are you Su Xue? There are suspicions linking you to a murder case from 17 years ago. We ask for your cooperation in assisting with the investigation. With that, the police promptly requested Su Xue to enter the vehicle. The statute of limitations for the case is 20 years, and since Wen Jing's demise occurred 17 years ago, it remains within that period. After being taken to the police station, Su Xue steadfastly denied any human involvement in Wen Jing's death, insisting it was merely an accident. Regarding Su Liyang being pursued abroad, Su Xue further refuted this, citing the subjectivity of Su Liyang's evidence and the complications of investigating an incident that transpired overseas. After enduring over 10 hours of interrogation, Su Xue reiterated, Captain Gua, even if you confine me for another 100 days and question me for 100 days, this matter has nothing to do with me. I maintain it was simply an accident, not a homicide. If you doubt my testimony, further investigation will reveal the truth. After a full day of questioning, he exhibited no signs of weakness, prompting the staff to quietly deliberate before escorting Su Xue away to continue gathering statements from other witnesses. Upon discovering her mother's diary, Su Liyang sought out former employees from that time. As anticipated, her mother's affair with Su Xue had caused quite a stir, well known throughout the company. Her mother's beauty had drawn a distinct gaze from Su Xue, noticed by secretarial and financial department staff alike. Subsequently, an informant revealed that they had traveled together on a business trip, confirming that her mother had indeed been assaulted and that she had consoled her for an extended period, even gifting her mother one of her own garments. However, Su Xue wielded considerable influence within the company, leaving Wen Jing too intimidated to seek justice, and no one dared to stand up for her. That evening, when He Jinlu returned Su Liyang home, she learned that the investigation was at a standstill, with Su Xue refusing to acknowledge anything, adamantly claiming it was an accident, which dampened her spirits. Observing her demeanor, He Jinlu comforted her, saying, Liyang, rest assured, the truth will ultimately come to light. At that moment, He Jinlu secretly hoped the case would unfold slowly, as it would grant him more time with Su Liyang. In the living room, Su Liyang, devoid of emotion, quietly replied, "I know." She felt ill-equipped to defend herself in this matter, thus entrusting the case to Yuan Dongling. For the past few days, she and Yuan Dongling had been wholly engrossed in the investigation. With Su Liyang's spirits low, He Jinlu approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. Resting his chin on her shoulder, and gently murmured, "Lawyer Su, I truly wish time would slow down so we could remain together like this." In truth, he was already managing work-related matters. Su Liyang had mentioned her intention to go to Port City, and He Jinlu had been quietly preparing his own plans. Chapter 72. Liyang, do not leave. He Jinlu's embrace elicited a laugh from Su Liyang. Gently patting his back with her right hand, she reassured him, "I am fine." In response to her comfort, He Jinlu held her closer and murmured, "I have something on my mind." With Su Xue's arrest, Su Liyang's mission in South City was nearly complete, and he feared she might distance herself from him. Though He Jinlu did not voice his concerns, Su Liyang sensed them. Continuing to softly pat his back, she remained silent. Shortly thereafter, when they returned to the bedroom after their shower, He Jinlu embraced Su Liyang and wistfully remarked, "How wonderful it would be to return to 5 years ago." His sentiments stemmed from the fact that during that time, Su Liyang held him in high regard, always prioritizing him. He reflected on his own obliviousness, having failed to realize that she was the one who had cared for him back then. Upon hearing his words, Su Liyang lifted her gaze to meet his, playfully struck his chest, and feigned seriousness as she chided. "What are you daydreaming about? Was it better when you couldn't see?" In her view, he had become complacent, forgetting the helplessness and despair he once felt when the doctor warned him he might lose his sight. Now, it seemed he had healed and forgotten the pain. All along, she believed her struggles and melancholic emotions were witnessed by Su Xue, only to discover they were seen by Su Liyang instead. Embracing her, He Jinlu smiled and said, "It was truly wonderful to have you back then." His words rendered Su Liyang silent. Raising her head, she gazed at him for a prolonged moment before gently rising on her toes to kiss his lips. Aware that she and He Jinlu had no future, she cherished the present moment even more. As Su Liyang initiated the kiss, He Jinlu cradled her face in his hands, passionately returning her affection. He gently laid her on the bed, slowly removing her clothing while tenderly kissing every inch of her skin. When their passion deepened, he fervently implored, "Liyang, do not leave." Su Liyang wrapped her arms around his neck, offering no response. She harbored a disdain for South City, as it had brought her more sorrow than joy. Later, as they lay exhausted in each other's embrace, the room was suffused with an intimate atmosphere. Su Liyang caressed He Jinlu's face, her eyes open and reluctant to close in sleep. Sensing the gentleness of her touch, He Jinlu took her hand and kissed it tenderly. Su Liyang's fingers playfully traced his lips, prompting He Jinlu to nibble on her fingertip. Their unspoken connection made her smile. If only time could freeze in that moment, it would be splendid. Snuggling closer into He Jinlu's embrace, Su Liyang tightened her hold on him. He pressed a kiss to her cheek, his hand around her waist remaining steadfast. The following day, after completing her work and sending a message to He Jinlu, Su Liyang was about to head downstairs for a meal when her phone rang. It was Su Xue, requesting to meet. She mentioned that she was already at a restaurant near the law firm. On the other end of the phone, Su Liyang nonchalantly replied, "All right, I'll be there." Shortly thereafter, she descended the elevator and walked to the restaurant Su Xue had mentioned. Upon her arrival, Su Xue abruptly stood up from her seat, her face flushed with anger, and confronted Su Liyang, exclaiming, "Liyang, how could you do this? How could you accuse Dad of murder and allow the police to take him away? Have you lost your mind?" Su Liyang found it difficult to empathize with Su Xue's agitation. While she did possess some feelings for Su Xue, they were not reciprocated. Casually taking a seat across from her, Su Liyang remarked indifferently, "Su Xue is your father. He is not mine." In her memories, aside from the initial 2 years spent at the Su residence, Su Xue had only the faintest resemblance to a father figure. At all other times, she regarded him as her adversary. He had never hesitated to resort to violence against her. Su Xue gazed at Su Liyang in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless by her dismissive demeanor. After a prolonged silence of scrutiny, Su Xue finally spoke. Indeed, you are not Dad's biological daughter. You show no gratitude whatsoever. He should never have brought you back to the Su family or raised you for all these years. Initially, Su Xue had not intended to voice such sentiments, as she felt it would be futile given her relationship with the Su family. However, witnessing Su Liyang's nonchalance compelled her to speak out. Their eyes locked, and Su Liyang remained silent, completely unimpressed by Su Xue's words. Unperturbed, Su Xue continued, "It's true that your mother, Wen Jing, had other men, which makes you neither Dad's daughter nor a member of the Su family. Liyang, despite Dad's harsh temperament towards you, it was for a reason, because you are not his biological daughter. Yet, he never cast you out. He provided you with the best education, the finest schools, and a place to call home. How could you betray him like this? How could you accuse him of rape and murder? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You must withdraw the case immediately. Do not make a fool of yourself." Su Xue's visit was primarily motivated by this desire to persuade Su Liyang to retract her accusations. After a prolonged, expressionless gaze at Su Xue, Su Liyang let out a derisive laugh. "I'm sorry, but Su Xue truly brought home a wolf in sheep's clothing." Before Su Xue could respond, Su Liyang continued, "If your sole purpose today is to convince me to withdraw the case, then do not harbor such hopes. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, she stood up and departed without even taking a sip of water. Seeing this, Su Xue hurriedly grabbed Su Liyang's arm, pleading, "Liyang, don't be unreasonable. You must drop the case." Su Liyang retorted. "After enduring years of mistreatment, being forced to impersonate you to care for He Jinlu, framed for embezzlement, and pursued by assassins abroad, which of these is not a grave offense? What gives you the audacity to demand that I withdraw the case?" The enmity between her and the Su family was irreconcilable, an unresolved conflict that could only culminate in a struggle for survival. By refraining from taking covert action, he had afforded Su Xue considerable dignity. Otherwise, his demise would have been shrouded in ambiguity. The icy gaze of Su Liyang sent a chill down Su Xue's spine. As she watched Su Liyang's retreating figure, she dared not reach out to her. Su Liyang was no longer the person she once knew. As she exited through the glass doors of the restaurant, the gentle breeze tousled her hair, and Su Liyang departed with an impassive expression. It was only at that moment that she comprehended why Su Xue had treated her with kindness during the initial 2 years of her return, only to later turn cold. The truth was that she was not his daughter. Yet, in her memory, her mother had always been a woman of integrity. She would never engage with 2 men simultaneously. If she truly were not Su Xue's daughter, she would have made that clear to him. Moreover, if she were not his daughter, who then was her father? Having skipped lunch, Su Liyang ascended directly to her office. Her mood was inevitably affected as memories of the past surfaced in her mind, particularly those from the time when her mother was still alive and she had just arrived at the Su household. The notion of retracting the case was utterly inconceivable, especially considering that Su Xue had contemplated her demise on more than one occasion. In the evening, Zhou Ningning invited her out for dinner, expressing a desire to find a place to avoid her parents' relentless matchmaking efforts, which had become quite burdensome. Zhou Ningning intended to spend the night at her home, prompting Su Liyang to send He Jinlu away to keep his father company. At around 7 o'clock, when He Jinlu returned home after finishing work, his mother was taken aback. She scrutinized him from head to toe, incredulously asking, "Did you not visit the little enchantress today? Aren't you with her now, wanting nothing to do with your father and me?" Zhao Wani frequently referred to her as the little enchantress, prompting He Jinlu to respond with a frown. "Mom, she has a name, Su Liyang. If you must insist on a title, call her Lawyer Su." Zhao Wani, with a hint of pride, declared, "She has bewitched you to the extent that you would sever ties with your family to be with her. If she is not the little enchantress, then who is?" At that moment, Zhao Wani leaned in closer with an inquisitive expression and asked, "Son, I heard there were injustices surrounding her mother's case. That Su Xue had coerced her mother. Is there any truth to that? You are close to her. You must know something." The socialites adored gossip, particularly about such age-old romantic entanglements, especially when they involved matters of life and death. He Jinlu displayed a look of disdain, replying, "Mom, I never realized you were so inquisitive." Zhao Wani continued, "Su Xue appears cultured and refined, but I never imagined there was such a backstory. However, in my opinion, it is likely that Yi Meiyan was too domineering and the Yi family too powerful. I once met that gentlewoman. Su Xue had taken her to a conference. She was strikingly beautiful, with a figure that was both voluptuous and delicate, and her face was exquisitely refined, pale, and tender, evoking a sense of compassion in all who beheld her. To speak frankly, were I a man, I would undoubtedly be captivated by such exquisite beauty. It is indeed a tragic loss for one so young to have departed from this world. Comparatively, while the enchanting spirit may not quite measure up to her mother, she lacks the serene grace that her mother possesses, an elegance that is rare among women. It is no small fortune for Su Xue to have monopolized her affections for so long." As Zhao Wani casually shared these tidbits of gossip, He Jinlu regarded her with a cool detachment. "I had never realized until now how much this elderly lady relishes in scandal." Once her tale was concluded, Zhao Wani suddenly became aware of her indiscretion, realizing she had not maintained the gravity expected in He Jinlu's presence. Thus, she adopted a displeased demeanor and declared, "Regardless of circumstances, we shall never consent to your association with that enchanting spirit. She shall never cross the threshold of the He family." Zhao Wani, brimming with pride, was met with He Jinlu's measured response. "What if the one who cared for me in the sanatorium for 3 years was Su Liyang? If she were not the wretched figure of rumor, but rather someone pitiable, how would you treat her?" Zhao Wani, bewildered by his words, replied, "Son, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend." When she professed her confusion, He Jinlu clarified, "The person who attended to me in the hospital was not Su Xue, but rather Liyang. Su Xue bartered her mother's ashes for her compliance, requiring her to masquerade." He then proceeded to unveil the myriad of grievances entwined with Su Liyang and her family, including how he had aided her in reclaiming her mother's ashes, accompanied by Qin Zhan and Shun Jing during the burial. He also recounted Su Guowei's deceit in accusing Su Liyang of embezzlement and his attempts to have her hunted abroad. As Zhao Wani absorbed He Jinlu's revelations, she was enveloped in profound shock. She had never imagined that such a seemingly ordinary family could harbor an abundance of tales. It was unfathomable that Su Guowei would seek Su Liyang's demise. Even as an illegitimate daughter, she was still his child. Gazing at He Jinlu in disbelief, Zhao Wani lamented, "Jinlu, if this is the case, then our family bears an inescapable responsibility for Su Liyang's current plight. Had it not been for your father and me consenting to let Xue care for you, Su Guowei would have never thought to employ that enchanting spirit as a decoy." The depths of Su Guowei's depravity were staggering. He sought to exploit the situation without allowing Su Xue to bear any burden, all while orchestrating a cover-up and silencing anyone involved. "Son, did this information all come from that enchanting spirit?" Zhao Wani inquired once more about Su Liyang. He Jinlu reflected inwardly. "She has revealed nothing to me. I have uncovered everything through my own inquiries." Shun Jing assisted in investigating her life abroad. And knowing the difficulties she faced, everyone attended her mother's funeral. The more Zhao Wani listened, the more incensed she became. Su Guowei is truly deranged, withholding ashes from interment. What on earth is his intention? As for that enchanting spirit, it is a miracle she managed to return. Surely, she endured considerable hardship alone abroad. Noticing her mother's wavering stance, He Jinlu interjected, "Mother, refrain from referring to her as that enchanting spirit. She is a fine young woman tarnished by Yi Meiyan. I know her character well. Before our relationship, she had known no other man." He Jinlu's earnest demeanor made Zhao Wani ponder deeply. Indeed, Su Liyang had never expressed a desire to marry into the He family. It was solely her son who shamelessly clung to others. Fixing her gaze upon He Jinlu, Zhao Wani remarked, "You are the only man in her life, yet you allow her to suffer. I see no difference between you and Su Guowei. You are no better." He Jinlu responded, "What is the point of comparing me to Su Guowei? My concern is to treat her well and to ensure my family treats her with kindness." Gradually, He He Jinlu began to ensnare Zhao Wani in his discourse. Despite Su Liyang's sharp tongue, her need for dignity and strong sense of pride were evident. If he merely clung to her, she would shut herself off and refuse to embrace him. Deep down, she yearned for blessings and acknowledgement. Her most pressing issue was a matter of the heart. This time, Zhao Wani displayed remarkable acumen. Eyeing He Jinlu with suspicion, she abruptly stated, "Your affairs should remain separate from our family. Do not attempt to entrap me." He Jinlu, hands tucked into his pockets, calmly inquired, "Do you not feel a twinge of compassion for her? Do you not wish to support her, so that no one can bully her in the future?" Typically, He Jinlu refrained from discussing such gossip, but in this exchange with his mother, he sought to utilize Zhao Wani's voice to publicly address these matters, alleviating some of the unjust burden placed upon Su Liyang. Moreover, since his father heeded his mother's words, gaining Zhao Wani's approval would significantly influence He Qingbei's stance. What he wished to offer Su Liyang was a love that was open and recognized by all, even if she chose not to remain in Nan City. He intended to provide her with a relationship that was clear and unreserved. Chapter 73: The Truth of the Past. As He Jinlu's inquiry lingered in the air, Zhao Wani furrowed her brow tightly, ensnared in a web of intricate contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "This matter is exceedingly complicated. The information you have imparted to me tonight is overwhelming. I need to reflect on it thoroughly." With that, Zhao Wani hastily made her exit, fearful that lingering any longer would lead her to be persuaded by He Jinlu to stand up for Su Liyang. Observing the retreating figure of his mother, He Jinlu tucked his hands into his pockets and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that, under the current circumstances, she had been somewhat swayed. Upon returning to his room, He Jinlu dialed Su Liyang's number. With a languid tone, he inquired, "Still awake? Are you still chatting with Zhou Ningning?" On the other end, Su Liyang replied, "Yes. We're still talking." Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, He Jinlu gazed at the nightscape beyond the yard and, tinged with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "Lawyer Su, you never engaged in such lengthy conversations when you were with me." Su Liyang laughed at his comment and retorted, "Mr. He, that's quite unfair. Ningning wouldn't hold me captive for an all-nighter." Their affectionate banter prompted Zhou Ningning to interject, unable to bear the display of their mutual affection. "All right, you two. Enough with the sentimental exchanges. I was wrong to interrupt your evening, so I'll give you some space." With Zhou Ningning's voice breaking the moment, He Jinlu reluctantly ended the call, allowing them to continue their conversation without further interruption. After hanging up, Zhou Ningning remarked, "Liyang, it seems He Jinlu is genuinely serious about you. Maybe you should give it some earnest consideration, as I can see you haven't truly let go of him." Su Liyang could not deny that she had not moved on from He Jinlu. Otherwise, they would not have arrived at this point together. Yet, contemplating her current situation, the He family's stance, and Zhao Wani's previous words, she smiled and said, "This too shall pass. Whether it be love or lingering attachments, once I leave South City, I shall release it all." Zhou Ningning detected Su Liyang's underlying concerns and urged, "Liyang, you're overthinking it. Look at Su Xue. She's so thick-skinned and relentless, managing to cling to He Jinlu despite not being the one caring for him for so long. He has feelings for you, and the He family will not create obstacles for you." Wishing to steer clear of the topic, Su Liyang suggested, "Miss Zhou, perhaps you should focus on how to navigate your parents and deal with your blind date." Zhou Ningning dismissed the notion. "Tomorrow, I begin filming. Out of sight, out of mind. If I don't engage with them, they won't have leverage over me." She had her own methods for dealing with her parents. After a brief conversation in the living room, they each retreated to their respective rooms for rest. In her bed, Su Liyang tossed and turned, pondering the notion that it would be splendid if, upon her return, she could avoid entanglements with He Jinlu, sparing herself from sleepless nights and excessive thoughts. Each time she recalled Zhao Wani's words, she was resolute in her decision to refrain from prolonging her stay in South City. She did not wish to disrupt He Jinlu's life, nor disturb her own rhythm. The following morning, as she descended the stairs alongside Zhou Ningning, He Jinlu's car was already parked below. Upon spotting her emerging from the building, he lowered his window and honked the horn in her direction. From a distance, He Jinlu caught Su Liyang's eye, prompting her to smile. Nearby, Zhou Ningning teasingly remarked about their seemingly inseparable bond, claiming she would soon join crew, thus sparing them from her presence as a third wheel. As they spoke, both opened the car doors and entered. In the driver's seat, He Jinlu turned around and handed over 2 breakfast boxes. After receiving the meal, Zhou Ningning playfully chided Su Liyang, urging her to cherish such a considerate man and not let him slip away. From the driver's seat, He Jinlu joined in the banter, echoing Zhou's sentiment. "All right, you two. Let's save the theatrics for later," Su Liyang interjected. It was not that she was unwilling to seize the moment. Rather, she pondered what she could offer in return. Shortly thereafter, after dropping Zhou Ningning at the radio station, He Jinlu turned to Su Liyang and invited her to switch seats. The journey was brief, yet Su Liyang opted to move to the passenger seat to accompany him. Once settled, He Jinlu took her hand gently and inquired about her plans for the day. Gripping his hand, Su Liyang turned to him and replied, "I plan to visit Su Xue in prison. His trial is approaching. I will accompany you," He Jinlu offered. Su Liyang smiled softly. "It's all right. You need not join me. He is restrained there." Su Xue had been incarcerated for several days, and it was likely he wished to see her. Understanding her desire for independence, He Jinlu did not press further, respecting her choices. Upon returning to the office, Su Liyang requested leave from Yuan Dongling, explaining her intention to visit the police station to see Su Xue. When she finally met him, he appeared in a blue-gray prison uniform, his hair mostly gray, devoid of vitality. The once sharp demeanor had dulled, nonchalantly crossing his legs at the meeting table. Su Liyang's gaze remained fixed on him. As he sat shackled across from her, her eyes met his with no hint of sympathy. Once the staff departed, Su Xue coldly regarded her. "Su Liyang, you have finally avenged your mother. Are you satisfied now?" Su Liyang chuckled softly. "The trial has yet to commence, and your crimes remain undisclosed. This vendetta is far from complete." Su Xue met her gaze directly. "Was the company you're doing as well?" Maintaining a posture of superiority, Su Liyang crossed her legs and smiled. "Surprised? Let me clarify, Su Xue, your mistake was in deceiving me and framing me for embezzlement." Leaning forward, she scrutinized Su Xue. "Had it not been for your 12 million, I might have remained in the shadows indefinitely. Had you honored your promise and allowed me to leave with my mother's ashes, perhaps none of this would have transpired. The road of life is treacherous. One misstep can lead to a cascade of errors." Coldly, Su Xue remarked, "Meiyun was right. I should never have brought you back to the Su family, nor should I have allowed you to stay." At the mention of Yi Meiyun, Su Liyang scoffed dismissively. After sharing a laugh, she said, "Su Xue, it was Yi Meiyun who informed you, wasn't it? She claimed I am not your biological daughter and suggested you take the DNA test." With a furrowed brow, Su Xue was taken aback to realize that Su Liyang had already uncovered the truth. Gazing at her, he remained silent. Observing his reaction, Su Liyang calmly retrieved 2 DNA test reports from her document bag and tossed them in front of him. "This report is my DNA test, and this one belongs to Su Xue. Take a good look and discern who truly deceived you and who is not your daughter." Her assertiveness tightened Su Xue's chest. After a long moment of scrutinizing Su Liyang, he finally picked up the 2 reports and examined them. Upon finishing, he shook his head in disbelief. "This is impossible. It cannot be true. Su Xue cannot possibly not be my daughter." He then raised his gaze to Su Liyang, accusingly stating, "Su Liyang, you are merely trying to sow discord. Do you think I will believe you?" Su Liyang merely smiled sarcastically, reflecting on how people often only believe what they wish to, rather than the truth. "Su Xue, what makes you so confident that Yi Meiyun is truly loyal to you?" The mention of loyalty left Su Xue speechless, as Yi Meiyun had recently been embroiled in scandal, having betrayed him not long ago. With a pale face, he stared at her as Su Liyang summoned a staff member to bring a sampling kit. In front of Su Xue, she pricked her finger, allowing her blood to drip into the kit, which she then tossed to him, saying, "If you doubt my report, have your lawyer verified again. Let us see who deceived you, my mother or Yi Meiyun." Su Liyang was indifferent to whether Su Xue was her biological father. If he were not, she would feel relieved. However, if it turned out she was indeed his daughter and Su Xue was not, she would find amusement in the irony. "Oh, Su Xue." A man who had been astute and calculating all his life, had ultimately been outmaneuvered by Yi Meiyun. He had mistreated his biological daughter for over a decade, coming close to ending her life several times, compelling her to be a stand-in for Su Xue, and relentlessly working to secure a future for Su Xue. In the end, it turned out that Su Xue was not his biological child at all, and he had raised another man's daughter for nearly 30 years. Yi Meiyun was profoundly cunning, and one could not help but admire her decades of manipulation, having ensnared Su Xue to such an extent. As Su Xue beheld the sample kit that Su Liyang had thrown at him, he trembled uncontrollably, his eyes fixated on her, devoid of any color. Su Xue was not his daughter. Su Liyang was his true daughter? What then did all his actions over the years signify? What was the meaning of the turmoil between him and Su Liyang? As he looked at her in different expression, memories flooded back. Daddy, Liyang likes you. Daddy, you work so hard. Liyang will grow up to help you. Daddy, Liyang is so hungry, I want to eat. Daddy, please stop hitting me. It hurts so much. In his memories, Su Liyang appeared so gentle, so obedient and compliant. Even when asked to abandon her studies to care for He Jinlu in the sanatorium in place of Su Xue, she did not resist. She meticulously packed her belongings and departed. He instructed her to remain silent and to assume the identity of Su Xue, and she complied without hesitation. They called her daily to report on every move of He Jinlu, and she conveyed each detail truthfully. Yet now, there was no trace of that obedience in her eyes. The gaze she cast upon him was filled solely with indifference and hatred. Was it truly Yi Meiyun's machination? Was Su Liyang genuinely his biological daughter? Su Xue scrutinized her with a piercing stare, and Su Liyang rose from her chair with a calm demeanor, stating, "Mr. Su, enjoy your new life at your leisure. I shall not accompany you any longer." With that, she turned away and departed without a backward glance. She had no words to exchange with Su Xue. Her visit was merely to provoke him, to lay the groundwork for the impending trial and the revelation of the truth. As he watched Su Liyang's retreating figure, Su Xue trembled, his limbs slack as he sat paralyzed in his chair, unable to regain his composure. How could it be? The truth of the matter could not possibly be as it seemed. He had meticulously reviewed the NDA several times. Su Liyang was indeed not his biological daughter. Yet, as he recalled Wang Jing, her frailty, and the moments they shared, he found himself grappling with unsettling thoughts. The more he pondered, the faster his heart raced. All of this had indeed been instigated by Yi Meiyun. She had urged him to verify the NDA, and if she wished to manipulate the situation, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. With this realization, Su Xue hastily summoned his staff, expressing his desire to consult with a lawyer. Shortly thereafter, his attorney arrived. Su Xue pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip into the sample box, and handed it to the lawyer, saying, "Attorney Chun, after all these years, you're the one I trust most. I entrust this matter to you. It must be handled discreetly." The middle-aged man collected the 2 sample boxes and assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, this matter will be handled without error." This time, Su Xue did not discuss the case with him. He simply requested assistance in conducting a DNA test. At that moment, his only concern was discovering who her true father was. He found himself hoping that Su Xue was his biological daughter, not Su Liyang. In this scenario, he could alleviate his guilt and lessen his remorse, freeing himself from the burden of owing anything to Su Liyang. The thought of Su Liyang being his true daughter was unbearable. He could not fathom facing her in the future. 3 days later, the lawyer arrived with the results of the 2 tests. He brought the reports without opening them, directly presenting them to Su Xue. Sitting at the meeting table, Su Xue stared at the 2 reports before him, too fearful to lift a hand to open them, too afraid to see the results. The fear that the outcome would align with Su Liyang's claims gripped him. Observing his trepidation, the lawyer suggested, "Mr. Su, perhaps I should step outside so you can view the results alone." Su Xue remained silent, and the lawyer, recognizing the weight of his thoughts and understanding that his presence was not suitable at that moment, discreetly withdrew. After a considerable amount of time had passed, it was only when he realized that the lawyer had departed that Su Xue picked up the 2 medical reports. He first took hold of Su Liyang's examination report, for regardless of the outcome, He had already braced himself for the worst. As he unsealed the report and unfolded it, he found the various data within mirrored that of her childhood examinations. When he turned to the last page, the report stated unequivocally, the genetic similarity was 100, confirming a biological father-daughter relationship. His hands trembled, his entire body shook. Su Xue's lips quivered, rendering him speechless, unable to utter a word. Su Liyang was indeed his biological daughter, and he had subjected her to years of torment. Yet she was undeniably his flesh and blood. Reminiscing about the atrocities he had inflicted upon her, tears welled up in his eyes, bloodshot and sorrowful. Yi Meiyun had manipulated the situation, leading him to abuse his own daughter for years, nearly costing her life. He recalled Su Liyang's obedient demeanor from the past, the way she affectionately called him daddy. Regret gnawed at his insides. Subsequently, he opened Su Xue's NDA examination report, which aligned with her usual health check data. However, the final result revealed a genetic similarity of only 54, indicating a non-biological father-daughter relationship. Generally, a genetic similarity below 99 could decisively determine a lack of biological connection. In that instant, Su Xue's mind erupted with disbelief. Yi Meiyun had deceived him. She had allowed him to be the unwitting benefactor for another man's daughter for nearly 30 years, almost leading to the demise of his own child. Reflecting on his current relationship with Su Liyang and the hatred that shone in her eyes, darkness enveloped him, and with a resounding thud, his head struck the table. He felt remorse for Wenjing, for Liyang. How could he possibly mend the bond between himself and Su Liyang? Liyang. In a hospital room, in a daze, Su Xue repeatedly called out Su Liyang's name, his true daughter. Liyang. Chapter 74. Inviting her to the He family's old residence beside the hospital bed. Su Xue wiped her tears while tightly grasping Yi Meiyun's arm, inquiring, Mom, what on earth is happening? Why does Dad keep calling for Liyang? I heard Liyang visited him a few days ago. What could she have said to frighten him so? Yi Meiyun genti patit Su Xue's hunt. Attempting to comfort her, as she reassured, Little Xue, there is nothing to worry about. Your father will be fine. However, deep down, Yi Meiyun secretly hoped for Su Xue's demise. If he were to pass away, the events of the past would remain an eternal secret, never to be revealed. She would no longer have to endure Su Xue's disdain or fear his wrath. Mom, how did our family end up like this? Why has Dad changed so much? Just last year, the three of us were doing well. He seems so vigorous, not at all like someone in his 50s. In just 6 months, he has aged drastically, devoid of vitality. Yi Meiyun continued to console Su Xue, insisting, your father will be all right. Su Xue wiped her tears and asked, Mom, does Dad want to see Liyang? If that's the case, let us call her over. Yi Meiyun replied, even if we called her, that little vixen might not come. On the hospital bed, Su Xue continued to call out for Su Liyang. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, startling Yi Meiyun. Upon noticing this, Su Xue quickly dried her tears, sat at the edge of the bed, and grasped Su Xue's hand, asking, Dad, how are you feeling now? Is there anything uncomfortable? You were usually in good health. How could this happen so suddenly? With each word Su Xue spoke, Su Xue's agitation grew, his gaze growing increasingly cold. When he looked at Yi Meiyun, there was a palpable hatred in his eyes, as if he wished to strike her down. Confused by her father's intense glare, Su Xue turned to Yi Meiyun, Mom, what is going on? What has happened to Dad? Yi Meiyun, sensing the underlying tension in Su Xue's gaze, took Su Xue's hand and said, Little Xue, your father has just awakened. He must be hungry. Why don't you go home and prepare something delicious to bring back? I'll stay here with your father for now. Noticing the unsettling atmosphere in the room, Su Xue decided not to linger, quickly wiping her tears and leaving the ward with her bag. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a relief that her father had regained consciousness. Once Su Xue departed, Su Xue propped himself up on the bed, his expression as frigid as ice. Yi Meiyun, attempting to maintain a cheerful demeanor, inquired, Xue, are you feeling better now? Is there anything still bothering you? Su Xue let out a scoff. Yi Meiyun, stop pretending. You probably wish for my death. Yi Meiyun averted her gaze. Xue, how could you think that? Why would you say such a thing? Su Xue fixed his gaze upon her, bluntly stating, Xiao Xue is not my daughter. Liyang is my true flesh and blood. Yi Meiyun was taken aback. Indeed, he has become aware of this matter. However, Yi Meiyun still refuses to admit it, soothing him by saying, "Go away. What are you imagining? Surely, you've been deceived again by that little vixen, Su Liyang. I have long warned you about her cunning ways. The last time, she orchestrated the company's loss of 6 billion. And now she is exploiting our misfortunes. None of this can be attributed to anyone else. Furthermore, Gui, she holds a majority of the company's stocks, and she's been incessantly selling them off these past few days. The company's shares have now been suspended. How can you still trust her words?" Despite Yi Meiyun's flowery rhetoric, Su Xue no longer believes her. From the glance she cast moments ago, he discerned her deceit and guilt. Coldly gazing at Yi Meiyun, Su Xue stated, "Yi Meiyun, do you really think that after all this, I would still believe you?" His eyes burned with resentment. He felt an intense urge to lash out at her, yet he found himself devoid of the energy to do so. Their eyes locked, and as Yi Meiyun observed that Su Xue seemed to have lost nearly half of his vitality, she realized he could only glare at her in hatred. Unable to take further action, unfazed by his fury, she lowered her gaze and comforted him, saying, "Xue, considering your current state, why are you still angry? Why dwell in the past?" Before Su Xue could respond, she continued, "Although Su Xue is not your biological daughter, you have raised her for so many years. Is that not akin to being her true parent? Just look at how worried she was for you earlier. She is far more filial than Su Liyang." Her words incensed Su Xue, causing his face to flush and his lips to tremble, rendering him momentarily speechless. Finally, he seized a teacup from the bedside table and hurled it at Yi Meiyun with great force. "Yi Meiyun, you venomous woman, you have caused Wenjing's demise. Led me to mistreat my own daughter for over a decade, and forced me to raise another child for decades." After flinging the teacup, Su Xue trembled all over, with his hand still shaking from the act. Yi Meiyun, quick to dodge the flying cup, casually brushed her sleeves and arrogantly proclaimed, "Su Xue, do not overestimate your worth. When we first got together, do you truly believe you understood your circumstances? Without the Yi family, without me, Yi Meiyun, where would you be today? What is wrong with having raised Su Xue for several decades? That was your privilege, your fortune." Su Xue was consumed by rage, rendered immobile on the bed. Yet Yi Meiyun showed no fear. In fact, she became even more arrogant. The true nature of Yi Meiyun left Su Xue pale and his lips tinged with purple. Regret washed over him. He realized that he should have had the resolve to end his marriage with Wenjing back then. He should have been with her. With bloodshot eyes fixed on Yi Meiyun, Su Xue warned, "Yi Meiyun, do not become too arrogant. Do you believe you have left no incriminating evidence behind?" Initially taken aback by his words, Yi Meiyun quickly regained her composure, feigning indifference as she replied, "What evidence could I possibly have? What could I be hiding? It is you. You must have a multitude of incriminating evidence in the hands of that despicable woman, and you are merely awaiting the inevitable clash." Upon hearing this, Su Xue raised his hand and pointed towards the door. "Leave, Yi Meiyun, just leave." In response to his furious outburst, Yi Meiyun shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "If you wish for me to leave, then I shall. I have no desire to serve you any longer." With that, she turned and exited the hospital. The moment Yi Meiyun departed, Su Xue, in a fit of rage, began to hurl anything within reach from beside the hospital bed. He was bewildered, utterly confounded. He had chosen to trust Yi Meiyun over Wenjing, failing to believe that Liyang was indeed his own flesh and blood. "Liyang, Liyang." Whispering Su Liyang's name, he reflected on his actions towards her, filled with regret for his past decisions. He longed to see Su Liyang, to reunite with his biological daughter. However, after leaving the hospital ward, Yi Meiyun appeared rejuvenated, as if she were experiencing a second spring. At the Shang law firm, following her visit to the detention center to see Su Xue, Su Liyang had set him aside and devoted herself entirely to the case at hand, collaborating with Yuan Dongling to uncover evidence from years past. After perusing her mother's diary and meeting several of her mother's former colleagues, Su Liyang became increasingly convinced that her mother had not committed suicide. She had never contemplated abandoning her. As evening fell and the office hours drew to a close, Su Liyang was still engrossed in her work. Observing this, Yuan Dongling remarked, Liyang, you should stop working, hurry home to rest. There will always be work to do. We need not rush. Take your time. Su Liyang, consumed by her case, was oblivious to her own well-being, prompting Yuan Dongling, having learned about Su Liyang's past, to feel a deep sense of compassion for her. Lifting her gaze towards Yuan Dongling, Su Liyang replied, Understood, master. Merely acquiescing verbally, she watched as Yuan Dongling approached to assist her in organizing her documents, encouraging her to relax, which finally led Su Liyang to shut down her computer and leave for the day. He Jinlu was engaged in social obligations that evening, contemplating the events of recent days and the tumultuous revelations of her heritage. Su Liyang preferred not to remain alone at home. Thus, she ventured to a department store to meander aimlessly. Not intending to purchase anything, she merely observed from outside the shops. Passing by a store for infant supplies, she caught sight of tiny clothes and toys, which elicited a smile. She found herself thinking of her mother, and if fate were to grant her the opportunity to become a mother, she would shower her child with boundless love and ensure a blissful existence, providing a childhood entirely different from her own. Standing at the entrance for quite some time, just as she was about to turn away, her phone chimed from within her bag. Taking it out, she answered, discovering it was the secretary of Su Xue. Since the morning, the secretary had made numerous attempts to reach her. Upon answering, Su Liyang responded coolly, Secretary Du, what is it? On the other end, the middle-aged man spoke gravely. Miss, Su Zong has regained consciousness. While he was unconscious, he called your name repeatedly. Would you consider coming to see him? After Su Xue collapsed and was sent to the hospital, his secretary incessantly attempted to contact Su Liyang, but she remained indifferent. At this moment, Su Liyang's demeanor remained aloof. There was little to discuss with Su Xue and nothing of interest to behold. If he truly wished to see her, he would have to wait until the court hearing. Now he realized he wanted to see her, yet she refused to oblige. Su Liyang harbored no sentiments towards Su Xue. If anything, the only emotion that lingered was hatred, a fervent desire for revenge. After speaking, without waiting for a response from the secretary, Su Liyang promptly hung up the phone. There was no room for pleasantries. Her next course of action was to unveil the truth and ensure that both Su Xue and Yi Meiyun faced justice. She was determined to restore her mother's honor. Once she ended the call, Su Liyang further ensured her resolve by adding the number to her blacklist. As she placed her phone in her bag and continued walking, an unexpected voice called out, Lawyer Su. She looked up to see He Jinlu's mother. How fortuitous. A smile graced her lips as she greeted Annie. She inquired, out shopping? Zhao Wani, radiating warmth, replied, Indeed, I'm meeting a friend. And you? Alone? Where is Jinlu? Isn't he accompanying you? In Zhao Wani's eyes, it seemed only natural for Su Liyang to be with He Jinlu. Their absence together felt peculiar. Responding to Zhao Wani's inquiry, Su Liyang smiled and said, Jinlu has a social engagement tonight. Her response was akin to that of a daughter-in-law of the He family. Observing this, Zhao Wani asked, Lawyer Su, you haven't eaten yet. Shall we dine together? After several encounters, Zhao Wani's impression of Su Liyang had begun to shift. Learning of her mother's tragic past and Su Liyang's own harrowing experiences abroad, as well as her dedication in caring for He Jinlu for 3 years, had stirred a sense of sympathy within Zhao Wani. In response to Zhao Wani's invitation, Su Liyang politely declined. Auntie, you have plans with your friends? I wouldn't want to intrude. Zhao Wani insisted it wouldn't be an intrusion. The more, the merrier. Besides, who wouldn't want to befriend a lawyer? Come on, otherwise, you'll just be wandering alone. Without waiting for Su Liyang's reply, Zhao Wani approached and linked arms with her, leading her to the restaurant. Despite being a lady of high society, Zhao Wani exhibited a down-to-earth demeanor. Her warmth prompted Su Liyang to accept her invitation. Su Liyang had long discerned Zhao Wani's simplicity and found herself envious of such innocence. Shortly after they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Wani's friends appeared. Upon seeing the young lady accompanying her, they lavished praise on Su Liyang for her beauty and elegance. Eventually, one of them asked, Wani, is this your future daughter-in-law? Zhao Wani, who had yet to contemplate any future between Su Liyang and He Jinlu or the idea of their marriage, chuckled and replied, This is my daughter, my goddaughter. Zhao Wani's attempt to deflect the question brought a smile to Su Liyang's face. Although Zhao Wani was fond of her, she still wrestled with her reservations, remaining unconvinced about the potential relationship between Su Liyang and He Jinlu. However, she did not dwell on that thought. Lan, let me tell you, my daughter is quite remarkable. Should you encounter any legal issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek her assistance. Absolutely. While chatting with her old friend, Zhao Wani did not forget to attend to Su Liyang, persistently urging her to eat more. Liyang, do indulge, it will nourish your body. Su Liyang, holding her bowl and chopsticks, remained quiet, merely observing Zhao Wani and her friend converse. Zhao Wani always wore a gentle smile, which inadvertently reminded Su Liyang of her own mother, who had once looked at her with the same warmth. Yet it had been a long time since she had her mother around. After the meal, as they prepared to part ways, the old friend mentioned that Zhao Wani should accompany her daughter and decided not to intrude any longer. Thus, Zhao Wani linked arms with Su Liyang, strolling together and engaging in conversation. She remarked, I always wanted to have a daughter. Daughters are simply wonderful and so considerate. As they walked leisurely, Su Liyang replied, Andy, if you enjoy it, I would be happy to accompany you for walks and chats whenever I have the time. That sounds great, especially since Jinlu is busy today and cannot join me, Zhao Wani responded. Just then, Su Liyang's phone buzzed. It was a call from He Jinlu. Upon answering, He Jinlu's voice floated through the line. Lawyer Su, still working late? Noticing Su Liyang's absence at home, He Jinlu had called to check on her. Listening to his inquiry, Su Liyang glanced at Zhao Wani. I'm taking a stroll by the river with your mother. With my mother? He Jinlu exclaimed in surprise. They'll come pick you both up. Their unexpected encounter piqued his interest. With that, He Jinlu ended the call and soon appeared before them, ushering them both into the car. As the vehicle began to move, Su Liyang settled alongside Zhao Wani in the back seat. He Jinlu turned to them and said, Mom, I'll take you home first. All right, Zhao Wani replied. With that, He Jinlu pressed the accelerator and maneuvered the steering wheel, driving them back. After a journey of over 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. He Jinlu looked back at Zhao Wani and announced, Mom,